down and take game number 1 of round 1. Final today from Denver. Nuggets 112, Clippers 110.
Hey, Colorado, this is Cale Makar. It's a double dipperito.
Now Cale Makar creeping in. Makar hands it off for McKinnon. McKinnon lets a shot go. He scores! The Mac attack is back, Jack! Through center ice, down the left flank, across the Stars line. O'Connor trailers. Manson lets it go. Tipped in front. They score! Manson to Devon Taves, who is at the back post, and it's a laser from Taser. D to D. And now Logan O'Connor, who's had a magnificent game, pokes it ahead for Nathan McKinnon with an empty net. You betcha! For the second time tonight, the Mac attack is back, Jack. And the Avalanche look forward to Monday night for Game 2 with a 5-1 victory in their hockey bag.
Give it up, guys. Good weekend. What a great weekend. Nerves. You felt sick heading into those games. You might have felt sick in the middle of them. But both teams find a way to get it done, and we will spend all day today discussing this because we have what an insane week coming our way. We have another double dipperoo tonight between these two teams. We have a Nuggets playoff ticket giveaway. We have the draft coming up in a few days. But, I mean, all of that, like, think about this for a second. Just kind of where we've been and the journey to get here, especially on the side of the Nuggets. The game that they played against the Clippers for a half felt a lot like what we've seen all year. Not great defense, struggled to make a shot, bench unit struggling without Jokic in the game. Looks like LA is going to take a 1-0 lead, and all of a sudden, you knuckle down and play incredibly tough defense after the first quarter. They put up 35 in the first. And the rest of the way, at least through regulation, 73 over the next 3 quarters. I mean, you finish regulation giving up only 98, also only scored 98. But the way that they just really honed it in and said, let's make this really difficult on our opponent, which we rarely do. But they did it when they had to. And I'll tell you this about everybody else in this roster. There are still things in that game that I didn't particularly like, but they fought. And I mean fought to get that W. You know, there were some possessions, especially late, where I'm thinking to myself, why are you not at least giving Jokic a touch? You know, they had full possessions late in that game in which he didn't touch the basketball. And that's insane to me. Jamal had a couple of passes, like behind the backs and lazy sort of shove passes that would get picked off that I don't understand why he felt the need just to go the lazier route in the pass. Again, Porter was a problem, a big one, throughout that entire game. So there are things that they need to clean up. But first and foremost, you just showed fight. And that's kind of been the Nuggets' MO for years, is say what you want about their ability and their talent level and whether they're deep enough or whether they're this or that. They would go out, take a couple of haymakers, eat them, but give them right back. And that's what happened. Like, the Clippers made 50% of their shots. The Nuggets made 43.6, but they made the right ones. And that's kind of the theme, especially surrounding guys like Jamal Murray and Russell Westbrook. you're going to look at their numbers at the end of the game, and it's not going to look great from a box score perspective. But they hit shots when they had to, man, especially Jamal. So Jamal finishes the game 7 of 20 from the field. But they were a big 7, like massive 7. Westbrook, 5 of 17, but God, were they a big 5. You know, there was a stat from Jake Coyne after that game that I think, to me, puts the Russell Westbrook experience into perspective. So Russell Westbrook in the fourth quarter made 3 shots. The first one with 3 minutes and 37 seconds left. But 3 shots that gave the Nuggets the lead. He is the first player in the, I don't know what this means, the play-by-play era, but it's since 1997. So we'll just say since 1997. To have made 3 shots in the final 4 minutes of a playoff fourth quarter that took his team from trailing to leading. Like I said, big shots. You know, it felt like there was a conscious effort to try and take some of the load off of Jokic, at least offensively. And I think at times that can work. I think late in the game that should not be an option on the table. But I want to talk about a few things in particular. First of all, you made life difficult for your opponent, which is, I think, all you can ask for in looking for this team defensively. Like, Harden put up 32 points, but it wasn't easy. No, Kawhi had 22. It wasn't easy. Norman Powell had 12, which I think was huge. Just getting one of those guys to kind of play below their averages is a big thing. And what's even more interesting is that your bench outplayed theirs. Their bench has Batum, Derek Jones Jr., Ben Simmons, and Bogdanovich. Bogdan, Big Don, Bagdon, Bogdan. Had all them. And Westbrook, P. Watt, Pickett even got in there for just a few minutes, but a few. You scored more points than they did. They had 13 off the bench. You had 23. But I think the 2 biggest aspects to this story, at least from game 1, is Michael Porter Jr. and it's Russell Westbrook. We said heading into this that if Russell was playing like 20 to 25 minutes maybe, that feels as if that's the proper amount for him. And he played 34 because he had to. And he had to because Porter was kind of a no-show. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, Nelly, didn't Porter hit the first bucket of the game? Didn't he drop the triple for the first points? And then I don't think he made a shot afterwards. He didn't. He barely took shots afterwards. Now, I don't know what's going on there, but I give David Adelman this credit. There is nothing about what you've done previously that is a mandate anymore. And what I mean by that is this. Just because you've played and you've closed out games or you've played 35 minutes a night or whatever, it's the playoffs. If you aren't bringing it that night, then you aren't going to finish the game. So what happened? You get late in the fourth quarter. Porter stays on the bench. Russell Westbrook goes in. He plays for him. And guess what? Russell Westbrook's defensive intensity, I think, wins you that game. No, I got into a back and forth, and trust me, guys, we're going to get to the Avs in like 5 minutes. But I want to spend full time on the Nuggets, and then the next one I'm going to give full time to the Avs. Russell Westbrook is, I've quite literally not seen anything like it because I'm a Russell Westbrook fan. I have been since before he got here. I have been in the middle of this season, but I feel the frustrations as hard as anybody else does when he does do silly things. Now, I've explained this in a way that I think it makes sense. If you played any sort of competitive organized sports before, you've had a coach that will say this. I'm okay with aggressive mistakes, and he makes a ton of aggressive mistakes. But he also makes incredibly great aggressive, what are the opposite of mistakes? Aggressive
Successes?
Yes, thank you, Nelly. He has plenty of those too. And you do not win that basketball game without him. For the mistakes that he made middle of the game, the big plays when needed. Like, here's what I appreciate about him. He ain't scared of anything, which is also scary because he's not scared to make a mistake in a moment where you can't make a mistake. But in that scenario, on Saturday evening, afternoon, whatever, Westbrook made the shots that you needed to make. They dared him all alone in the corner on what was maybe not the last possession, but close to the last possession. You're down a point. And they said, you know what? If Russell Westbrook's going to make a corner three, we're going to leave him out there and we just live with it. Well, guess what? They lived with it. But then, overtime, you're up 2 because neither team felt like shooting free throws right. You're up 2. They need to inbound the ball to get a bucket. And let's be honest, the last time they needed a shot, it was after that Russell Westbrook 3 in the fourth quarter. What happened? James Harden easily found a bucket at the end of the game to tie it. So my thought is, it's probably going to look like that again. But Westbrook doesn't allow it because just by the nature of his aggression on the inbounds play, I think it shocked Harden how fast he was coming in. And Harden panicked, knocked the ball out of bounds, and you got to put a bow on the game. Like, I understand all of the reasons why people would be frustrated with Westbrook, but these are the reasons why I love having him on this team. That's it. It's because he works. And I will take mistakes made out of passion as opposed to the opposite. And guess who else lived with that? David Adelman made that decision. That's why Porter was on the bench. Porter was not playing aggressively. He was playing tentatively and conservatively. And he goes, can't have that right now. Russell, go crazy. Like you're living with the Tasmanian devil. And if he takes out a couple of things in his wake, then you deal with it.
Bogdan, Bogdan, Big Don, Bagdon.
I mean, it is funny, man. You look at the bench for the Clippers compared to the Nuggets. Nicholas Batum has been in this league for like a million years. Derrick Jones Jr. has been a veteran in this league. Ben Simmons, we all know about him. Bogdanovich has been a sharpshooter in this league before. And you're sitting there with Russell playing 34 minutes, Watson 14, and Pickett 5.
Bagdon.
Yeah. Now, is that the rotation moving forward? I don't think so. I think it's going to be, a different look sort of every night, and that's what I appreciate about Adam. And he's going to play the guys who are playing well. Good. That's how it should be. So a lot more to get to with this game. Jokic getting another basketball fight with somebody who's not on the floor, which I always think is funny. Starts with Ishbia, and now we're talking about Jeff Van Gundy. So we'll get to that in a bit. Got our keyword, by the way, because it's a special playoff ticket Monday where you can win a pair of tickets to tonight's Game 2 against the Clippers at Ball. Got 4 keywords that we're doing on the 20s, and the first one comes your way in 5 minutes. Stick around.
Tonight.
Oh, it's a special playoff ticket Monday, and you can win a pair of tickets to tonight's game 2 against the Clippers at Ball if you text the key word of the hour, which is coming your way on the 20s. So 620, 720, 820, and 920. The key word for the 6 o'clock hour is gold. I love gold. Text gold in your first and last name to 303-504-0925 and you're entered. It's your online home for the playoffs is nuggets.com/playoffs. You can buy tickets there. You can see the schedule, anything else you need to know. And for the tickets to tonight's game, it's gold in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Your home for the Mile High playoffs is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Okay. That text line better look like a slot machine. I mean, these are tickets to tonight's game, game 2. You're up 1-0. I mean, come on. The other team that's also up 1-0 is the Avs. And I'll tell you, I think this is no secret. Everybody kind of understands this. There was one massive question that I had about the Avs going into that game 1 against the Stars. And you knew it was going to be tough, and boy, was it. One of those classic final score doesn't actually tell you the story of how the game went sort of things. The big question that I think we all had was, we feel really good about this team. We feel really good about their depth. We feel really good about a number of different things, including the goaltending. But Blackwood's never done it before. Blackwood has never been in a position to go out in a playoff game and make things happen. Some guys crumble under the pressure. Some guys rise to the occasion. Well, at least for game 1, Mackenzie Blackwood is a riser. He was phenomenal. You need to have, I think Bednar says this to us a lot, saves above expected is a huge, huge detail for what separates maybe your average goalie from a great one, right? It's can you make the save on the one that you're not supposed to? Can you make the opposing team feel like, hey, man, I got goalied tonight? Especially in a Western Conference that is filled with a bunch of those guys that can do that to you. Like, can you do it? And his game 1 it wasn't just pass-fail. It was like A+. And to be fair, it just felt like a game where some screwy stuff was going to happen. Look at the way the Avs scored. Like Lehkonen shot, rebound, fall, puck goes back in. Weird goal to start things off. McKinnon, little deflection turns into a muffin that goes in the right spot. Now you're up 2-0. It's not like those goals were clean. They got clean towards the end. But the initial ones, the ones that sort of break the game open, you're talking about bounces, weird deflections, weird this, weird that. And Mackenzie Blackwood was a brick wall. They get 1 on the power play from Hintz to make it 2-1, but you come back with Taves, beautiful, McKinnon empty netter, and then just for good measure, hey, here's a tic-tac-toe to Charlie Coyle for your 5th goal of the game. It was, I'm telling you, I have that little spidey sense, that tingly thing that goes off when you watch this team play that just feels a lot like 3 years ago. A lot. Even in the fact that you got EJ back on the blue line again, giving you some minutes. The way that team played, incredibly physically, I out-physicaled the Dallas Stars. It almost felt like the Stars weren't ready for it. 30 hits for the Avs in that game 1. 18 for the Stars. The only thing I would say is I don't know if it's a concern, but it was an oddity in watching the Avs. had a whole bunch of special teams opportunities they didn't capitalize on. You got a 5-on-3 for, what was it, like a minute 36? And it felt like you had a tough time just getting the puck on net in the middle of that. So that was a little bit weird. But I don't think that's any sort of long-term concern. We know how good that team is and how good the Avs are when they're at a man advantage. But maybe that's the only sort of nit to pick. But the Avs have a very dangerous combination, at least from what we saw in Game 1 of this series. We'll get back to Blackwood in a little bit. But if you can't out-physical the Avs, which after the moves that they made, I think it's going to be really difficult. And it's something that even in the year the Avs won the Cup, I heard people complaining over and over again about, hey, they're just too small, man. They're just too small. And I go, well, if you're too small, but you can skate away from everybody, it's like, are you worried about the big bully in school? Yeah, but if you can outrun him, then at least you got a fighting chance, right? The Avs have always been the faster, quicker, better skating team. Always. Since I've been here, I don't know if there's been a team that they've gone up against where I'm like, wow, they're just quicker than the Avs. They aren't. The Avs are filled with just high-level skaters. But now you throw a little bit of oomph on top of it. Where can you find your advantage? And I think it comes down to you gotta get lucky, you gotta get good goaltending. And again, to be fair, I don't think Ottinger was bad in that game. I felt like he had a couple early, well, at least in the second period, that not a lot he could do. Very weird circumstances on how they go in. But I don't know. Overall, you just got to find a way, right? And the Avs did so. By the way, did you have something, Nelly? You're leaning to the mic. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I love that we've been doing this long enough that now when I do the lean in, like I'm Chris Collinsworth at the beginning of a broadcast, you know I got something to say.
It's like the chair slide.
Couple thanks to what you've been saying. For however many years it's been, we've been saying that the Avs need more depth, right? That who's your favorite celebrity you like to reference in these scenarios?
Dolly Parton.
Dolly Parton.
Too top heavy.
Top heavy, exactly. Well, let's look at every person on the Avs who recorded a point on Saturday. Arturi Lehkonen, Nathan McKinnon, Marty Nachos, Cale Makar, Jonathan Drouin, Devontaes, Josh Manson, Logan O'Connor, Ryan Lindgren, Charlie Coyle, Jack Drury, Butter My Button, Call Me a Biscuit, Parker Kelly. Oh my God. That's so many guys that got involved. That's amazing.
It's easier to do the guys who didn't get a point. You know what I mean?
Right, exactly.
And two of them being incredibly important pieces to your team, which are second-line guys in Val and Brock Nelson. And it's fine. Didn't need it that night. Probably going to need them tonight. And I'm sure they're going to show up. But yes, depth is massive. They had that in 2022. They didn't in 23, didn't in 24. And now we're in 2025 and it's there.
And I also wonder sometimes, it seems like Lecky's first goal to break the scoring dam, I think because it was so weird, it was such a weird goal that, what does Vic always say when we have these reviews? It comes down to molecules. It comes down to DNA. And then they took so long to review it and see if the puck had actually gone over the line. And sometimes I think those weird goals break a goalie's spirit.
Oh,
more
sure.
Like if somebody just went top shelf, blocker side, Ottinger goes, all right, there you go, that happens. But God, those reviews, that's crushing. And I think that almost added some extra spice to that goal because then the Avs go up 2-0. And then when we get to the third period, we're off to the races.
I think it's almost easier to live with being beat because you can understand why it happened. It's like, hey, I wasn't squared up enough to the puck, or I didn't shift hard enough, right? There's always something. When you just get unlucky, those hurt way worse. You're like, that's not even my fault. It's the same thing with Blackwood, by the way. The one goal he gave up in that game was when his stick was tangled up in the net. And you're sitting there like, damn. If I had it, perhaps I make the save because I'm more comfortable, but, that's how it goes. And that's why I wasn't all that upset. Well, I was upset, but I wasn't blaming Blackwood or anything like in that game. The first 3 goals were weird. And for them to score a weird one, I was kind of like, yeah, whatever. Cool. Now, a couple other things. Number one, I knew I'd feel this way. There was a moment in that game, I don't know if you guys saw it. It was early, Dallas on a power play. Mikko is hanging out at like the near post. He's got the puck, and he tries to do just a quick backhand flip, save, Avs clear it. And as he's on a knee in front of Blackwood, EJ gives him the old stick to the neck and throws him. I'm telling you, I thought that I would have some sort of feeling creep up when I saw Mikko in that jersey back here at Ball Arena again. And it did. I did have that feeling. I hate it. I don't like him. I like that he was a dash too. There was a little extra that I was feeling whenever I saw that dude on the ice in that sweater. Yeah. By the way, to your point, Nelly, DeBoer after the game was quoted as they're a deeper team than they were a year ago, and now they have Blackwood. And I really think that's the difference. Like 2 major details that can take the Avs from a pretty good team to a, oh my God, you could win the cup kind of team, was depth and goaltending. And man, did you have a mix of both. It's what you mentioned where it's easier to name the guys who didn't have a point last night than the guys who did. And Mackenzie Blackwood makes 23 saves on 24 shots with, the only goal given up is his stick was stuck in the net. You combine those 2 factors, and we knew this. We felt this right towards the end of the year. It was sort of a shift. A lot of the year, you'd look at the Nuggets and you would say, okay, they're a pretty good team. I think they're in pretty good shape. They could make a few tweaks, and the tweaks never happen. And I think it's too difficult to make money work for a lot of them. But the Avs, you were really nervous because they were always hurt. They were always hurt, and the guys that you were relying upon just weren't getting it done. Like Middlestat just wasn't getting it done. You needed to make a change. And ever since that deadline, if you didn't feel a pretty seismic shift, because it's what happened to me, if you didn't feel a pretty seismic shift in where the Avs were going, then I don't know what to tell you. Like, they are as deep as they were 3 years ago, and they have what I think is the same level, if not better, goaltending between Blackwood and Wedgwood. Now, the only other thing that we didn't see that I think we were all kind of hoping to was Landeskog did not return in that game. I don't know if he plays tonight. I still have this, I don't know why it is. Maybe he's still kind of working towards something. I don't know. But if everybody's kind of got their mind set on this idea that he comes back in game 3 to give Ball Arena just that extra pop, and I do think it would work. But to me, it's like you aren't saving anybody for an emotional reason. Like, what would give Ball Arena pop is if McKinnon didn't play the first 2 games and then returned to Ball Arena then. But I'm not benching McKinnon for an emotional appeal, okay? Like, I don't think if they believe that Gabe Landeskog was A, healthy enough, B, good enough to be in your top 12 somewhere, then I don't know why you would hold it. And maybe this is just, let's give this a couple of more days for you to get your conditioning up or whatever. I don't know. But maybe he's back tonight. But it's the only real thing that I think, as far as things you were looking for, that was missing. You were just missing that Landeskog return, and then it would have felt like, I think, a perfect night. So one more time, guys, giving away a pair of tickets to tonight's Game 2, Nuggets-Clippers at Ball Arena. We're going to have a different keyword every hour in the 20s. The keyword entries close at the 45 mark of every hour, by the way. So you got another 10 minutes to get this keyword in for the 6 o'clock hour, and it is gold. So text gold and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That gets you in the running for this hour's keyword. We got another one at 7:20, 8:20, and 9:20. So text gold and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Your online home for the Mile High Playoffs is nuggets.com/playoffs. You can buy tickets there, see the schedule, anything else you need to know. We're giving out another keyword at the 20s of every hour. So, I got some audio from David Adelman. One talking about Porter that we'll get to in just a moment. I do want to take a look around the playoffs overall, by the way. Most of the games yesterday stunk, but there was a couple of things that stuck out. And I felt like in one series in particular that a lot of people have their eyes on, it played out kind of the way that I expected. And we'll see if there can be adjustments made, but we'll get to it in just a couple of minutes. Stick around. I hope everybody had a great Easter over the weekend, by the way. Again, you get a Saturday that I think set up just beautifully. As much as we were kind of like dreading the idea of what's going to happen tonight, which is two games are running side by side with one another. I mean, 7:30 is Avs Stars, 8 o'clock is Nuggets Clippers. By the way, do we have information on who's on what tonight yet, Nelly?
What do you mean?
Who's on 92.5, who's on 950 as far as Avs and Nuggets?
Oh, my bad. Did I not put that on your
I
rundown?
do not see it on the rundown.
I must have
no.
a case of the Mondays, but I can tell you that the Nuggets game will be on 950 because that game starts later. So the Avs start, I believe it's a 7:30 listed puck drop, so they get the nod on 92.5. Nuggets will be on 950 at 8 o'clock.
So, here's the situation. I got a couple things I want to say about Porter, and David Adelman said this in the postgame about getting guys, quote, engaged.
I'll be honest. I'm coaching the game. So guys have to stay engaged themselves. These are grown men trying to win a basketball game on a team. So the guys on the bench can talk to them. Our assistant coaches can talk to them. When I had a chance, I talked to Mike, and I was trying to be communicative about what my thoughts were, how I thought he could get back in the game. And like I said, sometimes runs happen, and you go, I just don't know if we can take somebody out right now with the way the team is playing. And I'm going to say it again, like I've said last week. If Mike comes out and he plays and he's engaged defensively, he's knocking down shots, Michael will be out there, just like everybody else in that locker room. I'm going to keep saying it. I mean it. We're going to do anything we have to do to win a basketball game.
This is what should happen. It's very simple. Sometimes guys don't have it on a particular night, and another guy does. Well, then you play the guy who does. The only people that get this exception is, I think, Jokic and Murray, because their ability to get hot in a hurry could change at the drop of a hat. Now, Jokic is never off, so he's never going to be facing that problem. But again, going back with Jamal was 7 of 20 from the floor. Those aren't great numbers, but they were a massive 7 shots. Huge. You know, Jokic said something leading into the first game on what stood out about David Adelman. He said he's not scared to try new things, and he's not scared to give the opinions to the players. Let them decide because they are playing and ask questions, being open-minded. That's what he said. And I think some people look at that as a shot towards Malone. They just think it's a different personality. And to the Kroenkes' credit, like, that's why they felt like they needed to make the change when they did. Like, I love the way that Adelman's been handling this so far. With Michael Porter Jr., if he's not involved or he's off for the night or whatever the case may be, then he's out. By the way, Nelly, wouldn't shock me a single iota if Michael Porter Jr. plays 40 minutes and finishes the game tonight. Like, not at all. But it's just about, are you into it? Like, do you have it that night? He didn't on Saturday, and Russell did. And I still, like, I'm not going to do this all day because I don't know how. We're just at an impasse. There's nothing I can say to change your mind. There's nothing you can say to change mine. But whenever I bring up Westbrook, they're always like, there's somebody that wants to have a battle with me about, oh, yeah, he might have made a big play at the end, but if he didn't miss this layup and do this thing and do this turnover and blah, blah, then we wouldn't be in that position. I go, well, I just disagree. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I think Russell Westbrook was almost directly responsible, along with the other people. But, I mean, without him, you don't win that game. You don't. You played your two other bench guys a combined 19 minutes between Peyton Watson and Jalen Pickett. Westbrook played 34. Let's be honest. You went with a 6-man rotation, and you closed out the game with Russell Westbrook, and without him, I do not think you win. There is nobody, especially against a team like the Clippers, in which they have 3 and now maybe 4 really, really skilled and talented offensive players if you combine what Zubac has brought to the table now with his sort of post game that he has. Zubac was great. You need people to stick defensively. You need people to be pests and gnats. And God, I don't know if anybody on this team does it better than Westbrook. He makes mistakes. Adelman talked about it after the game. Listen.
Yeah, I mean, Russ is Russ. Defensively, he was absolutely incredible. He was playing free safety out there. I thought a lot of the reasons why the turnovers happened, even if it wasn't him forcing it, just the way he was roaming around and impacting the game, was great for us. And then offensively, a couple of times I thought he attacked. Maybe we could have pulled it out and executed, but that's what Russ does. He's going to play in attack mode. So I don't think he's going to change after 17 years. If he sees somebody in front of him one-on-one, he's going to attack.
It's a perfect answer. It's perfect. Here's what Adelman's telling you. Hey, guys, I'm going to live with it. Okay? I'm going to live with the mistakes because you know what Russell Westbrook does outside of some things that might frustrate you? Nelly, how many times do you see this? First of all, amazing defense, best defender on the floor on Saturday, no question. How many times did you see Russell Westbrook out of nowhere flying in to get an offensive board? Give you an extra chance. Give you a layup afterwards. Like, those little things, I think more than make up for mistakes.
And free safety was the perfect way to describe him. I mean, sometimes you see that on a football field where no matter who has the ball, no matter where the play is happening, there's one guy who's always involved in every tackle.
Right.
That's exactly what Westbrook was doing. Yeah, offensive rebounds, defensive rebounds. And sure, he's gonna brick some shots. He's gonna miss some maddening layups that will give you PTSD to the Minnesota game. But like you said, Adelman's saying that's who he is.
Yeah.
He's going to play at 1,000,000 miles an hour. He's going to get up in guys' faces. He's going to contest shots, and you got to take the good with the bad because that's who he is.
Okay, to stick with the free safety analogy, Westbrook is the kind of safety that's going to do this. He is going to smash people who run routes over the middle. Smash them. And sometimes he's going to go for the big hit, and he's going to miss. And it's going to turn into a bigger play than it should have. But when he makes the connection, he might jar a ball loose. Or here's a deep post over the middle. He reads it correctly. He can do one of two things. Play it safe, make the tackle, or try and jump the route and make the pick. Sometimes he's taking a pick six back to the house, and sometimes that thing's going the distance for a touchdown. You know what I mean? Like, it's just the way he's always been. Like, I'm not going to walk in here on a Monday, be like, hey, Moj, it's a big show. Let's not do your stories today. No, that's what Moser does. He tells stories. And sometimes they're bangers and sometimes they aren't. But we let him cook.
I would just love to poke the bear a little bit.
You have to let Russ be Russ. There's no putting that toothpaste back in the tube, okay? It is what it is. And I think the positives far outweigh the negatives. Maybe not every night, but most nights. Like the Minnesota game. That's where the negatives outweighed the positives. But again, I don't know what else to tell you. It's basically you and me are just going to be talking to brick walls if you disagree with what I've been saying. Because you aren't going to convince me differently, and I'm obviously not going to convince you. But I'll tell you this. He's absolutely necessary to this team, at least right now. If they make some changes in the offseason heading into next year, then maybe it's different. But right now, 1,000% necessary for you to win. Going around the playoffs, one thing that I saw over the weekend that I mentioned that this could be a problem. Everybody's just kind of riding off for some reason Minnesota's chances against the Lakers, and I get it. They got Luka now. I said they're taller and they're way more physical, and I think that can bother a team that's relying on guards. It's exactly what happened in game one. Because they got Luka putting up 37. They got LeBron doing LeBron things. But Jackson Hayes had 1 point in 8 minutes. And they said, we're going to go small. And that doesn't work against them. The T-Wolves are too big for you to try and go small ball against them. They will out-physical you. And J.J. Redick said as much after the game. You know, you combine that along with Jaden McDaniels playing really, really tough defense. I mean,
schematically,
You could have some problems. How about, by the way, Detroit? Everybody's sort of like darling pick for an upset in the first round was Detroit over New York. And they look to be on their way to stealing game one. And then they allow a 21-0 run in the fourth quarter. That translates directly to we're new here and we weren't quite ready for the moment yet. I mean, that's what happened. And then I looked at my television yesterday and I saw 82-38 as the score of the OKC and Memphis game. Disgusting. So a lot more to get to with these in a little bit. Obviously, a lot of Avs and Nuggets all day today as they play again. 7:30 on 92.5 is the Avs. 8 o'clock, 9:50 is the Nuggets. A lot more to break down with this as we go along today. You can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar. Also, that Altitude television simulcast in Safeway you can order online. They do the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway fresh foods, local flavors. Can also watch on YouTube as we're live every weekday, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Search Altitude Sports Radio. Subscribe to the channel today. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
What's up, Denver? It's Russell Westbrook. It's a double dipper rule tonight.
Top of the key over to Jokic. Got to score. Kick out in the corner. 3, Westbrook. Good! Russell Westbrook puts the Nuggets up by 2, and the Clippers take their final timeout of the night. Throws it back off over to Joker. 1-on-1 with Zubac. Kick out 3, Christian. Yeah! 2-possession game for Denver in overtime. 108 to 104. 0.9 seconds to go. Inbound to Jokic, and there's the horde. The Nuggets battle back from 15 down and take game number 1 of round 1. Final today from Denver. Nuggets 112, Clippers 110.
Hey, Colorado, this is Kale McCarr. It's a double dipperito.
Now Cale McCarr creeping in. McCarr hands it off for McKinnon. McKinnon lets a shot go. He scores! The Mac attack is back, Jack. Through center ice, down the left flank, across the Stars line. O'Connor trailers. Manson lets it go. Tipped in front. They score! Manson to Devon Taves, who is at the back post, and it's a laser from Taser. D to D. And now Logan O'Connor, who's had a magnificent game, pokes it ahead for Nathan McKinnon with an empty net. You betcha! For the second time tonight, the Mac attack is back, Jack. And the Avalanche look forward to Monday night for Game 2 with a 5-1 victory in their hockey bag.
First and foremost, hope everybody had a very happy Easter. I know we were dreading Saturday, being like, God, are they really going to play games at the same time? What a glorious day. I mean, what an amazing Saturday.
And the fact that we just had Russell Westbrook give us the double dipperoo. Can I hear that one more time from
Throw
Russ?
that out there, Nelly.
I mean, give it some run, for crying out loud.
What's up, Denver? It's Russell Westbrook. It's a double dipper rule tonight.
Yeah.
There is obviously a million things that we need to discuss from those 2 games over the weekend. Talk about game 2s for both of them tonight. Now, this is one of the conflict nights where Nuggets will be on 950 at 8 o'clock. Diaz will be on 92.5 at 7:30. But I want to give both of these teams their just due, which we will throughout the course of the show. But let's start with the Nuggets.
There are conflicts, there are conflict diamonds, and there are conflict nights.
It's a double dipper rule tonight.
It's another one. Vic, I was a little scared after the first quarter because it looked a lot like all of the issues that we saw all year. Couldn't get a stop, allowing a little bit of a run here and there. And then they ironed it out.
Well, you should have been disturbed. They gave up 35 in the first. It looked like every other game you've seen this season. 35, and most of them were right down Broadway.
Yep.
Easy drives. And then after the first quarter, here's what the Nuggets gave up. 18, 22, and 23.
Yeah.
I mean, if you do that, 18, 22, and 23, in fact, you would be hard-pressed. I challenge you, because I'm not going to do it. Go back and look at every box score from the regular season. When is the last time the Denver Nuggets went 3 straight quarters to give up 25 points or fewer?
It's been years. I think it's been years. At least, certainly not this year, Vic.
I'm not sure it's happened this season, where they've gone 3 straight quarters and not once did they give up more than 24 points.
By the way, Moser's trying to connect over in Dallas, so he'll be with us shortly. There's a couple of things.
So defense can be played.
Yes. And I'll tell you what. We'll save this for later. This is a different sort of aspect of that night because everybody's got their own feelings about the Russell Westbrook experience. He was fantastic defensively.
There are no feelings. I mean, I had somebody come up to me yesterday. Hey, man, that's crazy. I go, well, have you been watching basketball with him? This is what you get.
I'm saying the way that people feel about him, I've always been a Westbrook guy. Yeah. I've lived with the bad for the sake of the good. And I'll give you, here's the good. Porter didn't have it, which is another discussion that we need to have today.
Sure.
But didn't have it on Saturday. And Adelman, to his credit, goes, all right, fine. He doesn't have it. This guy is going in. He's going to finish the game.
Adelman doesn't mess around.
He does not.
He has said it from the get-go. His first press conference, he said, we're going to play the guys that are playing good basketball. The end.
Yep. And he plays Westbrook the rest of the night. By the way, a little stat from Jake Coyne that I think is interesting. Since 1997, Russell Westbrook is the only player in a playoff game with less than 4 minutes in the fourth quarter to have 3 shots that took a team from trailing to leading. He 3 times, including that corner 3.
He's the only Nugget who scored a basket in the final 4 minutes and 12 seconds of the game. 4 minutes, 12 seconds. Remind you, during that span, Joker missed 2 free throws.
Yeah.
Crucial free throws.
Yep.
And I'm like, oh, my God. 4 minutes, 12 seconds. Russell Westbrook, rebound layup. Russell Westbrook, rebound layup. Russell Westbrook, 3. The only 3 buckets the Nuggets scored in the final 4 minutes regulation were all by Russell Westbrook. And what's blatantly obvious is what the Clippers are doing. They're taking, in one instant, when he hit that 3, they took Chris Dunn and said, pretend we're playing 4-on-5. Don't even guard him.
Like, I truly, Vic, wonder. I wish he was mic'd up because he was saying a lot of things after he hit that 3. And it had to be something along the lines of keep leaving me open and see what happens. Because, look, you're so right about that. He's standing in the corner alone, and they basically said, if Westbrook's going to make that 3, then we live with it.
Have you ever played the sport of basketball?
Yes.
Have you ever had such an open look that no one is in the same zip code and everyone's just staring at you as you're about to shoot it?
Can I tell you a story about when somebody said to me, let the white boy get a taste?
I heard about that.
Yeah. That was the story.
That was the story. You're wide open, and they're yelling, let the white boy get a taste.
Yes.
And you're like, as a white boy, you're saying, I don't want a taste.
And I said, no taste.
Yeah.
I'm not into the taste.
I'm not good with taste right now. Let me tell you, especially with someone who's been struggling with that shot, there is no tougher shot than when you're wide the heck open and everybody's staring at you saying, go ahead.
I dare you.
You would rather have a hand in your face at that point.
Sure. Yeah.
And he made it.
So, look, we'll do more of the overall Westbrook stuff along with Porter, but for the entire team to play defense the way that they did after the first quarter, to put themselves in that position, really good. It felt like it was one of those games, Vic, that it was a lot of oh no, but a lot of hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like Jamal, I don't think was great in that game. He was 7 of 20. He was okay, but they were a huge 7.
Yeah.
Huge 7 made shots.
He only had 6 points at halftime and then came to play in the second half.
Yeah. But he's like, I think that sort of epitomized the game. It was a lot of times you weren't feeling great. Like forever, Vic, they just couldn't get a lead. They would get it within 2, within 3, and then the Clippers would make a bucket, and then you're chasing again. But finally, to kind of break that seal in the fourth quarter, it kind of reminded me of what we've known the Nuggets to be for a long time, which is they're going to fight. And I think that's what I was most excited about is they fought their asses off.
That resiliency doesn't just go away.
Yeah.
You know, there were 2 ways to look at game 1 and assess this series. You could say, well, it's not going to be easy. You relied on a bunch of turnovers by the Clippers to win that game, and you barely did. Or you could say, well, wait a minute. Our 2 best shooters really struggled shooting the ball. One was 5 for 17. The other one had 3 points.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen again, is it? So there's really 2
Jamal
ways
was
to
7
look.
of 20. Westbrook was 5 of 17.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, 5 of 17, 7 of 20 for Jamal, and 3 points for Michael Porter Jr.
Was it the first bucket of the game,
First
too?
bucket,
Yeah.
wide open, corner 3. And you're thinking, here we go.
I know.
Here we go. And that would be his last bucket. So, yeah, I mean, how do you want to look at that? Do you want to say there's no way that can happen again, or there's no way the Clippers can be that sloppy again? The one thing I've noticed about the Nuggets, when they play their best defense, so they don't have that sound, connected Oklahoma City defense.
Yeah.
You witnessed yesterday, you saw. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. You know, that sound, everybody knows what everybody else is doing.
I looked at the TV, and I was like, does that say 82 to 38?
I know. It was like a typo. So you're watching Oklahoma City play defense, and you're like, that is impressive beyond belief. So Denver's not going to do that. But when Denver plays chaotic defense and forces turnovers, that's really the only mode they can do.
Like Tasmanian Devils.
Yes.
Like that's all I was thinking.
And that's what Westbrook is. He said it after the game. He is truly an agent of chaos. He's there to blank things up.
Yep. Moj, welcome from Dallas. What a weekend. We're talking about the Nuggets. Give us your thoughts real quick.
My heart was beating the entire day. I'm not sure that I could have done my own game if the Nuggets had not won that game. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I see them, they're pulling and they're pulling and they're pulling and they're trying and they're trying and they're trying.
Would you have just called
and
in
then
sick?
I thought, what's that?
Would you have just called in sick at that point?
Yeah. Sorry,
Yeah,
Riker,
no
go
problem.
ahead. You got it.
You got it.
Yeah.
And then when they didn't get a shot off in regulation, I'm like, oh my God, how could you not get a shot off, right? They showed the fortitude, though, in overtime and got it done. I was incredibly happy. But, again, like you guys were just talking about, if they're going to win, or if they're going to play defensive basketball, it's going to look pretty damn ugly. It's not going to be pretty. Can it be effective long term? I don't know. I don't know if it can or not. But they certainly, excuse me, did not outscore their problems. I was watching, God, what stretch was it? They went 4 minutes and scored like 2 points or 3 points. And I'm like, dudes, what are you doing?
Right.
You know, that's not you. I understand you want to take care of the defensive side, but try to do a little bit of both. Maybe it's just not going to happen that way. Maybe I'm just not going to get my wish.
You said something, though, Vic, about chaotic defense that I think should be like their model.
Yeah.
Because they can't do it the other way. They can't play you straight up very well. Like, they aren't a very good defensive team like that. But I'll tell you, like, the two things that they can do, I think maybe the underrated play of the game was Christian Brown diving out of bounds to save that steal from Nikola Jokic.
That was like emblematic of the Nuggets night.
Yeah. Yep. It's just, you're just hanging on for dear life. But those are the plays they need. That one combined with, let's be honest, how did you win the game? The last time the Clippers had an opportunity to tie the game up with the game on the line, it came pretty easy, right?
Yeah.
Straight line drive from Harden, and he floats one in. Westbrook being just a gnat, a pest, a menace, jumping at the inbounds pass, I think shocked Harden, and he just kind of freaked, and that's how the ball gets out of bounds. But you're saying chaotic. Yeah. That's how they got to do it.
And I didn't expect Kawhi Leonard to be such a sieve. I mean, he had 7 turnovers by himself.
Yeah.
That key turnover that went off his backside where Jamal reached and knocked it off his hip.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even going to get into Jeff Van Gundy trying to play.
Oh, what is going on with that? Why does this happen? Why doesn't the league do anything about it? Why?
You know what's funny about it? Like, I bring this up, and some people just laugh. Like, oh, that was funny, right? Yeah, that was so good. It's not funny. It's not funny. What if an usher did that? What if a fan did that? What if a cop did that?
What if an owner did that?
What if a scorekeeper did that? What if somebody from the opposing team said no? Because according to the rule book, everybody keeps sending me this. Well, according to the rule book, if you catch the ball, you just have to give it to the ref. You don't have to give it to the player.
You don't get to play tug of war with the player.
You're not part of the game.
Yeah.
Hey, Van Gundy, you're not a player. You don't play. Okay, I don't know if somebody told you that, but leave the ball alone.
No, I know exactly why he did it. It's actually
they're waiting for a review.
It's frustrating, but it's pretty smart on his part. Well, waiting for a review, and Vic, he knows that Jokic is going to get the ball and throw it in before they're ready. And so he's like, I got to give my guys time.
It's the Mark Daigneault theory.
Yes.
It's coaches understanding that Joker works fast, and they're trying to prevent him from working fast. But what's not cool about it, there's no penalty.
I know.
There's no punishment. There's
got to be something.
So, and did you hear Dave Adelman after the game? We, as assistants, have to do a better job of helping our guys.
Yeah.
So from now on, when the ball goes out of bounds near the Nuggets bench,
play keep away.
Take the ball, caress it a little bit, maybe autograph it.
Yeah.
Hold on to it a little bit. Just take your time.
Well, you remember, was this when Kidd was the head coach in, was it Jersey, Brooklyn, wherever he was initially? Or maybe Milwaukee, when he had the guy run into him when he had the water in his hand to get a timeout for them to clean up the floor when he had no timeouts left. Like little things like that is just, it's tricky. So look, we'll get back to this in a second. Obviously, Avs, huge win. We'll get to that in a few minutes, along with it's a playoff ticket Monday. You want to go to Game 2 tonight at Ball Arena? Well, guess what? Keywords every hour on the 20s. Your next chance at a keyword in 5 minutes. Stick around. All right, there's one massive question heading into this game for the Avs. I think we all felt pretty good about where they were depth-wise. Another question was Landy going to play or not? The answer was no. And we'll get to all this after the keyword because we got another one. It's a Nuggets playoff ticket Monday. So if you want a chance to win a pair of tickets to Game 2 tonight at Ball Arena, very simple. All you have to do is text the word playoffs and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That is playoffs and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Nuggets.com/playoffs is your online home for the Mile High Playoffs. You can buy tickets there, see the schedule, anything else you need to know. But tonight's game, playoffs, in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Playoffs? We sure make things easy on people. I guess that's probably a good thing, right?
Well, you get some key words, yeah.
Yeah, but it's super easy. You don't have to jump through hoops. You don't have to get a cat to climb a pole or something.
We had a happy fan that won the tickets last week and showed up for that game 1, and what a game to show up for.
What a game is right. Now,
I saw the picture. I believe he took his son, did he not?
Yeah, he did.
Moj, the one big question that I had that a lot of Avs fans had heading into that game was, you feel good about your depth, you feel good about your goaltending, but Mackenzie Blackwood's never played in a playoff game before.
What a stud, bro.
How do you respond? An amazing
what a
intro.
Stud.
I don't know if you guys watched us or not. I don't know who you watched, what you did.
Of course I
What
watched
are you
you,
talking
Moj,
about?
of
Why
course.
wouldn't we watch? The game was after the Nuggets game. I watched the whole damn thing.
No, he was saying him or national TV.
I
is
would
what he
never
said.
not watch you
That's exactly
and Riker.
right.
Never. In fact, I watch you in your sleep.
I'm watching you right now. It's like my own little Truman show I got going on with you in your life.
Moshe, when you're not calling a game, I just pull up videos of you and watch you.
Yep. CCTV cams.
Yeah.
All right. Follow me around town, do you?
Yep.
Stoplight, grocery store, that
Watch
kind of
you
thing.
in every Texaco. You get those burritos.
But I was saying, his first save of the game was a massive save. The very first save was like, whoa. I'm like, well, he's into this mother now. I mean, hey, welcome to playoff hockey.
Test him early.
You're in it now, and he was absolutely brilliant. He was so good. Did you hear Peter DeBoer afterwards talking about, difference of this Avalanche? He's like, well, they didn't have Mackenzie Blackwood before.
He noticed it.
And the exact
Yeah,
quote
of
here
course
from
he
what I've
did.
seen is they're a deeper team than they were a year ago, and now they have Blackwood.
Yeah.
Hey, how about that Miko trade, fellas?
Well, hang on a second. Because
Hold on. Dude, I do not.
here's the thing with that I'm so encouraged by.
But remember, all of the people present company included, we were all shocked by it when it happened. But
Yeah.
the world fell off its axis the day he was traded.
I panicked.
We
I
all
certainly panicked.
We
Now,
all did.
Here's the thing, though, Moj. One common refrain from Avs fans for years, even the year that they won the Cup, they've said, God, they just aren't physical. Yeah, they can skate, they're fast, they just aren't physical. They out-physical Dallas, and they're faster than them. Like, if you
Dallas
have
is
both of those, good luck.
Yeah, they're not a big hitting team though, the Dallas Stars. They don't hit a lot. I don't know if they don't like it or they just don't do it. But it's not really their forte. It's not what they're about as a club. It doesn't define them in any kind of way. And so you're going to be able to use your legs. Now, that doesn't mean that the game's not tight, because it's very tight. But the Avs made their own space on Saturday night, and I thought they did a really good job attacking Dallas on the rush. And you see them crisscrossing and scissoring into the zone to try and and the Stars were letting them do it. I think it's a little bit, they let them do it a little bit what the Avs did to the Dallas Stars, but they try to create that initial chaos to get the Stars off of their defensive game plan and chase a little bit. And they kept doing it all night long, and so Dallas could never really get in that defensive rhythm. And 5-on-5, the Avs were, I thought, the much better club. I thought they were way better.
Well,
and the only goal the Stars got, of course, was a great redirect by Rope Hintz, but it was on the power play.
Well, and one thing that I wanted to mention was I want to say like concerns at all, but some things that I think you want to see a little bit better from the Avs is obviously the special teams. I mean, they had a 5-on-3 for, a minute 36 at the beginning of that game that they couldn't capitalize on, which I don't think it's a problem. They'll figure it out. But
it was a $1.24. I think it was a $1.24. Yeah.
But you look at the way that game started, I mean, it was tough. It's the playoffs. We all know how difficult this is going to be, but let's be honest here. Your first goal is a bizarre rebound, guy falling, puck goes back in, sort of weird sequence, right? Second goal is deflected muffin that travels just in the right spot from McKinnon that scores.
Playoff goals, greasy.
Yes. Third goal from Dallas to make it 2-1. Blackwood's stick is stuck in the net. He's kind of out there almost kind of naked, right? So bizarre way for the goals to be scored. Now the final ones for the Avs really nice, but still.
Should I ask him that today? Should I say, did you feel naked? I mean,
Yes.
when you're
Naked and
stuck.
afraid.
Naked.
Hey.
I don't think he's afraid, but he was naked.
That sequence by Blackwood, though, that you called perfectly, where he stopped 2 shots in a row on the right side, and all of a sudden the puck found its way to the left side, and you saw a wide open net. It was wide open. You're like, well, here's the first goal. And he slid. I mean, I don't know how he got there, but he got there. That was some of the most dynamic goaling I've seen in quite some time.
I don't know how these guys do it, Vic. I genuinely don't know how these best goalies on the planet do it. They make the push. They locate the puck. They're looking through their mask. You can't see crap. It's and he's a big guy too. So, you know, he's agile and fleet on his feet. It's just it was a very impressive performance overall. And then I think
He
the
won
best
the game.
part
Is that going too
Yeah,
far?
he did.
He won the game.
No, I think he did. My favorite part of that was him stoning Mason Marchment right between the circles.
Yes.
He made a brilliant save. Now, it went off his oblique, so it got him through the 7-hole, but he got there, and he had to flash, to try to square himself up. Went off his oblique and then wide of the post. But Marchment was all by himself, and to stone that guy point blank was fantastic. Now, again, we talk about guys that you're not going to like. As number 27 for Dallas, is he starting to work his way up that list?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you this much, Moj.
Who's 27?
Remember, no numbers, Moj.
Who's 20?
Names, not numbers.
I just said
Who's 27?
I just said they stoned Mason Marchment.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And then, aren't you glad? I say that because you may be watching the game and go, I hate that guy. Well, who is that guy, number 27? Mason Marchment. I just talked about him for 5 friggin' minutes.
I understand.
Moj,
Hang on.
we don't call play-by-play. We don't know the opposing team's numbers all the time. Sorry.
You could have been talking about somebody else after Marchment too.
We're
We're clarifying.
It's
all just clarification.
You can give me every damn number on the roster, and I'll ask you, who's that?
Now, I'll tell you this.
Well, the reason I say that is because not only was he taking some liberties with Avs players, but he drew that one penalty off Manson where he throws his head back.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I'm gonna die. One of those kind of deals, and you're like, come on, dude, come on.
Two things.
Lindgren went over and got a piece of him after that. Say, hey man, stay on your skates.
Two things real quick. Audio from Bednar after the game talking about his new number one goal. Well, not new, but new this year, number one goaltender in the playoffs.
I thought he was outstanding. Yeah, I did because I thought we were doing a really good job 5-on-5 on the defensive side of it. Certainly we have some things we can clean up, but I think their power play and the way they attack the net and get around the net, it gets super dangerous. We had a couple failed clears on our penalty kill that led to some chances against, and they're grade A chances. Then we're trying to do the right things net front, but bouncing pucks, lots of bodies there, and they came up with a few of them and put them on net, and Blackie was huge. So he allows us to keep the game at 0-0. That was a big first playoff game for him, no question.
I think that's an excellent point by the coach, is that the defensive zone coverage and bouncing pucks and that sort of thing, and a guy like Marchment finding himself all alone in the slot, you want to try to reduce that as much as possible. And nothing drives a coach more crazy, and me up in the booth calling the game more crazy, than when you have the puck on your stick and you don't use your legs. You're not using your legs to find space and to get the puck out, right? You're just sort of willy-nilly throwing it. up in the zone to try to get it across the blue line. So you're throwing it up the boards, but there's a guy waiting for it. You throw it up the middle, but a guy picks it off at the blue line and keeps it going. If you get it on your stick in the defensive zone, that puck has got to get out, and you've got to get the ability to make a change. And I thought there was a little bit too much of that, throwing it up the ice and throwing it up the middle of the ice. You need a little bit more oomph, a little bit more, hey, man, let's get the legs going and let's use our teammates and let's get it out appropriately.
Vic, what you mentioned earlier, there was a sequence that I really enjoyed. And I thought I was going to have this feeling when the game started, and I did. So it's an early power play for Dallas, and Mikko's at the near post, and he tries to backhand flip one right in front of Mackenzie Blackwood, blocked. And he's like dropped down to a knee, and then EJ throws the old stick right across the neck sort of move. I really enjoyed that. I did. I don't like Mikko in that sweater at all.
Well, it's interesting how silent he was and really had no impact on the game. And here we are, months later, and for all of the hubbub about that trade, the Avs could not find themselves in a better place. Now, series isn't over. He could come alive. But there's no denying, Avalanche fans, the depth that you enjoy today. You have not seen that depth since the Stanley Cup season. And that depth is a direct, not an indirect, a direct result of trading away Mikko Rantanen.
Well, let me go through this, Mose. You tell me what these players had in common from this game, okay? Ross Colton, Kivi Ranta, Brock Nelson, Val, Sammy G, and EJ. What did they have in common?
They didn't register a point?
The only ones that did not register a point for the Avs in game one.
But EJ laid the first lick on Rantanen in the game.
Yep. I wasn't criticizing them, by the way, Mose.
No, that
I
just
was
shows you
doing that to tell you, it's easier to name the guys who didn't have points than the guys who did.
Well, 12 guys did have a point. Rantanen's coming down the left wing, and he's going to dump it down deep, and Eric Johnson comes up and bam! I mean, stands him up, right? And Mikko can take a hit pretty well and still stay on his skates, but and then he had what I thought was a seminal moment in the game. He and Makar bumped shoulders pretty hard going off on a change. And it wasn't like a, hey, buddy, it was like, hey, F you type of bodying up, right? And I don't know what kind of message, he's trying to send to the Avs or the Avs are trying to send to him. Who knows exactly how you want to categorize it. But if you're wearing that uniform, it doesn't matter if you guys were friends before. It doesn't matter if you guys, did this and did that together. It's now you're the enemy. Now I want to get you, and that's just the way it's going to be.
By the way, Bednar was asked in the postgame about the moves that McFarland made and seeing them in action in their first playoff game.
I can't say enough about the moves that he made, like to sort of revamp our team. So they put us in the best, it's never easy winning regular season. Playoffs, it gets even harder every single round. And I think that they put us in the best possible chance to succeed, that we feel like we have a good team. And it's up to us now to go play our best hockey for, 2 weeks at a time, as far as you can possibly go, and try to reward the organization for giving us those players.
Sort of weird hearing a GM and a head coach on the same page.
Yeah.
I mean, that's wild.
Okay, Captain Sarcasm. Okay.
Isn't that crazy how that works?
I feel you.
Whoa. Isn't that crazy how more effective that would be for the franchise if...
Oh, when you have things that you like to play to, and then the GM tries to find you the right things to play to it, and the coach is on the same page with how he wants... Yeah.
Isn't that crazy how it works great when the GM knows what the coach needs? And vice versa?
Organizational cohesion.
Isn't that crazy? And then all of a sudden, isn't it crazy when you make a trade of a great player before it's too late? Isn't that crazy?
I thought
isn't that crazy how that works?
Yeah.
Like, you're going to trade him and raise eyebrows because it did. But you're savvy enough to understand that those raised eyebrows, they're going to lower later.
Yes.
Because you know how important it is for the makeup of your team.
Although
see, the eyebrows go up, Brett, and then the eyebrows
come down.
They'll come back down.
Yeah. I mean, you cannot
Nico Harrison
rest.
thinks that's going to happen at some point with the Mavs. He goes, they're in a permanent state of raised eyebrows. And he's like, oh, just give it time. Our defense.
Are you talking about Nico Harrison? There's an article on ESPN.com today on Nico Harrison on the behind the scenes that led to the trade of Luka. A little more clarity. This guy, this Nico Harrison, and not to go off subject here.
Did it involve booze and psychedelics?
This guy is the most power-hungry salamander I've ever seen in that position.
Wow.
A suit who considers himself more important than the star players. That's exactly what he is. And if you read this article, you will freak.
Well, Vic, let's be honest. When's it ever gone the wrong way for somebody in a front office thinking they're more important than the players on the court? You know what I mean?
Well, it goes back to like
never happens.
It goes back to even that Van Gundy thing. Let the players play. Let the players decide the outcome. You're not playing Jeff Van Gundy.
I'll give you a perfect example. How much better were the Patriots when they decided that Belichick was more important than Tom Brady? Like, it was just super simple. Every single
It's in every single sport. The players make the impact. They play.
Now,
real quick though, speaking of a player who made the impact on Saturday, I thought Charlie Coyle was great.
yes.
I thought he had a great first playoff game for the Avalanche. This guy, he's played the most playoff games on the entire team.
Yeah, it's over 100, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like 113 or something, 118. He's played the most playoff game, or 122. I mean, he's been around, man.
I know that last
And
goal didn't really matter, Moj, but it was pretty. Little tic-tac-toe, bing, bang, boom, Bogdan, Bagdan,
from
Big
Drury.
Dog. Yeah,
from Drury. It was terrific. But Charlie Coyle, even without that goal, had a whale of a playoff game.
Look.
Bagged on.
He didn't do anything.
Neither of these games were perfect, I would say, but it shows that both of these teams can match the intensity of the moment and not get swallowed up by it. And at least from the Nuggets perspective, that they are going to fight on their way out, right? There was people that thought when they fired Malone, maybe the team just says, you know what, let's just pack it up and go home then. And they obviously have not done that. So a lot more to get to in just a little bit. Keyword again, a reminder to you guys, it is playoffs in your first and last name. Playoffs in your first and last name to 303-504-0925 for you to have a chance to win a pair of tickets to Game 2, Nuggets and Clippers, tonight at Ball Arena. Back after this. The double dipperoo turns into the double winneroo on Saturday, and you got a chance for that same thing to happen tonight. The difference is this. You're going to have to be multi-screening it. 7:30 is the Avs, well, whatever it is, 7:38 or whatever. 7:30 broadcast time for us here on 92.5.
Let me go on record and say.
And the Nuggets are going to be on AM 950 at 8 o'clock.
On the record. Can you put me on the record?
You're on the record
Nelly,
now.
can you get me on the record here? You can write this down. Hell, record this. I want to be put on the record. I don't like conflict nights in the playoffs.
Yeah, it's not fair.
Not only do I not like them, I detest them. I want to campaign against them. I want to fight the people that set them up this way. It's not fair to the city of Denver and either fan base. Now, I know there are people saying, well, hockey fans aren't necessarily basketball fans. Phooey on all that. If you live in Denver, I don't know about you guys, I openly want to root for both teams and watch both teams.
Yeah.
And the fact
When was the last time? When was the last time an adult human, I'm dead serious, used the word phooey?
Well, you just heard it.
I know, but that's like the first time. I
long.
swear to God, dude, at least a decade and a half, 2 decades maybe.
Yes.
I'm not even kidding.
Phooey.
But it's appropriate.
Phooey
I'm just
on
saying
the
it's
NHL
appropriate.
and the NBA for putting Denver in this kind of bind. Because I know what people are going to say. I know, hey, Boomer, just throw up your other...
No, but you need the focus.
No,
Now
the
the focus.
You boom it.
Soft.
What did you say? You boom it? Did you say you boom it?
Yes.
You boom it.
Hey, it's not
Vic's
right.
got 5 big booms for you. How's that sound?
On Saturday, you got to sit there, enjoy the Nuggets, and then you got to sit there, enjoy the Avs. It takes the joy out of enjoying when you have to force feed yourself both at the
No,
same
you're right.
time.
And it's terrible.
And by the way, the puck drop essentially here in town is going to be at 52. So basically 8:52 Dallas time.
Yeah, they'll start around the same time.
7:52 Denver time, then the Nuggets will tip off 8 minutes later.
Sucks.
It's a bunch of
Gross.
It does. It does sucks. It does.
I want to get back to both the Avs and Nuggets in a second.
Would you watch a program? I brought this up with Altitude Management. We have the rights to both games. Would you watch a program, Scott Hansen style, where you have both games up on the same screen and you're just flipping back and forth to key moments in both games, and you're having a couple dudes just talk about both games, hockey
So it's
and
a split
Avs.
screen.
Yeah. So it's a split
And they're
screen,
just jumping
and then
back
you
and
could
forth.
and you could bring one up if there's a key moment, right? Take the other one down. During commercial break, if one remains, you take the other one, bring it up.
Oh, that would be cool.
Well, if I'm trying to watch them both at the same time anyway, I guess, yeah, probably. If I'm trying to watch them both, because I'm not going to be able to focus on each one. I'm going to be focused on one for one reason, and then, and then I'm going to go over here, and then, I'm back
That's
over here.
my idea to KSE. My idea is we own the rights to both games. We do our own red zone with both games.
I'd say yes, but the only thing that takes away is I like hearing Moshe call the
You're
game.
going to still hear them.
It's just low.
Oh, yeah, you're going to
Just
hear
low,
them.
I got
You might talk over them on, hey, let's go back to the Avs.
Okay.
I'll
No,
replay
I'm
this.
into this
Oh,
then,
let's
yes.
go back to the Nuggets. Did you see that?
Texture says it's called picture-in-picture. Modern TVs have it. I have
shut up with your
I
picture.
have the picture-in-picture
we all have
thing
it.
on my DirecTV. I have it.
No.
But even if I do like the side-by-side screen, there's one that's smaller. It doesn't take up the full screen.
It's about focus.
It's flawed.
It's about focus. It's about focus. You want to focus on one.
I like it. I like what you suggest. Do it.
It's too late to pull off. It's too late to pull off now.
Yeah, can't
Too
do it
late.
now.
You should have thought of that like 2 weeks ago.
Well, at least I'm thinking.
You know what? It makes a
Barely.
good point. I'd watch that, but only if Jesse Trujillo is commentating for both games.
That would be outstanding. Seriously, that would make it next level.
Oh, he got it. Home run.
And there he goes. And he turns, spins.
We'll get back to the
Home
Nuggets.
run.
And God, I wish Goodman would have a call like that. Mickey Moniak. Home run.
Home run.
By the way, I want to get to some of the overall playoffs because they were mostly awful yesterday God, like every game, NBA, NHL was terrible until like late at night. You got a good one between Minnesota and Vegas. You got a good one between Golden State. But I got to say something. I mentioned this earlier. Everybody is like, it was a sweep, I guess, for all of these prognosticators that the Lakers were going to take care of Minnesota. And I said, there's a physicality aspect to this when you're a guard team.
What did I tell you? What did I say last week? I said, who do you want to win that series? Doesn't it feel good to see the Lakers lose?
Of course it does.
For all of you out there saying, no, we want to see the Wolves lose. No, you don't. No, you don't.
See, but
you want to see the Lakers lose.
Hold on.
Always.
We're not going to relitigate this. But again, it's not about wanting the Lakers to win because I like them over Minnesota. I wanted the Lakers to win because you can beat the Lakers and you have a very difficult time against Minnesota. As the Lakers found out, by the way, in game one, because they decided the only big guy they have on that roster is Hayes, essentially, and they played him 8 minutes and goes, all right, we're going small. Well, how'd that work out with the size and physicality that Minnesota brings to the table?
The most emblematic possession of that game, I think it came in the second quarter when Minnesota made its run. LeBron had Rudy one-on-one and decided, watch this, I'm going to take him to the hole. He did, and Rudy just swatted that crap out of there, and it led to a three the other way. They're just too big for him. They're too big for L.A. They're too physical for L.A. And watching L.A. cower like that brings me so much delight.
Yeah. Well, between that game, it's funny. You always wonder, Vic, you're one that brings this up a lot. Hey, how does a young team respond to the postseason being there for the first time? Mm-hmm. And sort of like the sexy upset pick was Detroit over the Knicks. And guess what? Detroit had it.
They had the game.
And then they allowed a 21-0 run in the fourth quarter. Maybe that is the rookies, Moj, or not rookies, but the young team not quite understanding the moment.
Moj, I don't know if you heard this, but Anthony Edwards, say what you want about Ant-Man, he gave indirect props to Denver after that game, after that win in L.A., so they beat the Lakers, and somebody asks him, if you've ever been to a game in L.A., by the way, let me say something, all right? A Lakers game in L.A. It is the most, how should I term this? It feels like you're going to a Broadway play. That's
exactly a plastic fake. Yeah.
It's not a real crowd. It's not like I've been to arenas where it's crazy. Utah's crazy. Portland's crazy.
It's a poser. It's a poser crowd.
It's a joke of a crowd in L.A.
Yeah,
it's all the celebrities. They're not. They're just sort of. They all want to be seen.
And people
that's
do
what
it for their Instagram, not for their passion.
And that's what L.A. That's what the Lakers crowd is. So somebody asks Anthony Edwards, wow, you guys really came to play. You weren't intimidated by this crowd in L.A.? Here's what he had to say.
How did you stay locked in and do that, especially in an atmosphere like this, and especially when Luka got that big half-court shot?
I wasn't out there for the half-court shot, but, I mean, in an atmosphere like this, it's easy. It's easy for me, man. I've played in Denver, man. Denver is a tough place to play in on the road, so, I mean, it was nothing.
Yeah. Lakers.
We'll say
it's nothing.
Ant does almost go out of his way to praise Denver and Joker. He does give credit where credit's due. As much as you might dislike him, he gives credit.
What a great compliment to Denver, though.
Sure.
And the fans here. And I'm telling you, I've been in every opposing arena. The Lakers, that arena is terrible.
Yeah.
It is terrible. You know, the one thing that was missing the other night, Saturday, at Ball Arena, Moj, I said this. You know, it's funny. The Clippers are playing the Nuggets, and when the Nuggets score, the crowd goes berserk. When the Clippers score, you hear nothing. That's the difference between the Lakers and Clippers playing here. Because if the Lakers were playing the Nuggets, sometimes you can't tell who scores.
Sure.
Right?
That's correct. Absolutely.
They travel better than they are at home.
I don't know how to put this, but the Memphis Grizzlies do not belong in playoff basketball. I don't know what the score was at one point, but it was like 79-36 or so.
Moj,
what was
I
it,
saw
Brett?
82-38. Dude, that's
what I saw.
That's an embarrassment beyond. You know, they've also been run through the ringer.
This is just ridiculous.
They've had to play a lot of games with those play-ins, so they're tired as hell. But Oklahoma City, you got to give them credit too. They said, all right, let's just go ahead and lay the groundwork now and prove to them that they have no chance in this series. Oh, and
they
by
had
the way,
they had a 32-point halftime lead, Vic.
Oh, by the way, MVP voters.
Come on, man.
MVP voters. SGA was 2 for 10 at halftime, and OKC was up 33, 35?
I was just going to say that. they were destroying Memphis. And Shea had like 2 buckets and a half. Like destroying them.
Is there a better way to translate what the MVP, what kind of value you put on a certain player when I'm going to ask you guys, if Nikola Jokic tonight goes the first half 2 for 9 or 2 for 10, are they winning or losing the game?
Rocked. They're getting rocked in that game, yes.
Is there any chance that if Nikola Jokic went 2 for 10 that the Nuggets would be up 30 at halftime? Is there any
chance in heck?
No.
Zero.
I mean,
No.
what are we talking about now?
Well, just quickly, because Moj, not just on the NBA side, the NHL side, what's the series that you're following the closest outside of your own, obviously? Which one has your piqued interest?
Oh, golly. I think Vegas and Minnie probably. That Toronto and Ottawa one, Toronto just beat the snot out of Ottawa. I had that as an upset, and Toronto just beat them up yesterday.
Vegas and Minnesota was a good game, by the way, last night.
It was a very good game. There was an empty netter with less than a second left on the clock, but it was a 3-2 game all the way until that moment.
Yep. So I want to jump back to the Nuggets. Shams, by the way. He had some audio.
I think it's Shams.
Shams. Had some audio. It was a message that Jokic delivered to the team after Malone and Booth were fired. So this is still with 3 games left in the regular season heading into the postseason. And it's, I think, Jokic taking on a bigger role. Like, maybe this could also lead to Jokic being a bigger part, a bigger voice within the organization. We'll play it for you next. I don't like this. You're an early mic pusher. I don't like that.
Because I forget to push it. That's why. As soon
You turn
as
your
I see
mic
it,
on like 30 seconds before this starts, and then I get nervous. I feel like I can't breathe
but that's
for 30
because
seconds.
I forget to push it properly, so I push it.
I say naughty things sometimes, though, when mics aren't on. And then
Listen,
when you do that, I get scared.
I like to push it real good.
Push it real good.
Mm-hmm.
Some audio here.
Vic, know your role.
Know your role.
I'm not
know
the,
your role
I'm not
and
the
know
music
who you
guy.
are, and
Yeah.
don't be touching buttons. Don't be.
Not bad.
Just stop.
We'll have another keyword in 20 minutes for a chance for you guys to win a pair of tickets to Game 2, Nuggets and Clippers tonight. But in the meantime, Shams on ESPN talking about Jokic and a meeting he had with the players after the firing of Malone and Booth.
Anything with this Denver Nuggets organization, it starts and ends with Nikola Jokic. And shortly after Josh Kroenke, their owner, informed the team that they were dismissing Michael Malone as head coach and Calvin Booth as general manager, I'm told Nikola Jokic spoke to his teammates, told them, we have goals this season. This year is not over. We have to stay together as a unit and get the job done. And for Nikola Jokic to speak up like that, sources in Denver tell me that they see a player that's fully comfortable now in his voice. They see a player that understands his power now, not only to yield it, but to also influence his teammates and impact his teammates and show them that, listen, there's a reason why I'm speaking up. I feel like we have a shot. One person in Denver told me if Nikola Jokic felt like we didn't have a real shot, we wouldn't be hearing from him like this.
Here's the thing. I asked you this when maybe a day or two after the move happened, Vic, with Malone and Booth. Is that when you come into the league as a second-round pick and you have worked your way, you've built your way up to this megastar that he has become, it's a different thing than if you're the first overall pick. Like, you might feel like you have some power just when you walk through the door. And I think that letting Malone go might force Jokic into the I'm in charge sort of thing. Like, I can take a much bigger vocal role.
Maybe this is their way of pushing that on.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, because I think it would be really easy for Jokic to still look at Malone as if he is the father figure in charge of everything, right? Because that's how it was when he first got there. But now he's kind of thrust into it. How many more times have we seen, by the way? I just saw it again this weekend. They cut to timeout. Nuggets are on the bench, and Jokic just got the clipboard in his hand, and he's drawing something up, and he's barking at players. Like, I think that this could change some things.
Well, again, I think for years we've heard that the Nuggets have wanted Nikola Jokic to be more vocal. They've wanted that. They've desired it, especially your star player, especially the best player on earth. And this has sort of forced his hand.
Yep. Totally.
I mean, this is what it is now. He is the pseudo player coach.
Sure.
And it's great to watch. Now, is he totally comfortable in that? Maybe not. But I think players respect him enough to understand that what he says goes, especially when it comes to strategy, Moj. Like, if he sees something, are you going to doubt Nikola Jokic?
Well, no. Is there anybody on that team who has a higher basketball IQ than Nikola Jokic?
Dude, Anthony Edwards.
Pretty damn.
Sorry, Moj, just quickly to your point. Anthony Edwards, the last time they played in Denver, said Jokic was putting guys in position before an inbound because he knew the play we were running before they even inbounded the ball.
Yeah, so but there are some high IQs on that team, don't get me wrong, but he has the highest, and they all know it. Everybody on the team knows exactly what he's talking about, so of course they're going to listen. Plus, he's the best player on the planet, so that in itself is going – I mean, he could be a dunce, but he's the best player on the planet, so they're going to listen. So it's just the way it has to be now. And I like that he's 30 years old now. He's not some 24-year-old kid. He's not, bouncing around under Malone's, quote, tutelage and all this. He's his own dude, and now is the time to take command and take over. And I like what, at the very end there, what Shams was saying, is that because he believes, he's going to help them believe. Look, if the big fella is putting himself out there like this, then he thinks we can do this. And so I think we should think we can do this. And there you go.
Vic, choose your own adventure here. I got more audio I want to play, but you choose where we go next. I got Jokic on Van Gundy stealing the ball from him, and I got Adelman talking about Porter.
Well, let's start with Adelman and Porter because I
Okay.
think strategically that's going to have a deeper impact on tonight's game and this entire series.
I'll be honest. I'm coaching the game, so guys have to stay engaged themselves. These are grown men trying to win a basketball game on a
All
team.
right, stop right there for a
So
second.
the guys on the
I
bench
can't
can
really
talk to
stop
them.
and start.
Oh, you can't stop and start? Sorry.
No. Nelly, can you pull that up and then we can take it back from there?
Sorry about that. I love, and I'm sorry if you've heard me say this before, I love when a coach is asked a question about players and how to rotate players. And I love when the coach essentially puts it back on the player and says, these are professional athletes. They're grown men. If they can't bring intensity and effort, what are we doing?
Right.
What are we doing?
It's quite literally the least you can do every night is just do that.
If your coach at a professional level, Moser, we hear this all the time. Well, coach obviously wasn't saying the right things. What? Saying the right things? What, do you want him to be a poet laureate? Do you want a hype man, a ring announcer? Is that what you want as a coach?
There's got to be a certain amount of self-motivation.
I mean, my God.
It doesn't matter how good the dang coach is. You have to have some personal interest in playing hard and playing well. Period.
At
End of
every
story.
level, at any game, at any point in the season. A coach can remind you, sure. But if you have to have a hype man to get ready, there's something wrong. Sorry, go on.
Guys have to stay engaged themselves. These are grown men trying to win a basketball game on a team. So the guys on the bench can talk to them. Our assistant coaches can talk to them. When I had a chance, I talked to Mike, and I was trying to be communicative about what my thoughts were, how I thought he could get back in the game. And like I said, sometimes runs happen, and you go, I just don't know if we can take somebody out right now with the way the team is playing. And I'm going to say it again, like I've said last week. If Mike comes out and he plays and he's engaged defensively, he's knocking down shots, Michael will be out there, just like everybody else in that locker room. I'm going to keep saying it. I mean it. We're going to do anything we have to do to win a basketball game.
If Porter
what
comes,
did I say?
Go ahead.
Real quick. What did I say last week, even before the Avs began? I said, look, man, the time for hand-holding and ego scrubbing, all that stuff is done. You know, now's time to play to win, period, end of story. I was talking about Jared Bednar. He made it a point to say, look, I'm going to put the guys on the ice who give us the best chance to beat the Dallas Stars that night, period, end of, that's it. And so no matter, if it's between the pipes, if it's up front, it doesn't matter.
Most sometimes it's hard in pro sports because you're not only coaching the player, you're coaching the salary. Does that make sense?
Sure.
You're coaching the salary. You're
it's
coaching.
ego.
Yeah,
You're
coaching,
managing egos.
Exactly right. And you're like, wait a minute. How do I not let these guys who are making most of our money play the game? They're the ones who make most of the money. But if you're David Adelman right now, you got nothing to lose.
Well, and to Porter's credit, this has happened to him before in the postseason, and he's always been like, cool, whatever you think is best.
And this is where Michael's been able to shake things off. He's gone through these valleys.
Yeah.
And he's gone back to peaks. And he's gone back to valleys. So I'm not implying that he's toast, he's done. I wouldn't be surprised if he finds his way back.
I would not be shocked at all if Porter plays 42 minutes tonight. Not at all. If he's in the game and he's making shots and he's
Michael Porter Jr. is not a bad teammate.
No.
Okay? He's not.
He's not a disgruntled guy who makes noise if he doesn't play. He's never done that. But I'll tell you this right now. Moj. If they can get the Porter who was confident before the All-Star break on that 3-game stretch where you went 39 points, 36 and 30.
Yeah.
3 straight games, 30 plus. If they can get that Michael Porter with that confidence, not necessarily that production, lights out.
Well, this is what I appreciate about Adelman, though. Like, here's another quote. This is a question that was asked to him by Adam Mares. He said, I talked to Mike. Mike's fine. Reality of it is this. We're going to play the guys that are going to play well in that game. He says, believe me, there are multiple times when they changed their defense. I was like, I can't believe we don't have Porter in the game right now, standing in the corner. But you have to go off field. I thought defensive intensity and energy won us that game. He goes on from there, but he's just like, he's not going to play the favorites thing.
No,
he's not going to do it. It's just if you're playing well, you play.
You go off field in those moments, and that's where you can kick rocks, analytics. Seriously, analytics can kick rocks. If you're a head coach in this league and you see what a difference defense makes during the course of a game, and, well, the analytics tell me I should. No, screw that. You go by what you think is right.
By the way, what did you guys feel about one curiosity I had heading into that game was what is Adelman's rotation going to look like? And it was a lot of Westbrook, obviously, because he finished the game.
Yeah.
A little bit of Peyton Watson. He played 14 minutes. And a tiny dose of a 5-minute stretch from Jalen Pickett.
Little tiny dose.
Essentially a 7-man rotation.
Well, what if I
it
told
was
you?
Pretty tight.
What if I told you we talk about the lack of depth on the Nuggets roster? What if I told you the Nuggets bench outscored the Clippers bench 23-13? Of course, the bulk of that scoring was Russell Westbrook with 15. But still.
But they did.
They outscored him.
It's funny you mentioned that, Vic, because Moshe, I just looked at the names of the bench players, the guys who came off the bench for each respective team. On one side, you had a lot of Westbrook, little Watson, and tiny bit of Pickett. On the other side, it's Batum, Derrick Jones Jr., Ben Simmons, and Bogdan Bogdanovic.
Did you see?
Like, names that you recognize that have been veterans in this league for a long time.
Bogdanovic was useless.
Big Don, Bagdon, Bogdan.
He was 0 for 3, 0 points. Derrick Jones Jr.,
Bogdan, Big Don, Bagdon.
What was Derrick Jones Jr. doing did you see him he wound up to punch Joker?
Yeah, I did. So they got into a little tussle. Well, I don't know. It's just trying to get positioning. And Jokic turns around and Moj, he does one of these moves. As Jokic turns his back, he goes like this. Tenses up balls up a fist and then stopped himself.
What are you going to do?
Try it.
Did he realize for a second? Did he have half a second of oh wait, I've seen what happens when people challenge this guy? Maybe not.
Try it. In fact, I triple dog dare you. Going straight to the triple dog dare like Schwartz did. Hey,
I don't, because Jokic would respond and then he gets suspended and we can't have that happen.
Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, but I mean, it would be the last thing that Derek ever tried in the NBA in that regard.
Well,
I mean,
adjustments
but nobody's tried him since that time before.
Okay,
nobody's really tried him.
Let's work both sides here. Adjustments from both teams. What adjustments? Let's start with the Nuggets. What adjustments do you think the Nuggets make tonight? Because let's be honest, they had to work their tails off to win that game.
Okay, can I tell you something that was weird to me? They had a few possessions in crunch time of that game, whether they're trying to get the lead back or maintain the lead.
Too long to get into the play.
But they had multiple possessions where Joker didn't touch the basketball. And that can't happen.
Too long. They had a 1-point lead, and on 5 straight possessions with a 1-point lead, they just took too. Do you remember that one sequence where they kept getting offensive rebounds?
Yeah.
And every time they got an offensive rebound, they held it. I'm like, let's go.
Yeah, get a bucket.
But what? Tell me, what would you do? What market correction, if any? You won the game, but it took everything to win it. What would you do if you're the Nuggets tonight? Anyone?
Well, here's the thing. They played really good defense. And so, I'm not... Outside of the first quarter, they tried the zone. I don't think the zone was working. The zone just didn't work. So I don't think they come out the gates and do that again. But, I mean, we could just go to try and get Porter more involved early.
When the Nuggets were so successful, everybody moved all the time. They were cutting. They were moving. They were not stationary. And I thought I saw too many possessions in that game where guys were too stationary. And so when I look at the very end of that game, Vic, and not being able to get a shot off, and Jamal is double-teamed really at the three-point line, right? Which is sort of what stalled everything. It's not just the guy picking up his dribble when he shouldn't because he's being double-teamed, he's got nowhere to go. It's other guys presenting themselves as an option for Jamal Murray. They go hand in hand. Stop with the stationary stuff. I want to see guys moving all the time.
All right. Defensively, I would do one thing. I would blitz James Harden every time he touched the ball.
Yeah,
I would blitz him every time he touched him. I would bring double every time. I would just say, I'll take my chances with somebody else.
Hang on.
The foul on Christian Brown where he did the sweep thing, the upwards. God,
don't let him play one-on-one.
We'll
take it out of his hands.
We'll continue this. Get to the Avs on the other side, along with another key word for your chance to win a pair of tickets to Game 2 tonight. Stick around.
It is playoff season in Denver, Colorado. Dan Kaplis Law is the official law firm partner of the Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. They are playoff teams because Dan Kaplis Law wins. Dan Kaplis Law wins in record-setting ways. Serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need Dan's help today, give him a call. 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551. Or hit him up, dankapleslaw.com.
It's a special playoff ticket Monday, and you can win a pair of tickets to tonight's game 2 against the Clippers at Ball Arena if you text NUGS, N-U-G-S, and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. It's NUGS and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Your online home for Mile High Playoffs is nuggets.com/playoffs. Buy tickets, see the schedule. Anything you need to know is right there. But again, NUGS and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. So I want to just throw this in here. Maybe we can get to this a little bit later because I'm going to stay on the playoff train. But Adam Schefter has just said something that I think is interesting as we are heading into the first round of the NFL draft this week, that a lot of teams have shown almost no interest in trading up in the first round. However, here's the quote from Schefter on ESPN. There has been, however, a lack of teams willing to trade up, at least so far. Denver is one of those. The Broncos have made inquiries about moving up in round one, according to sources. And to me, it's
got to be for a running back, does it not?
I would think it's about Genty, but who knows?
You always want to, just because you put the word out doesn't mean you're going to do it. You make a threat, right? You
totally
just want people knowing that you're ready to, you're mobile.
Yeah.
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
Do you think it's interesting, though? Just, again, don't got to spend too much time on this now, but interesting report there from Adam Schefter.
Okay, so maybe that's basically, well, if he does drop a little bit, we could see ourselves getting to there to get him. Should he be,
That's
if he
what I
drops
think.
and he's available.
Yes.
Not that, hey, we got to get to 6 or we're screwed. That kind of thing. So it's one of those, yeah, we could do it if our guy happens to drop to where we want him to be. It's more palatable to move up, because to go from 20 to 6, that's going to cost. That's going to cost you a lot.
I think you're right.
A lot.
I think you're right.
So, by the way, have you guys seen Jeff Legwold's top 100? We've talked about it incessantly for the last 2 months.
I have not checked it out yet.
I've got it right in front of me.
Where's the first quarterback on his board?
Well, let me tell you. All right. Travis Hunter's the first player off his board. Number 1 ranked player, according to Jeff Legwold.
Makes
Abdul
sense.
Carter is second. Ashton Genty is third. Tyler Warren, the tight end out of Penn State, is fourth. Now, remember, when he ranks his players, he doesn't rank them where he thinks they're going to get drafted.
He ranks them by who he thinks the best player is.
Just out of pure value. So, as I go down the list, let's see. First quarterback. We're through top 10, no quarterbacks. 12, 13, no quarterbacks. We're now approaching the 20th pick. There it is. Number 18th valued player on Jeff Legwold's top 100, Cam Ward, 18.
Where does he have Shador?
Shador Sanders is, according to his list, 32nd.
Okay.
32nd.
And again, he gets this is when the hate mail comes in, the hate texts or the emails and that sort of thing. How could you possibly have that quarterback? So this is just the players, regardless of position, 1 through 100.
I mean, listen, Shador is not going to drop to 32nd, but that's just the value that he has on him. That's it.
So, jump back to that in a bit. Here's one thing. Again, I think the biggest thing out of playoff game number 1, Moj, we'll talk about Landeskog not being there in a second, but the biggest thing for the Avs in their first playoff game against a very tough Dallas team is, how is your goalie going to respond to his first ever experience in the postseason? Hey, Coach, how did he respond?
He was outstanding. Yeah, I did, because I thought we were doing a really good job 5-on-5 on the defensive side of it. Certainly we have some things we can clean up, but I think their power play and the way they attack the net and get around the net, it gets super dangerous. We had a couple failed clears on our penalty kill that led to some chances against, and they're grade A chances. And we're trying to do the right things net front, but bouncing pucks, lots of bodies there, and they came up with a few of them and put them on net, and Blackie was huge. So he allows us to keep the game at 0-0. That was a big first playoff game for him. No question.
I want to remind people of something. Again, we did this on Friday heading into the weekend, Moj. Take yourself back a year and think about what the conversation was surrounding the Avs as they entered the postseason, and how big that everybody had a freak out about goaltending and their confidence in it. And do you go to a backup? Remember, we were like, I think you have to start Juice in game 2. Remember that?
Yes.
That's how bad it was. Now, to Georgie's credit, he settled in and played pretty damn well for the rest of the postseason after that initial first game. But for you to get your first taste of playoff experience and play the way that Blackwood did, which was massive saves, especially early, to not put yourself at a deficit, huge.
I think, again, it matters. I think that having that experience does matter in some capacity. But there's no doubt in my mind that even with guys being confident in their ability and so on, you got to get that first one under your belt, and you gotta feel good about your game. I can't think of a scenario where he would feel better about his game. The only puck that beat him was a deflection that if he had his goal stick, maybe he gets a piece of it with the stick. I don't know. It was a really good deflection by Hintz down into the ice that bounces up and through and or over him, I should say. It was a terrific deflection. But he played so well. And he saw that first shot, and it was a huge save right off the bat. So I think that he's going to have nothing but confidence. And he admitted before the game, Vic, he said, you know what, they're after the game, but he said it's a little nerve-wracking, little nerves there, but excitement more than anything, and he came through with flying colors.
I have two takeaways from that game. Number one, a little constructive takeaway. The Avs need to be sharper on the power play. I thought Dallas had the more dangerous power play, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
What was going through your mind or your gut when the Avs failed to execute the 5-on-3 early?
I think back to what Joel Quenneville used to say, that if you don't score on your 5-on-3, you're going to lose.
Yeah.
You must score on your 5-on-3. Now, they also got a double minor, and they scored in the first half of that, which was good. Dallas has, coming into the postseason, the fourth-ranked penalty kill in all of the National Hockey League. They've been their power play middle of the pack, but their penalty kill has been really good all season long. So it doesn't surprise me that, and it did stink toward the very end, but that's when they're in their 7-game losing streak. It didn't surprise me to see them sort of lock things back down a little bit. They chase very well. They get in lanes very well, do the Dallas Stars, and not necessarily in terms of blocking shots, but deflecting pucks and intercepting passes. Yeah, but you can't force the issue. Just like the Nuggets can't force it at the end, Vic.
Yeah.
They tried to force it to Marty Necas in the circle too much. It just wasn't going to happen, so get away from that.
Second question. Landy, what's up?
Well, I don't know. I mean, he skated with the team in morning skate. He stayed out late. I don't know what's going to happen today. Skate's not until noon because the damn game isn't until almost 9. Imagine that. They're not going to drop the puck until almost 9 o'clock in Dallas. I mean, how dumb is that?
The
Landy,
thing that I've heard,
what's up?
The thing that I've heard about Landeskog,
yeah,
at least a thought that a lot of Avs fans have, is, hey, maybe you make that first game, Game 3 at Ball Arena, to give it an extra pop inside that place. And I can see the reasoning, but Moj, if you feel like he's one of your top 12 forwards, you aren't putting yourself at a disadvantage for something that's coming in Game 3, I wouldn't think.
My question is, did they not play him because they feel someone's better or because he's not ready?
That's a great question. Look, the coach is going to be incredibly vague about this. He said that every player that's on the roster was available to play in Game 1. And Landeskog did not play. Again, is that because is he really available, or is it because, hey, man, I don't think he's one of the best 12 forwards we could put out there right now. He's not. Yeah. He's not. His game is not to that point.
And don't misinterpret.
I don't feel he's sharp. I don't feel he's sharp enough. I don't feel he's whatever enough.
Don't misinterpret me. You keep winning. You keep taking care of business. I don't care who plays. This has nothing to do with a personal agenda for Gabe. It was just a curiosity more than anything.
Well, no, agreed.
You keep winning. I don't care who plays.
I got Nor. Or maybe you didn't feel like Game 1 was something you wanted to throw something new in there, right? Like you've been playing pretty good hockey. Maybe you get a little bit of a rhythm. Maybe if the Avs if they go up 3-0 in the series, what a great time to throw Landeskog in to get his feet wet, right? Like maybe you just didn't want to do that directly out of the gates when the team's been playing well and you're shuffling lines and trying to find chemistry with another new guy at this point. Maybe.
Well, there's probably going to be a spot open tonight. Ross Colton does not leave playoff hockey games for no reason.
Right.
And Ross Colton left that game with a lower body injury. Now, again, he was going to be reevaluated yesterday. There was really no discussion about it. I doubt that he's going to play tonight. I doubt that he'll even be on the ice for morning skate. We'll see, I guess, when I get over there. But but there's going to be a spot open. So who takes that spot? Is it Landeskog? Is it Miles Wood? Is it Jimmy Vesey? Who's going to give the Avs the best opportunity? Whoever does, I will say this, they're going to bust their hump.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're really going to – they got to go hard. And they're going to be excited to be able to play in the postseason when they were a healthy scratch 2 nights ago.
See, I tried to put myself in like Bednar's position where you're making a lineup and you have, at least going into game one, you had the incredible luxury of an entirely stacked deck, right? You had more good hockey players than you could put on the roster. And so you're trying to figure out, how do I do this in a way that I think is most effective?
What a wonderful problem to have, by the way.
But he's probably sitting there, and I think there is a part of this, which is, I know what these guys can do because I've been watching it for months. I have no idea what the Landeskog thing in a real game situation is going to look like, and I'm sure that makes him a little bit hesitant just to pull the trigger, right?
And game one's too important.
Right. I think that he was thinking, let's just ride with the chemistry and what we've been rolling with the last couple of months. We've been playing really good hockey and just have that out there at least initially.
But you also know how superstitious hockey folks are. How long do you continue with that strategy?
Yeah.
But now, hey, the Colton injury.
He was just talking about
Yeah,
it.
but like, when will we know if he's available tonight?
We'll know this. We'll know this morning if he's at morning skate.
All right.
Well, at noon, my time, 11 o'clock your time, yeah.
But what Moser's saying, I think this is true. Colton ain't leaving a playoff game unless something really, really hurts, right?
Yeah.
So I would be shocked if they're just like, yeah, Colton's fine. He's playing tonight.
What a devastating turn of events for the Stars, not having Robertson at that time. Oh, my gosh. What a void.
And Miro Heiskanen on the back end. I mean, that's a really big turn of events. Did you hear what Peter DeBoer also said? Because I was in both news conferences Saturday night. He also said, and I don't know whether this bodes well or not. I'm trying to decipher it, how it's going to affect his team. He said, that's the best game we've played in 3 weeks.
Wow.
But they
lost 5-1.
But they played well, Mo.
Yeah,
I know how
they
did.
They did. You know how that works. That was a close game. I mean,
it was a close game.
It wasn't a 5-1 game.
No, it was a 2-1 game, and Blackwood had to make some really big saves.
Yep.
But he said it's the best game. Can the Stars play better than they did in game one? I guess they can, yeah. But it's also, again, with the way they've been going and with they've lost 8 games in a row, which is crazy, right?
Yep.
But you've earned a home ice advantage on them. There's no doubt in my mind. So you're kind of playing with house money now tonight in game number 2. There's no doubt in my mind, though, that Dallas is going to come out tonight and they're going to be rip-roaring ready to go.
What's going on with the lights on the staircases? What is this,
man.
Christmas in April?
Dude, it's what they do.
Have they always done that?
Dude. Not like that.
No, they have
like
not
that,
always done that. No, those are. Listen, I don't care how you decorate your house. I don't care, but it just seems distracting. It looks weird. Like, what do we? Why are you doing that?
Don't know, Vic.
I walked in the other day.
What is it?
And some of the lights were red. Some of the lights were red as well. It looked like Christmas. It did. It looked like it was Christmas in April in Dallas. That's what it looked like.
Reminder to you guys that the key word for this hour, it's a chance to win a pair of tickets to Game 2 at Ball Arena tonight. The key word is NUGS. N-U-G-S. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Give yourself an opportunity to get your butts to the game tonight, Game 2, Nuggets and Clippers.
Does it surprise you that the Clippers are a favorite tonight?
I don't
care. Does that surprise you?
At this point, it doesn't matter. I mean, listen, man. Listen. One thing about that series that you have to understand, the Denver Nuggets beat a team that had not lost a game since March. The Clippers had not lost a game since March. They'd beaten everybody. And they finally lost.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder, finally losing, if maybe deep down they're like, maybe we may have to try something different. Are they going to suddenly second-guess themselves? Because they were in control most of that game. Let's not mince words here. The Clippers were in control.
Yep.
I think you could see it on Tyronn Lue's face too when they lost control of that game, where he's like, "Oh God, this isn't good." I could see it when they would flash to him in front of his bench, and he's kind of doing, you could feel the tension rising on that Clippers bench.
Well, I'll tell you what. You get to the end of that fourth quarter, you see some of the faces of the Clippers. They knew that the Nuggets were coming. Now, here's the thing that I guess it's my fault that I didn't quite realize. Haven't been paying enough attention to the Clippers, I guess, this year. So we came into the series, we're like, hey, James Harden, Kawhi Leonard, Norman Powell, really talented offensive players. They got 4, actually. Zubac's touch around the rim has gotten so much better this season. So much.
The big fella ate. He ate pretty well in game 1, Vic. He ate.
By the way, he is officially a finalist for Most Improved Player.
He should be.
Christian Brown did not make the final cut.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, he did not make the final cut.
But Zubac should be because he's gotten
it.
a lot better on the offensive side. A lot.
He was incredibly efficient.
Also, really nervous there for a while when Jokic was in foul trouble. He basically had to just
that third foul in the first half, yeah.
Just had to let Harden blow by him a couple of times without much resistance because it's like I'm not.
Is there nothing more frustrating than when Clippers guards just blow through everyone and just go unencumbered?
Yeah.
And that's part of what the Nuggets make up. The Nuggets are not Joker's not a shot blocker. It's not what he is. He's not a rim protector. So you have to do other things to prevent that. You have to stop guys at the perimeter. You have to junk up your defense at times, which is why I say be a little more liberal in sending a double team at Harden.
Sure.
Don't even give him the opportunity to. I will live and die with Chris Dunn shooting. Hell, I'll live and die with Zubac shooting.
He's an incredibly difficult cover, though, because if you give him an inch of space because you're worried about getting blown by, then he's going to knock down the three.
What cracks me up is everybody says this. Just make him go right. He's a lefty. You don't think
he's a professional scorer.
Guys. You don't think James Harden knows that the opposing defense wants him to go right?
Yeah.
You don't think it's been sort of a claimed his entire career?
Yeah.
Do you think one day he wakes up, oh, wow, they want me to go right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious that even if he had to go right, I think he's going to be effective. Lot more to break down with this in just a couple of minutes. Again, that key word, NUGS, N-U-G-S, and your first and last name to 303-504-0925 gives you an opportunity to win tickets to the game tonight, Game 2, Nuggets-Clippers at Ball Arena. Back after this.
Hey guys, how old are you? And how are you feeling right now? Do you have a decrease in libido? Are you putting on a little weight? Less productivity at the gym? Maybe a little sad, depressed, brain fog? You could have low testosterone. It happened to me, and I did something about it. Went to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and they helped me out in a big-time way. Maybe they're going to help you as well. And I ask you about your age because early to mid-30s, guys start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every single year. Happens gradually. Before you know it, you're like, man, I just don't feel the same as I used to. Well, do yourself a favor. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on the website. 10 simple questions with yes, no answers. Schedule a consult. I'll be in next week. Maybe I'll see you there. They're going to draw your blood, have your results within 30 minutes with a Colorado licensed medical provider. They're going to go over everything with you. The $99 appointment includes the consult, the T and the PSA test. It's all great. You're going to have higher energy levels, better gains in the gym, sleeping better. All that is out there for you, and most men wait a year or longer. Don't do that. Don't wait. Call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or do like I did. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Vic, you have a public service announcement?
Public service announcement for those of you driving the Metro Denver area listening to our radio show. Honk if you're listening. Thank you. Colorado enforcement officials. Thank you. Right outside the office.
Jesus.
It's been a long while, right, since the days of COVID, where the liberty that we have taken, and I'm not sure if all of us have taken this liberty, but many of us have, where you're driving around with expired plates because you either A, forgot, B, too lazy, whatever. Like my daughter who goes to college, KU, her plates are expired. I've got an appointment today to go get her plates. They are pulling over expired plates now as if there's a party getting started.
Yeah.
So if you're driving around, just for your own, understand, it ain't a free pass anymore. You are going to get pulled over if your plates are expired.
That was bizarre when you're driving around and it's like plates are 2 years expired. You're like, what's going on there?
I think I saw a plate from 1962.
I remember I got mine, and it was only because it was the first time I had to do, what's that little test, the test that you got to do?
Drug test?
No. The thing with your
Pee
car
test?
Urine test.
You got to pee in a cup.
Blood test. SAT?
The carbon test or whatever.
Emissions.
Your car's,
Oh,
the emissions test. Yes.
Jesus.
I've never had to do it before. I had to do it last year, and it was easy. It was about 5 minutes. I hated every second of it. Couldn't stand it.
Well,
I'm like, leave my car alone.
Free pass is over. It's over. Apparently, they're just going bonkers now.
You go to get your emissions test, and you turn the corner, and you see the line of 537 cars, and you're like, oh, man.
It's over, pal.
Okay. Where I wash my car, man, there's an emissions test right there, and I always see people out all the way to the street. I'm like, oh, man. Nightmare City.
Anyway,
It's
good PSA. Few things. Number one, it did have a feel in that Nuggets game that the Clippers, as I think most teams would try and do, were really selling out to try and win game one. It looked like they were throwing everything at you. Now,
can I tell you how important that win was for the Nuggets?
Oh, it's huge. I think if they lose that game, they lose the series.
Close to 80% of winners of game one of the first round of the NBA playoffs, best of seven, go on to win the series. Not going to say that holds true every time.
Well, I think
held true last year.
I think a lot of that has to do with game one is usually at home with a 1 seed versus an 8, and that probably helps too.
Sure.
But for the Nuggets, if they lose that game on Saturday, I think that they're losing the series. It's just too difficult to try and overcome.
They won it, and it still feels like an uphill climb.
It does. You know,
they're a dog tonight, man. They are a dog going in to this game.
Doesn't it feel
Whereas the
hard?
Avs are a favorite in game one. The Avs are a favorite in game two. I find it very interesting.
Do you think it's maybe this is a part of it? You guys felt the same thing I did too. The second time that Jokic went to the bench, you're like, get him off. Get him off right now.
Well,
he
came back early.
Well, I know. And we were all like, yeah, that needs to happen. The issue becomes this. 46 minutes for Gordon, 46 for Joker, 48 for Murray, 45 for Christian Brown. It's a lot of minutes.
Everybody's playing. It's the playoffs, man. Did you see how many minutes Jimmy Butler put up for Golden State yesterday? I mean,
Hold on. We all kind of said that had an effect in Game 7 against Minnesota last year.
No, what had an effect in Game 7 is that you played the minutes during the regular season beyond reason. That they were fatigued going into the playoffs.
Joker and Jamal averaged the most minutes of their careers this year in the regular season. Now, Jamal missed a lot of games, but
I get you. Listen, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Here's what happens when Joker sits. Oh, I gotta rest him, man. It's a long playoff. Oh crap! Get him up.
No, I think you get.
Come on, you know that inner turmoil.
Vic, you do what you got to do. I'm just saying, it's a lot.
Do you know why?
It's just a lot.
Do you know why? Do you know why I laugh so hard at that? Because those are my exact emotions. Those are my Brett. I mean, it's like Vic and I have morphed into a dude. Like, yeah, I'm like, yeah, get him a rest. Then I'm like, oh, for God's sake, get him back in. Get him back in. I panic like that. Thank God I'm not a head coach in the NBA with Joker on my team, because I'd play him probably till he puked or passed out. That's what I would do. Look, man, I understand it, but it's the playoffs. You do what you got to do to win. End of story.
I wonder if things look differently tonight. I know Porter's kind of the major story because he only played 26 minutes, and it was right. It was the right decision. I wonder if you're still going to see the same thing kind of off the bench.
I want to see Michael, and everybody's going to break it down to, is he making shots or not? It's more than that. I saw more than just not making shots.
Yep.
There was a fast break opportunity in the second half where the Nuggets got the ball and they're pushing it up, and he had the ball in his hands. And he stopped at the three-point line. And I thought he could have just kept going or shot it. And he pulled up, and they restarted their offense. And it just didn't feel right.
Right.
It didn't look right. It looked timid to me. And that's not who he is. We know that he's been focusing on going to the rim more. So for me tonight, watching Michael early, I don't care if you make your first shot. He made his first shot the other night, three-pointer. Let's see what you can do with physicality inside.
Yeah.
Guys, they're going to get up in you. Do you know what it's like to get up in you? They're going to get up in you a lot.
Can't say I've had the pleasure.
Up in you.
You will. So you got to play through that physicality, man.
Well, yeah. And he's just such a hard thing to predict what you're going to get out of Michael. I will say I don't think this happens multiple games in a row. I think that he's probably around the same minute marks as a lot of the other starters. Now, they have an opportunity, or they have the ability to play Westbrook the way that they did. And I'll tell you this. I don't know how else to say it. I'm pretty sure that in this series specifically, you need Westbrook to play a lot because of what he does defensively, because of how crazy, and the word you use, chaotic he is. I think he has to play quite a bit because you need it.
Hey, man.
We talked about that, though, before. We talked about that on Friday, that he does play with chaos. And when he plays with chaos, Vic, you're going to take the good and you're going to take the bad in regard. Hopefully it's much more good all the time than it is bad, but that's what you're going to do, right? And so I don't see, number one, any other way out of it. And number two, I don't have a problem with that at all. I want to cut down on the turnovers, too. Yeah. I want to cut down on turnovers.
The turnovers were fine. The turnovers were fine. They forced 20. They gave up 11. That's fine. That's a 2-1.
To Moser's credit, though,
I'm talking not the number. It's when.
Yeah,
hey,
but no, man.
Ahead.
If you gave me that ratio for tonight, 2-1,
totally fair. You said, what would I change from game 1 to game 2? And I had a hard time with the question, honestly. Mm-hmm. I'll tell you one thing that I would absolutely change. Jamal, no more behind the back stuff. Just pass the ball.
Yeah.
Pass the ball.
Yeah,
don't be lazy with those. Like, he got picked off, I think 3 times in pretty big situations because it were just lazy little, throws like this or behind the back.
Vic. They were late in the game where
to
you
Moser's
needed that
point.
Possession.
Yeah.
Yes.
I got one. You got to make
That's what's stuck in my mind.
Free throws. They missed 6 of them, and those could have been devastating.
Well, luckily the Clippers did too.
Yeah, the free throws missed. When Joker missed both of those ones late, I was like, whoa. That doesn't happen too often. And the Nuggets still persevered and won the game. The other thing that I think the Nuggets need to focus on tonight, if I told you, and this is why I'm optimistic. Some people are like, wow, it took everything to beat the Clippers. You had to come from behind. Yeah, and here's my but. If I told you that the Denver Nuggets shot 43.5%, would you think they won or lost the game?
I think they lost the game.
Lost.
This is a team that had the best shooting percentage in the NBA because of how easy it is for them to score. They won a game in which they were held to under 50% shooting.
Yep.
They won a game in which they were held to they were single digits in three-point makes. I don't think they're going to shoot that bad again.
Me neither.
That's my point. Is I think that they played well enough to win that game. I don't think they're going to shoot that poorly in game number 2. Now, again, the Clippers had something to do with that. I thought at times their defense was really, really good. like I said, the Nuggets were stuck on how many points? Like 38 points for a long time.
Did you see what
Then
they were
got to,
doing,
like,
Joker?
40. Then they missed a free throw, and I'm like, golly, it's like pulling teeth to get the ball in the bucket.
Well, Joker finally figured it out. I mean, every team does something different. So what they were doing with Joker, he would dribble, and as soon as he picked up the dribble, boom, here comes the double.
Yeah.
Sometimes a triple.
Mm-hmm.
They would send somebody from the opposite side as soon as he picked up the dribble. So they showed their hand. All right, there's your first hand. Now what are you going to do? Joker's a computer. He can reprogram things. He knows it's coming. He knows it. They know it's coming. I'm very eager to see how the Clippers counter that tonight.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. We got keys to the game coming your way in just a couple of minutes. We have one more keyword that we're going to dish out at 9:20 as well. If you want a chance to win a pair of tickets to Game 2 of Nuggets and Clippers tonight, we'll have that for you in about 20 minutes. Stick around. Another double dipperoo tonight, and why not find a way to make it a little bit more interesting if you don't need to, but it's fun. Jump on that Circus Sportsbook. The Avs tonight, minus 140 on the money line as they take on Dallas in Game 2 in Dallas, and happening right here in our own backyard with the Nuggets. Game 2 at Ball Arena. Nuggets 1-point dogs. The over-under, by the way, 218.5. You're going to find that and all the live odds, all the game props, everything you want on the Circus Sportsbook. Best odds in the game, tight money line splits, and excellent customer service. Download the app right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dude, you've never seen that? You've
No,
never seen
of
Boom
course
Goes the
I've,
Dynamite?
no, of course I've seen that. It's just funny because they lost, TNT lost their play-by-play. I forget which game it was, but just for like a couple of minutes lost their play-by-play guy, so the sideline dude was trying to do it.
In basketball?
Yeah.
Hey, dude, what's with the TNT hockey folks not sending their broadcasters to the venues?
They were there. Kenny Albert was there.
They were not in Canada. There was a lot of complaints that they didn't send them to Canada for those venues.
Oh, I don't know. I've seen them do that before, where ESPN and
the tariffs
across that border.
I don't know. You're talking about the Winnipeg game? What are you talking about?
There are complaints being waged about not sending their crews to the games.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, I know nothing about that. I know they've done that in the past, but we had, in Dallas here, I'm sure Kenny's going to be here today, and Eddie Olczyk and Brian Boucher, they're all here.
Lauren Jabbar is going to be here tonight for the Nuggets game. Old friend LJ.
What are you saying? You want to try and get her on or what?
Wait, so is tonight's game on TNT? I can't remember. By the way, for those wondering, we carry all the first-round games on Altitude. So if you want pregame, postgame, and all that business Altitude, we've got it for you. The national
Plus,
feed.
you want our broadcast if you can, man. You want your home team.
For as long as you can get it, because that goes away in the second round. So first round,
correct.
The home team broadcast exists, and then it's all national in the second round. Yeah, so tonight, TNT and Altitude have the Nuggets, and for the Avs, it's ESPN and Altitude.
Moshe, did you do, I can't remember, during COVID, did you do remote play-by-play?
Yes, we did it from upstairs at Altitude.
That's right, yeah. Was that awful?
Yeah, it was less than ideal. Yeah.
Well, it seems
It's
miserable.
a little delayed.
All the bubble and everything. Yeah, it was tough. It's called a world feed, and you're at the mercy of
their
mercy of those, their teams and what they give you. So how do you focus on your guys when you're getting whatever the St. Louis Blues put up, and you see a whole lot of Braden Shen. You're like, I'm tired of looking at Braden Shen. I want to see Braden Shen.
Yeah, Connor told me that Forsland and his analyst did the Jets game from Atlanta. They didn't go to Winnipeg. And you know what? I almost don't blame him. Who the hell wants to go to Winnipeg?
Well, I would if the Avs can beat the Dallas Stars.
Well,
I mean, I'll go anywhere you. If you're getting me to round number 2, I'll go anywhere you need me to go.
Anywhere in the world.
I have to go to what's the place
Siberia.
in Ohio? What? No, what's the
Dayton?
Dayton.
The worst
you have to
place
go to
on
Dayton,
earth.
Ohio. Okay, I'm from Dayton.
Remember that guy called the show? We had a guy call the show and say, "You're exactly right. I'm here right now.
I'm in Dayton." What do you say? You take two to
sucks.
the head on the way to the gas station or something like that, right?
Mike. Well, I think his name was Mike. I think his name is Mike. He presented a very grim picture of day-to-day activities in Dayton, Ohio. It was not fun.
Hey, question surrounding the Avs, Moj. Ross Colton leaves the game, lower body injury. You have to think it's a pretty severe-ish injury at least, that he's not going to be playing tonight anyway, if he left game one.
Yeah, the game wasn't completely undecided at all. I mean, you know what I mean? So it's not like you had a 5-1 lead, you take him out because he's, something doesn't feel right
rest,
or whatever.
Yeah. No, that's not happening.
I don't remember the play.
Yeah.
Do you remember the play?
I don't remember the play either. No, he was throwing his body around pretty well, Vic. He had some big hits. We couldn't find any exact play where, man, that looks really bad, or, boy, he tweaked himself on that. We never saw any of that. So, I don't know what it could possibly be. But Ross Colton is a guy who has got a ton of postseason experience. We know he's a good player. I mean, he scored a cup-winning goal when he was in Tampa. I mean, this guy is a gamer, man. He's not going to leave unless something is really wrong.
That begs the question. I know the answer is I don't know, but handicap it for me, Moj. Colton's out. Let's just go ahead and assume it. I give you Landeskog or the field. That means Miles Wood. That means Jimmy Vesey. That means all the other guys that would be available to jump in for an absent Ross Colton. How do you handicap?
I love how you do this. I know I've given you an unanswerable question, Moj, but I'm going to make you answer it anyway. And then when you say I don't know, I'm going to say to you,
I already said I don't know on the front end.
moron.
I already said
You're a friggin' moron.
He's asking
You're
for
a
your
friggin'
opinion.
moron.
No, this is an opinion show.
I said, would you take as Colton's replacement tonight Landeskog or the Field? That's all I'm asking. You can be wrong, by the way. Being wrong is totally fine.
Okay, how about this? If it's between Landy and Miles Wood, I would put probably Miles Wood out there right now.
Okay.
If it's between Landy and Jimmy Vesey, I'd put Landy out there right now.
Okay.
Again, Landy's got to play at NHL speed, NHL playoff speed. I'm not saying you're protecting him from himself or anything like that. He can play the game of hockey. We've seen him play the game of hockey. Can he play? I mean, is he up to speed enough overall after nearly 3 years off the ice to play in a playoff game against the Dallas Stars?
And sometimes you're protecting him from himself, right? It really is a question. Do you want to put him out there if he's not ready? And that's a coach to decide. David Adelman said something when he was asked about MPJ not playing. And I thought he made such a great point. So MPJ goes to the bench, and there are 40 minutes that go by in real time where he had not touched the floor.
Yep.
And he said, sometimes as a coach, you're protecting the player too, because how hard is it as a shooter to come in after you're sitting for 40 minutes? That's not fair to him.
It's like being a pinch hitter. Yeah, it sucks. Really difficult to go out there and
So
produce.
that's a tough call for Bedsy to make. It's a tough call.
Well, and this is
by
why
the way,
this is why I mentioned this. Go ahead.
He wants to keep. I mean, look. He also wants to try to keep everything from the Dallas Stars. He doesn't want to give them even one iota of information, and I don't blame him. It was pretty interesting to me because they've listed now Dallas, Merrill Haskinen is day-to-day. Well, their coach said before the game on Saturday he hasn't even taken – he's skating with the group, so that's a positive sign. The next step would be to take contact. Well, he's not going to – he's not going to take contact this morning. So when is he actually going to be available? I don't know when he's going to be available.
He took contact in the Eagles game.
No, I'm talking about Miro Haskinen.
Oh, Haskinen.
Okay?
Sorry.
So, but he's listed as day-to-day because he kind of wants to throw that question mark toward the Avs. And the Avs want to do the same exact thing toward the Dallas Stars. You don't want to give them any information. You don't have to.
Well, this is what I mentioned earlier regarding Landeskog. And this is just, I don't know. This is the way I feel. It's how it has to be. I don't think there's any question whether Landeskog's ready or not. I don't think that's the discussion right now. He's ready. He played 2 games with the Eagles. He played on back-to-back nights. He was fine. He came out of that, went straight to the Avs, started practicing with them. I don't think this is a matter of health-wise, is he good to go? I think he is. I think the battle that Bednar's having right now, and it is an interesting one, I think it's pretty safe to assume that Landeskog is one of your top 12 forwards on the roster. He was a really good player 3 years ago, but he hasn't played in 3 years. The question then becomes for him
when he's up to speed and he's ready to play at NHL level. Yeah.
Well, Moj, this is what I'm getting at. I think he's there, or he's going to be as close as there is. Right? There's no more work to do. The work's done, and now it's time. But the issue I think with Bednar is this: it's the playoffs, and the luck of the draw that you had was an incredibly difficult team right out of the gates. You're on the road. We were playing good hockey before this. They were struggling a bit. Do I want to take a flyer on an unknown, or do I rock with the thing, at least initially, that I know, which is these guys? Yeah. I think his issue is he just doesn't know what Landy looks like on the ice yet, and so he's going to go with the known thing, at least initially.
We all have an affinity for Gabriel Landeskog. We all are rooting for the story. We all are. Human nature. But I want to win first. Yeah. And if the coach thinks this is the easiest way to win.
But does that make sense, what I'm getting at here? Is that he's just going with the known thing?
The best way. Yeah. I think it's entirely fair. Do you know what you're going to get out of Miles Wood if you put him on the ice?
Sure you do. Yep.
Yeah.
Same thing with Jimmy Vesey. Yep. Same thing with Vesey. Same thing with everything else. Landeskog is legitimately the only unknown on this team at the moment.
I know,
but the other part of this, Vic, is you don't know until you play him.
Right.
Now, you can tell through practice. You can tell the speed there. I mean, he looks the part. He's acting the part. He skates like he skated before. There's no hitch in his giddy-up. When I watch him skate, I mean, and I'm not looking at the numbers, obviously. Yeah. I know that's him. I can tell who he is by his gait, by the way he moves. So he looks the part.
Moj, I know he took a couple penalties. I'm not too bothered about it, but it was so nice to see Josh Manson back on the ice. That heady play, that pass he made to Taves, D-man to D-man for that goal.
Yep.
Dude, Manson's just a
How
smart
good was that?
player.
How good was that?
I love his game. I just think he brings us a grit. And again, with that kind of mentality, you're going to take penalties. It's going to happen. You're not going to be happy all the time, but whatever. I love having Josh Manson back on the ice. I think that's an underrated return there.
The Marchment penalty, where he went off for, quote, interference. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think the puck was at Marchment's feet, and he got the stick up, and he got him right here. No neck, no chin music, right here. It was more of a glove anyway. Gets rung up for interference, and Marchment does this. What does he do, Brett? Oh my God! He does one of those, and you're like, man. And so that torqued off Ryan Lindgren. He gets mad at him and says, "Hey, man, what's your malfunction?"
Yeah.
Right. This is the Stanley Cup playoffs, dude. They called it for interference. I don't mind that at all because Manson brings that nastiness. He brings that rough and tumble stuff, and he can throw him if he needs to. Whatever the situation is. And he's got more of an offensive game than we give him credit for. You're right, Vic. The vision on that, I thought it was a shot. It absolutely was not a shot. It was a perfect pass to Devon Taves.
How many teams can go D to D like that with so many different variations, so many different combo platters of D to D? I mean, again, that game was much closer than the final score indicated. Anybody who watched it, that's playoff hockey, right? You're just gritting it out to the very end.
Yeah.
They made some room. They made some room late, but it was a close game, and that goal was huge.
Hey, can I ask you something, Moshe? Were you surprised that EJ got the nod over, Middleton, Malinsky, somebody like that?
Not really, because I think he's incredibly reliable in these situations. And the coach had praise for Eric Johnson after the game about the way he played the game. EJ is going to be a guy. Does Malinsky give you maybe a little more offensive flair? Absolutely he does. But the Dallas Stars have some big players on the other side. Your Benz, Rantanens, right? Yep. Mm-hmm. Your Hintzes. Wyatt Johnson's a 6-footer. So you've got some guys who are thicker and maybe a little bit heavier that Eric Johnson perhaps can handle with the body a little bit more. Like I said, the first hit of the game was Eric Johnson smoking Mikko Rantanen coming down the boards. Bam, right? And so I think that you are going with the guy in this particular matchup that's going to give you the best chance. And you don't need the production offensively from EJ in that regard. So that was the decision that was made. I think Malinsky's playing great hockey too.
What's crazy about that game and the results, right? Everybody's happy. The Avs are up 1-0. You take game one. Beautiful. But I'm not sure you win that game if not for your goalie. I mean, that's how good Blackwood was. That's how good he played.
Great. I don't think so at all.
That, and just think about that for a second. We're looking at the scores. Gone are the days where the Avs can only beat you through offense. They won that game because of their goalie.
Yeah.
He was great.
And you needed a couple things to go your way, right, Moj? The first couple of goals for the Avs, a little bit weird, a little bit greasy, but, I mean, you need those. You combine that with good goaltending.
It wasn't like Ottinger was a piece of junk.
Right. He was tough.
I mean, the first two goals were total. Now they're hard-working goals, don't get me wrong, especially the Lehkonen one, right? I mean, he's following up his own shot. The puck bounces off his skate and it butterflies over the shoulder. No goalie in the league is going to stop that. The second one, you see how the goalie he knows exactly where that shot's going to be. But it goes off the calf muscle of the defenseman Lyubushkin, and it slows it down to like 20 miles per hour, and then butterflies. It's an abnormal situation.
Yeah.
Ottinger, I thought, played very, very well. Now, could he have read the pass from Manson to Taves? Maybe. But I wouldn't put that on him. I'd put that on coverage for the Dallas Stars. So there you go.
Well, we got another keyword that we're going to give away on the other side of the break. Last chance to get one of those keywords in to win a pair of tickets to Game 2, Nuggets and Clippers at Ball Arena tonight. We'll get to that along with keys to the game next. Double dipperoo, which leads to double keys to the game.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Before we do that, I was out of order. I had to give the keyword first. The keyword, the final keyword for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Nuggets and Clippers Game 2 tonight. It's win. Text WIN in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's 303-504-0925. Your online home for Mile High Playoffs is nuggets.com/playoffs. You can buy tickets, see the schedule. Anything else you need to know is right there. But tonight, you want a pair of tickets. Text WIN in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Okay, so the Avs will be on 92.5 tonight as their game is, or at least coverage will start, 7 o'clock pregame. Moj, keys to the game.
I got 3. Number 1 is you're going to have to tighten things up defensively in your own zone. You got to be better around your net. I don't want to see guys with clean opportunities from between the circles. That's number 1. And you got bailed out by your awesome goalie, Mackenzie Blackwood. Don't do that anymore. 2, stay out of the box. Dallas's power play, Matt Duchene really drives that maw. I know Thomas Harley right now, Vic, is the quote quarterback on the power play, but everything runs through Matt Duchene, and he had a pretty damn good game, number 1, so stay out of the box. And number 3, Coach Bednar alluded to this, but it's an absolute fact. If these goalies see the puck, they're going to stop the puck. You're not going to get anything easy from outside. You're not just going to be able to fire lasers and beat Jake Ottinger. You saw how the first 2 went in. You're going to have to get ugly, get some bounces, get some, Vic likes to say, greasiness. You're going to have to get down and dirty. I want to see Val especially park his big old butt at the top of the crease.
Vic on AM 950 at 8 o'clock tip. Nuggets Clippers at Ball Arena. What you got?
Any more keys, Moj? That went on for a while.
Vic, give me them. Give me them keys.
For me, it's pretty simple. I thought the Nuggets, they're going to shoot better than they did in Game 1. They are. They just are. You're going to see better shooting. I'm not worried about the Nuggets offense tonight. Here's what I am worried about. James Harden, limit his scoring opportunities. I would double him as much as possible. Just get the rock out of his hands. Just don't even let him threaten to beat you. Limit James Harden and let the other dudes go. Let Chris Dunn go. Hell, Kawhi Leonard, there's something off about him. Did you notice that? He's not the Kawhi of old.
He's still got that mid-range, though.
Yeah, but that's fine. I would limit James Harden best I could. I think that's the key to winning tonight. You limit his touches. He attempted 9 threes, 22 shots. Double him as much as you can. Get the ball out of his hands. That's the key.
Keys to the game powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the Plaza. They have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. So
that one play that you predicted, Brett, came to fruition when Christian Brown is one-on-one on the perimeter, and he's got his hands out, and he sweeps the ball up.
Yep.
Not only did he sweep the ball up, and Brown got a piece of him, fine, but that's more on Harden causing that.
Right.
He sweeps it up, the ball is dislodged, and then he fakes like he's shooting a 3. And I'm like, are you kidding me, man? Come on, dude.
Dude, he's a magician. He's done this
I know,
for
but
years.
It's unpleasant to watch.
Take the ball out of his hands.
Hey, can I say something? Because you mentioned this about the Avs earlier, Vic. You said that the Avs won in a way that we weren't used to seeing, which is they won with goaltending. Like Mackenzie Blackwood was massive in their win.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say this about the Nuggets. It's something I didn't think I would say the entire postseason, and it happened in Game 1.
Yeah.
You played bad offensively by their standards, and you played good defensively and won a basketball game that way. That's bizarre.
It was a defensive game. I mean, ignore the final score because you had an overtime. The final score of regulation was 98-98. Both teams were under 100 points.
Like you
Did
said,
you ever expect that out of a Nuggets game?
You said if the Nuggets shoot 43% from the field over the course of 4 quarters, do you think that they win the game? And it's absolutely not because their defense wouldn't be good enough. Well, guess what? They were on Saturday.
And again, I will challenge you, for those who want to go through every box score from this regular season. I know you have time. Just pull over and do it. They gave up 35 in the first. The Nuggets did. 35 points in the first. In the next 3 quarters, here's what they gave up. 18, 22, and 23. Under 25 points in 3 consecutive quarters. Find me the last time the Denver Nuggets this season did that.
Vic, but how can David Adelman use that as reinforcement on what he wants to see tonight? Hey, we're not going to shoot that poorly again ever.
Mm-hmm.
Yet we need to continue that same kind of defensive chaos that we threw at the Clippers in game number 1. Can it reassure the guys
That's
that, we can win that way and we don't have to outscore our problems? And is it possible?
You know, it's funny. You know what the Nuggets reminded me of in that game 1? They reminded me the championship season during, like, the Miami series. Remember that final game?
Oh, yeah.
They shot like crap.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
they
still
did.
won.
I think if I remember correctly, the Nuggets won 3 games where they made like less than 5 or 4 threes.
And still won.
Yeah.
And that's playoff basketball, man. That really is. That's the essence of playoff basketball. You are not going to have your A game, but the experience of being there and not panicking. You know, they're down 15. How many of you all panicked when they were down 15?
I did.
I didn't think they were coming
lot.
back. Yeah.
I panicked a lot.
It looked
Yes,
bad.
I did.
It felt bad. They
I
never
freaked.
panicked. And that's veteran playoff experience at play there.
See, you know what's interesting
Okay.
is just quickly here, Moj. I think we're all in agreement that their offense is going to be better tonight, right? That they're too talented. They were one of the best offenses in the league the entire year, okay? That's never been a problem. They find ways to get buckets. Even if they can't knock down a 3 from the outside, right? If they aren't doing that consistently, they will find a way to put points on the board. The defense is the question of like, all right, was that just a mirage? Was that just a one-game blip on the radar, or is there something about, hey, the playoffs have started and we're going to kick it up a gear? Like, I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I think if they want to play that game, though, Moj, this is what's going to get really hairy. I think if they want to play like that, then Westbrook's going to have to play more. Porter can't do that on defense. He can't.
Well, I mean, he was obviously the first option off the bench. I agree with you. In that regard. He's going to have to play even more minutes. But again, that's where you sacrifice perhaps the shooting a little bit in order to get that defensive buzz and energy.
Yep.
Vic, could you do me a favor today? Could you take me through the art of the technical foul? Because what I saw on Saturday, it sort of bothered me. I'm not sure who the official was that teed Joker up.
He said something. It was a word he used.
Oh, I know he said something, but I guess
I guess
the
Joker's
question.
a look. It's terrifying.
You think that's what it is?
Well, I don't know.
No, it's usually a word that's used.
Okay, so he gets hit in the face on the baseline, right?
Yeah. Okay, so hold on. He got hit in the face, but let's be fair.
It's a flop.
Well, he flopped it.
It's a flop.
Come on, Moser.
Okay, but take me through the art of the tech. So he has his say, and then he turns away, and he's 1, 2, 3 strides away from the official. For a split second, I thought, okay, he's just going to absorb it and let it go. Then he goes the old, he does the thing, and I'm like, oh, he didn't let it go. But he let Joker get far enough away from him before he teed him up.
I was scared at that point in the game because that was late. That was late in the game. And you're thinking, oh, my God, not now, right? Were you a little...
Yes. First of all, I was like, somebody get him away from the ref after he got teed up. So that was
well, they missed the free throw too. So
I understood. That was 6:40 left in the game. The Nuggets were down 3, and I saw it coming. Where it's like, dude, you're too close and being too loud for this not to get teed up. He does, and then he keeps walking at him. I'm like, somebody grab him.
He's trying to
get him away.
He's trying to protect himself because at that point, Derrick Jones Jr. was doing things.
Yeah,
he's doing naughty things. And so was, he was. Just watch the game. Chris Dunn was doing naughty things. Did you guys see the video that's circulating on social media of Chris Dunn basically tackling Joker at the free throw line? So what they're doing is they're sending their smaller players to double, and the smaller players are coming with an intent to hurt.
It ended up working out. I will say this. I get that he was frustrated. I hated that he took a tech there. Because you were hanging like within 3 points of them for a long time at that point.
Sometimes you boil over, though, bro.
Buckets were hard to come by, and I'm like, please don't give them just extra points. And luckily they missed.
Sometimes you boil over.
I get it.
Sometimes, you've had enough. You've been hit so many times. He did get hit in the nose by Derrick Jones Jr. He got knocked in the nose. Now, was it worthy falling down? Probably not, but he got knocked, and it hurt. You ever been, like, not square in the nose, but just flicked in the nose? Let me flick you.
Yeah, it hurts.
Let me flick your nose.
Wait, it
hurts.
What are you talking about?
It hurts.
What's on your shirt?
Yeah, let me flick your nose. Just when you get the tip of the nose and it sends that.
Dude, I don't like to be flicked, period.
Let me flick your nose real quick. Just get a feel of what Joker felt.
Dude, if you flick any body part, it doesn't really.
Nelly, can I
especially if you get somebody who can really get that tortion.
Nelly,
you know what I mean? Brett,
can I come in
real
here and
torsion?
flick the tip of your nose?
I mean,
no.
Can you at least take me out to dinner first?
Let me just. I just want to give people an example.
Just a sidebar, as I did that, one of the coolest things I've seen in movies is the guys like way back in the 80s that could really get the cigarette flick.
Yeah.
That thing.
Yeah.
Oh, what a power move that is.
What about what about an earlobe?
Yeah, that doesn't hurt. That's cartilage, dude. It's dead cartilage. Calm down.
Well, so's the end of your nose.
No, that hurts because it sends shockwaves.
Your nose is cartilage.
Yeah, but there's more sensitivity there in the nose.
Than in the ear?
Oh, you sensitive, Vic? Vic's a little sensitive.
You want me to pull it? You want me to experiment?
Oh,
Hey, okay.
sensitive
All right.
nose,
You guys
Vic.
shut up for a second. Indulge me just for a second. Just give me a minute of indulgence. All right.
No.
I don't like being flicked.
All right. It's a
I'm
big
sorry,
night.
I just don't like it.
It's a big night on Altitude TV. We have a double dipperoo. And by the way, Russell Westbrook, one more time with the double dipperoo. I mean, it's not often you get Russ to talk about it.
It's Altitude TV and Altitude Sports Radio.
I know. We got a double dipperoo on both mediums.
Yes.
All right? Radio and television. I'm speaking here this time just of television only because before the double dipperoo tonight.
What's up, Denver? It's Russell Westbrook. It's a double dipperoo tonight.
Thanks, Russ. Before that,
I love that.
At 6 p.m. on Altitude TV, we are premiering a project that we've been working on it. I've told you guys I've been working on this since September. The Chauncey Billups documentary. We followed Chauncey around. We talked to his parents. We talked to his friends. We talked to his former coaches. We went to the Hall of Fame. He is the greatest basketball player this city's ever produced. And as a Hall of Famer, he deserved a story. And we followed him around. We got an hour-long documentary that's debuting tonight. It's called The King of Park Hill. Now, there's so many different variations of this story. I want to focus in on this. When Carmelo Anthony demanded his trade from Denver, remember, Chauncey was collateral damage in that trade. He came back here, and he had hoped to stay here, and he could not stay here. And he talked about that, how much it hurt him. You're going to see this tonight.
Anthony's 8-year marriage with the Denver Nuggets has reportedly come to an end. According to the Denver Post, on Monday, Melo, the centerpiece of a 9-player deal that would also send Chauncey Billups to the Knicks. Obviously a huge story for the Nuggets and the Knicks.
Yeah, that really hurt me. That really hurt me. I thought that I was home to stay. We had big-time success. They drafted Ty Lawson. I thought that it would be really good that I spend 2 or 3 years with him just teaching him. What Terrell Brandon taught me, what these guys taught me, I thought it was my time to do that with Ty. And it would set him off to an incredible career because I thought the kid was going to be special. He had the tools. So when that happened, obviously, the Melo trade, the speculation was out there for probably a year, so it was every day. But I never thought that I would get caught up in that web, and that one hurt me because I was surprised by it, man. I just left the gym, just left practice, I'm on the highway driving home, people calling me saying the trade just happened, nobody told me. So I hated how that went down.
They made the trade.
That went down, and obviously he hasn't forgotten about it. They had to involve him in the trade. Otherwise, it would not have happened. Otherwise, the Knicks would not have agreed to make the trade. So, again, collateral damage, more stuff like that.
I forgot about that, Vic.
Yeah. And you know what you forget about most?
No, I mean, I'm pissed even more now at him.
But I think
and you know who I'm talking about.
I know. The biggest victim of that trade may have been Ty Lawson, who, for those Nuggets fans who remember a young Ty Lawson and the talent he possessed, it was immeasurable talent. And just imagine if you gave that piece of clay to Chauncey Billups for a good 3 or 4 years and let him mold it. Just let him mold it. Without his supervision there, his mentorship, things didn't go the way they had hoped. So that's a big loss, man. That really sucked not to have Chauncey there. Watch a show tonight, 6 o'clock. We're very proud of the production, and we hope you'll like it as much as we did making it.
And before 6 o'clock tonight on Altitude Television, and if you'd like to be at Ball Arena tonight, shortly after that documentary airs, again, the key word for this hour is win. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Give yourself a chance to win a pair of tickets to Game 2 at Ball Arena, Nuggets and Clippers, which starts at 8 o'clock tonight. So, just a few other things here as we're recapping what happened over the weekend and leading into a conflicting Game 2. I'm going to have that trouble of not knowing what goes on what screen. Who gets the big screen? Who gets the computer? Who gets the phone? Who gets the volume? I hate that. I hate it. But, Moj, you said that the expected puck drop is like 7:52 or something, right?
Denver time, 8:52 here in Dallas. Yeah. Which is, listen to me, whining about it, but it's late, man. It's pretty late.
Here's my hope then, that the Nuggets aren't going to start at 8 either. They're probably going to be like 8:08 or something like that.
They'll get pushed back because the first game will push it back. I guarantee Nuggets won't tip till 8:20.
Yeah, maybe you get like, hey, it's intermission, and then the Nuggets game starts. You get a little reprieve that way, perhaps. But gosh, I hate this. Because Saturday was just spoiling, right? It was middle of the day, the Nuggets get their game in, they get that done. You got like an hour or two to recuperate, and then it was Avs time. And now it's going to be the as Moshe would say, the bass. One eye is here, the other eye's over here.
I don't like it. I'm going to go on the record for the second time on this show.
Which one is easier to just watch and digest as to not to hear the person? Is it hockey?
Well,
it's easier to digest.
I think basketball. You mean without volume?
Yeah.
Basketball's easier to watch without volume. However, hockey's better to follow because scores are fewer and far between. And if you miss a score, you watch the replay. You don't miss as many key happenings in hockey.
Well, the nice thing, usually what I do, Moj, when we have these conflicting games between these two, and they're both on a different screen, I almost always have your volume up, because in hockey, by the tone of your voice, you can tell if something's building, right?
So, but you miss the little things, like the little things that aren't exactly scoring plays in each sport. For example, if you're not watching the Nuggets game attentively, you miss Nikola Jokic going after the ball and Jeff Van Gundy refusing to give it up.
Yeah.
like it's his baby.
Right.
You miss stuff like that.
Oh, by the way, let's get to that in a second. I got audio from Joker on that moment because, again, it's insane that that's not some sort of punishment from somebody who is a member of the other team that is actively delaying the game. So we'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. Stick around.
Spring is here and you're looking for a new ride. That means you're going to get to Silterhar Motors in Broomfield and get this, employee pricing. Mosher, you heard me correctly. Right now, employee pricing and awesome deals are to be had on over 1,000 new and pre-owned vehicles in captivity. Selection of top brands is huge. The value is unsurpassed. So do yourself a favor. Shop online at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. Then get the Silterhar Motors right at Highway 36 in Wadsworth in Broomfield. Greg Larson and his crew are going to hook you up in a big-time way because it's Silterhar. It's everything you want out of a dealership.
All right, as we approach another double dipperoo tonight, again, the Nuggets will be on AM 950 at 8 o'clock. The Avs in Stars will be on 92.5 at 7:30. There's a watch party, by the way, live at Three Dogs Tavern, so stay tuned for that as well and go check that out.
It's a double dipperoo tonight.
By the way, I've got some numbers. Our buddy Dan Hyatt just crunched these numbers. Speaking of double dipperoos, the history of Nuggets and Avalanche double dipperoos in the playoffs. 9 previous times have the Nuggets and Avs played the same night in a playoff setting. 9 times. Only twice have they both won. Only twice have they swept the double dipperoo, and one of those came Saturday night.
Well, hopefully they can do it again. By the way, odd moment in that game. Well, not odd because it's happened recently. Another example of guy not giving ball to Jokic. And this time it was Jeff Van Gundy, assistant coach for the Clippers, where they're having a tug of war with the stupid basketball.
Give ball to man.
I don't know how this isn't like a delay of game call. Like, you are not allowed to hold the ball and, like, play keep away from a player on the court. You can't do that.
I got into it with this dude on Twitter regarding this, and he says, well, the rule book stipulates that the ball's got to go to the official first. So what?
The rule book
so what?
Doesn't say I get to hold the ball until the official comes over.
He's
That's how it
trying
works.
to hurry the play. Well, the Clippers wanted to delay it because they wanted to review the play. So what? You don't get to just hold. I mean, again, if I'm a Nuggets assistant tonight, Moshe, and that ball comes near my feet at any point, I'm going to take it for a ride.
Yeah,
hey guys,
absolutely.
Hey, take a look at this ball. Hey, let's take it for a ride a little bit. Let's check out this ball. We got a ball over here.
It's so ridiculous.
I haven't seen one of these.
So here's Joker, by the way. He was asked about this. Here's what he said.
I don't know. Yeah, it's a part. Seemingly it's part of basketball nowadays, because I think definitely it's not supposed to happen, because I think the NBA wants to make a quick speed game. Take my shoes and this and then, like, and steal a couple of seconds, and they said I cannot do that anymore, but it seems like they can do it.
Here's the thing, though. This is very clearly, it's part of the Nuggets, and more specifically Jokic's playbook of, we're going to get the ball quick. It's like a play that they have, right? Yeah. We get the ball quick while everybody's kind of moping defensively. Yeah. We can try and steal something. That was a crucial point in the game, too. And I don't understand how anybody could defend that. What Van Gundy did, and the other, I feel like it was Van Gundy and the other assistant coach, right? They both had hands on it.
It's not about defending. It's about eliminating the opportunity to stop the pace of play. If you're a coach or a player is not in the game, you can't jack with the ball. Can't do it.
Yeah.
Whatever came of the Ishbia incident?
I'll tell you what came of the Ishbia incident. I'll tell you exactly what came of it. Nikola Jokic wanted the ball. They wouldn't give it to him. He shoved Ishbia aside. Ishbia flopped, and Nikola Jokic took a $25,000 fine. Nikola was nicked 25 G's for that. That's what happened.
So ridiculous.
But we saw this.
Just sit on Van Gundy, by the way. You just sit on him. Just sit down on him on the bench.
You know what? If you're the Clippers, you're like, that's smart. Good job. Jeff. He did his job. He delayed the progress of the game. And he did it long enough to where the Clippers could get a look at the play. By the way, they challenged it and lost the challenge anyway.
Yeah. I know.
Hey, Vic, what are the Clippers going to do defensively tonight to everybody, including MPJ? You said it earlier in the program.
I'm confused.
You said a lot of things.
Yeah.
You're going to get up on in?
Get up all in
you? Yeah.
That's what they try to do. They get up all in you, and you got to overcome the physicality.
Yep.
That's part of the deal. That's playoff basketball. And, again, that's something I'm looking for. Michael Porter Jr. tonight, he's going to have to score some ugly buckets. When I mean ugly, I mean get in that lane.
Yeah. Yep. Gosh, it was so crazy, too, because he knocks down the first bucket of the game for the Nuggets, that three, and you're like, all right, if Porter's hitting his threes, and we're going to be in good shape, and then he takes 3 more shots the rest of the night. That's it.
Hey, by the way, from the 6-3-5-3, Avs are on ESPN tonight. They're on altitude as well, okay? We are going to have the game on altitude. I think we're on altitude 2, Vic, or are we on altitude 1?
I have no idea which one television-wise we're on.
Okay.
One
but
of
the
them.
same person
One
says
of them altitudes.
Fubo has split screen. You can switch between the two.
I know. I
have Fubo. I didn't know that had it. I had no idea it had split screen.
It's called multi-view, but no. Here's the deal, Moj. You have to put it through your Apple TV box. So I have the little Apple TV Cube. So if you watch
the Cube, I
if
got
you
a
watch
Cube.
Fubo through that, then you could do split screen multi-view. Now, it's great, but I go back to what you just said. I want to focus.
Yeah. I just want focus. That's all I want.
Like, I'm looking at our screen. There's 4 faces here. I can't focus on Nelly. I want to focus on him.
I mean,
it's going to be hard for me to watch
just one
while
show.
I'm doing my own game. It's going to be hard. It's going to be difficult to bass it out while I'm doing my own game.
Could you do that, Vic? Could you do what Moser does? Like if you had to,
no, I don't
to
have that
fill
talent.
in.
No, I don't have the multitasking talent that he has. There's no way.
Yeah, so you would not.
Watching, I would be if I were to call the Nuggets game and I would be like, all right, here. Oh my God, I would in mid-sentence just stop.
Marlo had a really bad case of the sniffles. They need you to fill in as play-by-play, so you can't call the game with like the Avs on your phone in front of you or anything like that.
I wouldn't watch the Avs. It would distract me too much.
I'm so with
you.
you.
It would distract me way too much.
Couldn't do it either.
By the way, I got the word from Lee. Lee says the Nuggets are on altitude 1. We're on altitude 2.
Again, my idea is to bring. We own the rights to both games. I want to bring a broadcast of both games like Scott Hansen does, Red Zone style, so someone can tune in. Unfortunately, we don't have an Altitude 3 channel, so you'd have to do it online, or you could tune in and get both games. We go in and out. We hear Moser, we hear Marlo, boom, 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 back and forth. I'd watch the hell out of that on a combo night like this.
I would.
On a conflict diamond night.
Again, it would only be if Jesse Trujillo was doing the play-by-play of it. It has to be that.
Of course.
Be just a pure joy.
Just the mad dash back and forth from sports, having to drum up words for what he's seen.
Spins.
By the way, I've had this on all morning, just in the back, just in the background. Boston Marathons tonight. Our boy Marty's not running right now. Our boy Marty's not running in this year, right?
I don't.
He did it a couple years ago, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
Remember we were tracking him and he stopped at mile marker 8?
Yeah, we're like, taking a dump?
Yeah.
What are you doing here, Marty?
That's exactly what he was doing. Yes.
Wait, did he admit that? Was he taking a dump?
Yes. Yes.
Imagine running 8 miles and then being like, I need to stop the poop, and then I'm going to start running again.
I would not finish. I'd be like, it's over.
My day's done.
What's the point?
You know what I've never done before? Gone from the toilet to the gym immediately.
See, I can't do those races because I'm dumb enough to think, like, I'd want to win. And if I had to stop, I know there's no chance of winning.
Well, that's.
But like when you're running in those races, you see people around you. You're like, all right, I'm winning. I'm beating that person. That person not beating me. Do you do that,
Vic? You're living in this make believe world where I'm running somewhere.
Oh, that's true. That's a good point. And that's why I'm not even talking to Moser. Moser's not even in this conversation. I thought
no,
maybe
I am not
ran
involved.
a 5K.
No.
So you're not. So I have trouble running with groups because I just do that, and it hurts you because
Marty says no Boston Marathon this year. I'm 5 minutes too slow.
Well, get up, get out of your damn cubby over there, wherever you are.
See, here's his problem. He
slow
had
runner,
it made.
slow healer.
Now the problem is he's a cubby guy, and everything goes right downhill for him. He's slower. He's probably dumber.
I'd agree with that. Yeah. Running. Just imagine somebody being.
I ain't trying to be first at exercise.
I'm just curious. What do you do for? What do you
play
guys?
real sports.
Hold on.
I'm not trying to be the best at exercise.
I'm not trying to be a jerk here. What do you guys do for cardio?
I don't.
But how do you get through life? Like not
just kind of breathe.
But your heart. I mean, there's things you need to work. You don't ride a bike.
You got a bike. I got a bike.
It doesn't hurt you.
Got an indoor bike. I got an outdoor bike.
It doesn't hurt you to push yourself.
When you lift weights, your heart starts beating.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah. Just like that. You nailed it.
Oh.
You think you're better than me because you run sometimes?
No, I'm just saying. I mean, you're like mocking people that actually push themselves a little bit.
first of all, never mocked anybody.
You just said it.
Never. What are you running from? It's the age-old question. All these people, what are you guys running from? What's happening there?
You're running to keep your body in tip-top shape, like a machine, like a car. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, but
That's exactly what you're doing.
Anything that involves I need to put tape over my nipples or else this is really going to hurt, probably
you don't
not
have to
for
go
me.
to those extremes. I'm not one of those whacks that has all those water accoutrements, like guy that's running around with a bag and a backpack and he's got water coming out of his freaking head.
Like
I'm not one of those
Marty's
whacks.
got probably drawers of nipple tape. I don't want to be that guy.
Yeah. I mean, hey, I choose to spend my budget on other things. He says it's all downhill from here, Mark.
Yeah. Yeah, you're done for, Marty. Sorry, buddy.
I'm going to say pretty much. Yeah, pretty much.
Marty,
he's done
it's
for.
not. You're still young, my friend. Again, I was not at my athletic peak until the age of 46.
Hey, would you guys like to know who won the tickets to the Game 2 of the playoffs today between the Nuggets and Clippers? Hector Rodriguez. Congratulations,
What up,
Hector. Hell of a name, by the way. Hell of a name.
What up, Heck? What up, Heck?
The only other Hector I know of is Hector Salamanca from
Hector
Breaking Bad.
is the greatest. I mean, that's a top
good
10
name.
I
That's
love
a top
good
10.
name.
Would you agree?
Hector is
Not
a
a
good
name you can shorten either. Mose, you try and find shortened nicknames for everybody. Try that. I dare you.
Yeah, Heck money. Can you read that? Read the last one.
I
What does it
actually
say?
ran out of nipple tape.
I didn't want to read that, but that's what he sent me.
By the way, Moj, incredibly ballsy move to show a full text conversation on your camera.
Especially with him.
Incredibly ballsy move.
Moser, has there ever been
Right
an
away.
NHL
Right away.
player named Hector?
Not that I know of, no.
Has there been?
And
I'm
do
trying to
NHL
think.
players wear nipple tape? I don't
trying
know
to
that
think.
either. I doubt they do.
There have been baseball players named Hector. Have there been? I can't remember a basketball player. I'm sure there is one. There's got to be a basketball. How about an NFL player named Hector? Hector.
Hang on.
gotta be.
Before we get to fact check, I'm just going to look up some famous Hectors. There's a lot of soccer players.
Yeah, well,
A lot of soccer.
I guarantee you'll see baseball. and
There's a
soccer
Hector
players.
Lombard.
No relation.
No, not Lombardi,
Yeah.
Lombard. He was a professional mixed martial artist and bodybuilder.
Somebody says NHL player Hector Marini. Huh? Is there a Hector Marini?
Yeah, a lot of soccer.
Hector Macho Camacho is the greatest Hector of all sports.
Yeah, he was a great fighter.
Wait a minute. Hector Bocci, a Scottish philosopher, a Scot named Hector?
Come on, there ain't no Scottish person named Hector. Stop it. Like
Hector
a Korean,
Camacho,
a
boxer.
Korean named Hector.
Anyway, you met,
I'm not going back to that. No,
you met
I'm
my
not doing
Irish
it.
friend Hector. Anyway, Nelly, fact checker.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Vic, I wanted to extend a warning. We talked earlier about how you are an early mic turner honor. You like to turn on your mic early in the segment before Brett's even started speaking.
Ridiculous.
If you remember, sometimes this is what happened. A couple months ago, you turned your mic on, and Moser was just chomping at the bit.
Like prime rib. The morning sprint is back in the box.
Oh, wait, I was off the air that day that happened?
Yeah.
Yep.
Like prime rib. The morning sprint is back in the box.
So be careful what you wish for, Vic.
Why were you yelling about prime rib?
Dude, he probably had it for breakfast.
See, Vic,
Lee Blair.
don't do that. It's dangerous.
Again, Lee says Hector Marini, Devils, 78 through 84, 27 goals, 73 points. There you go.
Nice. All right, there is a Hector NHL.
All right, go Nuggets, go Avs. Hopefully 2 wins, again, is what we're talking about tomorrow. You guys have a wonderful Monday. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
I got to get to skate.
I love you. Bye.
There is nothing like a double playoff win on Saturday. The Nuggets 112-110 over the Clippers in overtime in Game 1 at home. The Avs 5-1 on the road in Game 1 over the Stars. Double dip, double win, and we're back at it tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 and on AM 950. You can catch the Nuggets in Game 2 against the Clippers, 7:30 p.m. pregame show, 8 p.m. tip at home on AM 950. Right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 will be the Avs and the Dallas Stars, 7:30 puck drop, 7 p.m. pregame show. We're going to be live at the Three Dogs Tavern in the Highlands in Denver. Milan Hajduk will be there in person to take pictures, sign autographs, hang out, and watch the game. Myself, Mark Springer, Andy Lindahl, get on out there. You can win a Cale Makar signed hockey stick. The playoff action never stops here on Altitude, Coach. What a weekend.
What a weekend. And even looking forward, is this my favorite week of the year? Double playoff teams that won game ones, one on the road, one at home, and also an NFL franchise that has a future quarterback, a franchise quarterback, and a draft on Thursday, all in the same week.
It's a great week.
I mean, this is up there for me. It even might be better than the start of college football season.
It might be the best sports week of the year.
It is. It is glorious. And I could not feel any better right now about the Ball Arena residents and where the Nuggets and the Avs are at right now. And also, I can't feel any better about what's going on with the Denver Broncos and the opportunity to add to something that's already really good and trending in the right direction. It's a really, not only a fun week and an exciting week, it's the kind of week that gives you all the feels.
We're going to get into all of it today. We're going to talk NFL draft. We're certainly going to recap the Nuggets and the Avs today, preview what's going on in Game 2. There's something happening with John Lynch and the San Francisco 49ers that I want to get into that will or may affect what the Broncos are doing on Thursday. But before we get into that, normally we give away Nuggets tickets on Tuesday, but because it's Game 2 today, it's a special playoff ticket Monday. You can win a pair of tickets to tonight's game at Ball Arena, Game 2 against the Clippers. We're going to give away keywords every single show, every hour on the 20s. So if you want to win tickets to tonight's Nuggets-Clippers game, listen on the 20s all day long in Altitude Sports Radio. Your first keyword is coming up in just 13 minutes from right now. We'll have another one at 11:20. We'll give away our winner at the end of the show. So keywords on the 20s to get you inside Ball Arena for playoff action. And we start there, Coach. The Russell Westbrook experience is a roller coaster.
Full display.
You don't win the game without him. You simply don't win Game 1 without Russ. You were down by as many as 15 early. You hit your first three-point attempts of the game, and then you go 0 for your next 14. Just couldn't find a way to hit an open shot. It was a vintage James Harden experience. James Harden was objectively great.
He just puts his face and head and shoulder just down and finds a way to just get the ball in the cup too. He just goes and attacks the rim, man. It's wild to think that both he and Russell Westbrook were on the same basketball team for as long as they were together and did not win a title. Those are two still very competitive, athletic, make things happen players, and they're also two players that sometimes you just have to put on your seatbelt, grab onto anything you can hold, and just sit back and enjoy the ride because it's going to be wild as all get out.
It was so interesting to watch how David Adelman handled that change because the one guy who suffered from it on Game 1 was Michael Porter Jr. 3 points, 4 field goal attempts, only plays 26 minutes, hardly plays at all in the second half.
Milk cartoned. I mean, the definition of a milk carton day for Michael Porter Jr. And I heard some little rumblings from people that were courtside that said that there was a little bit of, hey man, hey Mike, playoff basketball, let's go.
I mean, you could see it from there. There's 2 different press areas for basketball games at Ball Arena. There's one all the way up top, which is the normal press arena or press seating rather at Ball Arena for the hockey games, all the way up top. There are guys up there. And then there's a lower one in the lower bowl. And I was sitting there alongside DMac, and when the timeout got called near the end of the fourth, right after, I want to say it was right after the corner three from Russ, and then Joker throws the outlet pass, Russ misses the bunny layup. I'm screaming. I'm like, when Russ misses that bunny layup, and I'll get into the MPJ thing in a second, when he misses that, I was yelling. I have to fault Nikola Jokic for that. Because after Russ makes the great defensive play, he hits that corner three, the Nuggets have a good defensive possession. Joker gets the ball, Russ makes an outlet run, right? That's what you do when you're a Nugget. You make that deep outlet run, and if Joker can make the downfield pass, it should be 2 points. At that point of the game, KYP, know your personnel. You know that under a minute to go, Nikola Jokic, you know that if you give that ball to number 4, Russell Westbrook, what's he going to do? He's not going to take air out of the ball. He's not going to chill. He's not going to wait for everyone to get up the court or wait for a Clippers player to come up and foul him. He's going to take it to the hoop because you don't get to dictate the Russell Westbrook experience. It just happens.
Put the seatbelt on and enjoy it, man.
Right. So I faulted Joker for that. They call the timeout shortly after. MPJ is the only guy not in the huddle. He's being talked to by, I can't remember what Nuggets assistant it was, but 10, 15 feet away from the huddle where everyone else is around Joker and Adelman. MPJ's outside looking in. I didn't love that look. Mm-hmm. I didn't love the body language. Is that going to happen tonight? I don't know. But
he starts, correct?
I would expect him to start.
Now, if that body language and or just malcontent nature of Michael Porter Jr.'s, what he looked like on Saturday's game, if that carries over, do you start a malcontent? I don't know. I'm hoping that that's not the case because I think that while everybody is down on Michael Porter Jr. after game 1 of the playoffs, trust me when I say this, you want Michael Porter Jr. to be a significant contributor at least every other game. If they're a 7-game series, I think to win series, he has to be highly impactful in at least 3 of those games.
Here's Nuggets interim head coach David Adelman.
I'll be honest. I'm coaching the game. So guys have to stay engaged themselves. These are grown men trying to win a basketball game on a team. So the guys on the bench can talk to them. Our assistant coaches can talk to them. When I had a chance, I talked to Mike, and I was trying to be communicative about what my thoughts were, how I thought he could get back in the game. And like I said, sometimes runs happen, and you go, I just don't know if we can take somebody out right now with the way the team is playing. And I'm going to say it again, like I've said last week. If Mike comes out and he plays and he's engaged defensively, he's knocking down shots, Michael will be out there, just like everybody else in that locker room. I'm going to keep saying it. I mean it. We're going to do anything we have to do to win a basketball game.
There it is. He knows. And the most important word, the most important 2 syllables in the life expectancy and performance curve of a professional athlete is response. How Michael Porter Jr. responds to game 1 and also responds to new leadership that is going to call him to account for not playing hard enough, disciplined enough defensively, and not making shots. The one thing we've learned from David Adelman is he is going to play whomever and however it requires to win the basketball game. That one game in front of you. That's it. It's all David Adelman cares about. And frankly, it's the right approach because is David Adelman saving for the swim back, if you will? Nope. He is coaching for his basketball life to be an NBA head coach and have the opportunity to be the head coach of the team that has the best player on planet Earth on its team.
Nuggets back at it tonight, 8 p.m. tip in a 7:30 p.m. pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio. You can find that game on AM 950 worldwide on the Altitude Sports Radio app. The Avs will be on 92.5. Coming up on the other side, it's a special edition Playoff Ticket Monday. Altitude's the only place that can get you inside the building for game number 2 for Nuggets and Clippers. Your first keyword is coming up next all day long on the 20s. Keywords to win playoff tickets right here on Altitude. It's a special playoff ticket Monday, and you can win a pair of tickets to tonight's Game 2 against the Clippers at Ball Arena, and all you have to do is text the word clutch. That's clutch, along with your first and your last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered. Your online home for Mile High Playoffs is nuggets.com/playoffs, and you can buy tickets there, see the schedule, anything else you need to know for tonight's game. Text clutch along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's clutch with your first name and last name to 303-504-0925. Your home for Mile High Playoffs is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Who was clutch for you, Raj? Down the stretch.
Obviously on the defensive side, Russell Westbrook.
And the three-pointer that, hey, if you're out there listening, you can be honest with yourself like I'm going to be honest with you right now. When Russell Westbrook jacked up that three-pointer, when it left his hand, you covered your eyes like a child watching a horror film where you just open up just a little bit. Like, I can't watch it. Oh, is it in? And it goes in. You're like, yeah, great shot, Russ. But when it left his hands, you weren't saying great. Hey, I love him taking that shot. But you know what? Russ was clutch in that moment.
If you were in the arena, you could hear there was a collective groan when he rose up to take the shot.
Oh, God.
It was exactly what it was.
You can hear it in.
Oh, yes!
You can hear it in Kaz's call.
It's amazing.
His voice is like, and Russell Westbrook takes the rebound. Hey, you got it!
It's such an amazing, 2.5 second roller coaster ride. It's a microcosm of what Russ is his whole life. Again, clutch to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. That is your first of 2 keywords today on the morning sprint. Every single show is giving away a pair of tickets to tonight's Game 2. Keywords on the 20s. We'll give away our ticket winner coming up at 11:45 today. Clutch.
Unpopular take.
What?
I thought that another very clutch performance in this game was Jamal Murray making 2 3-pointers down the stretch. I looked at my father-in-law who doesn't know the Nuggets team well. He's a Golden State Warriors fan who, oh, by the way, they look pretty good. I said, if Jamal Murray hits at least 3 3-pointers in this game, the Nuggets win. Like down the stretch. He hit 2. And I think just him getting going, that team feels different. When Jamal Murray makes clutch 3-point shots in the fourth quarter or in overtime, you feel like you're going to win a basketball game.
The wing 3 was everything. Speaking of wing 3s, the overtime 3 from Christian Brown.
Dude, he
get out of town.
Puts
the game on
right
ice.
now. Is he the Nikola Jokic? Okay, got it. Outside of Nikola Jokic, is Christian Brown the best and most consistent Denver Nugget?
I don't know. Aaron Gordon dropping what? You go 25 with 8 assists.
Solid, man. Solid.
And talk about clutch, dude. The 2 free throws at the end of the game. You have to have those.
What happened to Nikola shooting free throws?
He's never been awesome.
He's pretty good career.
He's not. I don't think.
The only year that was bad. Well, the only year it was bad is when he had that elbow injury that just lingered for the entirety of the postseason.
He's worse than you think.
What's Nikola Jokic's career free throw percentage?
What do you believe it is?
I would guess it was 78%.
Oh no, it's better than that. Okay, it's 82.5.
That's pretty good, man. For 6'11",
don't get me wrong, it is pretty good.
285-pound human.
When I think Joker,
that gets beat up and his arms get whipped for a living.
I would have thought around 86% is what you get out of Joker, but you don't. He was 80% this year, 82.4 over the course of his career. It's all right, better than you think, and slightly worse than what I would have. Just off the top of your head, what could you say?
I mean, generally speaking, if you're 80% or better, usually you make at least 1 of 2 free throws in critical moments. That didn't necessarily happen down the stretch, and I'm not going to get mad at my guy Jokic, especially because we got Serbians hanging out here, and they'll come get you. Learn that about Serbians, man. If you talk about their own, or you throw any shade, can't throw any shade at the big fella.
The founders of Joker's energy drink called Joker are outside right now, about 15 feet away from us. You don't want to get on the wrong side of them Serbians.
Yeah, going to his first ever NBA basketball game tonight, and I told him there will not be crowd explosives, and you're not allowed to light off flare guns indoors like you do in the Adriatic League.
Well, don't they have They have pyrotechnics inside.
Yeah, but that's like in a controlled, like, have you seen like Balkan basketball?
Yeah, it's amazing that those arenas don't burn to the ground.
They probably do at times. They probably do. But yeah, and he asked if we stand the whole game. I go, until the Nuggets score, and then maybe if the
You know who stands way too damn long during a playoff game? First off, the camera level at American Airlines Center in Dallas, Texas it's atrocious. It's so low, you can't see the first 5 feet of the ice on the short side. And then to boot, all of these heinous Dallas Stars fans, they stand like the entire game.
How dare they?
Sit the hell down.
How dare they cheer on their team?
I can't watch. Sit down. And shut up.
My real complaint with American Airlines Center and the stupid Dallas Stars franchise is their dumb, uneven, neon light staircase lighting. I hate watching that when I'm watching a hockey game.
It is uneven. It's brutal.
It's terrible. It looks like somebody's backyard when they kind of like hey, do you guys like the lights that I hung up tonight or this weekend? No, they look terrible. It's what that arena looks like.
I know.
Why do they allow that? It's a eyesore when you're watching a hockey game.
What was really nice about that game? Do you remember Glassbanger last year? The guy in the white suit and he had the big sign. He's kind of fat. Has the big sign that says bang, and he just bangs the glass the whole game. And all you can hear is this.
What happened to Glassbanger?
The guy's in jail until the end of May.
For what?
No clue. Right away. He's been in jail the whole season, hasn't been to a game.
It's a great deal. End of May, right?
End of May.
Oh, we're in the clear.
See ya. Don't need to see you for the entirety of the playoffs.
Gosh, Glassbanger.
All right, actual
there's
hockey.
Also, seems like Dallas is pretty big on certain representatives of one one gender being behind the coach, and maybe trying to create distractions for people, if you will. That also seems to be a big thing in Dallas. So
let you read between the lines on that one. Okay, actual hockey, Coach. 5-1 win for the Avs. I think this score is way larger.
Agreed.
Than what the game actually played to.
Agreed.
It was odd. Like the first 3 goals of the game didn't feel like hockey goals. Lekkonen's is crazy lucky.
I loved it though.
It was awesome.
It was
crazy
so
lucky. McKinnon's
the skate blade goal.
Yes.
Which looked like it was straight out of FIFA World Cup 2023 on EA Sports on the Xbox.
Yes.
When would that have been overturned?
It has to be a distinct and intentional kicking motion.
So not him just toppling over sideways and his skate blade just
if it redirects,
arbitrarily got lucky.
You can redirect a puck off your skate.
Not
you can
for a
actually
goal, though.
You can yes, you can.
Okay.
You can redirect a puck off of your skate. You can actually intentionally redirect a puck off of your skate. But as soon as you put a distinct kicking motion into that redirection, that's when you're not allowed to score. But if I'm standing in front of the net and I just move my right skate to a 45-degree angle and it goes off my skate and in, that's a goal.
Did Arturi Lekkonen have any idea that a goal was scored off his foot?
There's no way.
Was there any skill involved? Like, was there anything? Was it just pure? I just got obliterated, and
he got hit at the same time. It happened that he was being lifted off the ice as the puck was on his left skate. It was complete luck.
Where was the pass? Who's the feed from on that one?
McKinnon.
That's
I think
whoever it was. That's case in point where you just keep putting the puck in dangerous spots. Volume. Keep doing it.
Yeah, McKinnon was the primary assist.
Just keep putting the puck in those spots, and it just seems like good things happen.
5-1's the final. You have that weird goal there. McKinnon scores in the power play on the double minor, right? He gets high stuck. He bleeds. My favorite rule in hockey. Just, keep a razor blade in your skate.
And so any blood, and all of a sudden now it's a 4-minute
any blood
penalty.
on a high, you're getting that double minor. They don't score they do score on the first one, rather. They don't score on the second. This is coming off of a 5-on-3 where the only really good opportunity they had was McKinnon cutting across to the middle and missing the net.
Break that down. How did that 5-on-3 go awry? Is it almost uncomfortable?
I don't think it looks uncomfortable. I think what they do is they look for the guaranteed goal. When the Avs start overpassing, and a lot of what you see is it'll go from the top of that box +1 over to the side flank with McKinnon. And instead of McKinnon either taking the one-timer or stopping that puck, taking a step inside the dot line. So if you were to draw a line from the end boards all the way down the outside dots, that's what's called the dot line.
It's a fictitious line, right?
Yes, it is a make-believe line. What I want to see him do on that is take a step to the middle of the ice, draw a defender with him, and either dish the puck down low to your net front presence that bumps out, and then you either walk hard or you go backdoor to who would be Jonathan Drouin. What they do is they try to force passes through sticks, because if you get that second pass, the goaltender he's on the opposite side of the net. They look for the guaranteed goal, and I need them to not look for the guaranteed goal.
So the sports quote, "Stop being too cute," comes perfectly into play here.
I don't want them to shoot everything.
No.
But when you get a look with net front presence, and it might change tonight, who knows? Morning skate is happening here in about a half hour for the Avalanche. Who knows who's going to be there? Ross Colton played a single shift in the third period, did not come back. Gabe Landeskog is an option for game 2 if Colton does not play. And if he's there, I expect Landeskog to be on power play 1. You need net front presence. The other thing coming out of Dallas this morning, Miro Heiskanen, who was upgraded from week to week, again, had knee surgery in January. And that's like a 4-month recovery process. He's in the middle, early portions of month 3. He skated at morning skate a couple of days ago. There was some Stars social media propaganda coming out.
Yeah, there was,
like, oh, hey, we might play him. No,
there was some dark arts happening. I think you and I actually were part of the dark arts with Gabe Landeskog. Yeah, I'm looking forward to asking you about that as to what we think's going on with Gabe Landeskog. We'll let that marinate.
So Heiskanen was out this morning prior to Stars morning skate with all of the scratches. So what that would tell you is he's probably not playing tonight. Robertson had a knee brace from his quad all the way down to his ankle that he was walking in after game 1. I don't expect Jason Robertson to play tonight. You have to be up 2-0 coming back home. Landeskog's a big question. I disagreed with the decision not to play him in game 1 because it was made as a lineup decision. Everyone was healthy. Or Bednar said that. We have a full complement of players, a full roster. So that was a lineup decision. I'd rather see him in there. Now, I guess the decision's probably made. It is more made to don't upset the status quo right now. Don't upset what we already know, because Gabe is an unknown. That's a wild card you throw in there. You don't know what you're getting out of him for certain. You do know what you're getting out of Kiviranta, Parker Kelly, Ross Colton, Jack Drury, Logan O'Connor. You know what you're getting out of those guys. So I guess I can understand that thought process. If Colton is unable to go tonight, Landeskog has to be the replacement. Must. If it's Miles Wood, I'll lose my mind.
If it's Miles Wood,
I'll be very upset.
Would that tell you anything about either how Gabe feels coming off of his Eagles debut, 2-gamer, and or how the NHL club right now views where Gabe's at?
It'd be tough not to think that the Landeskog situation is now window dressing if they hold him out in place of Ross Colton. He's the better player. He's better than anyone else you can put in there. He's better than Jimmy Vesey. He's better than Miles Wood. Put him in. And if he's playing third line minutes, let's look at the box score from game 1. Time on ice for your third line players. Charlie Coyle played 13 minutes and 14 seconds of time on ice. Landy can't give you between 10 and 15 minutes?
Yeah, Parker Kelly.
10 and 12 minutes?
Parker Kelly was 10:52.
That's your fourth line?
Yoel Kiviranta was 10:58.
He would have been lower had Colton not gotten injured.
Rock Nelson, 15:36.
That's your second line center?
LOC, 13:52.
If you can get 10 to 12 minutes, you know you can get 10 to 12 out of Landeskog. He needs to play tonight if Colton cannot go.
The Raj odds, where do you set Gabe Landeskog?
Dude, it's 50-50. If Colton can play tonight, Landeskog doesn't go because there's no reason to change
what does Colton have cooking? Do you know?
No idea. We think it's a lower body injury. The team didn't give you anything, and they're not going to give you anything. It's playoffs, man. Someone's going to go out of a game. And the Bednar's answer to, hey, is Gabe an option if Colton can't go tonight, was this. Yes. That was it. Nothing else. Yes. The team's not giving you anything, man. There's no tip in your hand.
Raj, you started this segment out saying that this game, the 5-1 final, Avs beating the Stars on the road, which is, it's a remarkable result on the road against a very, very good Dallas Stars team. But you did say that this score line is not a complete story of what had happened. I agree with that. One thing that I will say, though, is my biggest question mark about this Colorado Avalanche team was, what is Blackwood going to look like in the postseason?
What's he going to do in his NHL playoff debut?
And oh my goodness, he was spectacular.
The Peter DeBoer post-game presser was my favorite thing I've ever seen.
It was almost borderline depressing if you're a Stars fan.
The first question asked to him, it goes, hey, what's the difference between last year's Avalanche team and this year's Avalanche team? His answer is, well, they have Mackenzie Blackwood.
He said they have a lot more depth and Mackenzie Blackwood. Big difference.
It was 5-1 is far larger a score than this game played because you look at the Lehkonen goal is lucky. The McKinnon goal is a flub off of a Dallas defenseman. Those are your first two. The Rupe Hintz goal is...
I like to think of it more as that was his Neo from The Matrix, which it did. When I watched it in real time, I'm like, what happened to that puck? It was just lingering around. I'm like, it's levitating around the goal, and Ottinger's just watching it in slow-mo.
It's like Phil Niekro took a one-timer there.
It does.
Yeah, those were two weird goals. You have a huge stop on the doorstep on Rupe Hintz. Now, Hintz does get his power play goal. He tips one home. But also a weird bounce there. He tips it down off the ice, and then it bounces up and over the blocker side of Blackwood, who doesn't have a stick because his stick gets caught in the net. The first three goals of the game for me were just they were just bizarre. The first actual hockey goal that was scored was the Devon Taves net drive. A 4-on-2 in the third period in a 1-goal hockey game. And Josh Manson and Devon Taves are leading the rush.
D-man to D-man. Let's go.
That's Avs hockey.
Let's do it. Anybody at any point is capable, in the way that this roster is constructed, to lead a rush and then score a goal, which is what's great about this hockey team. They're terrifying, Raj. I mean, the rest of the NHL is talking about it right now. How terrifying of a team this is now that you've shored up what's between the pipes and you have the depth. And honestly, Raj, you out-physical Dallas. That's not something you would have ever said a year ago, especially with the absence of Val Nichushkin.
I do believe that Dallas tried to hit you out of the building in the first, and that's got to be alarming to Stars players going, oh, what we used to be able to do against these guys doesn't work anymore. It doesn't. They're bigger, they're meaner, they're deeper down the middle. There's a reason why Eric Johnson played in front of Sam Malinsky. He's bigger. He's got more playoff experience. There's a reason why that happened.
14 minutes on ice.
We didn't
even know if EJ was going to be playing significant at all.
You know who wasn't noticeable last night or 2 nights ago?
Val Nichushkin.
I'll give you that.
I mean, relatively speaking, which I think is great news for the Avs.
He's just lying in wait.
You beat a really good team, a top 2 team, 5-1 in their building. And your piece that has been so critical to your success in the postseason was, relatively speaking, on a milk carton for how he typically is in the postseason.
And one of the greatest postseason performers in history in terms of points per game, who is no longer on your team, who is the big move for the Dallas Stars. This is the guy who's going to score enough to get us over the hump. Mikko Rantanen was a ghost. An absolute ghost. Stars fans have to be trembling. 5-1 win for the Avs, 112-110 win for the Clippers. You still have 30 seconds to text in your keyword. That is clutch at 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, clutch. That's your first of 2 keywords to get you inside the door at Ball Arena tonight for Game 2 between the Nuggets and Clips.
What's good, Colorado? It's Coach Mike Sanford here, and I have the mountains on my mind because 13 inches of fresh pow-pow in the last 5 days up at Loveland Ski Area, combined with temperatures that are going to be in the 40s, even into the 50s, and you got spring skiing perfection. So make sure you go to skiloveland.com and get your season passes for next season for the 2025-2026 season at the lowest possible price. The same price that you could have gotten last year's pass, you can get it at the same exact price for the rest of the season. Plus, you get from now until May 11th for bonus free skiing this year. So the sooner you buy, the more free spring skiing you'll enjoy. It's the perfect time to get up to those mountains. You get away from all those traffic jams you're dealing with in the month of March and February. So get up to Ski Loveland and make sure you get to your season pass today.
2 minutes left in the minimum of 8. Goal, Dynamo. Andres Linger is going to be shown a yellow card for taking his shirt off. 8 minutes. That's unbelievable. Rapids have a minute left to try to get that winner back. Dynamo also going to be going for it as we're tied up at 2.
Let's head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, a medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com every single Monday here on the Morning Sprint with Coach Sanford and Alex Ryanemi. We are joined by Rapids head coach Chris Armas, coming off of a 2-2 draw. And before we get into the game, we got something special for you guys. For the rest of the year, every single home game after Coach Armas comes on with us, we're going to be giving away a family 4-pack of tickets to that next Rapids home game. And all you have to do is listen to Coach's interview. And then at the end of the show, sometime a little bit later, we're going to play a little clip of what Coach says. We're going to bleep out a word. And then you're just going to have to tell us what the word is. You text that word in, you win a family 4-pack of tickets. Coach, I know it was frustrating at the end of the game. 8 minutes is a decision that was made. You guys played a real good game on the road. You come away with the draw. You're now just a draw away from second in the West. How do you feel coming out of that one after having a late lead?
Yeah, listen, it's what I told the team after the game, that if you just looked at the result, we feel like it's like a loss because we played pretty good. We went on the road to be aggressive. We were down, then got the lead, and then gave it up late. So that feels like a loss just on the result. If you look at the performance, we've been asking for consistency. We've been asking, on the road that we don't change the way we play, that we go after teams. We play with intensity. We stick to our DNA. Then it feels like a win. So for me, when I think big picture, that shows growth in our young team. So, yeah, it's not so easy to feel that little positivity after the game, but in the end, I'll remind everyone, the Colorado Rapids, when I got here, the mentality wasn't this full-on winning mentality. We're pissed off with a tie on the road. It says a lot about the culture and the winning mentality of this group.
Yeah, you talk about getting a point on the road. Generally speaking, at all forms of in competitive soccer it's generally a win, right? It's Major League Soccer. There's a lot of parity across it. And talking about parity, if you look at from second place Austin FC all the way down to 10th place San Jose Earthquakes, a mere 6 points separate about 8 teams. How important is it going to be for 8th place in the table in the Western Conference, Seattle, who's coming into your building? How important is it to get 3 points and feed off of what should be an enormous home field advantage?
Yeah, listen, we know that in professional sports, in Major League Soccer, listen, whether you look at the Lakers, whoever it is these days, the margins are just thin. That if you don't bring your good stuff on any given day or night, it's oftentimes you're not going to get that result. So in our league, it's in soccer, it's not easy to score goals. It's things are close. Every goal means so much. It's not just one run in baseball or a hoop, in basketball. So the margins are thin. We know that. And we live in that balance, and every play means something to us. This is our mentality. And in that world of most games are lost, not won, we still believe we're a team that can force mistakes. We got another penalty in this game. We've given up 0. We've gotten 3 this year. So we try to force the coincidence. We try to be that team that can sway those tight games. And yes, the home game will be huge against Seattle, who's close.
How indicative is drawing penalties versus giving them up of like how attacking and how dangerous you are? Is it just a luck of the draw when you get those things, or do you see that more teams in MLS that have more penalties for are often better?
Listen, I think it was like 7 years since the last team who had as many penalties that we drew last year. They won MLS Cup. Last year, we had the most in the league. And we don't call it luck. We forced a coincidence. We get into those spaces. We deliberately get into the spaces where only that stuff can happen. So we get it, it's where we make our runs, where we make our passes. We try to get close to goal. We lead the league in touches in the opposition box. That's a good thing. That is only where that stuff can happen. So we hope people think it's lucky. We know that we go into those areas and we forced a coincidence.
9 games into this campaign. Can you believe it already? It seems like it just started. 9 games in, several months since you started this journey in your second full season as the head man here with the Rapids. Each team is different. Each team is unique. This team added some pieces. Some pieces moved on. How would you describe what the enjoyment level of this group and you coaching this group so far in this 25-26 campaign?
I love it. I mean, this team, our fans love our team because, they when they come out to Dick's Sporting Good Park, they know what they're going to see. A team that goes after it, that plays with intensity, a team that sticks together, doesn't give in. We attack. Everything we do is to attack. We're scoring goals again this year. It's a prideful group, but we enjoy the work. There's joy on every day in our culture. You come around our training facility, in the meal room, on the pitch, it's joy. We know what we're doing. We love what we do. It's all for our fans. But let me tell you, it's there's no question that this team's becoming a team that home and away, the whistle blows that we can meet the demands at the highest level.
1-1-1 over the course of April, but trending in the right direction, as we've heard. Who's been your favorite player over the course of the month?
That's a good one. My favorite player has been Zach Steffen.
Why?
Just he's just the mentality that he has right now, the belief that he has in himself, the way he's driving our team, his confidence levels through the roof, shot stopping ability, just a real winner in our group. So listen, I got a lot of favorites, but that was a quick answer.
Yeah, and another one that's been consistently trending in a positive direction, it feels like is on the score sheet at the end of every game, is Djordje Mihailovic. And the consistency that you're looking for, the consistency of intensity from Djordje Mihailovic, a player that is so world-class in so many different. How have you seen this year in terms of the intent and the mindset and mentality from Djordje Mihailovic compared to, say, last year?
Yeah, what the difference with Djordje this year is he's more comfortable with our team. Our team's more comfortable with him. For the last few games, we've given him the captain's armband. He's asked me to challenge his leadership, and I've told him I'm going to challenge his leadership. So his ability now to be that reference point, lead the group in tough moments, to keep his cool and be that reference point is huge for us. And guys, how could we not mention Rafa Navarro? I mean, you can't believe in professional sports, it's a guy that scores that many goals, is that talented, a Brazilian striker, that the work that he puts in defensively, you can't find this so easily. It's very rare. He's such a gem. So we got a couple of, great guys up the pitch.
Coach, as we get you out of here on this one, we're giving away a family 4-pack of tickets to every Rapids home game after your interviews here on the Morning Sprint. Again, every Monday at 10:45, Coach Chris Armas of your Colorado Rapids. For a family that hasn't been to a Rapids game, what can they expect if they were to win this family 4-pack? Like, what can you do? Give me your pitch of, like, this is the Rapids experience at home.
Yeah, listen, in soccer, there's no timeouts. So you can expect a high octane, energetic sporting event. Lots of things going on for the fan experience. Goal songs when we score. Lots of fan engagement, but good energy, good night out. And then if they're into sports, to go see a team that plays for the fans, that we feed off the energy of a crowd, and the crowd gives us energy. So I would say the energetic, lots of enjoyment, edge of your seat type of stuff, where we try to put on a performance that the fans can be proud of.
Rapids head coach Chris Armas, 5 days away from their next matchup at home against Seattle. Coach, we appreciate your time. Love having you on. We'll talk to you in a week.
Thanks for having me, guys. Love it. Thanks.
Rapids head coach Chris Armas, courtesy of the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, find them at ramoslaw.com. Later on in the program, KJ is going to find a sentence that coach had over the course of that interview. He's going to bleep a word out. All you'll have to do is find what that word is, text it into 303-504-0925. We're giving away a ton of tickets today. Tickets to Rapids home games, playoff tickets to game number 2 for Clippers and Nuggets. Your next keyword for the Nuggets comes up in 20 minutes. Double wins over the weekend and another double dip right here on Altitude Sports Radio at home for Game 2, the Denver Nuggets and Los Angeles Clippers. 8 p.m. tip, 7:30 p.m. pregame show on AM 950, also worldwide on the Altitude Sports Radio app. On 92.5 this evening, Game 2 in Dallas will be the Avs and the Stars. That pregame show starts at 7 p.m. And if you're looking for something to do, somewhere to watch this game tonight, join myself, Andy Lindahl, Mark Springer at the Three Dogs Tavern in the Denver Highlands. You can win a signed Cale Makar stick, signed photos of some of your favorite Avalanche players, $4 Bud Light drafts all game long to have won beers. And the best part about this is the kicker. Avalanche legend Milan Hajduk, Rocket Richard winner, Stanley Cup winner, will be in attendance at Three Dogs Tavern in the Highlands this evening. So if you want to come, take a picture with Hedgie, get something signed by the great number 23, Milan Hajduk, live at the Three Dogs Tavern alongside Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 for our viewing party.
All right, so tonight at Three Dogs Tavern.
At Three Dogs Tavern.
We know that Milan Hajduk is one of the dogs of the three that will be in attendance tonight. Who are the three dogs tonight? Because I Milan Hajduk, and then you got some options.
I don't know where you're going with this.
Is it Alex Ryan-Emmy? Is it Alex Ryan-Emmy and Mark Springer?
Well, then you're leaving Andy out.
That's
you
what I'm
can't
saying.
leave Andy Lindahl
Who are
out.
the three
Andy's
dogs?
hosting the whole thing tonight.
Who are the three dogs?
I'm going to be the studio host, so I'm going to be a dog. I'm going to be a working dog tonight.
Yep.
I'm a Malamute.
He's a pipe dog.
A pipe dog.
Yeah, between the pipes, man.
Sure. Yeah. I don't know what that means. I don't know where you're going with it.
Just want to know who
You can't leave Nate Dogg out of it. That's the biggest dog of the bunch.
Cracker?
He's not going to be there. No, Nathan McKinnon.
Talking about at the event tonight. There's 4 dogs, but there's only 3 that are going to be counted in the tavern name. I'm going Milan Hajduk, Andy Lindahl, and Mark Springer.
You're leaving me out of this?
You're not a real dog.
What are you talking about?
You're not a tough dog. You're just a working dog. You're a lap dog, Raj. Just a lap dog.
A lap dog lives an awesome life.
Let's
be very clear about that.
The last 2 syllables for you are oodle. You're some type of doodle.
You have a doodle.
It does. Yeah, it's a great dog to have sitting on my lap. But Andy Lindahl is clearly an old, angry.
Would be so lucky to wake up in the next life as the house dog of a millennial couple. Don't send me to heaven. Send me there.
It's a good life.
Send me up to Firestone at the Sanford's place.
You saw the outdoor patio situation. Pretty solid this weekend.
Tito, my sheepadoodle.
Good living.
That dude lives the life. He snoozes for 18 hours out of a 24-hour day.
Are we a double doodle show?
Sure are.
Oh man,
I just can't handle the shedding, man.
No wonder.
Wife's got allergies.
Same. I have allergies.
Yeah.
That's it. I
have no shame in this. Yeah. He's a big dog.
No wonder.
85 pounds.
No wonder the fellows on PhD are always throwing shots at us because we're a double doodle show. You know what though? We're a lot cooler than you. I can guarantee you that. Our dogs are cuter.
You see the rumor mill?
DMac's a cat guy. Multi-cat.
Just not a cat guy.
He's a multi-cat guy.
It's bizarre. You see the rumor mill? As we're 4 days away from round 1 of the NFL draft, the Broncos are all over the trade-up rumor mill. Schefter this morning said this is one of the teams that has been the most vocal over the weekend about trying to trade in and trade up. We also learned this morning that John Lynch of the 49ers is looking to trade down from number 11. There were tweets coming out today from, I think it was Dov Kleeman, who was tweeting out that the Bears are hoping and begging that Ashton Genty falls to them at 10. So do you need to get inside Chicago to guarantee that you get Genty? I think the answer is probably yes.
Yeah, I think so.
That gets me all sorts of excited for 4 days from right now.
They're
trying to move up to make a big time. They're not moving up to take a tackle. They're not moving up to take a 320-pound defensive lineman. They're moving up for a big-time player.
If Ashton Genty's off the board at pick 6, and just to put some context around the Broncos rumored to be moving up, I don't think it's solely for the services of Ashton Genty. I think it's for another player that recently we haven't heard nearly as much about. And that's Tyler Warren, tight end from Penn State. Tyler Warren, if he was to slip to pick 11, would you, talking to you listeners. Text in to 303-504-0925. Would you be happy if the Broncos were to move up to pick 11 to get Tyler Warren out of Penn State as the tight end of your future? How do you feel, Raj?
How far away from Brock Bowers is he?
He's taller. He's a bigger target. I think he's a better red zone weapon.
I love that.
I think Brock Bowers is elite. Throw it short, and he's going to run people over and run through arm tackles and give you tons of run after catch.
Well, hold on, but you talk about the Tyler Warren bend.
He's a bender. He can play tail.
But that's not a vertical.
It is, but I'm telling you,
thing?
Brock Bowers is one of one with regards to the tight end position as a throw it to him as a tight end screen game, tight end arrow routes, those quick little sideline routes, little pivot routes.
Okay, so
he gets you those hard yards, and he is so explosive. Where Tyler Warren can bend as a blocker, he can bend and shoot. He played Wildcat quarterback. He's a really good runner of the football. Brock Bowers is more of he's more explosive. Tyler Warren is a lot taller. He's a bigger target, but he can bend. He's not quite as explosive as a running athlete, accelerating athlete as Brock Bowers.
Bowers one of one, but when he came into the league, who's your closest comp for who Brock was going to be?
Well, that's what I thought.
Is there a comp?
There. I didn't feel one. Because he's a unicorn in the sense that you feel like you are throwing it to a Deebo Samuel type of athlete, but he's 6'3.5", 247 pounds, as opposed to 5'11", 218. So that's the thing. Brock Bowers is so different. That's why I loved him so much a year ago. But I do think that Tyler Warren is going to have Laporta type production in his rookie year of the Detroit Lions. And I thought you add a guy like that for Bo Nix, humongous win.
Bowers last year on a garbage team
that had 4 different quarterbacks play meaningful football. Well, meaningful.
17 games,
meaningful for the Raiders.
112 receptions, nearly 1,200 yards, but just 5 touchdowns. I say 1,200 yards and 7 to 8 touchdowns from Warren is worth a future first.
Agreed. The problem is Evan Ingram. And I know that's what, I'm not even looking at the text line. Evan Ingram's somebody that you could see having some of that same type of production, but the question mark on Evan Ingram is health, longevity, playing the long game. Is he a guy that's going to be in the future plans of the Broncos 2-3 years down the road? It's going to largely depend on his consistent availability and health through this year. I think of Tyler Warren and Evan Ingram as an unbelievable 1-2 punch, because I think Ingram has, ironically, you bring him up, he has some of those Brock Bowers characteristics as a guy that's not super long, not super tall, and a bit more of a run after catch type guy, especially when he was, if you looked at his stat line at his best years, Evan Ingram's stat lines are fairly comparable to what Brock Bowers did as a rookie. High volume pass catcher, good run after catch guy, chain mover, high end runner, guy that can move. I look at Tyler Warren as more of your traditional wide tight end, your inline tight end, but happens to be able to do a whole bunch of other things, but he does have that profile of Sam Laporta. That's a good comp. I just think Tyler Warren's even better than Laporta. And if it's about adding really, really good pieces, Tyler Warren has a chance to be the next great tight end in the National Football League.
I'd be cool with the future first, right? Pick swap future first probably gets it done if you have to get inside the top 12 to get him. I just don't see him getting outside the top 10. I don't see him or Genty getting out of 10. And in order to get in that top 10, I think it's pick swap, future first, either current second or future second to get into the top 10. You just have to be willing to part ways with that. And they've drafted well the past few years. In Sean Payton's history of moving up in the draft, It's overwhelmingly positive. Now, they haven't made this type of big-time move to jump up like 13, 15 spots. There was one time, we detailed it last week, that they moved up 13 spots to get a player. Typically, it works out for him. I have confirmation from Dallas, from Connor McGahey, no Miro Heiskanen tonight. No Jason Robertson tonight for the Dallas Stars. Dude, the Avs have to walk away with 2 wins in Dallas.
Of the 2 playoff teams that are playing in Denver right now, I think tonight is more of a must-win for the Avs.
Why is that?
Because of the potential for the Stars to get 2 of their most important players back if this thing goes 7.
If it's 2-0 and they're still staring down the barrel of like Heiskanen's not ready, Robertson's not playing in this series, man. I would be shocked if he's playing in this series. They're looking down the barrel 2-0 going on the road without arguably their 2 best hockey players. They're toast.
I see the Avs as having an opportunity to put a stranglehold on the series after
Springer
tonight.
called, dude, when Spring and we did like an hour and a half playoff pregame show on Friday evening or Thursday evening, something like that.
Was it right here on 92.5 or was it
it was on our socials.
Nice.
It was on our socials.
YouTube, make sure you like and subscribe.
Oh, look at that.
Huh?
Dog can be trained.
Altitude Sports Radio YouTube at Altitude SR.
Spring called it a few days before the series started. He goes, I got Avs in 4. And I looked at him like he was crazy. You win tonight. I think Avs in 4 is a real thing. But that game, without big-time stops from Mackenzie Blackwood early, without a couple of lucky bounces, 5-1 is drastically different from where I thought that game actually played. The first 10 minutes of tonight's hockey game they're vital. If you can get out to a 1-0 lead, I think Dallas starts to really panic. And then they start to open up the game, and that's where you can start scoring on rushes. You have to attack the middle of the ice if you're the top line with McKinnon. And if Colton can't go tonight, man, I want Landeskog. I want him over Wood. I want him over VC. If Colton can't go, Gabe's got to be in the lineup. There's no reason to hold off on the energy boost for game 2 because I think this is the fulcrum point of the series. This game right now. You come back tied 1-1, it's anyone's because Heiskanen can play game 3. You come back 2-0, your foot's on the throat. And Gabe Landeskog gives you the best opportunity to do that.
Do you think the Avs even played their best game in game 1? Like really, when you were like the opportunities that were afforded to them. I know you win 5-1, so it's hard to find too much. But if you're being really honest with yourself and knowing what this Avs team is capable of doing,
I think they played one of their best defensive games. They gave up 13 shots 5-on-5. Defensively, they were really good. Yeah. Really, really good. Offensively, they didn't get to the middle of the ice enough.
Weren't super sharp.
No. But that's if 5-1's the result after taking a full week off, get real.
That's my point.
Dude, I'm cool with that.
And that's my point that this team, I always thought that the version of the Avs with Marty Necas, Gabe Landeskog potentially coming back, Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar, you have the opportunity to really outskate, speed, skill, the Dallas Stars. I think that you're going to see more of that tonight.
It's a special playoff ticket Monday version of the morning sprint here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Your next keyword to text in and get inside the doors at Ball Arena for Nuggets and Clippers is coming up on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through KJ's NFL Notes, the biggest stories on the gridiron. But before we do that, it's time, because it's on the 20s, for another keyword. It's a special playoff ticket Monday, and you can win a pair of tickets to tonight's game 2 against the Clippers at Ball Arena. Your next keyword is FOUR, F-O-U-R, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you're entered. That's FOUR, F-O-U-R, to 303-504-0925. Your online home for Mile High Playoffs is nuggets.com/playoffs. You can buy tickets there. You can see the schedule, anything else you need to know. But for tonight's game, text FOUR with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Your exclusive home for Mile High Playoffs is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Again, FOUR to 303-504-0925. Mr. Granderson, what is first on NFL Notes?
Adam Schefter released his What Am I Hearing Before the NFL Draft podcast, and he released several interesting tidbits. Here's one thing that could give Broncos country some hope for Thursday regarding teams looking to make trades. Quote, there has been, however, a lack of teams willing to trade up, at least so far. Denver is one of those. The Broncos have made inquiries about moving up in round 1, according to sources, but there aren't many others. This always could change when players start falling and teams are on the clock. And quote, you guys talked about a few minutes ago, Tyler Warren, Ashton Genty being, maybe a couple of players that the Broncos may be looking at to trade up. I'll ask you guys, what does trading up as far as value, and how does it look to get there? How does that look for the Broncos if they do choose to go that route?
Boy, it's hard to say what's going to be the exact value on this. But as I look through, and I know it's a preview of our next story, KJ, I don't want to take your thunder here, steal your thunder, but Jeff Legwold came out with his top 100 prospects. And it's interesting when I see in the prospect after Travis Hunter, number 1, Abdul Carter, number 2, this is just overall, regardless of positional need for teams, just best football players. Ashton Genty is the 3rd best rated player, and I would strongly agree with that he is at least a top 3 best football player in this draft class. Tyler Warren, by Jeff Legwold, listed as the 4th best football player. And then number 5 is Walter Nolan, the defensive tackle from Ole Miss, another player that we've linked to the Broncos at pick 20. If that's the case, the Denver Broncos have the opportunity to get a really, really dominant player relative to their position, even if they potentially stay at pick 20. I think it's going to be something that's interesting to watch. I'm not ready to say that the Broncos are absolutely needing to move up, but if the 3rd and 4th best players are potentially available to move up, then I think you do that because there are positional needs for the Broncos and Ashton Genty and Tyler Warren.
I think you can get a defensive tackle at 20 if you hold on and be happy with the pick. I think you can get a wide receiver at number 20 and be happy with the pick. I don't believe that you can get a running back at 20 and be thrilled with the position. Tight end is probably a reach as well because both who's the Loveland out of Michigan and Warren are gone by 20, and I think you start reaching for the next tight end on the board at number 20. If it's Warren, if it's Genty, I say move up and get them. If it's anyone else, I say stand pat at 20 or trade out of the first round and get yourself both a running back and a tight end in round number 2.
Speaking of Leggy's top 100 prospects, rated irregardless of any type of team's fit or need, he has Michigan tight end Colston Loveland as the 9th best player in this draft class. Colston Loveland's available at pick 20. That's another potential great pick. And I know we've talked about the injury history. He had a minor surgery on his shoulder, and he will be full go by training camp.
KJ, let's get into Leggy's top 100 next.
I'll get with you when we do.
ESPN senior writer and 92.5's Broncos insider Jeff Legwold released his coveted top 100 players of the 2025 NFL Draft over the weekend. His full list can be found at ESPN.com. A few things that stuck out was Jeff only had 2 quarterbacks in his top 32, with Cam Ward being ranked 18th and Shedeur being ranked 32nd. The other one that was quite surprising is he had Omarion Hampton as his 4th ranked running back in this class behind Genty, Travion Henderson, and Dylan Sampson out of Tennessee. From a national perspective, is Omarion Hampton being overvalued going into the draft, or is that just one man's opinion?
I've looked at it the same way. I've never seen where Omarion Hampton was even worthy of a pick 20 draft pick, but certainly I've even seen some mocks that have the Broncos moving up to pick 12, 13, or 14 to draft Omarion Hampton.
I'd be livid.
I mean, it makes very little sense to me.
Knowing that there's a bunch of talent that you can get in round 2 or round 3. Guys who could step in and be number 1 backs in round 2 or 3, or projected to be number 1 backs in those 2nd and 3rd rounds. If they move up to get anyone not named Ashton Genty at that position, I think it'll be a massive waste of assets. Massive.
It is. And when you look at this running back crop, and going back, I know we're giving Leggy, our friend of the program, better friend of Kreckman and Lindahl's program. But you look at Leggy, he's got these running backs, man, they're all bunched up together. Dylan Sampson of Tennessee's got at 36. He's got Omarion Hampton at 37. And then he's got at at number 43 in terms of overall player, he's got Quinshon Judkins, the running back at Ohio State. And that's what I've been saying all along, man, is if you can get Quinshon Judkins, who's 6 foot, 221 pounds, and ran a 4.48 certified laser time at the combine, you can get him in the 2nd round. That's a massive win for your franchise.
You know what would be a fun fantasy draft to do this year? Pick swap with, let's say you want to get into the top 10 to get Tyler Warren. So pick swap with the Panthers at 8. Future first, future second, but hold on to your 2nd round pick this year, right? So you're not picking until round 3 next season. And the hope is that your pick doesn't slot in until somewhere between 25 and 32 next year, if you take that next step up. Fantasyland, you make that trade, current first, future 2nd to get into the top 10. Select Warren at number 8, Judkins in the 2nd round. You happy with that move of assets if that's on the board?
Yeah, and then throw in a little Torrey Horton in the 3rd round.
Sign me up, man.
I mean,
you talk about a playoff tingle. Talk about a draft tingle there.
Yeah, you did. You got longer, faster, more athletic, and you know what? You draft 3 highly productive college football players. I mean, I'm talking otherworldly production.
You get dangerous, and then you don't care about picking at the end of the 1st round next year. You don't care about it. It would suck not having 2 first-round picks, but if that's the haul that you get out of this year, I'd be on board for it. Make sure you guys text, again, the word FOUR, F-O-U-R, with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. It's a special playoff ticket Monday. We're giving away tickets to tonight's Game 2 at Ball Arena between the Nuggets and Clippers. Every single hour, every show on the 20s. Keywords to text in and win. Only altitude can get you guys inside the building. KJ, what's next?
I'll get with you when we do.
One of the biggest questions has been who takes Shedeur Sanders if he slides. You guys believe the 49ers will be a great fit for Shedeur if he gets outside of the top 10. John Lynch apparently doesn't listen to our show because he's thinking about trading back. But a guy who does apparently listen to our show is Chris Sims of Pro Football Talk, because he believes the 49ers could trade Brock Purdy and hit the reset button. His only hurdle is the Steelers and Saints are the most likely landing spots at this point in the offseason, but would either team pay Brock Purdy? So I'll ask you guys, if you're the 49ers, let's say you don't find a trade partner before the 1st round on Thursday. Do you pull in Atlanta and just draft Shedeur anyway if he's there?
Would not surprise me. Would not surprise me at all. Because I think that Kyle Shanahan and the style of offense he wants to play He loves a quarterback that throws the ball really well on the run. Shedeur Sanders is great throwing the football on the run. He's not a great runner. He doesn't take off and tuck the football and run. But because of the high levels of dependence that Kyle Shanahan has on the system of wide zone running the football, the naked game and play action keeper game off of the wide zone would be a tremendous fit for Shedeur Sanders. I think he's an off the charts accurate wow thrower when he's on the move. And clearly he was on the move almost his entire career at the University of Colorado. Did not throw the ball often from the pocket on time because of some offensive line woes.
Do you think Kellen Moore fits with Shedeur at all?
I don't. I see a highly programmable quarterback. And I think now, I think like Cam Ward is a better fit. Think running the quarterback, like using the quarterback as a primary runner in some of the schemes, particularly in the red zone. That's just not something that Shedeur Sanders is going to do a whole lot in his career.
There's been some news out of the New York Giants camp that they are split down the middle right now on whether or not they like Jackson Dart.
Stupid.
Or
Dumb
Shedeur Sanders more.
Stop it.
I think we're moving farther and farther away from the Giants drafting Shedeur Sanders as a possibility.
Yeah, smokescreen season, brother. Lying season. Jackson Dart, he must have phenomenal agents, man. He's got the bet because they seem to stir up the Jackson Dart as a fast riser. It's been hilarious between Tyler Shuck, the quarterback that transferred to Louisville from Texas Tech, and also by way of Oregon, 3-school guy, and Jackson Dart. There's just so many different rumors about either one of those two players sneaking into the first round. It's not going to be one of those two players.
No,
I don't see it.
I'm not saying that the Giants are going to draft Jackson Dart. I think what that tells you is if there's any truth to the organization being split on those players, you know what's probably a dumb thing to do is draft one of those two players if your organization isn't all in on those guys. Especially if there's a player like Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter sitting there where the whole organization can go, yep, we'll take that guy.
It's
Dart. Probably a dumb decision to make that jump.
Jackson Dart here by Leggy listed as the 68th overall prospect, which would have him as a 6 picks into round 3 grade. That's how I see it too. I agree wholeheartedly with his. Jackson Dart had an opportunity in a down quarterback year to put together an unbelievable resume in his final year of college football at Ole Miss, and he failed to do that. His film is not good in his final season, and Ole Miss had the opportunity to make a playoff, make the college football playoffs. They had a lot of really good surrounding talent. Jackson Dart failed to impress in multiple games that I watched this year.
All I'm saying is that the indecision with the Giants right now.
Well, who's even in charge in the New York Giants franchise?
I don't think it's Dable.
Is it Mara's his grandson who plays video games, looks at Madden numbers, or is that the Jets?
That's the Jets.
Okay, who knows with these two franchises? It just looks like nobody's really in charge, and that's the difference with the Denver Broncos, who was clearly in charge, whose voice was by far the most important for the Denver Broncos when they were deciding on quarterback. Sean Payton. Get your guy. We all are behind it. That is not the case because Brian Daboll finds himself squarely in the hot seat.
If that's the case and there is indecision happening in New York, pushing Shedeur Sanders down the board helps the Broncos in their case not only to trade up and get a guy like Ashton Genty, but certainly in the guy that we talked about earlier on in the segment in Tyler Warren. I want all of that to happen. If you're a Broncos fan, you want Shedeur Sanders to get pushed down the draft board as far as possible. That gives you the greater opportunity to jump up and take a player like Warren or Genty early on in the first round. This is good news for Broncos fans. KJ?
I'll get with you when we do.
According to Adam Schefter's podcast where he released talking about some of the tidbits heading into the NFL draft, quote, Atlanta has asked for any acquiring team to pay $20 million of the $45 million worth of guarantees left on Cousins' contract. To date, no one has been willing to do that, and no team is expected to be willing to do so. There's a feeling around the league that a team, whether it is the Vikings or Steelers, might be willing to pay down roughly $10 million. how much any team would be willing to pay also will influence the compensation it gives up. The higher the payment, the lower the draft compensation. The lower the payment, the higher the draft compensation. The Falcons and Cousins, who has a no-trade clause, recognize their future is not together, and how it will play out could very well be influenced by this draft, end quote. What's more likely to happen, guys, for Kirk Cousins? A team trades for him this weekend, or the Falcons release him and just eat the money?
Release. If I'm any GM around the league, dude, I'm telling them to kick rocks. You did this to yourselves. I'm not paying for that guy. And also, Atlanta's getting younger. They have a very cost-controllable asset, not only at running back, but certainly at quarterback with the Penix draft from last year. And what did the Broncos show you? You can, as long as you get the quarterback situation figured out.
You can eat the money.
You can eat the money.
I mean, we always look at the dead cap money statistic, and
I was terrified about it.
Well, all the teams that have dead cap money, they're deep in the playoffs. Like it just doesn't quite add up. It's not.
Oh no,
it's
it
not
does.
as simple.
No. It adds up. Dead cap money means there's an organization that goes, that guy can't play anymore. I want him off my roster.
Right, but I'm saying like it is not a handicapping aspect of a franchise being able to compete for postseason success. There's plenty of examples of dead cap hits like the Broncos had that you make the postseason and, in fact, make runs in the postseason when the number itself doesn't add up. Like we are using up an ungodly amount of our salary cap on players that aren't on the field for our team. That means you drafted well like the Broncos have. George Payton's done phenomenal work. Or you've hit on the free agents like Zach Allen and various players. I think that the Broncos have done a really good job of minimizing and easing this blow of, say, Russell Wilson, and I think that the Falcons will do the same because I think they have a lot of talented players in that franchise.
Round 1, Thursday night. KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. You have 1 more minute to text in your final keyword on the morning sprint. That keyword is FOUR, F-O-U-R, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you will be entered. Again, that is FOUR with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to get inside the doors tonight as the Nuggets take on the Clippers in Game 2.
It's a big night here in Denver, Colorado. In fact, you got your Clippers, or not your Clippers. The Clippers are coming to play your Denver Nuggets in Ball Arena tonight. And Circus Sports Colorado has the Clippers as a 1-point favorite in this basketball contest tonight. And if you look at that game, you can break it down and see some opportunities for the Nuggets to take what they did and actually get better outside of that first quarter. So make sure you download the Circus Sports Colorado app, because if you're looking for playoff futures, props on your favorite players and more, Circus Sports, it's got you covered. It's sports betting the way it should be, with high betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service. So get your playoff bets in at the Circus Sports Colorado app. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Join us tonight for Game 2 against Dallas at the Three Dogs Tavern in Highlands in Denver. Milan Hajduk. Yes, that one. Milan Hajduk.
That's the lead dog tonight. That's the main dog.
He's going to be there to watch the game, sign autographs, take pictures, as well as a live studio broadcast. I'll be your studio host this evening alongside Mark Springer. Live between the pipes. Andy Lindahl is going to be there hosting the whole thing. We're giving away a signed Cale Makar hockey stick. So if you want to get 2 signatures on that, you could win the stick and then have Hedgie sign the thing. Sounds like a great time. $4 drafts all night long of Bud Light. So if you want to go have 1 beers.
Yep, just 1 beers.
Three Dogs Tavern sounds like a great time. Get on there. We're going to give away our...
We're going to be 7 hours and 45 minutes away from...
Just about, Coach.
And that's drop. We're dropping the puck.
We're dropping the puck at about 7:52 tonight.
And then what time are we
Mountain
tipping?
Time. We are tipping just after 8 p.m.
What are we going to do, Raj? I mean, what do I do?
I don't know what you do. I think you go home and you go to the game tonight and then you have like a little iPad next to you and you watch the Avs at the same time. Or if you're at home, you have 1 game on the TV and 1 game on an iPad.
Okay, I'll do that.
And maybe another game on a phone.
Which game's on the TV?
That is up to your discretion. I can't tell you.
I would love to hear from all of our fine listeners.
What's on the big TV and what's on the small TV?
What's on the big TV and what's on the iPad? Or
What if you have 2 TVs?
And you are a 1%er.
All right, if you guys texted in your keywords to win Nuggets Clippers tickets, we're going to give those away in about 10 minutes. But because we're giving away all of the tickets on the show today, if you listen to Chris Armas's interview at 10:45, we told you we're giving away a 4-pack of tickets to this weekend's Rapids game. And all you had to do was listen. What's the bleeped out word?
Yeah, listen, we know that in professional sports, in Major League Soccer, listen, whether you look at whoever it is these days, the margins are just thin.
One more time, KJ, if you know what this bleeped out word was, text that word into 303-504-0925, and you can win a 4-pack of tickets to the Rapids game.
Yeah, listen, we know that in professional sports, in Major League Soccer, listen, whether you look at whoever it is these days, the margins are just thin.
We'll give away both of our winners coming up in just a few minutes here before we hand things off to PhD. Avs Stars, you said this is a more important game for the Avs than it is for the Nuggets. Now, I question that a little bit.
A lot of people did on the text line. I'll explain myself.
Dallas is more injured right now, so I suppose you could go, well, if it's a more injured team, you have a better chance to win moving forward. So does it really mean that much because you've already stolen home ice advantage back from the Stars? Well, the Nuggets have to win both games to maintain home court advantage against the Clippers. What's your reasoning?
The biggest one is that I believe that the Clippers-Nuggets series is going to be a grinder. It's almost like no matter where these games are won, whether it's one at home or one on the road, I think that every single game in this series is the flip of a coin. It's a coin toss type of a series. It's going to be grimy. It's going to be grinder type of a series, and a lot of that has to do with the Clippers and how they're comprised. They have a lot of dudes that you feel like are hanging out at the rec league in their 30s and, just camping outside. And
Nick Batum,
bro,
the shot that he made at the end of the shot clock.
I was screaming at my television. Who is this guy? Nicholas Batum? Who is this Frenchman?
Who was draped over Batum when he hit that shot?
He didn't jump. He didn't even really, he just flicked his wrist and hit a 3. What the heck just happened?
Was it Jamal that was on Batum? I don't know who it was.
The defensive coverage was fantastic on it.
And there were under 2.5 seconds left on the shot clock. So he almost hit another one too. Right, 2 possessions after that, he had another one that he chucked up that went like 3 rattles and out.
I think for the Avs, it's more important because there is a golden opportunity right in front of you to go grab this series and put both your hands around its neck and strangle it out. And you have the opportunity to do that because Jason Robertson's banged up. Most likely he's going to be out, Raj, for the entirety of this series, but you don't know that. And we've already seen both from Jared Bednar and the Avs, certainly from Peter DeBoer and the Stars, that there's been some posturing with regards to who's injured, who's healthy, who's going to be played, and we'll see that again tonight with Gabe Landeskog. Is he up? Is he not? I think that Miro Heiskanen and Jason Robertson, the longer this series goes on, the more of a threat it is to get 2 of the best players, if not the best D-man and best forward for this team. Now, I think the key to tonight, if you're a Stars fan, You know what you need to get back into the series to feel like you need Mikko Rantanen to earn his paycheck.
You either need a Rantanen goal or a Duchesne goal tonight.
You need Rantanen to earn his paycheck.
I'll say that right now. If the Avs keep Duchesne and Rantanen from scoring a goal this evening, they win the hockey game.
You win, and you're up 2-0.
They win the hockey game.
And then you know what starts jumping on the back of Mikko Rantanen? Pressure. Pressure to come back into a building that was very favorable for him, but also the pressure of a fan base. It's like,
who are you without Nate?
Wait, that team got better? That team got better without him?
Who are you without McKinnon?
Because
without McCarr?
Last year we watched this series with Mikko Rantanen playing on the other team in the other colors, and I saw him as a pretty big threat to scoring goals for that team. Now the Nuggets, on the other hand, I think that they have an opportunity to play really. I think they learned some lessons in the first game. And I think the lessons learned is just how physical this series is going to be. And I think they knew that, but you feel it. You sense it. I thought the Nuggets grew into the game as it went on. I think David Adelman grew into the role of being a playoff head coach for the first time in his career.
How about him being undefeated so far?
Yeah,
Knock on your wood.
He's a 4-0 head ball coach.
Guy doesn't know what it is to lose a basketball game.
I like where the Nuggets are at right now. I think that this game is going to be another tightly contested ball game. It's going to be a hard watch. Gosh, that was a hard game to watch, man. It was it wasn't pretty. Nothing about it was necessarily pretty for either team. And you just got to find a way to survive this game. And if you're the Nuggets, you go up 2-0 in the series, I don't think you have a stranglehold on the series because I think this thing's going to go at least 6.
PhD are going to talk about this on the other side to start off their show. What was your favorite moment of the weekend between the two games? You could also throw out the Rockies there too if you really want to. But
I mean, undefeated in their new City Connect jerseys. The
they
retro,
looked good.
They looked good. I liked them. Nobody else did. My wife thought they looked like a throwback Taco Bell from the 90s. I think they're really cool. And I love the Columbia blue.
Yo quiero Taco Bell.
The sky blue hat was very enticing to me. And all I know is that the Rockies don't know how to lose baseball games when they wear those uniforms.
What was your favorite moment of the weekend?
Jamal Murray hitting a fourth quarter 3-point shot.
Okay.
Because I felt like we're back. This is what it looks like. He's the key. He's the key. And you know what's going to be the key tonight? If Michael Porter Jr. gets cooking tonight a little bit, if Michael Porter Jr. hits 4 3-pointers, the Nuggets are officially back. And David Adelman is in my opinion, he's the Nuggets head basketball coach of the future.
All right, so these are the two keys to the contests this evening. I already gave you the Avs key. Rantanen, no goals. Duchesne, no goals. You win the hockey game. The Nuggets, 4 threes from MPJ. You win the basketball game?
Yes. Because that will show that David Adelman is pushing all the right buttons, including benching Michael Porter Jr. for essentially the rest of the game after the second quarter. And Michael Porter Jr. responded, and that shows leadership. And I think it was the right thing to do at the time, and I think it's going to be the right thing tonight. I think Michael Porter Jr. does respond.
Outside of Nuggets and Avs, there were obviously a bunch of other playoff games going around. The Pacers handle Milwaukee. The Knicks get 21-0 run in the fourth quarter against Detroit. The T-Wolves dominate the Lakers. The Cavs handle the 8-seeded Heat. The Thunder hammer the Grizzlies in historic fashion. What was the most shocking result that you saw either in the NBA or the NHL? NHL had some wide scores, but nothing really shocking.
Nothing surprised me at all, but it surprised the heck out of the ESPN NBA crew, and that would be the Minnesota Timberwolves, a team that we know all too well.
Lakers are in trouble.
Yes. The Lakers are not built to be a postseason team because they lack a big. And oh, by the way, Naz Reid, he's the boogeyman. And we know it all too well. That just creeps up into your nightmares. I think the Lakers are in trouble.
It's a double dip here of playoff action on Altitude Sports Radio tonight on AM 950. You'll get the Nuggets and the Clippers, 7:30 p.m. pregame show on 92.5. Avs and Stars Game 2 live from the Three Dogs Tavern, courtesy of our friends at Bud Light. I'll be there, Spring, Andy Lindahl, Milan Hajduk in person at Three Dogs Tavern. Make sure you guys get there. You can win a signed Cale Makar hockey stick. Speaking of winning, Congratulations to Adam Kaufman, who just won a 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rapids this weekend. And the big one, Jeremiah Tafoya, you are going to tonight's Nuggets and Clippers game 2. Congratulations. It's a special Nuggets playoff ticket Monday. Your next chance to win comes up in just 20 minutes from right now with Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac. For Coach, for KJ, I'm Raj. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Dribble handoff in the corner to Kawhi. He throws it away. Christian breakaway. Dog, two hands.
McKinnon into the star zone, hands it off. Lekkinen a shot. Sam made Ottinger. Rebound is there. They score! We're up all night to get lucky.
Jokic back over to Westbrook for three. Yes! Denver's within 4. 1 minute to go.
Now Cale Makar creeping in. Makar hands it off for McKinnon. McKinnon lets a shot go. He scores! The Mac attack is back, Jack.
And Jamal Murray has the basketball here for Denver. He's up the left sideline. Zubac is up and off the bench now for the Clippers. Murray for the tie. Good! 81-81, 7:28 left to go.
Through center ice, down the left flank, across the Stars line. O'Connor, trailers, Manson lets it go. Tipped in front. They score! Manson to Devon Taves, who is at the back post, and it's a laser from Taser.
In the corner, Gordon has it. Doesn't want to shoot. He brings it back out inside the arc. Throws it back off over to Joker. One-on-one with Zubac. Kick out three, Christian. Yeah! 2-possession game for Denver in overtime. 108-104. Timeout, Clippers.
4 seconds to go. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Colorado comes into Dallas and wins game 1. 3 straight goals in the third period make it a 5-1 final as the Avalanche have taken home ice away from the Dallas Stars.
112-110. 0.9 seconds to go. Inbound to Jokic, and there's the Horde. The Nuggets battle back from 15 down and take game number 1 of round 1. Final today from Denver. Nuggets 112, Clippers 110.
Welcome to the show. 12:20, your first keyword to win Nuggets tickets for tonight. Tyler, Scott, best moment of the weekend, biggest concern for tonight.
Easter and my daughter's birthday Sunday was the best moment of the weekend.
Happy birthday to Ellie.
11 years old yesterday. We had the day of Ellie.
Awesome for Ellie.
That was pretty cool. Takeaways. You got to play physical in the playoffs to win. The Avs addressed it during the season with trades, and the Nuggets addressed it midway through the second quarter and changed the tempo of the game.
Best part, my man Russell Westbrook being the star at the end. Way to go, buddy. Way to go, buddy. Knew it was going to happen in the playoffs. Knew he was going to be there. Knew he was going to shoot that three. Right when it came out, I was like, yes, shoot that three. That's what we all wanted. We all wanted that shot. Great shot from Russ. Don't shoot it. Great shot, though. Worst part, biggest concern going into tonight. Will I survive another raging migraine from the stupid green stairs in Dallas?
Driving you nuts.
Are those the dumbest thing you've ever seen in your life?
They got a lot of comments, those screen stairs, no doubt.
They are so freaking distracting, and they're not even straight, and they're ugly, and it's like a stupid color of green, and it's all just stupid.
Stupid stars.
Stupid.
I didn't know Andy was going to sit in with us.
It's all just stupid.
Nothing about Dallas that Andy Lindahl liked.
No, but those stairs literally were driving me nuts the entire game. I had to tweet it out, and it turned out there were a lot of people out there feeling the same way.
You were not the only one. Also, we'll get to other stuff like the City Connect uniforms of the Rockies. They've
got away from the license plate?
Oh, my. Oh, yes, massively away from it. It's later. The spring game with Prime. Prime was pretty funny, man, on a couple of different things. The laundry list of what he needs. And then, the point of ripping basically CU and Rick George kind of to his face about why are we waiting for guys to die to honor him? Was, we'll get to all of that coming up. Part of the show today. But we have a double dubberoo, and now we have what's tough. I think it's tough that you can't just focus on one game at a time with both teams playing at the same time.
Be better for the city, but I don't think the NHL and the NBA give a flip.
They apparently don't, because we'll have this issue tonight and Saturday as well. So it is what it is.
Yeah, it blows.
We'll get through it. These are
Although we'll get about 30 minutes at the beginning.
Sure. These are first world problems. These are only issues. How many other cities in America
at this time of year gets to complain about this one. Are we it? I mean, are we it?
This year?
I mean, I guess the Kings are in the playoffs, aren't they, right? So I guess LA teams would have that issue.
So LA and the Kings.
Dallas would have. Oh, no, Dallas doesn't have that issue anymore.
No,
they're done.
Playing game.
They're done with that.
Bruins don't have
that issue. So just us in LA, I guess.
Miami's out.
Miami don't have that issue.
Orlando, no. Well, Lightning. Well, our Lightning's still in it. Lightning and Orlando.
That's really two different cities.
Yeah, true, but I mean, it's same. Gotta believe the same fan
It's
base.
a little bit of a stretch, but all right.
You think so?
Yeah.
I don't think it's that big of a stretch.
Really?
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of Magic fans in Tampa?
Oh, yeah.
And vice versa?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
It's like a swath out of the middle of the state.
Really?
It goes from the coast to...
We'll take care of it. But tonight for me, and we'll have Connor McGahee on in here in 12 minutes after we give out our first keyword. There's a lot of indication Gabe's going to play tonight.
Out of necessity.
Okay. You got something to say on that?
Without injury, is he playing?
I think that was probably a very difficult decision that Jared Bednar had to make on Saturday night. That was a tough one.
See, I don't think it was a tough one. I don't think he was
really?
I don't think he was ever going to play game one in Dallas.
Why?
I just don't think he was.
He was cleared. He was healthy.
But I think they were going to wait and see, maybe go into game 3 first home opener. Just because that's what people do. It's emotion. Playoffs about emotion. So I don't think he was ever really going to play.
I don't think if Ross Colton isn't banged up, I don't think it's even in consideration. They had a plan, and it was going to be in game 3.
Because now you've got a game in hand that you can, statistically speaking, be able to go, okay, maybe he's not 100% ready at the level we need him, but why not now? We're up 1-0. What's it going to cost us?
Man. So we're feeling bad for Gabe? We have to take, some precautions for Gabe Landeskog?
Yeah, for a guy who's missed 3 seasons, basically, because he basically got entire new knee put in.
I know the history.
With cartilage. So, I mean, I think they don't want to be stupid with it.
Okay.
Ross Colton's not hurt. Are they thinking about playing him tonight? I don't think so.
Oh, I think I don't know. That's
why wouldn't he play in game 1 then?
I don't know why he didn't play in game 1.
Well, because they had a plan.
I think he should have played in game 1.
They had a plan that we heard of before game 1, and it was going to be the return at home in game 3. And
so that's your speculation on that, right? Of course. I mean,
it's not my speculation. I'm just following the reports that were out there.
Okay. Well, I don't know where they're getting the reports from. I mean, that is
it's their speculation.
It's definitely their speculation because everything that's been said is Gabe is good. Gabe is cleared. The decision is there. There has not been one thing uttered or reported on that this is all about game 3. I mean, it's a fun sort of theory. But I think that I don't know.
Dana put it out there.
Well, okay, cool. We're okay. If he's got some information, then fine. Cool. If he's got that in his back pocket, that was always the plan. But there was, listen, man, I thought, and a lot of other people thought, Gabe was about to skate on the ice Saturday night for sure. That was going to happen.
I never thought he was going to play Saturday. I didn't personally.
Okay.
I just thought let's get into this a little bit and get a feel. But, if there's injuries now and the guy's coming in, now it shows you the benefit of having him back, a former All-Star.
But you realize there's other healthy guys that are getting scratched. I mean, why is it such a certainty tonight for Gabe?
I don't think it's a certainty, but I think it's a much higher likelihood because of Ross Colton.
Why not? Why isn't Miles Wood playing?
Fair question. But I think when you've got one guy that goes down, all of a sudden you just got to make decisions.
Listen, by the way, we don't officially know he's going. We don't officially know he's going.
No. And keep in mind, we had this discussion on Thursday, on Friday. Hey, man, Gabe Landeskog could just flat out be a healthy scratch for the first round. Like that could happen.
There's no doubt about it.
And it doesn't feel like it's going to go down that way. But, Jared Bednar's got to make a decision. Is Gabe Landeskog healthy? Okay, we feel good. Yeah, that's done. Everybody knows he's healthy. Is Gabe Landeskog in shape? People debate about that. Probably in shape. Is Gabe Landeskog our best option to be on the ice? And that's what it really comes down to.
It's a great cutesy story, but guess what? Cutesy doesn't win in the postseason, and Bednar and the franchise are going to play who they think is going to give them a chance to win that night.
Okay, well,
cutesy, for lack of a better term, give me a better intriguing, interesting, fascinating, exciting.
All of that.
Yeah, it's all that kind of story, but those are great. the bottom line is they want to win a series.
We'll get to that in detail with Connor McGahey coming up in here in 8 minutes. Meanwhile, with the Nuggets, apparently there's only one really interesting series in the NBA playoffs after watching that slate of games. And the Nuggets and the Clippers, I guess, is it.
Well, did I not tell you?
Holy
did
cow.
I tell you Friday that the
God.
best series in the playoffs first round is this series?
Well, you ain't lying. And then the games proved it out. And then if I'm Memphis right now, I mean, oh my God. Oklahoma City's next for the Nuggets, by the way, if we're lucky enough to get there. And it is what it is.
Yeah.
But that was embarrassing. Lakers, how you doing?
Houston, how you doing?
Houston, how you? We knew it about Houston, man. We damn well knew it about Houston. We knew that was the Charmin soft Houston.
Well, I'll give Memphis a chance. I want to see how they come back in game 2 because, they just gone through an emotional 4 or 5 days of having to win to even get in. So I can see where, but we'll see if they don't show up again in game 2, then yeah, that's a waste of time.
Slightly strange vibe after the Nuggets game. Happy for sure. The benching of Michael Porter Jr.
Yep. Boy, David Adelman was pretty direct, huh?
Pretty direct.
He's been direct since he started.
Yeah, but
Russ set the bench in that Sacramento game.
Mm-hmm.
And he came out and said, I'm going to play who's hot and who's rolling.
Yeah.
And guess what? Listen, one thing that no one can say right now about David Adelman is he ain't a man of his word because he's living by his word.
I gotcha. We're watching Russell Westbrook. Maybe, Dan, you can help me out with this. But here's our impression of fans watching Russell Westbrook on Saturday.
No!
Yes! The entire time.
That was so cute what they just did right there.
Well,
they planned that out and everything.
We'd been practicing.
They did a pre-show call about, hey, when I say no, you say no also. When I say yes.
That's how he won Employee of the Month last month.
Yeah.
Honorable mention.
That was adorable.
I thought you won it.
2 months ago.
Tyler's jealous.
You won it this month too, didn't you?
No. The competition was too tight.
You know who won this month, right?
Yeah, him.
Okay, yeah. Fair enough.
Russell Westbrook, Russell Westbrook lose a game the same way he helped win a game?
No, because I don't think he'll get the opportunity. He still didn't shoot the ball great. He made a monster. And the one thing you got to say about Russ, whether you like him or not, the guy's a Hall of Famer, and the moments aren't too big for him. And the moments of playing bad aren't going to keep him down, head between the knees, like you see a lot of players who play bad, miss some shots, put their head between their knees. He ain't ever going to be that guy. He's probably, of the guys I've been around, and again, you can like him or not like him, probably one of the more confident guys of his ability I've ever seen.
We have our first keyword to give away. We have 3 more hours to discuss all this stuff, which is fantastic. A brilliant day here in Denver, Colorado. Ain't no doubt about it. You're locked to Denver's #1 sports talk station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, guys, gals, hey, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, just go to Phil Long Ford. It's the best car dealership in Colorado. I've been going over there since my rookie year in the NFL. I keep going back time after time after time because they always treat me with respect. They get me in, they get me out, they give me the best price. That's not unique to me. That's unique to every customer who walks in the doors over at Phil Long Ford. Relationships matter in life. You'll become a customer for life once you buy your first vehicle from my friends at Phil Long Ford. Guys, they've got over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. And if you have not given a test drive to one of those electric vehicles, you're missing out. You got to check out the Ford Mach-E Mustang, the F-150 Lightning. These are incredibly fun, incredibly fast vehicles that you are going to fall in love with. With over 1,000 vehicles, whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. So don't drive all over the state. Just go to my friends at Phil Long Ford, find the vehicle that you want to drive, and keep it serviced at Phil Long Ford because they've got an award-winning service department, and they're going to keep that car in tip-top shape. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and visit them online at phillongford.com.
It's a playoff ticket Monday. And you can wear a pair of tickets to tonight's Game 2 against the Clippers at Ball. All you have to do is text Westbrook, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you're entered. Your online home for Mile High Playoffs, nuggets.com/playoffs. You can buy tickets there, see the schedule, and anything else you need to know. For tickets to tonight's game, text Westbrook along with your first and last name, 303-504-0925. Westbrook, first and last name, 303-504-0925. Your home for Mile High Playoffs is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. On the call tonight in Dallas, our own Connor McGahee. Connor, let's get some news out of the way. Talk to us about the morning skate today.
Yeah, morning skate was, for Dallas, it was not optional, which I found to be interesting because a lot of times you get optional skates and rest, but that was not the case for the Stars. It was fully attended without Robertson. Miro Heiskanen was there, but he didn't do much. Heiskanen won't play tonight for Dallas, which is excellent in the words of Mr. Burns. And then Avs, definitely an optional skate, and didn't get a whole lot of info on lineups, which is fine. I never blame coaches for that. Like, why give the opposition a leg up to prepare in any sort of way? So don't really know what the lineup for the Avs is going to look like tonight. But
well, let me ask you just some procedural questions then about things that anybody could have seen. Did Gabe Landeskog come off relatively early, not later?
I mean, I don't. Sorry, I didn't have my stopwatch out. Well, Landeskog's off at. There's only 4 minutes left at skate, and he was off 5 minutes left the other day. So maybe we're not doing that. We're not playing that game. I don't think there's a big difference of when he comes off and if he's in with the extras. Especially during an optional. It's hard to fill in the blanks there. So I honestly, especially this time of year, I wouldn't look too much into anything.
Do you take the option? Do you give credit to anybody who does show up, or does the Stars kind of stay away for the rest and probably the activation and all the stuff else they do?
Yeah, I think every team and every player situation is different, Scotty. Right? Like some guys like the rest and to work out and prepare in a different way. Some guys like the reps and the touch of the puck and the skates on the ice in the morning. So. I just think Dallas was, hard to be happy with the 5-1 loss, right? I know it got away from them a little bit late, but the fact that it was mandatory attendance for them today shows where they're at. It wasn't the most energetic morning skate of all time, but at least everybody had to be there and be on the ice. And I like Bednar's approach when he says, I let everybody do what they need to do to be at their best. And as the winningest coach in franchise history in the postseason, I think he knows what he's talking about.
Are you getting any gut or any vibe out of Dallas? Obviously, Jason Robertson, he's out again. But do you think he'll be back for 3 and 4?
I don't think so. If he's not on the ice now, and Game 3 is what's today, Monday, and Game 3 is Wednesday. I don't know what year it is. There's no chance for me that Robertson is in Game 3 or likely 4. If Heiskanen is on the ice and a participant in morning skate today for Dallas and just not doing very much, and he's not going to play, then for me Robertson isn't close.
Okay.
So if that changes in the next, not tomorrow because that'll be a travel day for both teams, but if Robertson A is on the trip and then 2 on the ice on Wednesday, then we're having a different conversation. But I don't think he's anywhere close to that right now, from what we can tell.
Hey, Connor, what do you think the key was for Game 1 and why they were able to do it? A hard contest. I think it was 11-8 shots in period 1 before Avs kind of got going. But what was the 1 or 2 keys that you thought took place for them to get that win? And are they repeatable for Game 2?
Yes, absolutely. One of the big keys was Mackenzie Blackwood. The Avs only gave up 13 even strength shots in Game 1, Scotty, and then 10 shots on the power play.
Wow.
And Blackwood had some extraordinary saves early in the game, When the Avs are shorthanded, to either keep them level or in the lead. A .958 save percentage from Mackenzie Blackwood in game number 1. So you gave up a couple great A's on the power play that weren't awesome, but Blackwood was there to bail you out. And, these are two puck possession teams that like to have the puck. That's obviously the best way to defend. And, the Avalanche went from winning 41% of the draws in last year's series to, I think it was 52% in game number 1. And that's huge in the playoffs, right? And that has to do, Brock Nelson was in the 30s, but Jack Drury, Charlie Coyle, Nathan McKinnon winning draws. And, when Devon Taves and Cale Makar and everybody else have the puck all the time, that's the best way to defend. So that's how the Stars view things. That's how the Avs view things. So I think it's very easily repeated here in game number 2.
Bezzy was asked about Ross Colton, how he's feeling. He said, quote, not great. Okay. Yeah. What's the most logical replacement for Colton?
Boy, I think with his – it's really hard to say because you do have options.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you take – say you just take Landeskog out of the equation,
Mm-hmm.
even though Jared Bednar said he would possibly be an option. The way that he's played lately would be Miles Wood to throw him in there. As a winger with speed, who even the Dallas media was talking about, Miles Wood loves to play against the Stars. Remember, he had the overtime winner in game 1 here last year. So, and he's really stepped up his game as of late. So, I don't know if Colton's going to be able to play, if Miles Wood would be in. But if you gave me a choice between DC and Miles Wood, I would probably think Miles Wood would be where they would go first.
Do you think there has just been a plan to debut Gabe in game 3 at home?
Hard to say, right? I think it is the truth all along when they say, hey, it's up to Gabe, and every day is different. Some days the knee feels good, some days it's sore. That's like all of us, It's like I slept weird on my neck last night. I didn't the night before, It's like it's true for him. I think, especially coming back from this. I'm not convinced there's a concert plan to have him come back in game 3. I think that the Avs are in the business of winning shifts, hockey games, playoff series, and they're going to put the personnel on the ice that's going to be the best to do that. And even though it's the captain, there's some extraordinary circumstances around that. Gabe would be the first to tell you that this is the Colorado Avalanche and the Colorado Gabe Landeskog's.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why I think that the Avs, who minus Colton now, and we'll see what his status is for tonight, are fully healthy as they've been all season. And again, they're going to put players in who give the team the best chance to win.
Man, that's what I said just a second ago, because here's another thing we forget about with Gabe. He's a little bit like Joker in the sense that if it ain't going to help the team win, don't put me in there. It's a great, and I said a cutesy story, and you got mad at me for saying cutesy.
I didn't get mad. I questioned the word choice.
Well, but it's entertaining. It's exciting. It's inspirational. There's a lot of things, but the guy that's in the center of it is Gabe Landeskog, and I promise you, having what we and you know him better than the three of us, obviously, but just my perception of him, it's team first, and that's going to be the bottom line. And if they need him, and he thinks he can come out and help, then he'll say, listen, I can go, and I know I can help.
Well, I have a little prickly question then, based on all that. Can I ask a prickly little question?
Well, you are a little.
Well,
okay.
It fits you.
Right. Exactly. I'm just as God made me. Is this choice to not be in the lineup right now Jared Bednar's active decision or Gabe Landeskog's active decision?
That's something that none of us could answer. That's between them, right? And they're not going to tell you that. So
I think it's a collaboration.
Collaboration?
Yeah. I think they probably communicate as many as Bednar talks to any individual. I bet you he or the assistant or somebody are with Gabe as much as anybody.
Because I'll tell you this, if this is just Jared Bednar making this decision, that is one hell of a tough decision. That is not an easy decision to make based on everything.
Is he the highest paid coach on that team?
He is.
I do believe so.
That's why they pay him the highest.
But if you're right and it's a collaboration, that would make a little bit more sense. But still, if it's not, if this is just like Connor, seriously, if this is just we got to put the best guys out there and Gabe ain't one of them, that's a tough one, man. That's a tough call. But this is the world that we play in right now.
Yeah, it is. And if it wasn't Gabe, I mean, no offense to Miles Wood, but
Right.
if Miles Wood and Gabe Landeskog were reversed, would we even be talking about this?
No, of course not. No.
Probably not. Because of the 1,030 days in between NHL games, right? And because he's the captain, and because he's been around for 14 years. I mean, these are all factors that go into it. And again, if that's the case, hat is off to Jared Bednar for having to make the tough decisions, as he always has. But I think any coach will tell you that they would want to make tough decisions with personnel because your team is healthy than just having to throw a lineup card there out of that's all that we got. So it's a tough position for Bednar to be in, but I think it's a position that he actually would prefer to the alternative.
Connor, you're the absolute best. How do you like the green stairs?
It's funny because they're all little. I almost took a picture of them today. It's like a little, the easy buttons. Remember those?
Mm-hmm.
So it's basically that size. It's like a plastic hockey puck that they have zip tied around the banisters at American Airlines Center, and they all, they've had those in other places. San Jose does that.
Yeah.
But I'm not quite as disgusted as Pete Blackburn, but
they're not even in a straight line. Everything about it is disgusting. It gives me a migraine. It's distracting. Get rid of these ugly, and it's an ugly color of green.
Well, it continues a trend of the Stars doing sort of weird out there things for their playoff themes. So it wouldn't be a trip to Dallas if we didn't have something like that.
At least make them a straight line for the love.
I know for us who I'm tilting my head up there just trying to get the picture that's hung crooked to get straight, and it's not happening.
Well, we whatever it is, you're the most focused, energetic, the best. It's Connor McGahey. Tonight, 7 o'clock pregame, 7:30. Connor's on the call, and we got Raj and Spring, as well as Andy Lindahl at Three Dogs Tavern in the Denver Highlands for our official watch party with a signed Cale Makar stick and other treats as well. So we got you covered. Thanks to Bud Light for all of that. Thank you, Connor. Have a great call tonight.
Thanks, boys. God bless you.
Okay, there you go, Connor McGahey.
God, I love the fact that I just learned that they're zip tied. Was he being literal or facetious?
No. They're that's it.
They're zip tied.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looks like they're zip tied.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
they are. Oh,
it looks like me like trying to go up and hang my Christmas lights like on a 20-foot ladder, and I get lazy and I'm just like, I'll put that one there.
The Nuggets and Avs have done that too. Zip tied little lighty things in the playoffs.
Yeah, but it looks cool when we do it.
It does.
Well, they put them on all the railings when they're zip tied in Denver.
Teams do it different ways, but yeah, it's all that sort of stuff.
Is that one of the great inventions of the world, zip ties?
Zip ties and quality.
They do solve a lot of problems.
They do the trick.
I mean, that and duct tape. I mean,
give me your hands. Zip time.
What do you think about the decision Bedsy's potentially making here?
Well,
make.
Listen, I really do. I think there's a lot of communication that goes on between Gabe and where he's at and the coaches and coaching staff. I don't think, and I think, and this is why, listen, the last couple of years we said, boy, they really need that captain. They need that voice. And I don't think there's anybody who's ever going to be better at it for an Avalanche squad than what Gabe has grown into as being the captain for this team. And I said this a while ago, and I mean it. I think all he's concerned about is winning, and he ain't going to go out there if he doesn't think he can help contribute to the victory. And if he thinks he could be a detriment or is going to be at 95% speed, then get Miles Wood or whoever it might be. So I think this is a communication. If he's on there, then you know what? He thinks he can go and help this team. If he's not out there tonight, then, let's see if we see him game 3.
Real tough place to be as an athlete. You've been working so freaking hard at this. To really be honest and vulnerable in that situation, am I the best option? That's a tough place to be in. And that's why I'm sure Gabe is honest to the degree that he knows how to be honest. Like, he doesn't even really know how his body's truly going to respond in this situation. He's got a couple examples from playing in the AHL, but I think it's probably more on Bednar than it is on Gabe Landeskog. And I agree. Those guys are, come on, that's a healthy, respectful relationship that for sure there are conversations going on. It's not like Bednar's just like, hey, you're not playing tonight.
You're playing or you're not playing, no.
But I bet it's more on Bednar than it is on Gabe.
I would tend to agree with you on that. And tonight it's clear. If Colton doesn't go.
But it might be on Bednar, but it's not without input.
Fair.
Yeah.
True, but what is a player going to say?
Listen.
A player's going to say, I'm good to go. I don't know any player of any quality that would say, I need a couple more days. There's no way Landy's going to say, I need time here. And by the way, I know Connor was putting it down or not really giving it much credence, but you should pay attention to who's off the ice quick and who stays on the ice during morning skates during the playoffs.
He mocked the hell out of you on that one.
He did, and with all due respect to Connor, that means more than Connor's putting forth right there. That means more than he's putting forth. And don't forget, Gabe was late to get off morning skate on Saturday, early to get off morning skate today. And tonight, it's about Miles Wood or Gabe Landeskog. Who would you prefer on the ice to give you the best chance to win? That's what tonight is.
And that's what the decision will be.
That's what the decision will be. And
Listen,
I think that's what the decision was on Saturday, too.
And there's going to be conversation if Gabe says, man, I feel okay. It's a little weird, but I feel – then no, you're done. And listen, he played 2 games with the Eagles, right?
Mm-hmm. Back-to-back nights.
How many times do you think they've watched his minutes as a coaching staff? How he skated, watched the all-11s, right? You don't think that they got all 11s too, and it's not called all 11s, but you don't think they've watched, okay, where's he going? How's he doing? What's he going?
22. Just double it up.
Where's his speeds going? Or all 22? But where's the speed? What's it going? Where's he at? I guarantee that
they're watching every second.
Yeah, every second of what they've seen because he hadn't gotten to practice full bore, let's knock you into the boards type of stuff.
The drama building up tonight is real. It is real. It's exciting.
Here's a tough reality that Avalanche fans might have to swallow here, and I hope I'm wrong. But if Gabe Landeskog was not the best option, and that's what it comes down to, are you the best option in Game 1? I don't know what the difference is in Game 2. I know that Colton's hurt. What's the difference in Game 3? If he's not the best option in 1, he just might not be the best option.
Well, the truth was, we've been saying it, he has to be a better option than Parker Kelly or Jack Drury or Kivi Ranta. And on Saturday, we were told he wasn't a better option than that. Now, he has to be a better option than Miles Wood. And that's how this breaks down. So we'll find out. We'll find out later tonight. It's going to be interesting. It'll be fascinating. But I don't think they're waiting to Game 3. I think they're just waiting to put the best lineup out there. That's the bottom line. And if Colton gets healthy again, it might mean By the way, how about Eric Johnson playing? Eric Johnson getting
Game 3 would be pretty convenient, though. You win Game 1, you win Game 2. Game 3 is a pretty convenient to go test the waters.
Okay.
Or if you go up 3-0, then you do a Game 4 because they got
right.
We doing one game over the next one.
So we doing pity parties in the NHL playoffs?
No, it's not about a pity party.
We're putting the foot on the throat.
It's not about a pity party, but it's about testing the waters to see, are you going to be the best option?
Listen, I'll be surprised if he doesn't get in the series. I'll be absolutely shocked if he doesn't get PT.
I'll be shocked if he doesn't get in tonight.
That being said,
I won't.
It also wouldn't shock me if he doesn't play at all this year. The playoffs.
Okay.
Second round, third round, finals.
We don't need to wager on it, but fellas, if he doesn't play tonight, I'll be curious why. Really curious. I think he is going tonight. I think every indication is that Gabe Landeskog is going tonight, and I think he should. So I'm excited for it. And I got you. If you don't want to, it's kind of want to steel yourself a little bit, like you don't want to be disappointed or let down or whatever, and maybe there's more time. But I think, why not tonight? I can't wait for tonight to see it. No offense against Miles Wood, but I think Landeskog.
So when Miles Wood comes in, you're going to turn TV off?
No, of course not. I'll be at the Nuggets anyways, but I'll have it on the computer screen. I'll be watching it no matter what. But I'll be curious about it, that's for sure. Either way, we're pulling for the team, not the player. I get that. That means more than anything. And tonight, that is a big question for the Nuggets as well. with the ongoing drama of Michael Porter Jr. and Russell Westbrook, and boy, is it fascinating. We'll get to that coming up, and you got a couple more minutes. Westbrook is the key word for this hour for your chance to win tickets 2 nights. PHC on 92.5. We're thinking, and Scott, I trust your judgment on this more than anything because you're a savant when it comes to music themes for things, and especially funk music, but it's a guess that Roller Coaster might be the right theme for Russell Westbrook.
Yeah.
He is up and down. And it's a thrill.
Yeah.
When you were calling that game.
Psycho Killer might go in there too.
Psycho Killer? Kiss
Kiss.
Talking Heads action, yeah.
Listen,
is he more Roller Coaster or is he more Psycho Killer?
I don't know. I think David Adelman, says it best. Get ready for the Wild Wild West, show. I mean, that's kind of what Russell's been. I still think you keep his minutes in check, and then breaking case of glass, and kind of when they used him last night. Here's the one thing, and I want to get into that game a little bit, tell you exactly where it changed. But,
let's go.
Well, it changed when Nikola Jokic came back in the second quarter. Because the Clippers just being physical and punking guys and just slamming around. And Joker came in and said, nah, it's enough. And he just started bodying the hell out of people. Picked up 3 fouls, I think, in that first half, got his fourth and the third. He didn't care. He said, and I thought the team fed on it. And the team came out and got more physical and everything else. I don't think Jamal's afraid to get physical. I don't think Aaron Gordon's afraid to get physical. I don't think Russell Westbrook's afraid to get physical. I don't think Christian Brown's afraid to get physical. Nikola, we know is not. And to me, that picked up. And it may have started early with Aaron Gordon him and Kawhi were just hammering on each other. They were hammering on each other. And the team picked up on it, especially when Joker came back in that second quarter and he went on a 13-2 run, which kind of won you the game. Mm-hmm. So that's what playoffs are. And when you're a playoff team that's not super deep, not going to throw 9 or 10 guys at you. Listen, Jalen Pickett, I thought was fine in his 5 or 6 minutes. He's not letting guys back him down. He's not afraid to be physical either. But that's how you got to be in the postseason. Peyton Watson's got to get more physical. He's got to learn that part of the game. And that means finishing under contact at the rim. And Michael Porter, that's been his Achilles heel really his whole career, that he's kind of struggled against teams that get real physical with him. And I said Norman Powell shut him down in that Portland series you end up winning. Norman Powell was on Portland that year. He was just in Michael's chili the entire series.
All right, well,
and he had a tough series.
We can get to that. First, Russ is dressed up in all silver. That suit. Dude has some style choices. Ain't no doubt about it. It looks good. And he said his mission?
Because you didn't start very early.
My job is to have the dynamic roller with Zoo and great cutters and the guys that catch lobs, and my job is to be able to be the low man and find ways to keep my leg.
Basically, it's hard to hear there, but he said my job is to FS up as a low man down there.
And I like that. Just going back to Aaron Gordon for a quick second. First off, it was great to see him be able to handle that type of physicality. That was cool. It also concerned me for the longevity of the playoffs. Like, oh, that was a rough start. Like, hope that calf is okay. It appears he's okay enough to play. I don't know the long-term situation of the calf, but it does concern me a little bit. How much can he handle that? And do you have anybody else that could spell him in that role with Kawhi? Maybe not. But with Russ, dude, this is just what you live with. This is what you live with. And when it comes down to a guy, and he said this after the game, he could not care less how many shots he's missed. He could not care less how many times he's failed. He's going to take the shot that gives him a chance to win a game. And as a coach, that's a terrifying place to be in. And you just got to ask yourself, do I trust the dog more than I trust the turnover machine?
Well, Adelman was honest. He goes, was it fair to Michael Porter Jr. for me to put him in the game when he'd been sitting for 40 real minutes, not game minutes, but real minutes? He's just sitting on the bench, and I'm watching MPJ, and he's not in the huddle, and it's this, that, the other thing. The body language is all over the place. Jokic had this to say about MPJ.
If you're not going to be engaged right now, I think you're not supposed to play this sport. So.
Wow.
It's like I said, it's just another game. It just happened. It can happen. So tomorrow is not tomorrow. In 2 days, it's going to be a completely different game.
If you're not,
but
they can't start him.
But you needed to get the question in on that too. What can you do to help Michael get more engaged? And that was the answer on that. If you got to have people get you engaged, and we've said it on this show, you're in the postseason, 4-5, the most even matchup in the postseason usually ever is 4-5. Maybe you get a 1-2 somewhere in the finals. And his question was, how do you get Michael Morgan? Ain't my job to get Michael engaged.
Well, Jamal was asked that same thing, and he was like, I'm playing in the game. It's not my thing.
Yeah, it's not.
It's not.
So if you're calling it unengaged, for whatever reason. I mean, he hit the first basket of the game to go up 3-0 and didn't score the rest of the 25 and a half minutes he was in. So I thought that answer was a breath of fresh air. It ain't his job. It ain't nobody's job to get any player engaged.
Here's the question that you got to ask with Michael Porter Jr. Is the guy pouting from decisions being made, or is he in the tanks, right? And those are two different worlds that you got to navigate as a coach and as a teammate, right? When a dude is pouting, when he's not engaged, when he's sitting outside of the huddles because he's protesting something, well, you kind of turn your back on the guy at that point because, listen, man, we don't got time for that right now. If the guy is in the tanks and you really believe in him, you wrap your arm around the guy. But I do think that it's a fair question that you guys might kind of roll your eyes at. I think it's a fair question whether you even start the guy. If you got a guy that is not engaged in the NBA playoffs, what are we doing?
Adelman addressed it after the game and yesterday too. They had a little media there yesterday, and he said he's going to lean on Michael Porter Jr., but he'll go with the best guys. He's been saying the same thing. He said the same about DeAndre Jordan too, which you could say, hey man, we went to overtime right there, and we got AG playing the 5. All right, man, this is a dude who's been hurt, and we're going to need. And it was all good for game 1, but I mean, theoretically, this is a long process.
Well, it should be a long series.
I will not be surprised if DeAndre Jordan plays a little bit tonight. Will not surprise me at all. And I won't be surprised if they go a little bit longer with MPJ. But there is a limit that you can go with. And Westbrook, I mean, golly, man, as long as we're all prepared that it could go as well as it went. And boy, the offensive rebounding from Westbrook and AG was, I mean, it was.
Man, Christian Brown, too. He was up in there a lot, too.
Are you kidding me, man?
Yeah.
It was huge.
Here's what the coach's dilemma is. If you're watching your defense and they're always setting up one guy to come be the switch guy on your pick and roll, they've figured out some sort of what they perceive as being some sort of weakness.
And there's another little twist that Adelman, it's not even a mystery, but let's get into it next because there's an easy way to beat the Clippers here. There is an easy way to beat them. We'll give you the details on that next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Every case is different. And finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. It's almost a given that better medical practice generally leads to better outcomes for patients. And if you suffer from ED, you certainly want a good outcome. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has better medicine. They're the leader in treating men's sexual health issues in Colorado. With success rates well over 90%, you can trust them. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, $99 for that consult. A T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. They have an expert staff like a lot of men. You could be having sex the next day. So find out for yourself. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
In the corner, Gordon has it. Doesn't want to shoot. He brings it back out inside the arc. Throws it back off over to Joker. One-on-one with Zubac. Kick out three, Christian. Yeah! Two-possession game for Denver in overtime. 108 to 104. Timeout, Clippers.
We'll get to Jokic versus Jeff Van Gundy in a second. We'll have another keyword for you to win Nuggets tickets tonight. That comes up in 17 minutes. But what's going to make it easy? Well, funny enough, what's going to make it easy for the Nuggets could be the same thing that could make it easy for the Clippers. And that is just lower-level guys compared to the big guys just draining wide-open shots. Thank you, Nicholas Batum, 36 years of age, for joining the party. Chris Dunn threw in a couple. You are going to have guys in this series who are going to be wide open. Jokic with 4 points in the fourth quarter and overtime. As Adelman said, double, triple, quadruple teams on him. They are just not going to let Jokic just beat them. And so you are not only going to have opportunities, Tyler and Scott, you're going to have some of the best opportunities of your life. And the Nuggets didn't make those shots.
Especially in the fourth quarter and overtime.
And I don't think anything's going to change on this. No. I think that is how both teams are going to attack it. Adelman said it was like an AAU game out there. And you just put everything to the one player, and guys are going to be wide open.
And I think they'll start it earlier tonight. Like, I didn't think they at first they went. By the way, they passed out T-shirts in L.A. last week of the season. Zubac for Defensive Player of the Year.
Zubac is awesome.
Yeah,
Zubac is a hell of a player.
Yeah, but your Defensive Player of the Year just got 29.
I got you. So it ain't going to be just one-on-one.
No, but that's what they tried to start with, and then they realized. So then the doubles start coming. Then you start leaving Jamal Murray to go double Jamal early, try to get the ball out of their hands, and some of the stuff they started doing with Harden even. So yeah, I think you'll see that from the get tonight, which means CB's going to be open. Peyton Watson, when he's in the game, is going to be open.
Guess who else is going to be open? Michael Porter Jr. is going to be open.
Got a chance.
Wow. That's pretty wild, man. I mean, just sitting here thinking the best shooter on the team, they're going to leave him freaking wide freaking open.
They are going to leave him until he can prove it otherwise. Until he can prove it otherwise, he is going to be open.
They're treating him like they'll do that to Jokic at the 3-point line. They'll leave him wide open, and he'll drill some, but like, all right, well, what's more dangerous? So we're going to pick our battles here. That's what they're doing with our best 3-point shooter.
That is correct. And that is likely to happen tonight. And yes, if Nicholas Batum can come with his walker off the bench with an elevation of 1/4 of an inch for a jump shot and drill threes, well, okay, good for you.
He's been doing it for a while, though.
It's like you're a specialist.
He's defense and this.
It's good to have a talent, but it's the same thing. Good for you, Nicholas Batum. Good for you, Chris Dunn. Way to go. You're gonna have your chances, but so will the Nuggets, and so will Michael Porter Jr. So we'll see, because AG got 25. MPJ could easily have a night like that if he wants it, if he's engaged. If he's ready to roll. If not, we'll just ride the Russ roller coaster. Because we saw what the rotation was, man. Pickett for 5 minutes, bro. Under 5 minutes. And then, AG.
That's what that's what I said he'd probably get, right? 5 to 6.
Here we go.
7.
P. Watt with 14 and Russ with 34.
Well, and Michael with 26.
Michael with 26.
So you probably would hope that would be reversed, and if that will reverse, then Porter's having a game. True?
Yes, and I hope that is actually the case, because I think that's better in the long run. But I'm not going to doubt the dog that is Russell Westbrook, okay? That dude is a D-O-double-G.
That's why I've been staying true to this, that when it comes to playoff time, I think they're going to count on him. He's going to be there. He's going to be given those opportunities.
Well,
he's also going to be running into that player. He's not going to kick the ball back out. He's going to be,
Well, Joker said something about his game. He said, listen, we know, or David did maybe in the pregame yesterday or Saturday, that we know he's going to go downhill and he's going to go one-on-one and try. Well, then guess what? If you're the perimeter guy, guess what you should do? Crash the glass.
Oh, well,
because
yeah.
once he gets the paint, he's drawing 2 or 3 guys, then there may be offensive rebounds available.
Yeah, he ain't kicking it out.
Not very often.
Man, James Harden's still a fun dude to watch play basketball, isn't he?
He's crazy.
35 years old.
He's the old man at the Y. He's ridiculous.
He's just fun to watch.
Yeah. He's got incredible ball handling skills. And everything with him is kind of in slow motion too, but boy, can he handle. And he's a lefty. It's kind of a weird sort of, it's just different, James Harden with that sort of look.
Let me ask you this. I was watching some Harden highlights a while ago. And, he's going to shoot and falls down the line. And he gets that call a whole lot too.
All the time.
So let me ask you a no dumb question.
Yeah.
If a guy shoots and fall down, and I saw Brunson do it with the Knicks all the time also.
Yeah.
If you fall down, shoot it, lay up 3, whatever, and a foul is not called, they got that flop call that they go, what's the time?
Okay.
Why, if you're not calling the foul and the guy's falling down, doesn't that mean he's flopping?
Well, yeah.
So why are we calling the flop call?
Fair.
Okay.
Speaking of that, though, Scott, put me inside Jokic's head there. I mean, why does he flop so hard in that moment and get that technical? What's going on inside his head? I mean, that was as big of a flop as you can get.
I thought it was.
Well, he got hit in the chin. He did get hit, but
Are you sure?
Did he?
Yeah, go back and watch the
maybe he
replay.
got nicked in the chin.
It touched his chin. How hard, we don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. Other than
I'm just curious, what was going on in his head that moment was so important
because
to him?
Because he was thinking, if I can get a foul on them or something else that's going to benefit this team. And then when he got the technical, that was part of that series where he's going, okay, I'm all in. And he said, I don't care. That's what I think. And he said, I'm going to go all in. That's the same guy that got corrected twice and made calls during the game. So how good was he that game? Right?
Okay.
Listen, there's times I don't want him to get that second technical. Don't be stupid.
I was kind of like, who's going to get this dude away from the ref?
I'm with you on that.
Who's going to be the teammate here and steps in and pulls him away?
Because you lose that game if he goes out with a second technical. I just thought he played with a lot of fire.
I got to see him get hit in the chin. I didn't see that. He ran into him.
Yeah,
right
that's on purpose. He does it twice. Oh, he
brushed the nose
barely
and
touched his nose.
No.
Like he shot.
He was looking for something that whole time. Jokic was the one initiating all of that.
Exactly right.
Of course.
How about this? Joker had 2 triple-doubles in that game, and twice the NBA league office took 2 rebounds away from him.
All right, let's talk about the funniest part. Is the Jokic versus Jeff Van Gundy ball thing.
I don't know. Yeah, it's a part. It's part of basketball nowadays, because I think definitely it's not supposed to happen, because I think the NBA wants to make a quick speed game, inbound the ball quicker, because that was emphasized when they came to before the season. They said sometimes when I to take my shoes and this and then and steal a couple of seconds, and they said I cannot do that anymore, but it seems like they can do it.
He was strong.
Yeah, he's I think it's just 2 against 1 still.
Yeah, they had 2 guys on there.
Van Gundy was on that low T program.
Dude, this is kind of ridiculous, don't you think?
Well, it ended up delaying enough time that where all of a sudden they said, let's challenge the call, which was, I think that was the out of bounds, which was stupid because they ended up losing the out of bounds challenge, right?
The whole thing is so preposterous.
But he is right in this. The NBA says they made this rule 2 or 3 years ago.
Don't tie your shoes. Don't waste
anything
time.
that happens on the sideline, ball out on the sideline, let's get it in, get it up quick.
Yeah.
But what did Dagnall do? Kept a guy at the 3-point or at the check-in line, right, to slow people in like that, but then just pulled the guy back every time.
That was another funny one.
And this right here is the same type of situation.
It's not the biggest deal in the world.
It's kind of funny, though.
It's more funny than it's a big deal, right?
Yeah. Smart.
Jeff Van Gundy.
Smart on Jeff Van Gundy.
Actually, even if it is 2-on-1, I'm actually, I got to admit, I'm kind of impressed. They could actually hold the ball from Yoke. Yoke's pretty strong.
Yeah.
Jeff Van Gundy's, like me. Oh, is this breaking news?
5 minutes ago.
Colorado Avalanche have announced Gabe Landeskog has been activated from injury reserve.
I actually didn't realize he hadn't been yet.
Was he not suited up in game 1? So he was just scratched.
So you can go out there for morning skate and everything and not be activated?
I guess so.
and then go up in the box and munch on some munchies?
So Landeskog was early off the ice today. He has been activated from injured reserve. Every indication is that Gabe Landeskog will play tonight.
All right, break down your early late off the ice theory here.
Well, it's not a theory. It's just that guys who aren't playing generally stay on the ice longer at the morning skate to get their work in because they're not playing that night. Simple as that. So when you see a guy
That's commonplace everywhere.
For morning skates, yeah, whether it's voluntary or not, if you know you're going that night, you don't stay on the ice as long. Period. The end. It's not that complicated. And there's a starting goalie net that the starting goalie generally is in. So if there's a coin flip, this is how these guys get ready. This is the routine.
Look at that picture of Gabe. I feel so lucky to have played basketball because you put on a pair of shorts and your tennis shoes. And, I mean, you got to gear up just to go to shoot around.
It blows my mind they take all their pads off in between periods and everything. I'm like, that looks like a full-time job.
The most mind-numbing thing is how much prep you have to do the morning skate with all the stuff.
Right.
And the sweat and the stuff and, like, all this stuff just to skate around
Wet,
for, like, 20
cold, probably.
The whole thing. It's just like...
They're probably not showering after morning skate either.
No, they do. I swear to God, it is like what those guys, they do the whole thing.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, they do the whole, they're not showering afterward. I guess you don't have to.
Hockey guy.
Most of them do take a shower after morning skate. That's pretty funny, though. I guess you don't have to, but most of them do.
I mean, you're just going to sweat again later.
The whole morning skate concept to me is like, blows me away.
Why don't you just go out there in gym shorts and your skates on and just go around because no one's hitting anybody?
Got me. Who knows? They're just creatures of routine, and they just keep doing this stuff. But you realize, well, I don't know if you realize this.
Joker stopped wearing leggings because it just took him too much time to take it off.
That was so funny.
These guys got to gear up everything.
I don't have time. Don't have time for the leggings. You realize, though, well, maybe you don't realize, Gabe Landeskog did not participate in one morning skate at all during the entire Stanley Cup playoff run when they win the Cup.
Well, there you go. And he was hurt then, too, those we found out.
He was really hurt then. It's a miracle he played then. He did not take part in one morning skate and just played in games. But Tyler worked out with Evan Mathis, who didn't practice the entire season.
Anti-wear.
Started every game and won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, those guys did not practice.
It's crazy, right?
Evan Mathis was the most – if you guys could have seen the behind the scenes on what that dude was going through that year, he had a hamstring injury.
It was gross.
That after the game – I'm talking from his buttocks all the way down to his knee. The entire hamstring is black and blue because it would re-rip and it would just start bleeding through the entire thing.
Every week.
Then he would sit out practice and do whatever Magic Evan does, which he did some magic, and all of a sudden he's good to go. He's good to go on Sunday.
It was remarkable.
Sit out Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And let's do this again.
D-Ware was the same way too.
Well, D-Ware was the same way in terms of practice, but he didn't necessarily have the visible scars that you could see.
He just had a bad back.
Yeah.
Who was? Because I kind of forget who the guard was who would practice.
Max Garcia.
So Max Garcia would be Evan Mathis's fill-in.
Well, Max rotated with Evan for a large part of that season, even in games.
Okay.
Because well, I don't know what it came down to. Probably because they didn't think Evan could last the whole game.
Right. All right, so
real fast, you remember you're talking morning skates, NBA shoot around, stuff like that. It started, I think, back either late '60s, early '70s, and the coach at the time that was coaching Chamberlain all of a sudden decided, guys are going out and partying too much at night. We got to get them up, get them to a shoot around, so we make sure they're up and not just sleeping all day. And so finally get to one Chamberlain and show up. Coach calls him in and says, Bill or Wilt, he goes, Coach, you got me once a day. You can either have me in the morning or you can have me at night. He goes, we'll see you tomorrow night.
I like it.
Well, breaking news, the Avalanche announced that Landeskog is off injury reserve. I'll be shocked now if he doesn't play tonight, but we'll have it all for you tonight. The game is on 92.5 because we got the Nuggets on 9:50, 7 o'clock pregame, 7:30 puck drop, and then the Nuggets 7:30 pregame, 8 o'clock tip. So we got it locked and loaded for you, and we're excited. We'll have our next keyword because we're giving away tickets for the Nuggets for tonight. That's next. It's a special playoff ticket Monday for a pair of tickets to tonight's Game 2 against the Clippers at Ball Arena. Text Gordon, as in Aaron Gordon, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you're entered. Your online home for Mile High Playoffs is nuggets.com/playoffs. You can buy tickets there, see the schedule, and anything else you need to know. For tickets for tonight's game, and the atmosphere for these games is, it's ridiculous. Towels. I don't know if there's more towels tonight, but there were towels in the last one. Text Gordon, first and last name, 303-504-0925, and best of luck. You're home for the Mile High Playoffs, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We'll get back to the Avs and the Nuggets, and if you missed the news, Landeskog has been activated off the injured reserve list by the Avalanche. Colton is hurt, not feeling great according to Bednar. Gabe was off the ice a little bit earlier today than normal for a morning skate. He wasn't there later, as he was on Saturday. So there's a lot of indications he's going tonight. We don't know it officially, but boy, oh boy, it feels like he is. So catch all the drama tonight.
Well, listen, they're kind of must-watch playoffs, both ends, aren't they?
Oh, it's awesome. I just think that stars are snake bit, man. Like, Lehkonen kicks in a goal, and, come on.
After getting knocked on his butt, right?
He gets knocked on his butt, and, the puck lands on his blade, and he kicks it over Ottinger's shoulder.
That was kind of a weird play, wasn't it?
Things are going your way.
Yep.
Well, that goes back to what you said before about hockey. Sometimes there's a little luck involved.
A little?
I think every goal has got luck involved.
McKinnon's shot
outside of breakaways.
McKinnon's shot, fluttered. Because it went off a Dallas dude. It fluttered
that
past
That was a straight knuckleball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? That's not lucky?
But that's why you send bodies in front of the goaltender all the time, right?
It's all of that stuff. Breakaways seem impossible to score on,
I know.
for the most part. You had a goal where Taves goes deep and gets an assist from Manson? Huh? What? This stuff just, doesn't normally they were laughing about that one.
I will say, though, that knuckleball from Nate, they did control that puck, that entire power play. I mean, that was impressive control.
The Avs also had a 5-on-3 that they didn't cash in on. I mean,
early, too.
Yeah, usually you score on that. I mean, things have a way. Heiskanen not playing. They're missing I'm forgetting Robertson. I mean,
he did a good job on Ben, though. They did a nice job on him.
They need Mikko to be the best player on the ice for him, and
Mikko's on a milk
he's
box.
pulling a Michael Porter Jr.
Yeah.
Well, but Mikko, I've always felt, and see if Dan, if you agree, is a guy that requires somebody around him to be really good. Like, he had one good shot in that first period that the goalie stuffed. But other than that, he's not going to create shots for himself.
Scott, you've been consistent on that for years.
Yeah.
I got to say something, too. Dallas, for whatever reason, has a miserable history in Game 1s. And they've gone on to win many series after losing
Didn't
Game
the
1.
Avs beat him last year in Game 1?
That, everybody beats the Dallas Stars in Game 1. So losing Game 1 for them
is not a big deal.
Not really. We'll see tonight. We'll go from there. And then they're at Ball Arena on Wednesday. And the Nuggets go on the road. But
what'd you do to the 719? What'd you do?
What do you mean?
I don't know. They keep sending in over and over and over. Make DMac apologize. What'd you do to them?
For what?
I don't know.
I mean, I'm a 719 phone number guy.
I know you see my texts. My name is DMac. I was wrong. DMac apologize.
For what?
I'll call in if you don't answer. I'm fully expecting an apology on the other side of this break.
Boy, what do you got, Dan?
DMac, say you're sorry.
I was reading that too. Apparently, this goes all the way back to you demanding Gabe give up the captaincy.
Oh, we weren't.
That's a long memory right there.
Wow. We weren't wrong about that, but we said repeatedly that applied for last year more than this year.
Yeah,
we weren't wrong. Watch clean sheet, and you'll see that we weren't wrong. Gabe had doubts about it. We weren't wrong about that whatsoever. This year was different. This year they were used to it, and the default captains have been McCarr and McKinnon, and it was not a leadership gap as it was the previous year.
How'd you like that apology, 719?
So up your 719. Go tell Rock Rimmon Boulevard I said hi. Isn't that better? All right, let me get some. Hey, did you go to the spring game or not?
So I did not go, but I did watch the entire thing, and
You deserve a medal for watching
I even watched the field goals at the beginning. Nailed a 60-yarder, by the way. It wasn't Mata. It was another guy. Nailed a 60-yarder.
That's good because Mata can't hit a 30-yarder.
Mata's the guy.
Okay. Good.
Mata's a kicker. The ball maybe gets 4 feet over the goal.
I have a straight line drive.
Straight line driver.
Good. I'm not hating on kids, so I'm glad they got somebody who can kick a field goal. That's good. It's funny though. Apparently though, Prime, maybe that position's good, but he was asked, "What do you need?"
Let's start. One tremendous defensive tackle, another linebacker or two. 2 safeties, probably 3 corners, 1 receiver. This is a grown man, that's a dog. Couple running backs, tight end, maybe a guard, tackle, maybe 2 centers.
Just give me a new squad.
Is that it? Is that all we need?
And a large Coke. Did anybody take the time to count?
No.
The number of players. I mean, it had to be at least 13 new starters.
Let's
right?
do it again.
Okay.
Wait, we need like a ding or something.
Oh, we have ding on high activate. Well, you're gonna have to ding multiple times. You want to count right here? All right, let's go.
Let's start. One tremendous defensive tackle, another linebacker or two, 2 safeties, probably 3 corners, 1 receiver. This is a grown man, that's a dog. Couple running backs, tight end, maybe a guard, tackle, maybe 2 centers.
16.
I got 16.
8 on offense, 8 on defense.
Now, what's the definition?
So
What's the definition of a couple?
8 of your 11.
Is a couple 2 and a few's 3?
Yeah, a couple's at least 2.
I mean, there's some weird ones like 2 centers don't play at the same time, but I mean. He said 3 corners. How many corners you planning on playing?
By the way, did you guys see we lost our guy Cash Carter or what was his
name?
Cash
Cleveland.
Cleveland. Thank you.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, Cash Cleveland transferred out, which was a bummer. Well, if you put yourself in his shoes, that's why he needs 2 centers. By the way, you put yourself in his shoes. That dude was a walk-on.
Yeah,
he balled all year long.
Yeah. He wore fancy clothes at a Nuggets game trying to hit a shot.
To my knowledge, and I could be wrong on this, but to my knowledge, was not awarded a scholarship.
Oh, wow.
You live in a day and age where you could transfer out at free will. You could go somewhere else, get on scholarship, and get a small bag at the same time. Yeah, I'm out of here.
He was one of those really good stories.
Well, and he loved Prime.
He loved Prime.
He was all in on the messaging and everything. I did.
Wait, hold on. Where's it going?
But was he getting paid and was he getting a scholarship?
I'm up for grabs.
He's in the portal. Yeah.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So I mean, but if you're not on scholarship, that's a no-brainer. You got to do what's best for you. That's no beef with the young man, other than apparently you didn't value him that much, you can put him on scholarship, to my knowledge.
Wow. I'm really surprised by that. He was definitely one of the bigger, better stories.
So here's the takeaway from watching the spring game. Watch both quarterbacks very, very closely. Juju Lewis got the first crack going with the starting offense, and I think he was going with it for the majority of the day. And then Caden Salter came on second. So Caden Salter's the transfer in from Liberty. He's only got 1 year of eligibility left. So he came here knowing, hey, I got 1 year left. I better play when I get there. Juju does have pretty extreme talent. He looked pretty damn nervous. He looked like he's got a little bit of ways to go.
Okay.
At the end of the day, his stats looked pretty good. So if you just look at the stat line, I think he was 16 of 21 or something like that. But it was a rough start, and they made a commitment to running the ball that didn't look strong at the beginning. Looked better as the game went on. Caden Salter is for sure, of the 2 quarterbacks, the dude that's ready to play right now. Now, they got a long ways to go. Juju Lewis is 17 years old. 17.
Yeah,
okay?
Give him a little time.
Didn't even play in his senior season. 17-year-old dude driving a Lambo, by the way.
Yeah, NIL.
Got that NIL money going his way.
Arch Manning sat for 2 years. If the kid's got to sit a little bit, so what?
Caden Salter doesn't necessarily have the arm talent or the athleticism maybe that Juju Lewis does, but he looks like he should be the day one guy.
I did see the projected starting offensive line for CU.
They're big.
Holy, Jordan Seaton's like the smallest guy.
They're about 330 across the board.
They got a 6'7", 360 like right guard or something like that.
You hope you can run the ball. Then.
They got an Old Miss. I think he was an Old Miss right tackle. Now, I mean, you got transfers across the board.
Huge line,
and they are monsters. I mean, I didn't play on lines like that because there were lines that were built like that. The lines I played on were not built like 330 pounders.
You like it?
They look better than they were last year.
Okay, better to run the ball.
Wait. They what?
They look better than they did last year.
Well, whose number gets retired this season?
Jordan Seaton. Put him up there. Why wait for these guys to even stop
Why
playing?
even let him retire?
Jordan Seaton got beat once or twice.
All right, let's talk about that because all of a sudden, which is great because I'm a big statue guy. I love the statue. They're doing a statue of Coach Mack.
Mm-hmm.
And then Prime I think he kind of ripped the administration a little bit. I mean, check this out.
Try not to get in trouble with what I'm about to say. Why we wait, man?
What's that?
Why we wait? Wouldn't we have wanted him to see? To be involved in it? To feel it? To feel the love, the respect, the appreciation? Why we wait? See, that's the kind of junk that you guys got to run with. Say something about that. He can't enjoy that right now.
I know it's been 2 years in the making. So.
Making? Making? How are we in the making? This is a new generation. Everything y'all want, you want it right now. And you go get it right now. You don't wait for nothing no more, do we? We want to go, we call Uber. We want to eat, what we call? Uber Eats? Well, everything we get is right now. We want something, we order it off Amazon right now.
He's not talking to reporters there. I don't know exactly, but he's talking to somebody from CU.
Well,
I would sort of assume it's Curtis Snyder, but I don't know that for a fact.
You know what it sounds like to me? That he did delve back up into a little bit of the history because even his last presser, he got hammered a little bit with all the names and everything. And it seems to me he may have delved into the history because didn't he say Rashawn? Well, I mean, him or Coach Mack, why wait until these guys pass away?
He was kind of
hammering the same way, wasn't it?
He was hammering CU by more or less saying, you guys wait too long to honor your own guys. He said he was going to wear like a jacket like Coach Mack, like at the first game. So, yes, he definitely did some research about the past, Tyler, later on. And they put up this. Now they announced they're going to do the statue, which does seem to be a reaction to Shedeur having his number retired.
Yeah, well, first off, we're responding to what Deion Sanders had to say there rather than talking about the fact that Coach Mack's getting a statue, okay, which is amazing. It's cool. It's well-earned. Only national championship coach in the history of the program. And
talk about a guy that turned the program around.
It's deserved. Now, look, I don't know who he's really talking to there. To me, it just sounds like a giant defense of Shedeur. Like, I don't think he's necessarily talking to anybody other than this is why we did it. Why wait?
Why wait? Which I agree with, by the way.
Well,
I'm fine with that.
If he'd kind of said that when he was that one we played last week where he was kind of, excusing why not, and everything else, still, I thought stepped in it even a little bit more. If he said, yeah, why not right now? Shedeur deserves it. Hunter deserves it. But you know what? There's a list of about 5 or 6 guys that should have already been done also. I don't know what CU's waiting. Under my watch, guess what? We ain't waiting no more. Guys need to be up there. And everybody would have gone, okay, he gets it a little bit.
Well, he said that eventually.
But it sounds like since that last presser he had, he went back and did a little research and went, what do you mean? Bill McCartney left.
Right.
His last 2 years with CU he was 19-4-1 or something like that, right? And won 2 bowls back-to-back years, and he stepped away when did a calling. It seems like now he's going, oh, gosh, dude, they did have some players here.
I agree, and I do think it deflects from the Shedeur stuff because he takes the Shedeur stuff and he pivots to, like, why didn't you guys?
Yeah.
And then he did include himself because I'm part of this too. Why didn't we honor these guys in the past? And it does put a spotlight on the CU folks for not doing it. So he did kind of pivot. It's a masterful pivot. It's a pivot by Deion. But at the same time as he's pivoting, he is throwing some people from CU under the bus.
I went from that.
Which isn't wrong.
The presser last week, I was like, come on, man. Come on. This seems sketchy. So now I'm like, yeah, you know what?
He's got a point.
I wish you'd brought this to last week also, and then you'd have gone, okay, maybe it is too soon for Shedeur. But he ain't lying. right, about everything else.
We would have still been debating it, though.
Still would have debated it because I think you would have debated it in 5 years. It's a healthy debate.
It's funny, though. Once you saw his number up there on the wall, it's like,
none of you do.
That ain't coming down.
No.
It's not coming down. Nobody's taking that down. That'll never come down.
Nope. And it's on the most prestigious, easy for me to say, prestigious side of the stadium. You've got all the other numbers on the west side, and then on the east side, all you got is the retired numbers.
You know what? The more that I think about it, the more I'm like, why not? It was awesome having him here. Who cares? You probably should honor some more guys while you're at it, and you shouldn't wait for guys to pass away, sadly, before you do things for him. So I think he's got a point.
Well, think of all the things Alfred won when Alfred was here. I know you and I are biased because we love Alfred.
You don't have to be biased. You can just look at what he did in college, and you can make the
He still has the most sacks in the history of the program.
He's a Butkus Award winner. He's in the College Football Hall of Fame. Put Al's number up there,
He's a national champion.
He's a national champion. He was the best player on that team. Overall, I think. Overall player.
Maybe.
Retire his number. Be a fun day. He had another Alfred Williams day I was there for. We had big, pictures. And he had the stick with his big face on it. And we just, got hammered on a bus ride back home. The party bus back to Piney Creek. Sure, why not? But do it for other guys, too. Who cares? And maybe it's something like if you run out of numbers, your numbers retire, but guys wear it in honor of you anyways. I don't know. Maybe you figure it out. But I'm with Prime. Well, why wait around if you got somebody that's special?
Well, I'd like to know, so this McCarthy statue has been in the works for a couple of years?
Well, that's what they said.
I guess.
You got some other thoughts on this you're holding back on, or are you good?
No, I'm good. I mean,
come on, Connor, talk to us.
No, I mean, I've stated my opinion very clear. I haven't shied away from it.
Okay.
I still don't like the Shedeur retirement, and I don't think anything would have changed that. Even with the statue coming out, look, man, you still debate what you debate, and we nothing's changed.
All right. Is this topic done? Are we done with this?
Yes, it is. And that was my point last week, though, when we were having these huge debates. I'm like, boys, it's just a blip on the radar.
Yeah,
that's it. That's all it is.
Right.
Whether you agree with it, whether you disagree with it, it's not that big of a deal. When it's really said and done, it's not that big of a deal. In 3 months, in 6 months, it's gone, and we're on to the season.
Text Gordon with your first and last name, 303-504-0925. You have a chance to win playoff tickets for tonight's game. No dumb questions. Have a ethical dilemma with the wife over the weekend. Things did not go as planned with the staying.
The bed and breakfast didn't work out?
Oh, wait till you hear the story. That's next.
All right, guys and gals. Hey, if you started to notice that your hair is getting a little bit thin, maybe it's straight up falling out on you, you want to do something about it, you're looking for the right solution, call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Just commit to getting your hair back by committing to call Advanced Hair. You might have already tried the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions, and you're frustrated because nothing's working. At least it's not working the way that you want it to. That's why you want to call Advanced Hair Restoration, because nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives. That includes me. And you deserve to be the next one. So call 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you'll be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Paul is the best of the best. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration is the best of the best. And they believe in what they do so much that they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee. Pick up the phone, call today, 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
A reminder that Andy is out hosting the watch party tonight, Three Dogs Tavern in West Highland. Brought to you by Bud Lights. In fact, they have $4 Bud Lights the whole time. A Cale McCarr signed hockey stick to give away. It's no dumb questions, and we were out, myself, Raj, Spring, out at the Buffalo Rose in Golden. What a great place that is. But it's a little bit of a distance from, where I live in, here at the radio station.
Whole 25 minutes?
It's a little bit. It's enough. Because we were going to have a cocktail or two, and, Cat Cave, she's into the Avs, and she's wearing her Kale shirt and jersey. Sorry.
Did you watch the whole game there?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And we're coming in hot because I took the train, the light rail, down to the old basketball game, and then, overtime. Then she picked me up, and we amscrayed out to Golden, which, is 20-so minutes. So get there by 6 o'clock. Got there like 6:02. But it was her idea to get an Airbnb for us to get, a convenient place after the game was over to just chill out so we could do whatever we wanted to do.
Mm-hmm.
So you just drop the car off at the Airbnb. It's 0.6 of a mile, a little bit of a walk. They said about 13 minutes, and I just didn't pay attention. She took care of all the details. So she drops me off, and, the game actually started late, like 6:50, actually. She got there around 6:35, and there's part of me that was like, that seemed to take a long time for her to get here, but, pay it no mind. A lot of people were friendly, having a great time. The game goes as planned, and now it's time to get out of there. And I'm thinking, all right, I'm going to get some Saturday Night Light loving right here. That's where it's going to happen. 0.6 of a mile. Can't be that long. 13-minute walk. She's got me going over a bridge, ducking a tree in a baseball field. I'm like, she knows a shortcut. Fellas, we were on a hike to find the Airbnb for over 40 minutes. And at one point, we were climbing up a mud hill on top of the School of Mines football field.
Oh, did you pass the M?
We were walking like really far away from the M, and then at a point we're by Route 6 underneath the M. We got lost multiple times walking from the Buffalo Rose.
That's definitely
to our Airbnb that was 0.6 of a mile away because I didn't pay any attention. because I was putting it in her hands.
When did the fight start?
At one point, we're walking through a trailer park, and I'm saying to her, does any of this look familiar? Because don't forget, she was already there and walked back to the Buffalo Rose. I said, do you remember being on a hill? Because we're up above School of Mines. That elevation, fellas, gets a little steep as we're climbing close to Lookout Mountain. I thought we were about to see Buffalo Bill's grave.
Where's Mother Cabrini? As soon as I saw Mother Cabrini, I knew we'd gone too far.
We might be lost.
Found the radio towers?
We're walking up the hill and then down the hill, and the directions were taking us to a dorm room at School of Mines.
Oh, that could have been interesting.
Well, that's got some possibilities, but they're engineers, so really, what's the likelihood? It'll work out better for her than me. I say to her at that point, after my pants are filled with mud, we've been walking for close to 40 minutes, and fellas, I took advantage of the concept that we were close.
Yeah.
Good, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I wasn't broadcasting. That was Raj and Spring. I was the party host. With the most. I did a great job as the party host.
Yeah. You was partying.
I was partying like you want a party host to be partying. We had a great time. 40 minutes into a hike, up, down hills, School of Mines, Mother Cabrini, Lookout Mountain, Buffalo Bob, Bill. I said, put the directions back in your phone. She goes, oh, I used the wrong map. I have to use Google Maps, not Apple Maps. I am not joking. After 40 minutes of hiking around, we were further away from the location than when we started in the first place.
Well, so the whole point of getting the Airbnb, we all know.
Yes.
We all know the whole point.
Yes.
How did that end up after your hike?
Terrible. I was exhausted. I'm sweating like a pig. When you're
you tapped out.
Oh, I tapped out. Oh, I wanted nothing to do with nothing. Now, the dumb question is, should I be the bigger man and just let it go? or use this over her for the rest of our lives?
No, you gotta let it go.
Well, what are you going to gain out of that? I mean, that's the question. Like, what you really got to ask yourself here is there something I can gain? And I'm not sure what you're going to gain
Well,
out
it's
of
like
that.
I screw up, and as she's getting mad at me, I say, well, at least I didn't get lost on the walk back to the Airbnb.
Yeah, you're not going to gain anything out of that.
Yeah.
You don't think so? There's nowhere to go?
Like I just said, what are you going to gain out of that?
Nothing.
You're smart enough to understand
Or
it.
say you're driving somewhere one time and she goes, I think we're supposed to turn up here. And you could just say, which map are you on?
Be more subtle with it.
Yeah.
You don't think I could keep this in my back pocket just for...
No, I don't think you
Can I
want
just
to.
throw something out there? I don't think
don't-
Apple Maps had anything to do with it.
You know, actually it did. The directions on the Airbnb said if you, and I didn't look at it, so maybe that's my fault. But literally they said if you use Apple Maps, Elm Street will take you to the School of Mines. Use Google Maps, Elm Street will take you to the Airbnb. Why? I have no idea. I looked at the map, guys. It was you walk down Washington, downtown Golden, maybe 0.3 of a mile. You take a left on like 8th, another 0.3 of a mile, you're there. She made up in her mind, I'm going to go like a diagonal shortcut when if you just walked on 2 streets, take 1 turn, we would have been fine.
So did you walk back to the bar to kind of get the groove back on again? And then
Yeah.
That's what you maybe should have thought about.
40 minutes into the hike, we were further away than when we started.
I think you're the dummy here for letting it get to you because there was only one point of spending the money on the Airbnb and you didn't get to take advantage of that. So this is all on you.
And usually we say,
everything's on you here.
Wait, and you say, well, no, it's 0.6 of a mile. What does your map say? And say, well, it has to cut through this field. Whoa. Is that how you got here? No.
When the directions showed us go up a mud hill above the School of Mines football
Yeah, you're
field,
pretty much
a trail. The directions at one point had us going up a
And you
a
want to get
trail.
on one of them driverless Uber car type cars and go someplace. What if they're following the Apple Maps? I mean, what is going there?
At least I'd be in a car.
All right, I got no dumb question for you.
Go for it.
And maybe even a discussion. So I just looked it up. There are 74 NBA referees during the season, men and women.
Mm-hmm.
NBA came out right for the playoffs. 36, less than half, make the postseason.
Okay.
Should the other 38 be relegated to the G League?
Wow. Fun question.
I mean, if they're not good enough to make the first round of the
I
postseason?
am a firm believer in relegation for referees. And it's always driven me insane that we as athletes will go out there, we will perform, we will get graded on every single play that is on that field. And I'm sure they get graded as well. However, there's a difference. When I get graded and it doesn't come out good, guess what I'm doing? I'm packing my bags and I'm moving to a new city. There are consequences for that.
Or putting the second team jersey.
Now, the NFL actually did just fire a couple referees, and it kind of went under the radar.
Really?
It went under the radar.
Fired them.
They moved in a different direction, right? So I guess in theory there was some off-season consequences, right? Why do you have to wait to the off-season? Why, like if I give up 6 sacks in week 3, I don't have a job.
Quick question on that. How many years do you think you need to be up to speed as a full-fledged NBA ref? You going to give them a year or 2?
Well, you probably got to give them a year or 2, but I would.
So how about this?
I would say
How
once
about
you've
this?
been in the league 2 years, if you don't know and you ain't any good, you ain't any good.
How about that? If you've been in the league for more than 2 years and you don't make a playoff roster, you're gone. That sounds fair to me. You get 2 years to figure this out. And if you ain't good enough to make the play, look how many teams are playing. You got to be kidding me. Like, there's tons of refs out there. How many refs are in their first or second year?
36 refs made the playoffs. I think they have 4 that are maybe it's 6 that are considered alternates that go around.
So they're good.
They're the 4th.
They made the cut.
So now let's say you got 42. So that still gives you 28 refs.
And let's say 10 of them are in their first. 10 of them are in the first year. That's 18 people you could just fire.
I
and replace.
think we should start something here. We should be in charge of accountability for referees. You know, remember when Pro Football Focus came out and everybody's like, these guys are grading players? We should start a service grading these referees and put these dudes on blast and women on blast.
Well, I think the NBA just did. I think they are doing it.
They did, but no one wants to touch it. No one wants to question it or even ask it.
That's a good question, man.
How many of the and they?
And you don't have to fire them. Like you said, you could relegate them to the G League, get better, earn your way back. So you don't get fired, but you take a pay cut and you work the G League. And welcome to Grand Rapids. That's actually a damn good idea.
Right?
Who are you going to bring that up with?
So your first 2 years, they won't.
Tony Brothers make the cut this year?
Hey, dumb question. Dumb
He
question.
did.
There's
Okay.
no different rules in the G League, right?
No, it's same rules.
Okay, so that makes it easier in the NBA. And the NFL, it's not quite so simple because there's different rules in college football.
Well, you don't have a minor league
right?
system.
Yeah, exactly.
Really,
I
yeah.
mean, if you relegate them to college football or whatever, it is different rules.
And they got to
You
get
do-
hired separately by college football.
But the G League is transitionless.
You own it.
All right, we got to take a break. That is a damn good idea. That's a good one.
Why not regulate it or relegate them?
And maybe I just should look at the map. When we come back, the big story of the day, it's a double dipperoo. Is it going to be a double dubberoo? We'll tell you next.
Dribble handoff in the corner to Kawhi. He throws it away. Christian breakaway. Dog, two hands.
McKinnon into the star zone, hands it off. Lekanen a shot. Sam made Ottinger. Rebound is there. They score! We're up all night to get lucky.
Jokic back over to Westbrook for three. Yes! Denver's within 4. 1 minute to go.
Now Cale Makar creeping in. Makar hands it off for McKinnon. McKinnon lets a shot go. He scores! The Mac attack is back, Jack.
And Jamal Murray has the basketball here for Denver. He's up the left sideline. Zubac is up and off the bench now for the Clippers. Murray for the tie. Good! 81-81, 7:28 left to go.
Through center ice, down the left flank, across the Stars line. O'Connor, trailers, Manson lets it go. Tipped in front. They score! Manson to Devon Taves, who is at the back post, and it's a laser from Taser.
In the corner, Gordon has it. Doesn't want to shoot. He brings it back out inside the arc. Throws it back off over to Joker. One-on-one with Zubac. Kick out three, Christian. Yeah! 2-possession game for Denver in overtime. 108-104. Timeout, Clippers.
4 seconds to go. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Colorado comes into Dallas and wins game 1. 3 straight goals in the third period make it a 5-1 final as the Avalanche have taken home ice away from the Dallas Stars.
112-110. 0.9 seconds to go. Inbound to Jokic, and there's the horn. The Nuggets battle back from 15 down and take game number 1 of round 1. Final today from Denver. Nuggets 112, Clippers 110.
In 15 minutes, another keyword. Last one for our show, and then Nate and Andy will do this all over again for tickets for tonight. Details in a little bit. A reminder, Three Dogs Tavern in West Highland is where Andy Lindahl hosting a viewing party for Avs Game 2. Every indication is that Gabe Landeskog will play. That is not official, but he's been activated from injured reserve. He was quick to get off the ice in the voluntary morning skate today. And Colton is not great in terms of his health, according to Jared Bednar from earlier today. Everything in the world is pointing that Gabe Landeskog will play. Meanwhile, at Ball Arena, you've got the Denver Nuggets and what appears to be the only competitive series in the first round of the NBA playoffs, based on the results from every other game. So, fellas, big question. What are you expecting tonight from both teams?
I think it's going to look just a lot like the last game. I don't know if one team will get up 15 or another, but I think it's going to be – listen, I said this before the series started. These teams on paper are heavily, evenly matched. Neither bench is great as far as bringing scores off the bench. You got 4 Hall of Famers, 2 on each team, future Hall of Famers. I think it's going to be a war. I think this series is going to be a war all the way down. And you got to hold home court tonight.
I don't know if that's true about Dallas. I don't know if that's an evenly matched team right now. Without Robertson, it just feels like, man, Mikko is – they got so much riding on Mikko. He's hanging out with Michael Porter Jr. and missing in action. And hockey, you never freaking know, man, because Avalanche played fantastic. It didn't feel like it came down to the wire. Like, you didn't really know. You didn't know. When there's 5 minutes left, you're still nervous. You're nervous about what's going to happen. So – I guess you never know, but I do have an absurd amount of confidence in the Avalanche, whereas the Nuggets, I just feel good about, but I feel borderline cocky with Avs.
The difference I feel is if the Avs win tonight, they're going to win this series maybe in 5 games. I'm not worried about it at all.
But if the Nuggets win tonight, what do you think there?
I think I'm terrified, period.
Still.
I am not going to the Nuggets could be up 3-0 against the Clippers and lead by 10 points with 5 to go, and I'll be nervous. I just think it's way too close to call.
It's too close for a team.
I think the Avalanche actually have a significant emotional player-wise. I think the Stars are just, they have been on this crazy downward spiral with bad luck and bad circumstances and bad lights for this entire last month. The Clippers were red hot. The Clippers were 18-3. They had won 8 in a row going in that game. They led by 15 or 16, something like that.
Yep.
And even when they led by 15, it was runs. And that's why Adelman said, you don't mess with runs. And that's why Michael Porter Jr. initially didn't get back in the game at the end of the second quarter. And at the end of the day, there just wasn't the right spot to put him back in. But Adelman knows that's an issue, and he'll give it another shot tonight with MPJ.
Yeah, it almost feels with the Avs, you win the first 2 games in Dallas, this ain't
that
going.
Series is done.
It feels like it should be over. Even if you come back and split at home,
I don't even care.
Feel like it's over.
There's no way the Stars are beating you in a series if you win tonight.
Yeah,
the Clippers, this series, even if the Nuggets win, this ain't over.
No, but that's why you need to win. You got to hold home court.
Totally agree.
Why do we just assume that he's going to give Michael Porter Jr. so many minutes tonight?
He said
I don't feel like I'm making that assumption.
Because he's an X factor, and if his game flips the other way, well, I said last week.
Yeah, but I'd make him get hot before I started giving him.
Well, he can't get hot on the bench.
Adelman said I couldn't believe we were in the situation we were in because they were triple teaming Jokic, and there's just open guys all over the court. He said, I can't believe this is happening, and Michael Porter Jr. is not in the game. Adelman said that. But he said, I'm not going to stop if we're doing well with a certain group of guys. And then he said, I thought it was unfair to put him in the game if he's been sitting for 40 straight minutes.
Yeah, that's cop-out.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That's
All
cop-out.
Right.
It is.
All right.
Unfair to put unfair to put a professional athlete back in the game.
That's what Adelman said.
Nah, give me a break. I don't buy that for a second.
Well, why do you think Adelman's making excuses then?
Because
if you think it's a cop-out.
Yeah, of course. Because it's a mental roller coaster that you're constantly being part-time sports psychologist. So you come up with excuses for your players. Hey, that didn't feel fair. That didn't feel right to you. But in reality, there's a reason. And if you want to put the guy back in, you put the guy back in. They're professional athletes. They're paid to be ready.
Yeah, it's tough. It's always tough to sit for a lot of minutes and come back in. But the one thing you can do, even if he only took 4 shots. So even if he's not making threes, I think he was 0 for 2 from 3 or something like that. No, he 1 for 3.
Well, he hit the first shot of the game.
Yeah, 1 for 3.
Yeah. I think it's 4 overall.
He's such a threat of that 3-point line, more so than anybody else on your team.
Guys, every time Westbrook takes a jumper, I look at it and I say, there's no chance that's going in. And sometimes it goes in. Every time MPJ takes a jump shot, it looks like it's going in. Every time. And sometimes when it doesn't, it's actually more of a surprise.
The less of a knuckleball, the better chance it goes in. And I think from the left corner, he's actually been pretty good this year.
MPJ, Westbrook?
Yeah, I think so.
It's not a smooth shot. It does go in. Every now and then it goes in. And when it does, it feels amazing. MPJ, it looks like every shot he takes is going in. It doesn't. I don't know how else to describe it. Westbrook he is the roller coaster, man. I mean, that's who he is. And I don't know where they're going to go with MPJ. We said somebody's got to put their arm around him. And sure enough, fellas, look what happened. But do you have time to even bother with that?
Well, you got to keep him involved. You got to keep him up. You got to keep pumping him because
you want Westbrook playing 36 minutes a game?
Not if I don't have to. But,
correct.
But do you want your best shooter going 1 of 7 from 3?
And here's where Adelman.
And that's a dilemma.
Here's where he doesn't get paid the big bucks, but he's got to make the decision anyway.
Exactly.
Not easy. Anything the Nuggets are missing off the bench? Should you play DJ a little bit? Should you get Strother in there a little bit?
The problem with playing DJ is when they go small in their second unit and they put Batum, your guy, as the 5 on the second unit. And all he's gonna do is pop out at threes. They're not gonna run a lot of inside action.
Yeah.
So what do you do with DJ in those situations?
I don't know. I'm asking because that's a lot of minutes for AG, who I don't know if he's 100% healthy playing the 5. That's all I'm saying. It's a lot of work on him. I'd get DJ in there. I would seriously.
Yeah,
5 or 6 minutes.
I think you might get at least just if nothing more than 5 or 6.
Yeah.
Or do you slide Peyton Watson over, let him play a little 5 once in a while?
I mean, they don't have, aside from Zubats, they're really not that big of a team. Not really. I don't know, man. Tricky.
And we're worried about getting Gabe on the Avs. You talk about an issue of depth. The Avs, you got your captain who's want to go, want a Stanley Cup.
Loaded with depth.
You may not play him or you may play. You're so loaded with depth. They've got choices.
The first world problems.
When Gordon or Joker goes out, you don't got tons of choices.
Nope. I feel like AG as much as anything else right now. Just that matchup with Kawhi.
It's brutal. Listen, AG did a little media yesterday. We're in game 1. My guy's a warrior, no doubt, but he already looked kind of tired. He looks physically a little beat up. He got a little shiner there, right?
Didn't we know one time he got knocked down and was holding his groin also?
I think the dude is just. I think you got to figure this out for the long haul. I know every game is critical and whatever, but when they just went with 3 guys and he's playing the 5, I was like, oh boy, man. But what a game he had, man. He hit that huge 3. Adelman said it's complicated with AG. Do you want him in that dunker spot, roaming the baseline? Do you want him outside? Because they're not going to guard him. They're not going to guard some of these guys. They're going to beat up Jamal and Yoke, and the Christian, AG, MPJ, Pickett are going to be Westbrook are going to be wide open.
They're going to be open for being a hero.
Yep.
Can you have a hero from the, as Shaq likes to call them, the others?
Others.
Can a hero step up from the others?
Well, they did in the last game. And AG, what was he, 8 of 10 from free throw line, hit 2 huge free throws after the Joker missed a couple. It's a tough recipe, though, man. I don't think it's going to work every single night. I think it's going to bite you in the butt at some point.
Well, that's why we said health is important, right?
Well, tonight is going to be another awesome one. If you want free tickets, we have another keyword for you to win coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Every case is different. Finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. It's almost a given that better medical practice generally leads to better outcomes for patients. And if you suffer with erectile dysfunction, you want a good outcome. You want a great result. And you can do so with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where their treatments work where the pills or herbals fail. Success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. Check them out today. They've been working for thousands of men for nearly a decade. That initial visit's only $99. If a test dose doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. They've got an expert staff like a lot of men. You could be having sex the day after the appointment. Up and down I-25, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, it's time for our final keyword, and then we'll give away Nuggets tickets at 2:45. So you got one more shot here. Special playoff ticket Monday. Pair of tickets for tonight. Tonight. Text Murray, M-U-R-R-A-Y. Murray, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. And you're entered. Your online home for Mile High Playoffs is nuggets.com/playoffs. Buy tickets there, see the schedule, whatever you need. For tonight's game, Murray, first and last name, 303-504-0925. Your home for Mile High Playoffs is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The game tonight, we have both games here. The Avs are here on 92.5, 7 o'clock pregame, 7:30 puck drop. Over on 950, we got the Nuggets, 7:30 pregame, 8 o'clock puck drop. We have a We have a viewing party at Three Dogs Tavern in West Highland tonight. That's Andy Lindahl hosting that, and Spring and Raj doing Between the Pipes. Milan Hayduk will be there. You could win a Cale Makar signed hockey stick. We had a great time with Bud Light at the Buffalo Rose in Golden. I got a really nice walking tour after the event. It's a party that you're invited to. That's Three Dogs Tavern tonight starting at 7. Wow, lots going on, including Adam Schefter giving hints about the Broncos. Let's football go, Dan Tanner. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance, mountainhighappliance.com. Dan Buds Quins Tanner, what is good?
All right, DMac, you just mentioned it. Adam Schefter is reporting that the Broncos have made inquiries about potentially trading up in the first round of the upcoming draft. They currently hold pick number 20, fellas. If they do trade up, who do you think it's for? Who are they trading up to go get? Because on 9 News, Mike Kliss has his 9 prospects that are potentially going to be available for the Broncos, including Ohio State running back Travion Henderson, Colston Loveland, the tight end out of Michigan, Omarion Hampton. We've talked about him a bunch, the running back out of North Carolina, as well as Tyler Warren, defensive tackle Walter Nolan, Matthew Golden, the wide receiver out of Texas, Quinshawn Judkins, another running back out of Ohio State, and then some more defensive tackles, fellas. Derek Harmon, defensive tackle out of Oregon, Kliss has as a possible first-round pick for the Broncos.
Womp.
Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle out of Michigan. Where do you guys think the Broncos are going if they decide to trade up?
Well, one spot to keep an eye on if you really wanted to make an aggressive move to trade up would be with the San Francisco 49ers. John Lynch is out there saying he needs to accumulate more picks. They're available. Now, I've heard some speculation, and I can't buy this. You know, the Brock Purdy situation in San Francisco is one to keep your eye on. Why haven't they gotten a deal done? Why can't they get a deal done? They offered him a deal that was flat out offensive to him, I guess. Just keep your eye on it with Shedeur Sanders.
Oh, love it.
Throwing it out there as a total wild card.
I love it.
Number 11, San Francisco 49ers. That is if they don't trade back. Now, if you do want to make a very aggressive move to move up in the board, go to number 11. Well, what would you be looking for? I don't think it's a running back. I mean, it's one thing to draft Omarion Hampton if he's sitting there at number 20. It doesn't feel so hot to move up in a draft that is loaded with running backs, right? Probably not for a wide receiver. I bet it would be for Tyler Warren.
I bet you're right.
Or maybe even Colston Loveland, quite frankly.
Okay. I bet you're right, though. I love your conspiracy theory. By the way, David Alleman revealed that the night before his first playoff game, he's catching up on X-Files with his kids who are
That
just
was funny,
into
wasn't
it. Yeah. So speaking of conspiracy theories.
Kids watch X-Files?
That's what he said. We said, how'd you sleep last night? Great. We watched X-Files last night as a family. Swear to God. It's like we're catching up on it. Then he goes, Duchovny, underrated. You know, like,
I mean, they really sold that show. They basically said that show was so goofy.
It was pretty funny, man.
They sold it.
Yeah, so if that's a fun conspiracy one right there. They're not high on Purdy, and they're looking to make some moves.
I mean, look, if they really wanted to get a deal done with Purdy, it'd be done by now.
I love it.
Oh, and Dan, you might be playing this audio here in a minute, so sorry to get ahead of it, but Chris Sims, who is like best friends with Kyle Shanahan, they've literally got each other's initials tattooed on their ankles.
Strange.
He's out there more or less blasting Brock Purdy right now for thinking he's a top 10 quarterback, pointing out how much he struggled without his weapons.
Well, let's get to the next story.
Well, can I get an opinion on this?
Sure.
About moving up? I got one name they try to move up for.
Okay, this is.
And I think it might be impossible to get. I think it's Genty.
Oh, okay. You're being serious about this.
So if you move up for a running back, that's the only one you move up for.
I think depending on how the board and everybody starts getting closer to telling the truth as we get to Thursday or Fridays or Friday, I think the only guy they move up for is Austin Genty.
Well, Adam has left a lot of breadcrumbs that it would be Genty. The reports are the Broncos were chatting with him big time at the Combine. Now we got this story about
Genty said it also on a podcast.
Genty said it. I think it's got to be in strong consideration. But I think this whole Joker role is.
You need him to get past the Raiders. If that's an option, you need Genty to get past 6.
Mm-hmm. Good stuff, man. A lot of intrigue. We'll have total draft coverage, by the way. Thursday's a complicated night. It's the draft and the Nuggets play in LA. So, but we'll see. We'll be covering it all just like we're doing tonight. Next story, Dan.
Guys, just real quick, I saw this today from an unnamed scout in the NFL talking about Omarion Hampton. He said Omarion Hampton is Joe Mixon, but better. Is that worth moving up for? Joe Mixon, but better, according to one NFL
moving
scout.
Moving up for? No. Yeah. But drafting, sure. Not moving up for, no. In my opinion.
All right, let's hear from Chris Sims on Brock Purdy. And I've got a cut from Rams wide receiver Puka Nacua. He might have broke some unwritten rules in the NFL. But first, here's Chris Sims on Brock Purdy's new deal.
The thing that I think you and I have been saying, we're going to continue to say, is that the league, nobody looks at Brock Purdy and thinks he's a top 10 quarterback in football. Nobody. Yeah, with Shanahan as his OC and the 49er All-Star team around the last few years, yeah, he can look pretty damn good. He can look top 10-ish. But we just saw last year when the 49er All-Star team fell apart and got injured, 6-11, and we're talking about we're going to pay over $50 million a year?
Okay, so there's Chris Sims. Now, here's Puka Nacua. He was on Julian Edelman's podcast. I saw some people getting upset with Puka. We've heard former players talk about deals for current players, but rarely do you see a current player in the NFL discussing another player's contract.
Brock Purdy, is he going to get a 5?
I don't think so.
Do you think he's going to go with a 4? It's going to start with a 4.
Yeah.
A high 4?
No. I think
mid 4.
Mid 4.
A 45?
I think so. I mean, I think
if he does that, that'd be smart for him and them.
Yeah. I mean, I think he seems like a smart guy. I think they have a chance to still be in their window. And I think if he goes for a 5, the window closes.
Is this a no-no in NFL circles, Tyler, for current players to discuss other players' contract situations?
Definitely on your own team. You don't see it all that often, but I don't know that it's a huge no-no talking about other teams. I mean, makes it a little bit different when you're in the same division. And you're like, okay, well, now you're just giving bulletin board material. If you're Brock Purdy and you get offered anything in the $40 million, you'd be insane to say no to that. How do you say no to that?
Got me. I have no idea.
I want 50. Okay, we offered 43.
Okay,
deal. I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, you're asking the
Yeah,
wrong,
you know what? 43 is a lot of
person.
money. I'll take that.
Yeah.
$175 million contract with 85 guaranteed.
But allegedly, the
15
original
up front cash.
Allegedly, the original offer was in the 30s.
Oh boy,
Well, they're smart to offer that initially. Guy might go from a rookie contract that as low as he was drafted, wasn't he the last pick in the draft?
Yeah,
So
that's right.
probably not making all that much. That was probably a 3,000% increase, right?
But listen, you just
Yeah.
you just see all this drama that's going on. You see Chris Sims isn't going to talk about this stuff unless he feels confident about it from Kyle.
Mm-hmm.
Keep your eye on them with Shedeur Sanders.
Okay.
I mean, look, that would require the Raiders passing on him. That would require the Saints passing on him. That would require the Jets passing on him. But you never know.
Well, easier. They're 11.
Yep.
Easier to move 11 to 6 than it is from 20 to 6.
Sure.
Or maybe even 20 to 11.
I think the most drama-filled moment of this draft is going to be centered right around Shedeur Sanders. I think it's pretty clear. There's not a consensus anything about what he's going to do. Even the Giants have a private workout with him, but then they have private workouts with like a couple other quarterbacks too. Like he wasn't the only one.
Yeah, word out of the Giants camp is they got drama going on behind the scenes. They can't get on the same page.
Well, it looks like it. It doesn't surprise me based on what they're doing. By the way, I did see a 7-round mock, and in it, Tez Johnson was mocked to the Broncos.
What
That
round?
6th round.
Okay.
6th round, yep.
I mean, I'd be fine with a 6-rounder.
Yep. So that'd be interesting. So there's some other elements that are, it's almost over, Scott. We've got Thursday, Friday,
Speaking
Saturday.
of, let
It's
football-
almost over. It's almost here. 3 days. We got the NFL draft.
Speaking of let football go, did I tell you my football story from Saturday night?
What's your football story?
I didn't have a camera, but I got another best friend.
Who?
Bo Nix.
Oh, by the way, Peyton Manning sitting behind Bo Nix.
Oh, no. Peyton was on the other side
He's
of
on
the
the other
court
side of the
in the
floor.
second row.
The second row.
Oh, and he was definitely doing a dad favor for his son Marshall because it was Marshall and 2 of his buddies. So Peyton got some primo seats for 4, and he was being a good dad, probably being the driver. And hey, kids, hang out with me. Second row across the court, Bo was
Front
in
row.
the primo seats. Listen, there's a lot of court, front row court seats. But the primo seats are between the broadcast area that Scott has and like the
Scorer's table.
And the scorer's table. Like you see Peyton's in the second row, and that's Marshall with a couple of his buddies right there.
See the guy right there leaning, trying to talk to him?
Yeah.
It's a buddy of mine.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
So that's-
Who loves to talk.
There's Bo with the backwards Denver upside down thing.
And that's the Ibotta guy. Those are his seats, so he's sitting with the Ibotta
That's
guy.
lovely Izzy Smoke, his wife. But Bo's right on the front, and Peyton's in the second row across the street, across the court.
Mark and Sarah sitting behind him.
Talk to us about your conversation with Bo.
So I'm sitting there, and I go, that's Bo. And that's his wife
I
right
mean,
there.
you couldn't have been more than 10 feet from him.
Oh, no. He couldn't sit down because our camera's tripod leg was like right there where his seat was going to be. So he's standing up. We're about ready to go on live. So I introduced myself. I said,
you went up to him?
Yeah. Well, he's
sitting right there. He's not moving.
He's standing no further away than you are to me right now.
Yeah.
Right? So I said, chance I've already got a new best friend. I didn't want to cheat on him, but let me go talk to Bo. First of all, very personable guy.
Very nice.
Introduced myself. He knew I was doing TV, so I guess I was somewhat harmless. Had great talk, and I said, is Shockey sitting this close? How big these guys? He goes, oh my God. He said, Joker came by the other day and walked right by us. I said, that guy's massive. He's just absolutely massive. I said, yeah. And the other day we played Memphis. Zach Edey made him look small. He goes, oh my God, it's crazy. And he said some other conversation. I said, talking about the guy's size. He said, these guys are unbelievable. I said, I'd like to have an Aaron Gordon size for your tight end. He goes, well, right. Because Harry goes, what, 6'6", 250?
Yeah.
6'5", 6'6", 250? Would that not be a perfect tight end?
Draft yourself Colson Loveland.
Well, let me ask you this. As you roll 6'10", did you think Bo Nix was kind of short?
No, it looked like a normal. I mean, you're short.
Okay.
Vic's short.
I'm just saying because Bo goes like 6'2" and change.
Yeah, he just looked like a guy.
So he felt like, oh, that's cool. That's fine.
He's a guy, yeah.
6'2" to me is like bare minimum.
Right.
Like,
That's why I was curious.
Like you can function, but you leave something to be desired there.
I agree with you, actually. But Bo's got kind of like big features. So he kind of just looks a little bigger than just 6'2" and change.
Yeah. He had a hat on. You saw right there. It's got the upside down writing. Like what I told you guys.
Our guy from ASU.
It was like that, but it was. I can't remember what it said. I don't remember if it said
Denver.
Nuggets or
No,
Denver.
it said Denver. Upside down and backwards.
But no, very personable, very nice.
Did you talk to Izzy Smoke, his lovely wife?
I did. I smiled and I waved at her and stuff like that. But I mean,
What? Say hi to Izzy?
I wasn't going to go to Izzy. She's like a strength. She's like a strength coach now. I'm not going to. Yeah. Well, I mean,
Izzy's working.
DMac keeps calling her Smoke.
Well, that's her name. That to me. That's one of the cooler things. Her real name is Smoke. She's Izzy Smoke. That's her real name. She's the Smoke Show.
What was the? There's Thin Lizzy.
Thin Lizzy, Irish band. Boys are back in town.
But
Jailbreak.
Was there an Izzy Pop? No, Iggy Pop.
Iggy Pop. You're close.
So Iggy Pop, Izzy Smoke. That could have been
Izzy Stradlin from Guns N' Roses.
Oh, really? So I didn't know that one.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so I got a new best friend, and I will say that honestly, I was looking for somebody around who might have a camera because I left mine over on the table plugged in, and I was like, "Oh, I should have." DMac then would love this.
Oh, I would love that. You should have
But
on you.
I didn't want to ask him for a picture.
But those are some cool seats.
No,
and Peyton was
great seats.
And Peyton Manning was sitting in the second row.
You know, and I think it's great. And Tyler's talked about this too. I think it's great when the team support. I love it when Joker's on the ice, on the glass at an Avs game. I love it when, the Broncos have sent guys there since the George Karl era. They used to have guys all the time would come to games, and Tim Connolly would get him good seats.
Yeah.
Peyton Manning still lives here and obviously, loves watching the Nuggets and everything. I had a conversation with him at his golf tournament a year or 2 years ago whenever I played. He loves Nikola Jokic. I mean, he just in fact, I got one of those when I met Peyton, got one of those handshakes you got from – who's the handshake? Oh, from Dion. And he's going and I can see he's looking around, and I said, what do you think about how Joker's playing? He stopped, turned around, and all of a sudden started having a conversation with me.
Yeah, I love sports.
Yeah, so anyway.
Got a little Landeskog update.
Oh, give it to us. Coming up next.
On your watch?
Give it to us. Give it to us coming up next.
Is that crazy technology?
Is PhD on 92.5. All right, Tyler. Breaking news about Gabe Landeskog. What you got?
Well, this is from Adrian Dater. It says Gabe Landeskog wants to play tonight. However, Jared Bednar is deliberating. Adrian says that he's hearing that Bednar is leaning towards yes, putting him in.
Okay.
So there you go.
That's from our guy, Adrian Dater.
He was activated off the IR this morning.
Because what's a player going to say? Do you want to play? Of course he's going to say yes, no matter what.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this one's a little bit unique, just given injury and all that. But I think we're like the only thing that player would really be honest about is if I'm not healthy, I'm not good to go. But we're way beyond that. I mean, none of this has anything to do with whether he's healthy.
Oh, God, no. This is just Bednar. Hard coaching decision. Tough coaching decision. Because it's beyond clear. I feel it's beyond clear now that this is simply Bedsy trying to figure out his best skaters and whether Gabe's one of them or not. Tough call, man. So
well, if he doesn't skate tonight, wow. Now we know Bednar's making some really tough calls.
We do.
Well, if he gets in and plays, and you lose the game, they're going to go. Was he good enough?
Yeah, but
if
like
you get in there and
the thought that they'd lose the game because of Gabe Landeskog to me is a joke. And I'd have to look at the ice time of the fourth line guys. But in general, man, it's like 6 to 8 minutes, something like that for those dudes. So that's all you have to do. And if the game's going in a certain direction, he's playing better. You know, Bedsy juggles the lines all the time. I mean, they make changes on the lines as the game goes fluidly. So we'll see. We do have a winner for tonight's Nuggets game. And who is that, Dan?
Robert Leakey from Denver. Congratulations, Robert.
Well,
You're
way
going
to
the
go.
game.
Way to go, Robert. And there you go, Robert Leakey. Nate and Andy will have keywords and more tickets to give away. Do you guys expect Gabe to play? Yes or no?
Old man, young man. I was leaning towards no until that last tweet. Now it feels like yes. Now there's a lot of pressure, man. And if you put yourself in Jared Bednar's shoes, let's take that tweet literally. Which I don't know how literal to take it, but if it says Gabe Landeskog wants to play tonight. So meaning Gabe Landeskog has expressed his desire to be a part of the action tonight to Jared Bednar.
Yes.
Ross Colton, this may have been when he got hurt, played 7 minutes game one.
Well, he got hurt. Yeah, he didn't play. He didn't play in the third period.
Eric Johnson. Well, no, I'm talking about
look at
Jury played 11.
Okay, well, that's a fourth line guy.
Kelly played 10.5, almost 11.
All right.
So 11 seems like close to the number.
Okay.
Kiviranta 11.
Okay.
So
pretty good ice time for the fourth line guys.
And Eric Johnson 14.
But I mean,
that's a good ice time for a third.
If you take that tweet literally, that Gabe Landeskog has expressed his desire, coach, put me in. I want to play tonight. I can help this team. Wow. You're Jared Bednar. You got the captain saying he wants to be a part of action. I bet he's out there.
Yeah, but my guess is that he said it Saturday as well, and he wasn't out there. I don't think he told Bedsy I need more time. I think he told Bedsy I'm good to go, and Bedsy made a tough decision, in my opinion.
And then you get a player hurt, so now you can at least activate him.
But tonight it gets simplified a little bit.
I bet he gets between 7 and 11. Yes, so my answer is yes.
He'd be fine. Go for it. Listen, man, we're sitting there at the Buffalo Rose. Alex Ryanemi, good Raj. He is a hockey savant. And Springer is amazing with hockey, too. And both those guys were like, yeah, I'm surprised Gabe's not playing. I wish he was playing. I think it's a mistake. Go ahead and put him in. And so I don't think you got anything to lose here. It does make me wonder what they're seeing that's making them hesitate a little bit. It does make me wonder. And we just don't know hockey like these guys know hockey. They know things way beyond our understanding and comprehension. But for every reason in the book, it feels like if it's not tonight, then when would Gabe come back? Seriously. Never mind like the emotional return to Game 3. Forget that. It's either happening tonight or you can see that he probably isn't up to the standard that the Avalanche have for guys that they need to play in the playoffs. And that's just a harsh truth.
I think they almost have to play him in game 3. Whether he plays tonight, dude, you can't tease this to everybody and not put him out there on the ice in the home debut.
Well, there's a bottom line, isn't there, when it comes to the playoffs, right?
Not if you're up 2-0. If you're up 2-0, it makes it a little bit easier.
Listen, if you need excuses like that to play a guy, then
Don't
he
play
should.
him.
Yeah, he shouldn't be playing anyways. You shouldn't need excuses here. Hey, what it looks like is Gabe isn't one of the top guys right now. Now there's an injury. Does that mean he steps up one way or the other? Now that you're down a guy. And listen, man, it's a fluid situation. I was caught by surprise a little bit. Eric Johnson was good to go. He wasn't even playing with the Flyers. And he's starting, or not starting, but he's in the rotation as the third D.
Yep.
During a playoff game. That's a hell of an improvement from where he was at earlier in this year.
You realize Netchus actually had more playing time than McKinnon?
Netchus did?
Yeah. 30 seconds more.
Yeah, I wouldn't look that deep into it.
Well, I'm just throwing it out there.
Well, he's a top-line guy. He's a power play guy.
That's the interesting thing to me for hockey is they're popping guys in. So, boom, 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 boom. Gabe. Boom, 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 out, boom, ding, boom, 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 Gabe. Boom, boom, boom,
you're out, dude. You're out there for 35 to 40 seconds at a pop. I mean, do you think Gabe Landeskog puts the team in danger of losing?
No.
Okay, so what are we talking about here? It's not that complicated. Play Gabe. I think. And hey, here's the. Well, I'll tell you what the harsh truth is. You may as well play him today because if he really ain't up to it, you don't want to see him fail in game 3 at home, do you?
No.
If he ain't up to it, if it's just not happening.
What's the difference?
Well, here's
embarrassment, humiliation. I mean, I don't know.
Here's the thing also. It ain't like you're going to need him to come to game 3 to sell tickets.
Right, that's true.
That's going to be standing room only.
The game's
anyway.
insane for a million reasons anyways.
Right.
This is about the best chance for the team to win. Is he part of that or not? But we're talking about fourth line responsibilities, guys. We're not, okay? It's not make or
3
break
years
here.
is a whole lot of rust, though, DMac. I mean, I know you keep tossing it out there like it's so simple. Like, put him out there. He'll be fine. What's 9 minutes? It's probably not about the 8 or 9 minutes. It's literally probably about 3 years of not playing hockey, of not having the instincts, of not getting the reps to get over that. That's the decision Jared Bednar has to make.
Hey, listen, I'll support Bedsy, whatever. He knows his team. He knows his players as well as anybody. And if he's got a tough decision to make, I'll support Bedsy. But I'll certainly question it and ask why, and I don't think that's wrong to ask that.
No.
And he'll get that question later tonight. Why didn't you go with Gabe?
Or why did you? Well,
the Avalanche have said he's off injured reserve. He's off the ice early. There's question marks whether he's going to go or not. It is a legitimate question if he doesn't go. Why didn't you play him?
Sure.
At this point.
Why'd you take him off the injured reserve today?
And it's on Bednar at this point. It's not Gabe's decision. We've been told all along this is Gabe's decision. When Gabe's ready, he'll go. Well, we know now that he's ready to go, at least according to him.
But if they didn't take him off the injured list for game 1, then he wasn't able to go anyway.
Well, that's right. And there were signs of that anyways, and we should have been having a closer eye and look at that. But he was last off the ice. There were signs on Saturday he wasn't going, way before the game. I wasn't surprised that he wasn't playing after what had happened in morning skate. Today was different. It's exciting, though. The potential of this is unbelievably exciting. And, 7 o'clock pregame, 7:30 puck drop, and then it is kind of a bummer that, listen, we got you covered on 950 and 92.5 and Altitude TV on Altitude and Altitude 2 because both games are on. It just sucks, though. I'm just telling you. This kind of, it's great, exciting, the whole thing. It still sucks at the same time.
No doubt.
Because you want to focus on one game at a time. If you want to have the
Nuggets
games,
will get delayed by 45 minutes, though, anyway. So you should get at least 30, 45 minutes of just halves.
I got to admit, too, listen, I had a fun Saturday. We all did. I really would have preferred
Including your hike?
I had a nice hike at 10:30 at night around the School of Mines. Who doesn't like that? Especially when you think you're going to get lucky. And I was lucky to be out getting some exercise. I just got to say, I wish the games were on different days. I wish the Avs played on Sunday. I was sitting around like, we're going to watch another NBA blowout, I guess.
Right.
We're going to watch those ridiculous City Connect uniforms with the Rockies, which I
You hadn't talked about that. Were they bad?
Oh, my Lord. Like, I'm the last person to ask about fashion. Obviously, look at me, but my God. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, they look like they should be wearing those at Casa Bonita.
Dude, they look like clown uniforms out there. Sublimated clown. You know what sublimated uniforms are?
No. Maybe it's Circus.
Sublimate is what 12-year-olds wear when they're the premier expert, whatever travel league mom and dad are paying too much money because you live out in Highlands Ranch and they give you one of them sublimate. Everything is smooth. It's sublimated. There's no stitching. It's all just like, it's seriously what like 12-year-olds wear. That's what the Rockies were wearing. In my opinion, they looked ridiculous.
Worse or better than the green
Better.
License plates?
Better.
I thought worse, but listen, man.
No, nothing could be worse than that. Now, when they took the green bottoms off, you could probably debate that.
Yeah, the green bottoms were terrible.
They won in them, though.
They did?
They did. They won last night.
Well, they won one.
They won a game.
They won and lost, but yes, they did win.
They snapped an 8-game losing streak. They're now, guys, they're up to a 31-win pace now. Yeah, look out for the Rocks. Here they come.
By the way, Tyler Kinley, very sneakily, I can't believe we're even talking about the Rockies. He's actually pitching really well these days.
He's okay. Actually, did you see like the last 8 games, the bullpen has like a sub-2 ERA? No. It hasn't mattered because they don't, score runs. They had a game where they scored 8 runs in an inning and lost.
How's Clint Hurdle doing?
Well, he was doing good the day they scored 8 runs in an inning.
Yeah, I think he was in
scored 11 one game.
Yeah.
He still lost.
8 runs in an
fixed
inning.
Everything.
And they won. This was the same weekend the Diamondbacks had a game on Friday. They scored 10 runs in an inning and lost. Those things happen. By the way, what is worse?
They do? That shouldn't be normal.
Here's a topic for you, okay? What is worse? Losing a Major League Baseball game 24-2, as the Orioles did yesterday against the Cincinnati Reds, or losing an NBA playoff game by 51 points.
51 points.
As the Grizzlies did to the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Lakers weren't much better.
I'll tell you why 51 points is. Because at some point, the team that's getting squashed in baseball is throwing in position players to not waste their bullpen.
They had a shortstop pitch the 8th and their catcher pitched the 9th. And the Reds were just teeing off.
As soon as that happens, the end score is actually irrelevant.
Right.
The NBA game, is a timed event.
I mean, that game was what? It was 30 at the half, and then they ran them out of the gym by like 20 in the third quarter. It got even worse as that thing was going along. Plus, like, you're a playoff team. Again, baseball blowouts happen. There's 162 of those things, and sometimes you just get shelled and you don't show up. You're a playoff team, And it's not like you're like a 16 seed going against a 1 in the NCAA tournament. Like, you earned your way in. They beat Dallas on Friday night. They earned their way into the postseason, only to lose game 1 by 51 points.
It was it should be humiliating for them.
Yes, extremely.
But, like, what's the second best series in the NBA? I mean, if we're just going to go with the Nuggets.
I thought Golden State Houston was pretty fun last night.
Andy?
I enjoyed that game.
What?
It's KKSEF HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. What do you guys think about Gabe?
Ecstatic.
No, hold on. I want to know what you think about Gabe. I feel like on that last 5 minutes in, I heard you talk. You talk from don't play him to what the hell are you not playing for?
I don't
know. He's going to get embarrassed.
I thought he should play Saturday. I think he should play. Period. I think it's a fourth line guy. It's a second power play move. It's 8 to 11 minutes. There's nothing to lose, only anything to gain.
If nothing has changed from Saturday to today, which I don't know what would have, should our expectations be pretty low for his debut?
Is it just that Colton is hurt?
Colton's hurt, so you have a spot.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. So I'll point to you last year.
Yeah.
Right? About a year ago, we're on the year anniversary of you losing all that weight again, right?
Yeah.
You got back to running. You got back to biking. You got back to a lot of stuff. What's that?
Why you got to say again? Why couldn't you just say you lost all that weight?
You don't have to be a jerk. Go ahead. What's your point?
I wasn't trying to be a jerk. My point is to establish that a year ago.
Tyler's being a jerk.
I wasn't the jerk. He was the jerk.
I'm just trying to say there are things you said you got back to doing.
Yes.
How did it feel, though, that you hadn't done them in 2 or 3 years?
Not
and
great.
I think that's what they're trying to protect Gabe from. He's ready to go as far as conditioning. He's ready to go. And again, I know he played with the Eagles. I know you knocked a 20-year-old's helmet off, but
Jamie Benn's waiting out there. Rupe Hintz is waiting out there. It's going to feel a little bit different against these guys, and so I just feel
what do you mean? I'm confused.
The level of competition is not the same, and even though he thinks he's ready to go, I think they're protecting him a little bit.
From what, embarrassing himself?
Possibly. I don't know. There's got to be something with the holdup.
My opinion,
wow.
I think there's more rust on him than we're aware of. And that's what it's really coming down to.
Right. Now, look, it's one thing to get in there and do the little tipper and jump in front of the guy, but all of a sudden it's the bomb from Natchez. It's the bomb from McKinnon. It's McCarr sending it the high heat, and you got to skate by and tip that thing. That's going to feel a little different.
What line do you think he's skating on?
Fourth, third?
Yeah, fourth.
And is there a problem with that? Could that be some of the holdup?
I think what Tyler said, though, is probably exactly what it is. I just think, okay, he finished his rehab assignment, and they wanted to stay in a place of, okay, the rust is still there. The NHL is just a different animal. Let's give him a few more days of practice. Honestly, without the Ross Colton lower body injury, which he sustained, in the third period of that game on Saturday night?
Yes, I don't remember seeing it. They were scoring.
I could have seen him slow playing it to the point where then he didn't play until Game 3 at home. Possibly, but tonight it was just okay, well, you know what? Let's rip the Band-Aid off. It's a little more substantial than a Band-Aid when you have cartilage replacement surgery, but let's go with it now. I like the fact that they're doing this as cautiously as humanly possible.
Hey, do you guys think there's a deeper decision to this than just Bedsy? Do you think, organizationally?
it could be.
So
there's
no
no
deeper
doubt.
conversation.
Yeah. Hey, listen, if he decides there's a bigger discussion point for a later time. Let's get through him getting back on the ice first. How about that? I would tell you this. Let me bring this up real quick. We had Eric Johnson on last week, one of his best friends in the world.
Yeah.
Eric Johnson talked around, no matter what, he's already won. He's already done the comeback. He didn't give us it's going to be so glorious when he's back on the ice. Even his best friend was cautious in how he talked about this last week. It was not something that was lost on me.
Did you guys read the ESPN deep dive into the Mavericks dysfunction today?
I did not.
It's a fascinating read, but
how
really,
is Nico's presser?
The gist of where all the dysfunction started to pop up, the trading Luka was just sort of that was down the line. Mm-hmm. Nico Harrison had waged war on the organization's sports medicine and training staffs already for years, to the point where he fired a hugely popular trainer that Dirk loved, that Luka loved, that all these people in the organization are going, what the hell are we doing right here? The reason why I bring it up in this conversation is it's just a good reminder that inside these organizations, the amount of people that you need alignment on and signing off on things confidently. On the Landeskog thing, that's just everybody's voice, I'm sure, is getting heard on what's happening with Landeskog. I don't think that's just a Bedsy call. That's top to bottom when you make a decision
What do you think it's going to come down to then?
Well, I'm trying to think who's available.
I think he's playing.
Who else do they have?
I think he's going tonight.
Play?
They could.
What guy is
bring
Wood? Did Miles Wood not play the other night?
He did not play, but they could bring Wood up. And Landy could go in for somebody else, too.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily just this or that. I mean, other things could happen.
What about this as a question? Are you better off doing it on the road than at home? And I just mean that in he can just go play hockey tonight.
I would say yes.
Yeah.
Because I watched Clean Sheet and I saw how emotional he was back at Ball Arena.
Right.
Where he is just sobbing in the hallway afterwards.
Yeah.
You get a break, sure. There'll be some respectful, knowledgeable hockey fans. They'll give him a little Dallas, okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
Sort of moment, but get the nerves out.
Sure.
Okay, but here's the elephant in the room. What if he only gets one game in before it feels leaky?
Well, sucks.
That's the way it goes then. You better figure it out.
So maybe they just want to. Maybe they want him to feel the love of Ball Arena just to be safe. I don't know.
You already won your game on the road. You know what I'm saying?
No, I get it, but I'm just saying for his sake, take in your home crowd. Think about. Scotty said it.
Yeah, but what if he goes out there? What if he goes out there and he embarrasses himself and it's terrible at home and he's not playing in the third period because it ain't working and this, that, the other thing? Wouldn't you like to just get that out of the way?
I don't I think what you guys are talking about is, I would call it noble, but the Avalanche have to view this as a hockey move.
Okay, but then I'd play Miles Wood. I hate to be a jerk.
Really? Okay.
He's
fine,
the one
but-
that's been playing.
but you
I
can-
need the 2-0
But,
lead.
right. But aren't you banking on the higher ceiling of Gabriel Landeskog returning to some version of his former self? And that's a vastly more valuable player because you have designs on winning 16 and winning a Stanley Cup. That's way more valuable than, God bless him, Miles Wood.
Forget about Miles. Are we sure Parker Kelly's that much better? Jack Drury? And you could get other people
Parker
playing
Kelly and
center.
Drury did play.
I know, I get it.
They
But
had assists on the Coyle goal.
Okay, all right.
That's pretty sweet.
No, look, all I'm
Hey,
telling
if
you.
Gabe ain't that guy, he ain't that guy. But
Listen.
I don't know what this has all been about if he doesn't play tonight.
I spent 10 years on an NFL sideline for the games. I've watched guys, including Terrell Davis, you and I've talked about, thinking, and you remember Jake Butt. Jake Butt's probably more modern for everybody, who thought they were going to be okay when they got out there, and it didn't feel right when they got out there.
Yeah.
So I understand the caution. Yes, the romantic in me wants Gabe Landeskog to have the greatest playoff run we've ever seen, win the Conn Smythe, hoist the cup, and if he chooses, skate off into the sunset.
Yeah.
But I am so floored he's made it this far. I am in awe this guy's even to this point. That he made it through that I just...
Are you nervous for him?
Yeah, I am.
I am
DMac.
not. I am not nervous for him.
Did you not see?
I am not nervous for him.
There's a lot of
what
validity.
if he has to block a shot
Then
and
he
takes
blocks
it
a
off that
shot.
thing?
Yeah.
Whatever,
He's
man.
a hockey
That's
player.
Dude, I was up in Loveland watching him skate around. That was a hockey game. I get it. It's not Jamie Benn. I get it. But don't tell me that wasn't a hockey game that he played in back-to-back nights.
That's fine. Did you look at the roster? There's a bunch of 20-somethings that don't even have their man strength in. And now you're going to go take on dudes that are like hard.
So you're worried about Gabe Landeskog hitting?
No, I'm just
or skating.
DMac, I'm just worried that this thing is going to feel weird at some point out of nowhere.
Do you
because
realize
that's what happens with
But
knee
you realize
injuries.
when Forsberg came back, it was 2 games on the road and he was toast.
Yeah.
Okay?
Couldn't find a skate that fit.
Right.
Yeah.
Gabe's already done that.
Yeah, the skate thing.
Yeah. Oh, it was brutal.
No, I get it, but again, DMac, this thing, and I'm going off Bednar. I'll reiterate, between what Eric Johnson told us and how Bednar's been through this whole thing, there's something that has him a little hesitant. We're not just making this up, right?
Well,
the sentimentality aside, really though, and this is and I promise you, this is how Gabe Landeskog views it. This is how Landeskog views it. This is how I hope the room views it, how Bednar views it. This is 100% a hockey decision.
I agree.
Is your hockey team better by playing this guy? Because like all the heartwarming and everything, and that's the emotion of it all, you cannot extract that from what is happening. But the Avalanche have to make the decision that makes them the best hockey team. And if Gabe Landeskog is somewhere close to looking like Gabe Landeskog, and who the hell knows what it's going to look like tonight, but you got to start to find out, and you got to get that guy in there.
Well, I would be okay with putting Miles Wood in there for the speed element.
Mm-hmm.
To me, Ross Colton brings the speed and the hitting. I'm not sure I'm going to ask Gabe to be that in his first game back, so I would let Miles Wood step into the role that he's been playing.
Here's the thing, though, we know about Gabe. He's going to be Gabe Landeskog.
Oh, he's going to bring the physicality, but you know.
He's going to go hit guys. He's going to be a two-way player. He's going to be blocking shots. He's going to be Gabe Landeskog out there for better or for worse.
There's no doubt about that. But
he knows no other way.
I don't know. Look, I get it, and I'm not arguing. Everybody's right. At some point, you've got to play him and just stop with the what ifs.
Yeah,
I understand it.
Yeah,
but do you not feel there's something keeping them from going all go? There really is, and I don't know what it is.
I think it's
he's activated because he's an option.
If he plays tonight, it's all go. Let's do this thing.
Somebody did on the text line. Someone threw out there though they do control last change at home, which is a point that I think is fair.
Yeah.
Does that allow if Bednar waits? Is it more fair to Gabe to allow Bednar to pick his matchups and lines that he likes for Gabe versus Gabe having to just go out there and swim for the first game back? Look, man, my hope is Gabe goes out there. Gabe is Gabe. Gabe feels all right.
Right.
And we watch him the rest of the playoffs.
I just think if you can't play him in any situation, then you shouldn't play him at all.
Well,
if you can't treat Gabe Landeskog like hockey player X for the sake of the postseason. Obviously, the training staff is going to have their eye on everything that is happening. They'll be careful with minutes and all that, but if you're a fourth liner, it's not like you're playing 25 minutes anyway. But he's got to be a hockey player. If he's going to come back for the postseason, you just got to do this thing.
No, I'm with you, but I there's a part of me that would still hedge my bet with Miles Wood in Dallas because I really want you to come back with the 2-0 lead, man. This is not a team to take lightly. You got game one last year, and they ripped off 3 against you.
How about this quote
Cannot take this for granted.
Thomas Harley, after game 1, he said, and I made sure to write this down, the Stars played their best game in a month or 2. They got their asses kicked.
Yeah, but it was for a minute there in the third period. They had the power play.
They killed the 5-on-3 in the first.
Yeah.
They had a good first period, but then
they really blew it open. The Stars had to get leaky once it was 2-0, and then they show you why they like to lock it down and try to control possession.
The Avalanche, first off, the Avalanche showed you how hard Lehkonen plays. That goal was unbelievable.
Oh, God, he's
so awesome.
Just stud.
Then they get a power play goal because McKinnon rules, and then the X factor that we don't talk nearly enough about is Devon Taves scoring on the rush. Great play by Manson. So good to see him back in there. And that was it, man. Blackwood played out of his mind. The Avalanche, great performance in game 1. The Nuggets, Andy. How about that on Saturday afternoon? How was your heart doing? How was the old ticker feeling after that one?
Surprisingly, because now that it's the playoffs and they've made it here and we've watched the whole season, nowhere near the expectations of a year ago. So pretty mild-mannered, frankly, the whole first half.
Yeah.
Now, in the fourth quarter, where I got frustrated was it felt like, and even Chris Marlowe, I watched the altitude version of the broadcast. Chris Marlowe even said it at one point, and I loved it. Are the Nuggets ever going to tie this game up? Because they've blown a couple layup opportunities. And I just kept thinking, there was that stretch where I think Joker missed a bunny, Peyton missed a bunny, Russ might have, but guys kept missing the close range. And I was like, this is going to be the stretch that we look back on, and that'll be why you don't win.
Right.
Stupid 2 or 3 layups that you just couldn't make.
And then you know what they took the lead on?
They just kept scrapping on a layup.
Old Russell Westbrook got a putback. Yep. The Westbrook experience, it was all of it there in game 1. 15 points on 17 shots. Is that good? Is that efficient?
That's pretty good.
No, it's not.
No, it isn't. 15 is 17.
15 points on 17 shots, that's quite poor.
What has he normally been doing? Is that better for him? He couldn't make a layup in the first half, and I was like, get this guy out of here. And then all of a sudden he was just really good about making everything. He hunkered down, played good D.
How about Aaron Gordon just erasing Russ's worst moment of the game? Worse than the last possession of regulation was Russ deciding with 13 seconds left, I'm just going to go and shoot this contested layup right now. Aaron Gordon was there to save it and ripped that thing down, and he got fouled, and he made free throws, and the game was over. If LA comes up with that ball, Andy, we are having a different show tonight.
I know. But here's the reality. You're going to probably have to rely on him. He's just he's too gritty. I don't know what to say. And he brought a level of defense that MPJ just doesn't bring to the floor.
And David Adelman agreed with you because he got Porter the hell out of there.
Now, if Porter's shooting better tonight, though, he finds a way to close the game, right? Are we not sure?
I would hope so. I would hope he does more than 1 for 4.
I know. 3 points. Yeah.
4 shots. He took 4 shots.
He made the first shot of the game that let everybody sit down on the corner 3.
And then he didn't score for his last 26 minutes on the court. Yeah,
you warned us this wasn't a good series for him, Nate. You said it. You can't be mad at it.
And there it was. And there, even I thought he'd at least pour in 9. I didn't know he'd give us 3. My God. Come on, Porter. Jokic was great. Jamal was better as the game went along. The two-man game started to click. I thought they really did a good job dealing with LA, throwing three defenders at Murray and Jokic at the end of that game. I think Joker's gonna have a big game tonight. Not that he doesn't have a big game every time. Obviously, he's the best player on this team, but I also think he got a really good look at the way that LA is attacking him, and I think Jokic is going to orchestrate this evening.
He already worked that fake. I'm going one way to get your runner, and then I'm going to whip right back around and go to the hoop.
Exactly. Let me attract a double team from the opposite direction, and you're switching Zubats off of me. So watch what I can do right here. We have got a keyword for you to win tickets to when's that game? Oh yeah, it's tonight. Tonight over at Ball Arena. We'll give you a keyword to text in when you come back. We'll have keywords at 3:20 and 4:20, and then you can win tickets. You can go to the game tonight. So we're going to get you all hooked up with the keyword coming up next. We got a lot going on. Dempsey on the other side. Legwald at 4 o'clock. The draft rumors are flying. Connor McGahee, 20 minutes after 5 o'clock from Dallas. It's all happening on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Keep it here.
In the corner, Gordon has it. Doesn't want to shoot. He brings it back out inside the arc. Throws it back off over to Joker. One-on-one with Zubac. Kick out three, Christian. Yeah! 2-possession game for Denver in overtime. 108 to 104. Timeout, Clippers.
Kaz going to have the call tonight, 8 o'clock-ish, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is a special playoff ticket Monday, and you can win a pair of tickets to tonight. Game 2 against the Clippers at Ball Arena. But you have to text the key word along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 right now to be entered. Again, the number 303-504-0925. Your keyword this hour for a pair of tickets to tonight's game? Westbrook. Westbrook. As in, Russell. Text it in right now. And hey, believe it or not, there are limited tickets still available to purchase tonight at nuggets.com/playoffs. But if you want to win tickets to tonight's game, text Westbrook along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's Westbrook along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Your home for Mile High Playoffs is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Is that like Dawson's Creek? Hey! Westbrook.
I see what you did.
You see that? One
Dawson,
wasn't a show.
Creek, West,
Yeah.
Brook.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was good.
We tried.
That was
a reach.
Were you a pacey guy?
What's that?
You were a big pacey guy.
I didn't watch it.
Oh,
at
you
all.
didn't watch any
I just
Dawson's
know the
Creek?
show existed.
Oh, you missed out, man.
If I had to watch any of that crap, it would have been 90210.
Oh, Dawson's Creek was strong. Prime Katie Holmes. Yeah, now we're talking. Mm-hmm.
You were that over. The OC or something like that.
The OC was strong as well, but it was no.
This
Dawson's
is where
Creek.
you and I's 10-year gap kind of catches us.
Yeah, exactly.
I had to put up with Saved by the Bell and the caffeine freak out. That darn caffeine will get you.
God bless that Kelly Kapowski. Big victory for the Nuggets in Game 1 in overtime. Listen to this, by the way. Speaking of Westbrook. Ramona Shelburne had this in her piece. According to ESPN research, the Clippers gave Westbrook an average separation of 9.6 feet when he was taking three-pointers in Game 1. That is the most separation he has gotten on three-pointers in a playoff game when taking at least 5 attempts since player tracking began back in 2013-14. That according to ESPN's research for you right there. So basically, they gave him 10 feet. There you go, man. Fire away. And, hey, he made 2 of 6.
Hey, his corner 3 is kind of dialed up. So
yes.
Good for that.
Yeah.
Go ahead and leave him the 9 feet there.
He didn't fire at the end of regulation. His feet, his feet were not underneath him. Honestly, I think he was like, I can get a better look if I try and drive. And then credit to James Harden is one of those guys of like, that guy will give you 47 minutes of invisible defense, and then when he wants to,
he surprises the hell out of you.
Right, exactly.
Because all of a sudden he's in your grill.
Right, exactly. And then suddenly he does something that can make a little bit of a difference. Huge victory, obviously, for the Nuggets to get that win. I saw this also, Andy. I was bugging Spring in the break. All right. Joker's assist total is 9.5 tonight. The over-under on Jokic assists for the game tonight is at 9.5. He had 12 in Game 1. In the regular season, he averaged 6 assists with 14 potential assists across 3 games against the Clippers. When they say potential assist, that's where he sets up a shot, they don't make it. Sometimes that's going to happen. In Game 1 against LA, Jokic 12 assists, 22 potential assists that he had in Game 1. And you really started to see it in the second half. They were throwing those doubles at him. Quite honestly, they were throwing triples essentially around him and Murray. They were using Kawhi on the ball against Jamal Murray at the end of the game. I thought that was really smart on the part of Ty Lue. But Jokic started to solve a couple of things. And it was not without a few mistakes, but you could tell by the fourth quarter and really by overtime, he was back in his happy place. And he was orchestrating. He knew where the doubles were coming from. Right now, like basically on the weak side of the floor, the Clippers are more than happy to let Harden hang out around Westbrook and Christian Brown. I'll be really curious to see, like, if they close, you mentioned closing with Porter tonight. If you close with an actual shooter over there, even though Michael Porter was 1 for 4 in game 1, he still qualifies as an actual shooter. How will then LA play it? Like Adelman said after the game, hey, I'm no dummy. I know our floor spacing was crap at the end of that game. It's just Russ was playing too well, playing too hard. I couldn't take him off the floor. Basically, I think a message that he sent was, number one, Porter's going to have to earn those minutes, but also he's well aware of, like, okay, this can help us space out the floor a little bit so that they can't have 5 defenders with their foot in the paint.
To me, and I didn't see a lot of chirping about MPJ not closing the game. We were all aware of it, but I didn't see a lot of people grousing about it. I think Adelman did it exactly how he's supposed to. That is why you made the coaching change.
Yeah.
You made the coaching change to go away from old habits and just falling into whatever the forced rotation was. You don't need that now. Now everyone knows they got to earn it, and I think it's great. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Because I don't know how that game looks if Porter closes it. Now, maybe Porter comes alive and has a little flurry and hits 3 threes, and it would have been a completely different, you would have more comfortable winning. You don't go to overtime or whatever. But the evidence up to that point said he was not in that night's game. So
they also, Harden started haunting him in the second half of the game. Like, he started the second half, and they got the matchup a few times, and Harden had his way. Now, that said, Harden also had his way with CB a few times in that game.
Sure, it's a tough matchup.
It's a tough matchup, right. And he had his way with Jamal a few times. Like, look, the guy's, he's going to get to his left hand, and if he gets to his left hand, the last floater that he made to tie it up at the end of of regulation, I guarantee you CB was kicking himself over that. He just completely overplayed it on the catch. Harden had a step, and boom, just blew right by him. He's so good. Like, the thing that Harden has, and Jokic had a good contest on that shot, Harden is just so good at that little in-between float shot. Like, he doesn't have to get himself into a good position to shoot that thing. He'll shoot it mid-step, mid-stride. He'll shoot it from down on his hip, whatever it is, and it just goes in.
Yeah, it drives you nuts.
It's so annoying.
It's a shot for a lot of guys. It hits off the heel of the rim and flies right back out the other way. But not for Harden, it goes in.
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this. As far as storylines concerning that you're concerned may continue in game 2. Look, Nuggets got a hard-fought win. Give me a few more. I'll live with the stress of that kind of game if you just get through this dang series, right? Are you worried about the Nikola foul trouble continuing? I know that towards the end of the fourth quarter, he still had 4 fouls, so he wasn't really on the cusp, but man.
He's really good in foul trouble.
I know, but
it's not like if Peyton Watson gets in foul trouble and you're like, ooh. No, he's really friggin' smart when he gets in foul trouble. It's just that, there are those possessions where the Clippers are just aware of it and they get downhill and they go to the bucket and they know he can't foul.
I know. And so it's not like he's Dikembe Mutombo when it comes to guarding the rim, but he had a couple against Harden where Harden knew he can't even jump against me.
Yeah.
Any kind of brush, they're going to call it. That was a wild game. Were you okay? I am all for playoff physicality.
Mm-hmm.
And the first part of the game, I'm like, well, here's what Nate's talking about, where you're going to fight for every inch. And then after a while, I'm like, all right, are we playing hockey? Are the Mammoth on the floor earlier than I thought? They were letting guys just goon each other.
Yeah, it was a physical. It was the best game of the weekend in the NBA.
Oh, easily.
And it wasn't even close. Warriors-Rockets was that was entertaining to me last night. Houston cut it down, and then Steph went nuclear. Like, Jimmy was unbelievable. The end of that game was really fun. The basketball fan in me enjoyed that game. But Nuggets-Clippers was, I think we looked at it going in being like, this might be the best series. And then you watch that game and you're like, this is the best first-round series right now. It's a tough matchup between 2 really good friggin' teams. I really do like. There's a few things that I think that LA can do. I think they're going to want to get Kawhi. Kawhi's got to take more shots. I think it was by the time it was over, Kawhi took 15 and Harden took 22. All right. If I was Ty Lue and that coaching staff when I'm not wrestling with Jokic, I would want to flip that. I would want it to be Leonard taking 22 shots and Harden taking 15 shots. That's one adjustment I would make for them. Another adjustment that I would make if I was the Clippers, I'd play Nick Batum a hell of a lot more. I'd be playing Nick Batum over Norman Powell right now. because the Nuggets don't have a good answer for Nick Batum.
And he was hitting threes.
He was
towards the end of the game, and he is cool and calm.
That one that he hit on CB.
Yeah.
I mean, Christian Brown was inside his mouth basically, and he still made that shot.
Yeah, that's one where you just got to tip your cap to him. That's why he's an NBA player. Do they want to keep see the wrestling thing with Jokic is interesting to me.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where the whistle's going to be interesting. I felt like as we got to the second half, Jokic finally figured out, all right, you're not calling it. That's fine.
Yeah.
I'll play rough. As he once said, I played in Serbia, brother.
Yeah.
Where he threw down Zubac that one time. I was like, all right, see, there's the strength. You don't want to unlock the guy that wrestled bears in his free time as a kid or whatever. Nicole
That was wasn't that the they traded offensive fouls
They did.
too. Yeah.
They did, but Nikola got sick of it and just shoved him, and then he went and took an easy one on the other end. And,
right. Mm-hmm.
But again, it shows you the strength. Zubac does not go down very easily.
No, you could tell at that part of the game he was starting to frustrate Joker a little bit. Joker, it was the offensive foul on the hook, and then Zubac shoved him at the other end, and they traded offensive fouls. That was late second quarter. That honestly, right around then is sort of when the run started because Harden got his third on a reach in against AG with 2:51 left in the half. Westbrook subbed back in, and it was 9-2 the rest of the half.
Because I think you can only withstand so much of that. You can want to play physical, and that's fine. Joker's not the guy to be getting physical with. That's going to wear you out after a bit.
Aaron Gordon was fantastic in that game.
Yeah, and what you're going to need it out of him.
Yeah, he probably for the balance of 4 quarters was the second best Nugget.
Look, if they're going to do anything special. And I believe they can. All sorts of interesting stories about how Joker's been more vocal and still believes this roster's got it. And maybe this is even his indication he knows they'll break some stuff up in the summer if this doesn't go well, and he doesn't want it to happen. I just think if Jamal and AG, Jamal's got to be a little bit more. AG has got to be what he was.
Yeah.
And Joker's got to be what he was, and they've got a chance to surprise us. Don't you think?
Yeah.
Now, look, MPJ coming out of this would help, but if they you said they play Minnesota. If they were to win and Minnesota wins, they face Minnesota?
No, they play Oklahoma City.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Gosh, is that better?
It's not Minnesota. I don't know if it's better, but it's not Minnesota. The Thunder are a freaking machine. My God.
Are. Boy, I'm telling you, we're all seeing why we kind of wish the Nuggets could have had Houston.
Yeah.
Houston's showing their youth.
Yeah. Yeah. Bit of a younger team. Yeah.
Maybe they have a bounce back.
In a world where Denver could have gotten to a 3 seed and then, gotten themselves a matchup against either Golden State or Houston, maybe that would have been ideal, but there's going to be nothing easy about this trip through. That's what happens when you have the regular season that you did. That's what happens when you fire your coach with 3 games left in the year. Means things aren't going great. Means you have a tougher path through the postseason. Let's listen to David Adelman talking to the media a little bit today. And let's talk about adjustments, because adjustments are always an interesting question between game 1 and game 2. But here's Adelman just talking about adjustments that happened in-game throughout the course of game 1. This is from David Adelman yesterday.
Yeah, I thought we both showed a lot in really small ways. What they did late game, what we changed in pick and roll coverages. But I think the adjustments kind of go to different levels when they come out with something different offensively than maybe we've seen on tape throughout the year. Same with us. I think you take a look at what your standard was for that first game and be honest with yourself how effective it was. And then you have to decide, do we need to adjust or do we just do it better? I thought throughout the game last night, in the game itself, we got better at what we had talked about doing. So, yeah, I think it's and there's only so much you can really do. I mean, honestly. There's a multitude of ways to show something, but really usually in the end, what you're trying to accomplish is the same thing regardless of what your adjustments are. So, yeah, we're going to see a lot. I brought this up a million times. Their personnel is such that they can do whatever the hell they want to do. So we know that, and we'll try to stay clean and go through things the right way, but keep the guys off their feet, but really mentally talk about, we may see this, you might see that, so we can kind of presuppose, I guess, direction to the players of what's going to happen and how we're going to attack it.
All right, the 1 day break between games in this series, a little bit of what he's talking about right there, of just like, the rest is more valuable than anything we're going to get out of extensive walking through. We talked a little bit last week about who has the advantage on the truncated schedule between games 1 and games 2. This is where having Nikola Jokic really helps, right? This is where having a guy that is basically adjusting mid-possession out on the floor based on different coverages that are getting thrown at him, that's where he is such a massive benefit. Whereas it would take, like a mortal basketball player or a mortal basketball team, maybe a quarter or two or a game to adjust whatever they're throwing at you. That's where Jokic is the human cheat code.
And it allows you to have this rest like you talk about because he's going to work it out mid-game anyway, which apparently he was doing.
Yeah.
And running huddles and doing his thing, which is good.
Yep.
I got no problem with any of it.
God bless that man, Nikola Jokic. The Avalanche won game 1. They're back at it tonight with Gabriel Landeskog activated. But we will relive game 1 through the calls of Connor McGahee when we come back. Jeff Legwald at 4 o'clock for draft conversation. I've got something very interesting out of the betting markets for you, Andy. Something very interesting regarding Ashton Genty and where he could be going. So we'll dive into some of that. Legwald at 4 o'clock. Connor McGahee at 5:20 from Dallas. But yeah, we'll hear Connor's calls of game 1 and the Avs 5-1 victory coming up next.
I just want to clarify and decode. I'm not around here all year. Is Landeskog an option for tonight? A possibility?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, some quality decoding right there. Hey, join us tonight at Three Dogs Tavern in the West Highlands. Andy is hosting a viewing party for Avalanche Game 2 against Dallas. Raj's going to be hosting the network broadcast. We'll have a live Between the Pipes after the game with our dude Spring. And watch the game with Milan Hayduk at Three Dogs Tavern. Win a Cale Makar signed hockey stick and cheer on the Avalanche to a hopefully 2-0 series lead, all while enjoying $4 Bud Lights. It's a party, and you're invited. We'll see you at Three Dogs Tavern tonight starting at 7. Hold on. So it's the whole K&L crew, except I've been replaced by Milan Hayduk.
Yeah.
That's
by request.
That seems as though that feels like a lopsided trade. It feels whoever got me tonight, my wife and children, they lose. They lose big time. Enjoy it, everybody.
You're welcome to swing down, Nate.
I got a Nuggets game. I got an Avalanche game.
Now we got all this. We got all that. Now I'm too busy. I just want to be invited to the party so I can tell you no.
Exactly. You know it.
but like so many of your generation.
The invitation's important.
Yeah, I want to be invited.
I want to feel included.
I'm not coming for anything.
I'm not going to go.
But I'd like to decline and know you thought of me.
I would like to feel special, though, okay?
I'm hanging out with the Duke.
I like getting the Evite, and then I enjoy clicking no.
Yes.
I will not be attending.
Yes.
But
see, it makes it's safer for people to know, well, I'll invite him. He won't show up.
He won't come. Yeah, exactly. He's not going to be there. Let's relive Game 1. Avalanche and Stars from Saturday evening. Oh, what a hockey game. First period, Avalanche got themselves a nice little 5-on-3 for 1:24. Kept trying to get the puck to Nate, just didn't really work out. Not effective. Dallas had a power play in which Mackenzie Blackwood had 4 massive saves. You know, Dallas wasn't feeling real good about themselves. Going into the dressing room for the first intermission. To the second period we go. The Avalanche would kill another Dallas power play. Mackenzie Blackwood, fantastic save on Wyatt Johnston right on the doorstep. 9:30 of the period. Dallas's fourth line was having themselves a pretty good shift. And then Nathan MacKinnon just went flying out of there with the puck, and then things got weird.
Puck is free. Avs have it. Natchez into the path of Nathan MacKinnon across center ice. MacKinnon into the star zone. Hands it off. Lehkonen a shot. Sam made Ottinger. Rebound is there. They score! We're up all night to get lucky.
Okay. There was a lot that happened on this play, all right? So MacKinnon leads the rush out, drops the puck back to Lehkonen, who gets a shot off Ottinger's shoulder, followed his shot, went to the net friggin' hard, got his own rebound. Really, he got wiped off of his feet by Maverick Bourque. However, because of the aggressiveness with which he was playing he was able to kicked the puck into the net, kind of unintentionally so. It was like an accidental bicycle kick that went in. But, Andy, I will say this. Like, you know my disdain for stupid hockey goals. I don't think this was a stupid hockey goal. I thought this was born out of aggressive, hard play, effort, and sacrifice.
Yeah, I'll say this. It was probably borderline stupid hockey goal. But Lecky had played so hard and had so many quality chances and had hit the pipe so many times coming down the end stretch of the regular season. I think that's the hockey gods giving him one back.
Yeah, well put.
What was crazy about that was you couldn't even have kicked it in that perfectly.
No.
Like, nothing that happened for that thing to go in could have been intentional. Because that thing flew over the shoulder. For those that didn't see it, it rang the corner of the net and goes in. I can't believe it found its way in. That's one of the most ridiculous goals I've ever seen.
Perfectly placed.
For a guy that didn't shoot it. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And even if you'd shot it, I don't know if you could have placed it over Ottinger that perfectly.
Assists given to MacKinnon and Natchez on the goal by Arturi Lehkonen. 7 minutes later, the Avalanche on the power play, and once again, the bounces going Colorado's way.
Avs keep it alive. McCarr shot off the end wall. Avs trying to get there. Stars actually did, but they gave it right back to Nathan MacKinnon between the legs for Val Nichushkin, all the way over for Drouin. Now Cale Makar creeping in. Makar hands it off for MacKinnon. MacKinnon lets a shot go. He scores! The Mac attack is back, Jack!
Left circle deflected off the leg of Ilya Lyubushkin, flutters past Ottinger and in 2-0 Avalanche.
That was crazy too. That was like a knuckler. After it hit the leg pad, it knuckled, it slowed down. I think we've all been in baseball where you've had to pitch too slow and your muscle memory won't allow you to hold up.
Yep.
That's what that looked like for Ottinger.
Effective changeup right there. 2-0 after 40 minutes of hockey. We go to the third period, and Dallas would cut it to 1. Again, kind of a weird goal given that the goalie didn't have a hockey stick in his hands.
Puck is loose, thrown in front, handed off by Thomas Harley, and now he can't get a shot through either. Rantanen mishandled it. Lindgren takes it away, but he can't clear. Blocked by Mikko, goes right to Wyatt Johnston up top for Harley. 5 seconds to go in the power play, shot, and they score. Somehow, Mackenzie Blackwood didn't have a stick. It's leaning up against the side of the net. And there's an explanation being given to Ryan Lindgren by Kelly Sutherland. I have no idea how Mackenzie Blackwood did not have a stick for that sequence.
Yeah, nothing but bad luck right there.
Did you see the post-game interview?
No.
So Blackwood joins the TNT guys, and I think it was it wasn't the old Rangers goalie, Hendrik Lundqvist. Who's our other goalie? No, one of the guys.
You can get there.
No, well, I'm trying to remember. I can't now remember who said it. Someone asked him, have you thought about going with not, I guess he's got the big round knob of tape at the end of his stick. And one of them said, have you thought about not doing that? Because that's what got caught up in the loop once it went through. And he goes, yeah, that's a good point. I'd see why you could ask that. But no, I've done it all my life, so no, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, I'm not going to change now. Yeah,
he goes, it was a bad luck play. It is what it is. But, you know.
I feel as though Mackenzie Blackwood almost always has a stick.
He does.
It's very rare that this would happen on that play. Rupe Hintz with the deflection, bounced it in. 2-1. However, that would get no closer. Devon Taves out on the rush, but really this was Josh Manson creating things on a 3-on-2 breakout for the Avalanche at 12:56 of the third.
Duchesne. Nope, Rantanen lost an edge. Back to his feet, off the boards. Logan O'Connor with it, 3-on-2. Through center ice, down the left flank, across the Stars line. O'Connor trailers. Manson lets it go. Tipped in front. They score! Manson to Devon Taves, who is at the back post. And it's a laser from Taser.
D right there. Andy Manson to Taves. Give the other assist to Logan O'Connor on that play, who shot it cross ice over to Manson, who throws it on net. Taves got behind Ottinger. Boom, 3-1 Avalanche.
That was pretty. This next one's about to be the chef's kiss of it all. But that one, that's 2 D players doing that.
Yep.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
How many teams have a couple of D guys going to go pull that move off for you?
Devon Taves is friggin'
and
special,
that wasn't
man.
even Makar on the ice.
Yeah.
I mean, I credit Manson. That was a perfect fake
pass.
shot.
He had another one, and it was in the first period. Do you remember that? Where he got the puck near the blue line, and he waited for the entire Dallas defense to shift, and then just threw it on goal. Juicy rebound. Parker Kelly was right there, had an opportunity. Ottinger made a good save, but it was a super heady play by Josh Manson. Guy is just, he's very calm with the puck. For somebody that's like not known for being like a great offensive defenseman necessarily, he's really poised and really smart with it out there.
Yeah, he's been such a pickup. I feel like Lindgren is this year's version of Manson.
Yeah.
And the guy you better keep in the offseason, but boy, big physical game. We got to play this goal.
Yeah, let's get the empty netter first. Nathan MacKinnon as Pete DeBoer took Ottinger out with about 3.5 minutes to go.
Harley trying to sneak in the back door, and tracking was Logan O'Connor. He saw the play the whole way. as the Stars pinch. And now Logan O'Connor, who's had a magnificent game, pokes it ahead for Nathan McKinnon with an empty net. You betcha! For the second time tonight, the Mac attack is back, Jack.
Heck yeah, Nathan McKinnon's second goal of the game. And now the final goal of the night. 11 seconds later.
This is what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
The sweet assist is on this one.
This one was sick. Shout out to Jack Drury and our buddy Charlie Coyle.
Face off at center ice. Coyle kicks it back for Eric Johnson. Sam Girard for Parker Kelly. Down the far boards. Now below the goal line. Bischel with it. Gave it right to Kelly. Kelly towards the net. Tip right in front. They score again. Oh, Coyle rules. And the Dallas Stars are drinking from a fountain that's pouring like an avalanche that's coming down the mountain. 5-1 Colorado here in game one.
You're making the face. You know why they play that song?
Because it was like, damn it, they scored.
The name of the song.
I got it. Okay.
Did you hear the origins of the name of the song?
I don't know this.
A Beavis and Butthead episode where Beavis said it like 9 times in a row. And then he said there should be a song called that. And I guess Mark Hoppus is revealing all this. So they wrote Damn It.
Why not? Charlie Coyle, sick redirect pass by Jack Drury to Coyle, and he bangs it home. Avalanche win it 5-1. Blackwood 23 saves. McKinnon a couple of goals and an assist. Game 2 tonight. Puck drops at 7:52. They say 7:30, but it's not that.
Yeah, it'll be 10-8.
Landeskog is activated. We will probably find out from our buddy Connor McGahey at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock if he is going or not. But NFL draft conversation. The top 100 is out, and the rumors are flying. Jeff Legwold is next. We have our next keyword coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock for you to qualify to win a pair of tickets for the Nuggets and Clippers Game 2 tonight. We got one more keyword. We'll do it at 4:20, and then we'll announce a winner before the hour is up so you can make plans and go to the game tonight. Personally, I can't make it out to the game this evening because I plan to stay home and comb my way through Jeff Legwold's top 100 for the 4th or 5th time. That's what I'm doing this evening. I'm DVRing all sporting events and just reading the top 100. Jeff Legwold with us on a Monday afternoon. Leggy, how you doing, man?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Doing well. Leggy, when you do a top 100, do you get like pushback from anybody that's like, how do you have Harold Fannin at 87 over Tyler Shuck? Like, does it get that down and as people comb through this thing? Does the minutia of it just take over, or is that all just happen inside your own brain?
No, it takes over. People, anytime you rank anything, somebody's going to be mad. That's just the bottom line. You know, one of my favorite sort of clapbacks is always, if we rank sports writers, you would be in the top 100. So I like that one a lot. And I also like, I don't even know who the hell you are. So those are my two favorites when it comes to ranking. But
well, these people are taking it well.
Yeah, no, but sometimes you'll hear from a relative or an agent or somebody that,
doesn't appreciate it.
That's all part of it, and it's funny because sometimes you're basically saying a person is one of the 60 best football players available to the NFL this year to acquire, and people are mad at that. Like, take any group of the 60 best carpenters are going to be really good carpenters, or the 60 best anything. But man, it is a lot different. You used to publish it and people would be like, well, I didn't know Bowling Green had a really good tight end, back when I first started doing this, but now it's so out there all the time.
One of our our listener called it what, rage bait?
No, it was I read it yesterday.
Yeah.
And because I think Adam had tweeted you yesterday, right, Leggy? And he put, and the quarterback placement is interesting or something like that, because you've got your guys down lower, including what Shedeur, I think, was 32, 18, 19. Help me out again with
32. Shedeur was 32. So,
and where was Cam Ward?
18.
Well, the first comment under Adam's tweet was rage bait. So,
yeah. Well, or just where they really belong. I'll stick with my quarterback track record over the years, but that's like I say, if you rank anything, somebody's going to be upset, and that's just the way it is.
Well, and it speaks to, again, like, let's go back and talk about Denver here for a minute, Leggy. Someone's going to overdraft Cam Ward. It's going to be Tennessee is going to overdraft Cam Ward above Denver. Somebody's probably going to overdraft
Jackson Dart,
Shedeur Sanders or Jackson Dart above Denver. And that is going to push down, again, a very good football player to the Broncos at number 20. But your guy, Adam Schefter, is even hinting that Denver is sniffing around potentially at a move up. Now, Leggy, if that were the case, what do you believe they'd be targeting?
I think then you have a very specific player in mind. Do you want one of the tight ends? Do you want a very specific receiver, or have you decided, if Ashton Genty somehow miraculously falls beyond a certain number, how active are you going to be to go get him? The price is high because, again, this is a thin first round. So the teams that hold the top 12 picks believe they have more value even than most years because this draft is strong rounds 2 through 5. But the first round is very thin. So the teams with the picks up high are going to ask for a little bit more than they would in a lot of years. And that's going to be the complication for the Broncos or anybody else that wants to move up. It might cost you more on the infamous draft charts than similar trades have in previous years.
All right, you're probably going to that answer may blow this question out of the water, but I am just curious because a lot of discussion on ESPN today about how Orlovsky is saying that the Saints really want a second-round pick because that's where they want to pick their quarterback. They don't want to really do it at 9 Could the Broncos offer their second round in the first, and would that be enough to jump them from 20 to 9?
Yeah, I don't know the Broncos have a high enough pick in the second. I mean, because you got all the quarterback needy teams picking at the top of the second too. Cleveland's up there. The Giants are up there. That's your issue. You can't get above them in the second round. It's not possible. So you might, if the Broncos had a pick in the 30s, even those teams might be getting a look from the second round quarterback teams because they want to get in front of those other guys. So, it's like, I always use it as the example because it's the best one in recent years, but Baltimore went back in and got Lamar Jackson at 32 that year. They traded back in. He was still on the board, and they wanted to beat the people in the second round to him. So they came back into the first on the last pick and took him.
Talking to Jeff Legwell, the top 100 is out. Leggy, I'm gonna make a read on this. You can tell me that I'm way off base, but this is kind of my theory as I've been delving into if Denver is going to take a running back in the first at number 20, which they very well could do if they don't trade up and maybe get into the Ashton Genty conversation in the Omarion Hampton or Travion Henderson debate. That I think teams are having about who is RB2. You had Travion Henderson as RB2 in your top 100 over Hampton. But as they're having that debate, is it possible that Sean Payton, given his profile of back that he likes, would push for Henderson and George Payton? And I guess I'm just looking at the profile of the guy that drafted Javonte Williams, that George Payton would push for Omarion Hampton. Do you think that is accurate at all?
I don't think it's as cut and dry as that.
Okay.
I think George Payton, when they drafted Javonte, they wanted the whole skill set. And some of that was pass protection on third down.
Mm-hmm.
And, if that is part of the equation, I think that opens up both guys to be more open to certain backs. But I think 20 is a weird spot for a back. You're too late, almost certainly, to get Genty, and I'm not sure the other backs are really worth
20
that grade.
Yeah.
And I think the issue for the Broncos is I would be shocked, stunned, if they had more than 20 picks or even 20 picks with first round grades. So I think when it gets to 10, 11, 12, and if you hear any rumblings of movements about the Broncos, I think it's an indication that their first round board is taking a big hit as the picks are unfolding. Now, if they don't agree with the way the first round is unfolding, then they're probably more apt to stay put and take the player they have rated 12th or something, at 20. But you're going to know a lot about how the first round is going on their board by what they do. And I think that's, as far as a back, I think 20 is the weird spot because you're probably overdrafting RB2. But again, if the guy comes in and produces, no one's ever going to care ever. It's just a matter of how you treat the board with the value and how much you really are passionate about sticking to it. Because I do know they believe fervently that there are immediate contributors at running back in the second round, the third round, into day two, and they have scouted and interviewed and met with all of the running backs who fit that profile too. So they're ready to take a back in day one or day two and have several different names that they would live with, in that regard. For me, Henderson is more pro ready in downs first, second, and third down right now than Hampton is. And I was trained many decades ago to be wary of high contact runners in college football because you don't break those tackles in the NFL. And I think that's some of my grade in Hampton and a player like Scatterbo too, is those high contact runners don't break those those tackles nearly as often in the NFL as they did in college.
Could they also potentially view a back like Henderson, or maybe even just Henderson specifically, as a better complement to the backs that they already have in the room? Like, is Omari and Hampton maybe too similar to Audric Estime that it would make a ton of sense?
That's my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I think some of what people like in Hampton they have on the roster and just haven't used him.
Yeah.
So. And, some of it may show us what they think of Audric Estime. I mean, now they were giddy when he was available for that pick. They had him graded well above that pick, when they took him. So it would seem odd to me that they would sour on him in, one more draft season. But, weirder things have happened. But, I think they have that player. I think they will be looking at a highly graded wide receiver at that pick. Obviously the backs are all going to be available at that pick. A defensive lineman will likely be available at that pick. I think those are the three positions that will hold the best grades if the board unfolds the way a lot of people expect.
All right, real quick, I make you put your money down today, offensive or defensive with the pick.
Hard for me to believe he's going to pass on offense, Andy. I mean, it's all strength of the board and all those things. But I say offense, but I cannot get out of my head that when we spoke to Sean Payton the other day, he said, don't pass on Crystal because you need a blender. So it really tells me they're very cognizant that this first round doesn't look like most first rounds. And best available may be the requirement when they get to 20. So you don't leave one of the very few first round grades still left on the board because you're picking for need or for desire or whatever. That best available really means best available.
Yeah, I couldn't help but notice Nick Emenworry and Derek Harmon at 15 and 16, respectively, in your top 100, and thought to myself, wow, if either one of those fell to Denver, they'd really have to think about it. Jeff Legwold, everybody, ESPN.com. Top 100 is out. Get it, read it, tweet angry things at Jeff Legwold. You'll feel better about yourself. Leggy, good work as always, man. Thank you.
I'm here to serve. Thank you.
That's right. Jeff Legwold with us here. Our second keyword of the day to win tickets for Nuggets Clippers. We'll give that to you next. We'll talk to Chris Dempsey ahead of Game 2 tonight, Denver and L.A. We have got Nuggets highlights coming up next hour. We have got Connor at 5:20 from Dallas. It's all happening on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is a special playoff ticket Monday, and you can win a pair of tickets to tonight's Game 2 against the Clippers at Ball Arena. You got to text the keyword right now to 303-504-0925, the keyword overtime. It's a compound word. Overtime. That's right. Text overtime to 303-504-0925, and you are entered. Also, guys, don't forget, there are limited tickets still available for purchase for tonight's game at nuggets.com/playoffs, but you want to win them, and you can text the word overtime along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That is overtime along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Your home for Mile High Playoffs is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Chris Dempsey back at it. You'll watch him tonight on Altitude Television. Nuggets and Clips Game 2. Demps, how you doing, man?
Fantastic. How are you guys
Really?
doing?
Do you realize what you did to yourself? You know you're up for drop of the year thanks to our last interview, right?
Yeah. Well, wait. What drop would that be?
You just heard it.
Yeah, you were indecisive. You couldn't make up your mind. You were baffled. Yeah.
It sounds like an exorcism out of context because Spring dropped it on us one time, and I was like, oh my God, are we? Yeah, there it is.
And it's funny, the answer to that question was only two players really playing off the bench.
Yeah.
For the Nuggets, but yeah. I was indecisive. I didn't know it was going to happen, and now we kind of do.
Hey, man, you were living in the moment. That's why we do live radio here, baby. No second takes.
No doubt.
That's right. Let's talk about this game tonight. Demps, let's start with Michael Porter.
Mm-hmm.
Is it just as simple as, like take shots and make shots? What does Adelman want to see out of him to make him effective and to force him to have him on the floor at the end of the game? Because even Adelman admitted, we could really use that floor spacing.
Yeah, no doubt. I just think for Michael Porter, that's going to have to start on the defensive end for him. And, it was the force that you have to play with, the energy, intensity, all those kinds of things, all those buzzwords that we use for this type of year. He just didn't have that on defense really much at all in game one. And on the flip side of that, you saw what Russell Westbrook was putting on the court in that area. And so I think, to me, for Michael Porter to keep himself on the floor longer today, his defensive intensity has to be just very, very high, much, much higher than it was there in game one. Because I think offensively, he only took 4 shots on offense. He made his first 3. He tried, he drove a closeout and kind of got converged on by a bunch of Clippers after that for his second shot. And just, they're very aware of him and where he is. And offensively, I think he's going to have to play a physical brand of basketball too. You got to get people off of you. You got to screen very hard. You can't be allowed to be guided to certain areas of the court. So I think that exists. But I think for MPJ, first and foremost, every single time you rotate, it has to be full speed. Every single contest has to be with your hand fully up. You got to sell out on all these plays, and that just wasn't quite apparent in game one. So we'll see what he puts on the court here today.
All right, do you think we will see the bench expanded a little bit? Because Jalen Pickett sniffed the floor for a second there. It wasn't very long. He was taken out, and then, like you said, went back to the 7, it seemed like, in the second half. Or could we even see some DeAndre minutes? Because I know they like to do a little small ball, but frankly, there was a couple times in the third quarter where I was thinking, man, DeAndre could probably get a couple of these rebounds. Do you think either players, either DeAndre sees the floor? Do you think there's a little more of Jalen Pickett tonight, or TBD?
Could be a little bit more Jalen Pickett. Obviously he's a player that I think that's obvious just by the fact that he hit the floor in game one, that they have really good trust in. And, for him, I think the flow of that game for him, it was just, I think the one thing that we talked about when I was very indecisive about who might be on the court was him being kind of a redundant player when you have Murray and you have Westbrook, and do you need another point guard out there? Well, they needed him out there for 5 minutes. And I think so If Russell Westbrook's not going to have as great a game today, could Jalen Pickett slide into that spot? Yeah, he certainly can. But I think that would be, to me, the scenario which puts Pickett on the court for double-digit minutes in this basketball game. Outside of that, if Russell Westbrook's going to put a ton more energy on, he's going to make some timely threes, he's going to get some timely rebounds, I think he's going to run right into another 25 to 30-minute game for himself, and we'll see a little Peyton Watson, one of their Nuggets' best lineups, best plus-minus lineups in Game 1, had Peyton Watson in it, and so I think they would like to repeat some of those lineups as well, but I don't see him going super deep on the bench, especially with 2 days off after this game. You could probably run him up for 40-plus minutes again and then give him a full day off tomorrow before you travel.
We're talking to Chris Dempsey. He joins us right now on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Demps, they only had 1 day in between games, and it didn't leave either team a ton of practice time. These are both veteran teams. You want to get as much rest as you possibly can. Second half and overtime in particular, we saw what the Clippers wanted to do, basically blitzing the two-man game with 3 bodies and letting Harden basically guard one whole side of the floor. Now, maybe some of that had to do, especially in crunch time, with the fact that Porter wasn't out there. But Jokic really started to pick that apart when he was making catches at the nail. He would have Chris Dunn or James Harden, a smaller defender, on him on the switch. And I thought Jokic really started having his way. His playmaking was top-notch. Not a ton of scoring out of Joker in crunch time. But what did you think of his performance and his adjustments as the game went on, and maybe how Tyronn Lue tries to play it tonight?
Yeah, I agree 1,000%. I thought one of the best things about Game 1 was Nikola Jokic passing out of double teams and triple teams, just everybody paying attention to him. But he understood where the double was coming from. He got the ball out to guys who were ready to shoot, who were cutting. I thought one of the things that Russell Westbrook did great was, his man was a lot of the times the man that was coming over and doubling or just doing anything else other than guarding Russell Westbrook. And he got himself on the move. A lot of cutting out of him. Nikola knew it and was able to hit him a couple times. Nikola is he's straight up Neo. That's what he is. And, so I don't know what the Clippers are going to do today, to be honest. Maybe, and as weird as this sounds, and especially if Michael Porter is on the court for longer swaths of the game, they would single him up a little bit more. Because the double teams, to your point, the Nuggets had a plan for that. They even had a plan for the Jamal Murray blitzes kind of toward the end of the game, how they were going to, kind of come up and pressure release for him and then get the ball to somebody else after that. So the Clippers have to be aware of that a little bit. But if you don't want Nikola doing everything on a basketball court, you don't want the high 20s point totals, you don't want the high, into the double-digit assist totals, then you have to kind of play him straight up and make sure that there's no cutters, there's no guys that are open that can be found. But you run the risk of now Nikola putting up a really big number, and then you get real antsy kind of toward the end of the game. You adjust a little bit. Now you're starting to double team, and now he starts to pick you apart. So I'll be very, very interested to see how the Clippers play Nikola today. But just quite honestly, for any team out there, there's no good way to play the best player in the world.
Well, one thing they can do is get physical and try to see if that works. Now, Nikola showed you he kind of got sick of it towards the end of the game there, but I'm curious, what whistle do you expect tonight? They let a lot of stuff go on both sides the other night. Do you think we get that same kind of whistle, or do you think it changes? And who does that favor if they get a little more with the touch calls?
It's a good question. Well, if it's touch calls, then I think that favors the Nuggets. Well, you do have James Harden on the other side. So,
and Kawhi.
And Kawhi, yeah. Those two guys in particular, if it's going to be a touch call game, that's going to be probably advantage them for that. If you're allowing these two teams to play super physical again, then I think that's advantage Nuggets. And I think that's where Aaron Gordon was thriving just beyond most other players. Maybe he might have been the most physical player when I rewatched the film that I saw on the court on Monday night. And the Nuggets, I think, as a team, were very physical. The screening was very physical. They sought out their own matchups, and they just rooted out the primary defender to get, a lesser defender on some of the players to get some of the matchups they wanted. Nikola was very physical. And then if you just looked at Aaron Gordon's just shot chart alone, it's pretty much all under the rim. And that's all you need to know about what he was doing, the job that he was doing. So I think that generally speaking, what we have seen in these playoff games is the officials allowing more physical play than not. I mean, we saw that, and we saw a 95-85 game.
Free throws are down across the board so far in the playoffs.
Yeah, it's just that possessions aren't though.
Mm-hmm.
So free throws are one thing. The ability to just move around the court and do whatever you want to do to score still remains another thing. I was just looking at some Cade Cunningham film against the Knicks. They just beat him up for 4 quarters, and he ended up 8 for 20 from the field. And there's these instances where these teams are being allowed to play a little bit more physically. I think the Nuggets took advantage of that a little bit after they started playing defense after the first quarter.
Yeah.
And I think that's where the whistle will be again today.
Talking to Chris Dempsey. Again, he'll be on Altitude tonight, Game 2. Demps, let's flip it over and let's look at things for a moment from the Clippers' perspective. I told Andy in hour number 1 the adjustments I would make. Number 1, Kawhi should be the one taking 22 shots. Harden should be the one taking 15 shots. I think that would probably be a better look for them. And quite honestly, I would get Nick Batum 30-plus minutes in this game. I just don't think Denver has a very good matchup for him. Quite frankly, I would play him over Norman Powell if I was the Clippers. Those are a couple of my takes. What do you think the Clippers do to adjust tonight?
Well, I can tell you one because I was at Clipper shoot-around today and asked Ty Lue what his focus was, and nobody's going to tell you their actual plan. But the thing that he emphasized the most was that he wants the Clippers to play a whole heck of a lot faster than they did in Game 1. As a matter of fact, he wants them up into the front court already running offense by no later than 17 on the shot clock on every possession. He said that was a little bit more down around 12 or 13 on the shot clock in Game 1. That was just way too slow, one of their slowest games of the season. So we'll see if they pick up the pace a little bit more. They were one of the better fast-breaking teams, transition teams in the NBA during the regular season, and I think a lot of that is going to hinge on Kawhi Leonard being a whole lot more aggressive. He was kind of blah in game number 1. If you're taking this from a Clipper point of view, I mean, they turned him over 7 times.
Yeah,
and those seven turnovers were. He had a couple of miscommunications with Ben Simmons. He threw those passes out of bounds. He threw one bad pass that was picked off by Christian Brown. He had the one where Jamal Murray just tipped it off his hip. Those kind of turnovers you're not playing with edge turnovers. And I think what we'll see from Kawhi is just a whole heck of a lot more edge. And is that going to equal a whole lot more shot attempts? Maybe. But what I do think it will mean for him if they're playing well and being successful is that his fingerprints will most obviously be on this game. And that was something that I didn't really feel from him in Game 1. And as far as James Harden is concerned, I think this is rinse and repeat for the Clippers. I mean, they bring screens to kind of root people out, and then they just let them go on one-on-one. The Nuggets, I think, have to do a much better job of, they were overshading his left hand in that first quarter, and then he was just driving straight line drive right and then just finishing with his left. So you have to figure out the right balance of, hey, we know we have to take away his left hand, but what we can't do is just allow the entire lane to be open for his right side because he can't dribble with his right. He's not a guy who can't dribble with his right hand. He just prefers to get to his left side. So I think the Nuggets have to do a much better job there, and maybe that means guarding him a little more straight up, or maybe showing him a little bit more bodies if you're shading that left hand so hard that he can just go straight right. So But the Clippers, I think those things I would see would be their adjustments. I don't know if Nick Batum hits the court a little bit more. I think they want Norman Powell not to turn the ball over 4 times.
Yeah.
He was handling the ball kind of a lot in pick-and-roll situations. And I think of all the turnovers that the Nuggets forced, the ones on Norman Powell were most obviously because of the pressure they were applying to him. And if that is a thing that can still be a thing over the course of a series, then that's huge because the Clippers like to put the ball in his hands and run some things and have Kawhi or James Harden on the weak side to kind of get the ball to the second side. So if you can get turnovers from him and they have to stop putting the ball in his hands, then that is going to take away a big chunk of what they want to do offensively.
I like Denver's chances if they can force 20 turnovers again. Might not happen. Chris Dempsey, everybody. Watch him tonight on Altitude. He will be there. You guys will be going all night long. Demps, good work as always, buddy. We appreciate it.
All right, guys. We'll talk to you.
All right, Chris Dempsey, you still got a few minutes to text in the keyword overtime.
Overtime.
Compound word, one word, no spaces. Overtime, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Text it in right now, and you are entered to win tickets for tonight. By the way, tickets are still available, so go to nuggets.com right now and see if you can still get some tickets. But you can also win them from us. Again, the text number 303-504-0925. That's the Shop Mazda text line. Text in the keyword overtime plus your first and last name, and you're entered to win tickets for tonight. Your home for Mile High Playoffs is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We relive clutch time and overtime with Kaz's calls of Game 1, revisiting everything that Denver did to pull off that victory. We'll do that coming up next. Join us tonight at Three Dogs Tavern in West Highland. Andy is hosting a viewing party. That's Andy Lindahl hosting a viewing party for Game 2 against Dallas this evening. Alex Ryan-Emmy will be hosting the network broadcast, plus we'll have a live edition of Between the Pipes with Raj and Spring after the game. Also, Milan Hayduk will be watching the game at Three Dogs Tavern. So go watch the game with the Duke. Win yourself a Cale Makar signed hockey stick. They're doing giveaways for that. And cheer on the Avalanche to a 2-0 series lead. All while enjoying $4 Bud Lights. It's a party, and you are invited. We will see you at Three Dogs Tavern in the West Highland neighborhood tonight starting at 7 p.m. So go watch it. Andy's going to be there. Spring's going to be there. Raj is going to be there. Milan Hayduk is going to be there. And Gabriel Landeskog is going to be on the ice in Dallas. We certainly hope. He's activated. He's activated. You don't think he plays?
I'm still not sure. And to be clear, I don't want anybody to hear this the wrong way.
Mm-hmm.
I am excited to see Gabe play hockey.
Yeah.
But listening to Bednar and revisiting our conversation with Eric Johnson and the way he talked about how Gabe's already made it, it's already been amazing, I just feel like there's some hesitation there I can't figure out as to what's going on. And so because that seems to exist.
I would guess the hesitation is he hasn't played hockey in 3 years.
Right. So is it, and somebody also brought up VC Wood, like you've got guys that have been in the thick of this thing.
Right.
As you try to secure that second win in Dallas and really put them in a hole, I just wouldn't be shocked if they save it for when we're back, Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. But look, if he's the best option, they'll play him.
Yeah.
Like someone had texted in at the beginning of the show when we were doing our crosstalk, saying, are you kidding me? Miles Wood, he's not better than Gabe Landeskog. Well, Miles Wood is not better than Gabe Landeskog we last saw. You're correct.
Right.
I don't know what Gabe Landeskog looks 3 years later after this knee surgery.
Yeah,
I just don't.
Is Gabriel Landeskog a better option than the other pieces that are available in his first hockey game in 3 years?
Right.
That's the decision they have to make, but also like if the Avalanche are to go deep into the postseason, as I believe they're planning on, then this has got to start soon because whatever version of Landeskog you get, that ceiling, that is better than Jimmy VC or Miles Wood, and that's what you're trying to get to right now. And maybe they look at it as, hey, we already took game 1 on the road, a little bit of house money here in game 2. This is a good opportunity to do it.
Yeah, however they do it, they do it.
Yeah.
And look, DMac kept saying to us, what if it's an embarrassment? There's a chance. I don't think it'll be an embarrassment.
I just don't
He would
think
have
it will
embarrassed
be.
himself against the Eagles if that was the case.
I also don't think he'd be doing this
No,
if
I'm with
he
you.
was going to go out and embarrass himself.
I'm with you, but it's been 3 years since he played a hockey game, and now you're jumping into the most intense time of the year and a series with two teams that, let's be honest, probably should be battling for the Western Conference title, not in the first round of the playoffs.
We are going to do our giveaway for Nuggets tickets
Time to
for
win,
tonight
Nate.
coming up before this segment is up. But right now, let's relive a little fourth quarter and overtime of what we saw on Saturday afternoon between Denver and the Clippers. By the way, I watched this portion of the game with 12 other dudes at a funeral crowded around my phone. It was a pretty good time.
Okay.
Yeah.
It
wasn't bad.
Can you share any other details from that day?
I also ate 8 hot dogs.
There it is.
I also repeat, I ate
There it is.
8.
One more time for those in back.
8 of them.
How many?
The Ocho. I ate 8
How old are you?
hot dogs. I'm
mid-40s?
I'm 44. Mm-hmm.
Woo!
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Hey, God bless you.
Yeah, a couple of drinks in you, suddenly 8 hot dogs doesn't seem like a bad idea.
I could do 8. Anyway.
I did not win the hot dog eating contest, though.
What?
I did
Someone
not.
outdueled you?
Somebody outdueled me.
Were you all from Chicago?
It's,
How do you know so many?
You had to want it. You had to want it.
I would not want it. 8 hot dogs bad.
Honoring the late Bill Brown by just chowing down as many hot dogs as we
bet you he would
possibly
have been
could.
proud.
He would have been, absolutely. He would have been right there front and center with us. 4:19 to go. Fourth quarter. This is after the Nuggets had cut it to 1 on the Jamal 3, but Batum hit a 3 right in Christian Brown's face. 4:19 to go. Jokic gets the double, finds AG, makes him pay.
Jokic hands it off to Murray, turns the corner. Thought about another 3, doesn't shoot it. Throws it back off over to Joker. 8 on the clock. Joker against Harden. Take him to the hole. Now he gets double team. Kick out 3, AG. Yes! Denver's within one. Timeout, Ty Lue. 92-91, and the crowd is into it.
1 point game, next possession. CB gets a good look, and this is when the play of Russell Westbrook was making a difference in a good way.
Rebound comes down to Westbrook. Outlet pass off over to Murray. Ball arena crowd rises to its feet. A bucket here, you get the lead for the first time since 13-11. Christian for the lead. Short, no good. Rebound, Westbrook, got it. Let's go.
93-92 Denver, 3:37 to go in regulation. 4 offensive rebounds in that game for Westbrook, Andy. Yes, he did infuriating things. We have more highlights of him doing infuriating things, but his play on the offensive glass was a huge reason he was in that game.
Yeah, and he was in it. He was competing.
Yep.
So I cannot argue with the reason to keep him in.
Teams trading leads, a lot of frustrating possessions. Nuggets just couldn't hit a huge shot. You had the little wrestling match between Jokic and Van Gundy and the trainer, Jason Powell. Jokic looking to inbound the ball quickly. Van Gundy and Powell wouldn't give the ball up, engaged in a bit of a little battle of tug of war right there.
Little Ishbia moment.
How about CB making fun of Jokic after the game?
Yeah, not ripping it away from him.
Good thing he's working out right now. CB's all jacked. He gets to make those jokes. 24 seconds to go, and once again, the Nuggets are doing it with the passing of Nikola Jokic.
Inbound goes to Jokic way out on top. Hands it back off over to Jamal Murray. Murray goes for the right hand. Thought about a quick shot. Top of the key over to Jokic. Got to score. Kick out in the corner. 3, Westbrook. Good! Russell Westbrook puts the Nuggets up by 2, and the Clippers take their final timeout of the night.
That was a little bit of all of us. Oh, he's passing it to... Oh, yeah! He nailed it.
Yep. Again, it's the entire crowd. I was like, don't give it away. No. That's fantastic. No hesitation by Russ at all. Just catching fire. Nuggets up 2. Harden hit a floater 1-on-1 against CB that Christian Brown completely overplayed. Tied at 98. Final possession, no good. No good. Didn't even get a shot
I was
off.
going to say, no good.
Yeah.
No shot.
Didn't even get a shot off. My God.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Suppose it's okay.
Tied at 98. We go to overtime, and Houston did this a few times. Here's another adjustment that I'm guessing Ty Lue makes is trying to make sure that James Harden is not defending Aaron Gordon one-on-one because AG absolutely abused James Harden. Let's go to overtime.
Rolled out to Christian. He gets it off over to Jamal Murray. Murray goes all the way through the lane, throws it over to Aaron Gordon in the corner. Bad spacing here by Denver. Gordon puts it on the floor. He's in the paint. He dunked it home with 2 hands.
Yeah, that play was just absolutely ferocious by AG. Give him that matchup all day long. He's going to abuse James Harden. That was a thing of beauty. Let's hear from Jamal Murray, who scored 15 of his 21 points between the second half and overtime. This one right here, this is the shot that he needs to get more of.
Rebound tipped by Jokic and grabbed by Murray. Denver's on the move again. Murray has it up the left sideline. He's inside the arc, now in the paint, leans in, floater, good! 3-point lead for Denver, 103-100. 3 minutes to go.
I thought Jamal just missed a lot of makeable shots in game 1. And I don't know if it's still, rust coming back from the injury or anything else like that. I anticipate he shoots the ball better tonight. But he's getting his looks. Chris Dunn's good, but Jamal Murray's better.
He is, and he's not afraid.
Nope.
And at the end of the day, he's not afraid.
Nope.
And you need that guy in there.
1-point game, minute 17 to go. Jamal throws a lazy entry pass to Russ. Jokic chases it down, and this is when the building really exploded.
In the corner, Gordon has it. Doesn't want to shoot. He brings it back out inside the arc. Throws it back off over to Joker. 1-on-1 with Zubac. Kick out 3, Christian. Yeah! 2-possession game for Denver in overtime. 108-104. Timeout, Clippers.
Huge play. Clippers would make a steal on the next possession, result in a Harden 3. Back to a 1-point game. That's kind of Chris Dunn, what he can do against that pocket pass. Kawhi stealing it into the hands of Chris Dunn. Let's play one more highlight from this game. This is, let's be fair to the entire Russell Westbrook experience. Here is the possession by which Aaron Gordon would save the game and make it so that we're not spending the entire day talking about Game 1 like we did the Denver-Minnesota game a couple of weeks ago.
Jokic has it. Back over to Murray at the midcourt circle. Now Westbrook. Westbrook to the rim, leans in, layup won't go. Rebound Gordon. They got a foul. Gordon has it, and there's a foul with 10.9 seconds to go. And now Gordon needs to make them both.
And he certainly did. That would ice it. Denver would get the victory after that. By the way, before the Westbrook steal at the end, when he got the hand on it and it was out on Harden, Joker's nosebleed. That was gamesmanship, right? That wasn't a real nosebleed, was it?
I don't know.
I took it as
they shoved the stuff up in there.
I took it as they didn't have the timeout right there. Joker waited for the setup and was like, "Oh, my nose! I got to get this checked out." Went back, got the cotton ball in it, then walked back over. I thought that was gamesmanship, perhaps from Jokic.
Brilliant
right there.
if it was, then.
Yeah, absolutely. Batum's inbound off Harden. James Williams was right on top of it. Great call. AG's inbound was dangerous, but Jokic made the free throws, and that was ball game. By the way, that Norman Powell late 3. You had Denver minus 3.5. Bit of a bad beat for you on that one.
That hurt you?
Yeah, that's stung for a few people at the end of that game. But hey, doesn't matter. Nuggets get the victory, 112-110 in OT. Game 2 coming up tonight. You want to go to the game? One of you is going on us from here at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Mark Springer, can I get a drum roll, please, as we announce the winner of a pair of tickets for Game 2 tonight? You're going to have to make quick plans. You're going to have to find a buddy.
You got till 8. Maybe a little beyond. You're all right.
Maybe you have to get a babysitter, whatever it is, but you can do it. Our winner of tickets to Game 2, Spring,
is AJ Frazier.
AJ
Frazier.
Kelsey Grammer Frazier. Well done, AJ.
Frazier Crane.
The Frage man. You're going to the game tonight. Way to go, AJ.
Do you know more AJs or Fraziers?
Now I'm combing through the Rolodex of people I know, and I don't think I know any of them. Do I know an AJ?
Mercurio, I think, is one of the announcers.
Okay.
Frazier Crane.
Sure.
George Frazier.
Keep naming them. Uh-huh.
Wilt Frazier.
George Frazier. George Frazier.
George Frazier.
Nice job
Who
right
was,
there.
That's George Foreman. Wasn't there like a... Yeah.
AJ Frazier's going to the game tonight. Way to go, AJ Frazier. Thank you to everybody who entered on a Nuggets playoff ticket Monday. We'll take a break. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We'll do that next. Connor McGahee joins us from Dallas at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Roller Auction. Go to roller.bid right now. Check out all of the latest auctions that are available for you to be able to bid right now, like this corporate housing unit furniture auction that is available to bid right now. Check it out. It's going to close in a couple of hours. The bids start closing in a couple of hours, so get on this right now. Corporate housing unit furniture auction. We're talking about sofas, love seats, side chairs, buffets, side tables, kitchen tables and chairs, small appliances, home decor, and much more. Go to roller.bid right now and check this out. I'm checking out this blue 3-seat upholstered sofa with a nice fabric finish on there. I could take a nap right on that thing. Great deal available to bid right now. Go to roller.bid to check this out. This is the corporate housing unit furniture auction. Bid right now at roller.bid. Let's get after it. Time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL before we go to Dallas to check in with Connor McGahee, the voice of the Avalanche, ahead of Game 2, Avs and Stars. Oh, it's all happening right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Mark Springer, let's do the football.
It's the High Five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. There's a draft on Thursday, and Adam Schefter of ESPN, he likes to talk about the draft. Now, he put this little nugget, this little tidbit of information up on an ESPN Plus article. You got to pay for information like this, or we can just read it to you here for free on over-the-air FM radio. Schefter writing today. There has been, however, a lack of teams willing to trade up, at least so far. Denver is one of those. The Broncos have made inquiries about moving up in round 1, according to sources, but there aren't many others. This could always change when players start falling and teams are on the clock.
What do you think here, Andy? What do you make of this that Denver could be looking to move up? Who is the target? Is it Colston Loveland?
Well,
is it Ty Warren? Is it Ashton Genty?
Yeah, it's a great point about Colston Loveland. I saw a couple notes that said Loveland, they could be interested in Loveland, and so maybe if he sneaks past the Colts, maybe that becomes a thing. Just because they've made calls, Now, I do think it's important to what Jeff said. We've all jumped that they're going to try to go make a run at Ashton Genty, which they may very well do that. But Leggy pointed it out. Sean confirmed the answer to Leggy last week in their pre-draft press conference. The Broncos only have about 17, 18 first-round grades. That was confirmed by coach.
Yeah.
So maybe it's just a couple moves up. Maybe it's, up to 16 just to make sure they get one of their first-round graded players. I wouldn't be upset if it's Ty Warren. I wouldn't be upset if it's Genty. People keep sneakily attaching the South Carolina safety, Eamon Warrior, that we've talked about.
Yeah.
Maybe if all of a sudden they get a little nervous about him, they jump up for him. I don't know. But, if you're going to – the problem is it feels like that a lot of – and who knows? There's been more lying around this draft possibly than what we've seen in a while because nobody seems to know how this first round's going to go. I think getting Genty could be tall cotton, and I don't want you giving up next year's first to do it necessarily.
Here's an interesting note that our buddy Adam Hill of the Las Vegas Review-Journal tweeted out earlier. He tweeted this. He said, Ashton Genty is now the favorite to be selected with the number 5 pick in the draft, according to DraftKings. But the Jaguars are more likely to draft a defensive lineman or edge player, according to the betting markets at -110, than a running back, which is at +200. As Adam points out, for non-bettors out there, this suggests Genty going at 5, but not to Jacksonville. The Raiders are at 6. They're the team that's most frequently connected to Genty in this draft, I would say, although maybe New England at 4 is something interesting to keep an eye on. Or Jacksonville could look at it and say, hey, number 5, that's where the Ashton Genty sweepstakes takes place. This is our opportunity to add more picks in the top 100. The Jags with a new coach and a new general manager. They're one of the teams that, they need more bites at the apple. They could be a team that could be looking to trade out and still add to their defense.
Could Dallas be looking to jump up?
That's one of the teams certainly to keep an eye on right there. It also tells you if Denver had to go from 20 to 5, you're talking about moving a future first. That would be very pricey. I wouldn't put it past Sean Payton. It just doesn't seem terribly likely. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, just a bunch of speculation out there. How about this from Mel Kiper? He went on the Up and Adams show, and Kay asked Mel about the running backs and where does he feel confident that these running backs could get drafted in the first round. Here's Mel Kiper.
Yeah, I keep hearing he might go a little higher. When I had him 6K, they were saying, it's too high for a running back at 6. Now you talk about Jacksonville maybe, New England maybe, that he could be gone by 6. Marion Hampton's the one I feel very confident about to Denver at 20. I think if he's there at Denver for Sean Payton, he makes a ton of sense. I still think for Pete Carroll and the Raiders, who could not run the football, now you got Pete coming in. He wants to run the football. He's got Gino. He wants to help him out. Ashton Genty would be a great addition, but you have a couple teams picking ahead of them that could take Ashton. So, like I said, the one I like, Amarian Hampton, running back North Carolina to Denver at pick number 20, I think would be a real nice addition.
Genty to the Raiders at 6, Hampton to Denver at 20. almost every draft evaluator not named Jeff Legwold has Hampton as RB2 in this draft. Legwold's got Travion Henderson over him in his top 100, but Kuiper confident that Sean Payton going running back at 20.
Which they could. If they stay at 20, though, Nate, and they feel like they could get same value later on, I think they could look at one of the other positions.
That's just it. And George Payton has mentioned that he loves the value of the running back position around the second round of this draft. I keep saying it. It's boring as hell. Don't count defensive tackle out at number 20.
No, I'm with you, but I thought you made a good point to Leggy when we talked to him right at 420. If basically Hampton profiles as Audric Estime, then what are we doing?
Right.
If he's a faster version, then great. If he's a guy you're actually going to feel more comfortable running the football, great. But like Leggy said, I'd be a little surprised if they already fell out of love with a guy they were so excited about allegedly getting a year ago in the draft.
What's so interesting is Hampton, like the book on Hampton is that he is a true 3-down back. But Sean Payton doesn't really use 3-down backs. He still has Jaleel McLaughlin, who he likes. He's got Tyler Bidet, who he likes. And he has Estime, who they used a 5th-round pick a year ago and claimed that they liked him until they didn't, play him in a playoff game. And then again, they could just blow all that out of the water and say Omari and Hampton is a younger, healthier Javonte Williams. That would be perfect to add to our offense. I wouldn't be mad at it. It feels like, given the value of what you're talking about with the number 20 pick, that going running back at number 20 would be a little bit weird. However, Sean Payton can't stop using the word joker to anybody that he talks to.
Say we need a joker.
And Omari and Hampton would be a joker at number 20.
Fine. I don't know why the name hits me sour a little bit. Maybe because I just feel like we've fallen into groupthink, and I feel like they've tried to warn us, don't expect it to be offensive. No guarantee.
Yeah.
And like you said, it may be a little less sexy, but they could take a defensive guy, period.
Yeah.
But, that Jordan Reed did his 7-round mock. Hampton is the guy.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, a lot of people like Omari and Hampton to Denver, and if he is a healthy Javonte Williams.
Okay, but would you rather have him or Luther Burden? It's probably a discussion for not the high five, but I would tell you to think about that. At this point, I kind of feel like I'd rather have Luther Burden than Omari and Hampton.
You want to go wide out over running back
at
20?
If he's like Debo and he can do things after the catch. Bo Nix needs a yak after the yards after the catch, yards after contact kind of guy.
So does he need a yoker or a yacker?
No.
Go ahead, Spring.
Well.
Jokic.
Oh, well played.
Hey, let's throw another name back into the mix. You guys mentioned him during our first story. Colston Loveland, the tight end out of Michigan, has some injury issues, but seems like he'll be good to go for training camp. Daniel Jeremiah, draft guy, said this about the Broncos and Colston Loveland.
To me, I'm my biggest thing with them, I'm fascinated to see what happens. I don't think he gets there. But Colston Loveland, the Broncos have long been connected to having a, no pun intended, love affair with Loveland. But they went out and signed Evan Ingram and gave him decent money. So is that enough to take them off of Loveland if he somehow got to them? That's one of the little sidebars I'm looking forward to.
There's no way if they love a guy after what we saw last year. Remember, they already had Zach Wilson in the house.
Yeah.
Okay? And look, I know that we're probably set to let Evan Ingram contribute more than Zach Wilson, but my point being, just because you sign somebody, if they love them, you draft them. It's not like Evan Ingram signed some 7-year mega deal.
Oh, no.
You know what I mean?
He's a short-term solution for the next couple of years, whereas, maybe Colston Loveland is your starting tight end for the next 8 years. And in which case, hey, that'd be nice if Denver could solve that problem too. So that's a guy, we start getting into the teens. And by the way, rumors that 49ers could be looking to trade back. Okay, maybe at number 11, maybe that's a jump that Denver makes. Again, feels pricey
for one of their guys back.
Right?
No, can't have them.
Feels pricey, but it wouldn't surprise me. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Hey, the Broncos have signed a second long snapper. They have signed long snapper Zach Triner. He joins Mitchell Fraboni.
So he's trying to make the team? Andy, you know me, man. I can't wait for a long snapper battle.
You can't wait for a dad joke opportunity.
That too.
You know what I'm impressed by? I can't say for sure that you knew that name was coming up, but you came up with it pretty quick.
I did.
I don't feel like you're honed in on the long snapper news.
Didn't take me
now
long.
You're excited when you hear it.
I'll be honest. I didn't know.
There's no list in front of you, so I know you didn't prep it.
I didn't know the Broncos had a new long snapper until Spring reported that to me just now. But I am, again, I'm excited about a long snapper battle. Fraboni v. Triner.
Yeah.
Who will be
trying to be the long snapper
to
use Nate's joke.
Only one man can come out on top of this, or I don't know, is Denver going to be the first team to carry 2 long snappers? I don't put anything past Sean Payton, all right? That man, he zigs when everyone else zags. And finally, Spring.
High five. According to Michael Silver of The Athletic, the Niners have made progress, some progress, toward a contract extension with Brock Purdy. They are also, according to Silver, far apart in contract talks with George Kittle and perhaps Fred Warner as well.
I prefer Triner to Niners. Let's go to Dallas. Let's check in on our pal Connor McGahee. Gabriel Landeskog is activated. Just how activated will he be? Does Landeskog make his debut this evening in his first game in 3 years? Plus everything else you need to know ahead of game number 2 tonight, Avalanche and Stars. We'll have Nuggets Clippers as well. It's all happening on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
as the Stars pinch. And now Logan O'Connor, who's had a magnificent game, pokes it ahead for Nathan McKinnon with an empty net. You betcha! For the second time tonight, the Mac attack is back, Jack. 2 goals and an assist for Nathan Raymond McKinnon. And he makes it 4-1 Colorado with 3:08 to go in the third period.
Everybody loves Nathan Raymond McKinnon. 2 goals and an assist, as Connor just said. Avalanche take game 1 5-1. Game number 2 coming up this evening at 7:52 p.m. Mountain Time. Everybody got that down?
Hit me again.
7:52.
You know who loves 7:52?
It's our next guest who joins us right now from Dallas. It's our pal, Connor McGahey, the voice of the Avalanche, live at the American Airlines Center. What up, Connor? How you doing, man?
Hey, fellas. Kiefer and I were just doing some math, like, wait a second.
Mm-hmm.
Our pregame on TV starts when? And then the puck drop is when? So it's like, well, we'll just sit here, as Moser says, with our teeth in our mouth for another 2 hours. And
that's a lot of time.
Literally another 2.5 hours from right now until we drop the puck. 2.5 hours.
Teeth in your mouth. Did you hear? I was telling Nate about Gretzky chirping Blackwood after his interview. Did you hear that? He goes.
So I saw it on television because we were still up here, but I didn't hear it. What did he say?
As they were going, they were going away from the interview, but before Blackwood could get the headset off, Gretzky goes, that gives new meaning to the word 5-hole there. That grin. So, and then he told him to put his teeth in his mouth, old man. And they asked Blackwood to chirp back at Gretzky, and he just is like, no. Don't put me on the spot.
I ain't doing that.
Yeah, I'll pass. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I'll pass on chirping the guy who has his number retired in every building in the league. Thanks,
Connor.
That's not fair of Gretz, though. Like, leave the guy alone.
Let's talk about a guy
Took a puck
who's
to the face.
going to have his number retired at Ball Arena someday. That's big number 92, Gabriel Landeskog. He is activated. What do we know about whether or not he takes the ice tonight?
Well, we're going to have to wait.
Mm-hmm.
Just because he's activated doesn't necessarily mean he's going to play. When Jared Bednar says that he's an option tonight, that's exactly what he is an option tonight. We'll see if Ross Colton goes, Miles Wood, maybe Gabe Landeskog, we don't know. Him being activated off long-term injured reserve means that if he's able to play and wants to play and needs to play, that he can play. So that's the paper transaction that needed to happen. Again, there are no guarantees as to that tonight. Again, we'll just have to look at warm-up, and that will happen during our pregame show with Raj at whatever time that is. Not soon.
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock.
About 96 minutes from now, you guys will be hitting the air. Like you said, Jared Bednar called him an option for tonight. What does that look like? If he is, in fact, inserted and given a uniform and he plays tonight, what are we talking about, Connor? What line does he skate on? How many minutes does he play? What do you think his role looks like?
Well, I mean, I don't want to say a like-for-like switch, but, I mean, if you take Colton out of the third line as a third-line winger, that seems like a perfect spot for me for Gabe Landeskog. And again, step number 1 is him actually taking the ice for warm-ups tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Step number 2 is keeping an eye on line rushes to seeing who he's with, right? Because last game you had Lehkonen, McKinnon, Natchez, Drouin, Nelson, Valnichushkin, Kiviranta, Coyle, and Ross Colton.
So that would be with Landeskog now, in this theoretical
Landeskog,
situation. Yes.
Yeah, because I think, again, in this theoretical universe we're living in, you can't break up Kelly, Drury, and O'Connor. They were fabulous. Jared Bednar said earlier today that they reminded him of the fourth line of the 22 team with Cogliano and Darren Helm, which also featured OC. And they were able to get some points the other night and really shut down the Stars no matter what line that they saw. So I would just think that third-line winger, if Gabe Landeskog plays, would be a natural fit.
All right, I realize you're probably fed up of talking about this, quite honestly, Connor. But
A little bit.
for me, is it not fair also to wonder, like, let's say they decide to go with a Miles Wood or maybe a VC, just to try to. And look, I'm not suggesting that Gabe wouldn't help you get that 2-0 lead, but there's a part of me that just, you got an opportunity in front of you that you didn't take advantage of last year to get to the 2-0, right? We all know how that series ended. I would understand if Coach Bednar said, look, I'm going to take one more swing with my guys that have been playing and been in the flow, and it's not a shot against Gabe at all. We don't know what he's going to look like when he gets out there against actual NHL players in the midst of a heated playoff series. So is it I don't even want to. I'm asking for you to confirm I'm not being a jerk for saying, look, if they go with the other guys, it's okay. I guess that's where I'm going.
I think, Andy, Gabe would agree with you because Gabe is team first. Gabe is, I want the Avalanche to win. It's the Colorado Avalanche. It's not the Colorado Landeskog's. You know what I'm saying? So
that is a good name for a team, though. Connor. I do
right?
like that.
I mean, maybe. Hey, look, next expansion team should really put that on there. Hey, Utah, what were you thinking with this? Man, but you guys couldn't come up with anything else? Where's Landeskog's on your list? Figure it out. But I think that Gabe would agree with you that, if it's Miles Wood, who's been playing great hockey, by the way, down the stretch. I know that we were sort of on his case this year, and he was, one of the first guys out of the lineup, but when he needed to come back in the lineup, he was really good. And even the Dallas media was sort of dreading Miles Wood playing in the series. Remember Game 1 last year in this building? It was Miles Wood who scored the overtime winner. One of the fastest forwards in the National Hockey League is he, and that sets up really well against the Dallas defense, especially now, without Miro Heiskanen. So Jared Bednar is in a tough position with Gabe Landeskog as an option. And I think any coach, though, would want the option to have to – he'd want the choice to have to make it with his team mostly healthy instead of having to put somebody in out of necessity. And Gabe Landeskog is not going to be hurt feelings or anything. He's a leader for a reason. And he wants the Avalanche to win more than anybody.
I don't know if he wants him to win more than Connor McGahey does, but nonetheless, listen to Connor on the call.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I've listened to you, man. You're a little intense. 7:52 is the puck drop tonight, right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Connor, let's talk about non-Landeskog topics here for just a moment.
Please.
A quote that stunned me was Thomas Harley saying after Game 1 that the Stars played their best game in a month or two.
Yeah.
They lost 5-1. Now, it wasn't your traditional 5-1 butt kicking that the Avalanche laid on them. There was a little bit of garbage time work getting done in that game. But nonetheless, 5-1 is 5-1. What did you make of those comments and sort of where the Stars are at in the midst of an 8-game losing streak now?
Yeah, it was interesting just because they've allowed 5 or more goals in 4 straight games now. And some of those losses are against non-playoff teams, Nashville, Vancouver, Pittsburgh. And look, it was 2-1 to start the third period, or really, towards the beginning of the third period. That goal from Rope Hintz on the power play wasn't 7 minutes into the third period. So it easily was a hockey game, but then it was Devon Taves, and then it was Nathan McKinnon, and then it was Charlie Coyle. So, look, if I'm not saying they're telling themselves that. It wasn't a bad effort from the Dallas Stars. I just think that the Avalanche did almost everything else better than Dallas did. Sorry, Moj. I'll be with you in a second. Yeah, I know it is. Thanks.
No, it's a good take.
Le Moger appearance. But yeah, I just think that the Avs did everything better, even if Dallas did something well. I just thought that Colorado was not extraordinary, but really, really good the other night in Game 1.
Well, look, Mackenzie Blackwood was outstanding, and you could talk to that point, but I also thought what showed up in Game 1, you know where it really hit me, Connor, and I don't know who he hit, but you probably remember the play. Our guy Charlie Coyle blasted onto the ice, and I mean sent a star into the front row with a body check. And I'm thinking that is the kind of physicality, frankly, you go back to 2022, they didn't have that. Like the 2022 team was all gas, no brakes, and you couldn't keep up with them. What I thought I saw the other night, and you tell me how you feel about it, there's still the top line that can give you all the highlight goals, but the other three lines roll in classic, tough, gritty playoff fashion, and I think they can almost play two styles within one team, and that's pretty amazing. Hat off to McFarland.
Yeah, I totally agree, and especially on the back end because you have Taves, McCarr, puck possessors, but who also can get, let's get physical. Devon Taves, to me, one of the best, if not the best, one-on-one defender in the National Hockey League. And then it's that second D pair, at least most of the time, with Lindgren and Manson. Manson had some huge hits the other night. I know he got dinged for 2 penalties, but he was laying the body. Lindgren, that's how he plays too. Eric Johnson is back there. He had a textbook hip check on Mikko Rantanen against the near side boards. And then to balance it out with your 6th defenseman is Sam Girard. So you have 3 possessors who can also defend on the puck, and then 3 big bodies who can hit. And that's the case with your forward group, too. And we didn't necessarily have that balance all the way down, even in 2022, but you have it now. And so one of the themes we talked about then, fellas, was the Avalanche were tough to play against. I think the Stars found that out in Game 1, that the Avalanche are tough to play against.
Have you seen a goalie track the puck as well as Blackwood did the other night in the last 6 years?
Really good. I mean, really good. And I think that's one of his strengths. Frankly, that's something that I've learned about him. And look, we only saw him once in the Blue Moon, and you're always talking about volumes of saves with him. Oh, he made 51 saves on 52 shots that the Avs sent on him in San Jose, right? Those were the type games you're talking about. But as I watch details of him playing the position, puck tracking to me is one of his biggest strengths, and I think it has to be when you're a big-bodied goalie, right? Maybe you're not as mobile. You take up more of the net, but I think you have to be able to track the puck left to right, low to high in the zone, and through traffic. And I think you're absolutely right that puck tracking, he's got to be one of the best in the league. I view that as one of, if not his biggest strength for the Avs.
No, he had an unbelievable power play right at the end of the first period. Yep. He had a save on Mikko. Yep. He had a save on Duchesne. Marchman
Johnston
and Ben
as well.
Back-to-back. Yeah, phenomenal work. Kept them in that game, really, is what he did. I mean, the Avalanche had the 5-on-3. They didn't convert. Dallas had a power play shortly thereafter, but Blackwood kind of bailed him out a little bit and got him to a place where, hey, Arturi like it. By the way, do we have a name for that goal, the immaculate kick or anything like that for the Arturi Lekkinen goal?
Immaculate deflection.
That thing was unbelievable.
It was. I think I saw Arturi kick it in.
Yeah,
which
nice
was
job.
pretty funny.
Nice job.
That's
pretty good right there. Give me the pick to click, or I guess the pick to kick tonight, Connor. Who's scoring a goal tonight for the Avalanche?
That's really good. You could go with Lekkinen again because remember he started last year's playoffs with goals in 5 straight, and Val Nichushkin was the same. Remember he scored 7 goals and was just unstoppable in the Winnipeg series, and then through 3 games versus Dallas. So I'm going to go with Val Nichushkin tonight. He only had 1 shot on goal in Game 1, but he did have 3 hits, played 20 minutes, and he's alternated. No goal in his last 4 games. So how about Val Nichushkin to find the range?
There you go. The trends would say it's going to get done. I'm going to take Landy to win it in overtime tonight. How do you like that?
Why are you going to do overtime?
I like a little storybook. You know me. Team content over here. Connor McGahey, everybody. He is on the call tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Raj has a pregame at 7 o'clock. Connor's got the puck drop, 7:52 p.m. He'll do all the yelling about the hockey tonight. Connor, good stuff, buddy. Thanks, man.
You bet, boys. See ya.
All right, that is Connor McGahey joining us from the American Airlines Center there in lovely Dallas. The Avalanche and the Stars going head-to-head this evening. Yeah, man, let's get Landy in there. Let's do this. Let's have a little storybook, Andy. Let's take a 2-0 series lead off the blade of hole number 92 tonight.
You can do that into the third just as easy.
Little chariots of fire for you, my friend. That's right.
Yeah.
Storybook,
Yeah.
baby. This is the only way to really do.
You know what I love is how we got Mark and Connor and Kyle and probably Riker all just walking around there trying to find ways to fill the time and just shooting stuff with their phone and
bored.
Yeah.
Can we just get the hockey game started?
Trying to give you a preview, I guess.
Please,
I don't know.
if you don't mind. Kreckman and Lindahl. We got the Nuggets tonight as well, right here on Altitude Sports Radio. That game will tip off a little bit after 8 o'clock, so the two games starting roughly right around the same time. Andy, I got a little. I got some factoids for you on the Double Dipperoo. You ready for this?
Are these good news factoids?
Take them as you will.
I don't like that. Thank you. Yeah, he's hedging bets over there.
That's right. This will be the 11th time ever. Tonight is the 11th time ever that the Avalanche and the Nuggets will have played a playoff game on the exact same day. Now, the other night, on Saturday, both teams won. I suppose the Nuggets won in the afternoon. The Avalanche won in the evening. That was the second time ever that both teams had won on the same day. The other time that it had happened was back in 2020 when both were in their respective bubbles. The Nuggets were down in Disney World. The Avalanche were up in, where were they, Edmonton for that bubble. But yeah, there was Game 1, Nuggets in Utah. Game 4, Avalanche in Arizona. So on Saturday was the second time they had both won. Of all the other times that the Nuggets and the Avalanche have played a playoff game on the exact same day, they have both lost only once.
Nice.
That was April of 2008. The Nuggets losing in the first round against Kobe and the Lakers. The Avalanche losing in the second round in Detroit in that game. So they've only both lost once. They have both won now twice. We can make it 3 this evening, and they have split in every other occasion all time. Nuggets are 4-5, or excuse me, this is the 10th time it's happened. Nuggets are 4-5 overall. When the double dipperoo happens, the Avalanche are 6-3.
Which one you got? If you could only pick one to win tonight, who's got to have it? I think it's fairly easy.
To me, it's the Nuggets.
It's the Nuggets,
yeah,
because the pressure's still on for you not to give them a game before you leave Denver.
Very much so.
The Avs have already done what they set out to do.
Stolen,
they took home ice back.
Yes, they've stolen the home ice. The Nuggets still have the home court.
They did that a year ago.
For the question of who needs it more tonight, it's
the Nuggets.
It's the Nuggets, yes. It's Denver, not Colorado, if you follow what I'm saying right there. So there you go. Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, I have 2 instances of people saying really stupid things that I want to share with you, and we'll get our final picks for tonight on the Nuggets, on the Avalanche, on all of that. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Well, I always say when you want to get it all when it comes to great HVAC service, you call my friends over at Apple Air, 303-733-2813, or you visit appleair.com. Apple Air has some great specials available to you, but if you need a new heating and cooling system, Apple Air is going to hook you up with no upfront cost. That's right, Apple Air, making it easier than ever to upgrade your heating and cooling system with no payments and no interest for 12 months. Stay cozy on the cool nights and nice and cool in the summertime without paying a dime for an entire year. Apple Air has some great specials available to you. Call 303-733-2813, but they got financing available. Again, no payments, no interest for 12 months. 303-733-2813 or visit appleair.com. Get comfort, pay later. Apple Air, keeping you comfy all year round. Hey, go watch the Avalanche tonight at Three Dogs Tavern in the West Highland neighborhood. Andy is going to be hosting a viewing party for Game 2 against Dallas. Our buddy Alex Ryan-Emmy is going to be hosting the network broadcast. Plus, Between the Pipes will be live at Three Dogs Tavern tonight with Mark Springer and Raj, so be there. And, oh, by the way, Milan Hajduk is going to be live and in person at Three Dogs Tavern. You can register to win a Cale Makar signed hockey stick, cheer on the Avalanche to what we hope is going to be a 2-0 series lead, all while enjoying $4 Bud Lights. It's a party, and you are invited. We will see you at Three Dogs Tavern tonight starting at 7 o'clock. Go hang out with Andy and Spring, and Raj and Milan Hajduk will be there too, which I suppose is pretty cool to perhaps be watching the return of Gabe Landeskog. Hell yes, the guy hasn't played since the Stanley Cup Finals back in 2022. He is activated. We don't know if Benzie is putting him in the lineup or not. Andy says, gimme Wood. Miles Wood specifically. I say let's get our Landeskog on tonight. Big number 92. Yeah! Get him out there skating on that third line. How about a little Coyle, Kiwi, Landy line tonight, Andy? How's that scratch you?
I'd save Landy for the return back to Denver.
Old nervous Nelly over there. Get him in there. Let's play some
hockey.
Why
are you angry about it? Why?
I'm ready to see the Norse god return and lead the Avalanche to the promised land. Get Landeskog back in there.
I keep checking everything. I'm trying to see if anyone's got anything. Now, Connor said we're probably, 7 o'clock they hit the ice? So Raj will let us know.
Yeah, we're a little over an hour away from finding out.
I don't see anything about Gabe playing just yet.
He's activated.
We're all activated.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to hear people saying stupid things?
Please.
I got a few for you. Here we go. John Buccigross, ESPN hockey guy. John Buccigross telling Sports Business Journal's The Sports Media Podcast that ESPN and TNT should have exclusivity on the first round of the playoffs. Quote, the first round were not exclusive. I'm surprised, and I would think that next time, whether it's us or TNT, we need exclusive playoff games. I mean, we just can't sacrifice a round where these big markets can watch on their regional sports network, whether it's Philadelphia, Boston, Detroit, New York especially, close quote. Well, a bunch of those teams aren't in the playoffs, first off. Secondly, come on, what are we doing here? Give the people their hometown announcers. I wish we could have regional broadcast throughout the damn playoffs and give people the option. Obviously, you have the national option so people can watch these games around the country. Come on, I get it, Buccigross. You work for ESPN. You got to suckle at the T to the four-letter network, but get out of here, dude.
No, I'm with you. I tried to take in about 5 minutes of the ESPN broadcast the other. I was like, I'm listening to Scotty and Marlowe. I don't want to do this.
I agree
you guys
with
are
you.
hyper-focused on the Clippers, and that's fine. And I literally only watched it for about 3 minutes, 4 minutes, and it just everything was Clippers, and that's fine.
Yeah.
That's your LA market, but guess what? Give me my Denver option so I can just go listen to my Denver guys. Frankly, I wish they got the second round too. Quite honestly, I'll do you one better, Buccigross. They can have it in the last 2 rounds.
I completely agree with you. And again, like we got a good crew on the Avalanche game. It was Kenny Albert and Eddie O. Like that's a very good crew right there. Bob Myers was doing the Nuggets game. I like Bob Myers a lot. I did take in some of that broadcast. But come on, keep it with the local guys. We've done everything we possibly can to squeeze the life out of the regional sports networks. Can we just chill, okay? Does everything have to be that homogenized? I don't think it does. Keep it hometown. That's what I always say. And in the later rounds, turn down your TV, crank up Kaz and Connor. That's what I always say. I got somebody else saying something stupid.
This is an all-timer.
You ready for this one? Here we go. Nico Harrison. He's the general manager of the Dallas Mavericks. His team was eliminated by the Memphis Grizzlies on Friday night. It was not a particularly competitive late play-in game. Nico Harrison talking to the media today. By the way, all the behind-the-scenes stories about what a mess Dallas is, they're all coming out. Here was Nico Harrison telling the assembled media in Dallas he didn't realize how much people liked Luka Doncic in Dallas.
I did know that Luka was important to the fan base. I didn't quite know it to what level. But really, the way we looked at it is, if you're putting a team on the floor that's Kyrie, Clay, PJ, Anthony Davis, and Lively, we feel that's a championship caliber team, and we would have been winning at a high level, and that would have quieted some of the outrage. And so unfortunately, we weren't able to do that. So it just continued to, go on and on.
Who's the we, though? Who's we when he says that?
Right.
Who felt that way?
Right.
Was it Jason Kidd? Because I don't even feel like Jason Kidd really. Jason Kidd looked like a zombie every time he had to do a presser with you. So who really was passionate that what you were doing was going to be so good the fans wouldn't miss Luka?
Nico was that passionate about it, apparently. It is wild, like the reports that are coming out of this. Now we're hearing reports that Patrick Dumont, the new owner of the Dallas Mavericks from the Adelson family, that he apparently also was not fully aware how unpopular this trade would be, and he holds Nico Harrison, according to reports, that he holds Nico Harrison responsible for this decision. He doesn't think that Nico necessarily gave him the full story, which it's like, have you ever watched basketball before you, I don't know, dropped a few $1 billion on a basketball team?
I would guess no, Nate. I really would.
How are you people so surprised? This is one of those things where it's just like, okay, I get it, man. Like, you're a general manager. You're a front office doofus. You are of the opinion that the decisions that you make are the most brilliant on the planet, that nobody else can match wits with you as a basketball mind. You do realize the people that are members of the ticket-buying public, they just like the basketball players.
Well, isn't this why
Especially one of the 3 best damn players in the world, Andy.
Well, clearly you're not aware of this if you don't think they're not going to revolt.
My God.
When you trade away. You could have tried it with Kyrie, but you weren't going to get away with it with the guy who's about to turn 25?
25.
25. All right. Isn't this why you give – how long has the Edelman Group owned this team?
They became the owners this year.
Okay.
Yeah. And a part of this, too, was Cuban had a voice. Remember, that was like a condition of the sale. And then Cuban was like, you probably shouldn't be making all these moves that you're making right now. And Nico Harrison was like, okay, you shut up and leave me alone.
You're out.
Yeah, I'll stop taking your calls.
In this, though, where you look back, I give the Penners, you remember, the Penner Group, when they took over the Broncos, what did they do the first year? Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
They put in new grass.
Chilled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They looked into maybe doing something with the suites.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I guess they did approve a Russell Wilson contract extension.
Well,
but,
I mean, what are you going to?
Hey, you know.
You made the trade already.
Exactly.
And your football person told you that's what you're supposed to do. Again, I will give, who's the owner's name?
Patrick Dumont.
Mr. Dumont, I'll give you this one pass. You hired a guy to do his job, and I think you let him do his job, and that's fine. But you probably should have had a better idea how your fans felt about that guy. You know, the guy that's on all your tickets.
Maybe wait till the
all the
offseason.
NBA promos.
Right.
And, you know.
Weren't you in the finals last year? Why don't you maybe see if that could happen again before you go blowing the entire thing up? Interesting choice. All right, Andy, let's do some picks for this evening. Nuggets, Clippers first. Who wins? Who is the Nuggets leading scorer tonight?
Leading scorer, AG.
Okay.
Nuggets squeak out another one by 3.
Nuggets by 3 with AG leading the way.
And Brock Nelson's going to be my pick to click.
You got Brock Nelson. Brock Toon as your.
I think he's going to get a little gritty. I think it gets gritty.
Okay.
I think the Stars are going to come out and throw the body, try to be the more physical team. I think the Avs get it done 2-1.
Avs win. A tight one tonight. 2-1 with Brock Nelson as the pick to click tonight. I'm going to stay with my pre-series prediction. I think the Clippers get game 2 tonight here in Denver. I believe Jamal Murray will be the Nuggets' leading scorer for this evening, but I like the Clippers to win a tight one tonight over the Nuggets. God, I want to be wrong on that one. Avalanche win 3-2 in overtime. Gabriel Landeskog to win it.
Why you got to be overtime?
Boom.
What are you trying to do to me in spring? Are y'all mad because you ain't coming to the party? Come on, hey, Duke ain't got time for overtime.
I'll be at home on my couch, comfy.
We're all
going
to call you. We're all going to bother you now. You're going to have to turn your phone off. Just spam the crap out of him, spring.
It's going to be
forcing
so
you
nice.
to stay there till midnight.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Come on, Spring's a man of the people. He's out there anyway. This is Mr. Between the Pipes. Our guy works late every night. Check out Spring tonight on Between the Pipes after the game. Go to the Three Dogs Tavern in West Highland. Hang out with Andy Lindahl and Spring and Milan Hayduke and Raj and the whole crew out there. Sign up to win a Cale Makar signed stick. That is the Three Dogs Tavern in the West Highland neighborhood. Go hang out there tonight. That's going to do it for us this afternoon. Thank you again to Connor McGahee for stopping by. Thanks to Chris Dempsey. Thanks to Jeff Legwell. Thanks to all of you who tuned in to the show today. If you're out and about this evening, we have got the Nuggets on 950, the Avalanche on 92.5. Enjoy it, everybody. It is the 10th all-time double dipperoo with the Nuggets and the Avalanche with playoff games on the exact same days. Enjoy it. Have a good night. We'll see you.